Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Xingnan. The blonde man spoke up. How's the situation on your end? The short-haired woman in the projection was exactly the hypnotic player Wang Chaoqing had seen in the skyscraper. Her pupils retained a faint red glow as she nodded somewhat woodenly. The small torpedoes have been deployed. 5 just detonated. This means the super item has reached Harbor City. The blonde man's expression remained unchanged. Can you estimate the direction? In 3 directions. The short-haired woman said, there's a high probability they're decoys. But I just captured a player from Zone 004 who said he saw Lawrence Lee, not in these 3 decoy directions. She provided the location. When the blonde man heard the name Lawrence Lee, an exaggerated smile spread across his face, his eyes nearly narrowing into slits. Lawrence Lee, who never rises early without profit, has appeared. Where he is, the good stuff must be there too. Xingnan, stand by. He cut off the communication after speaking, then turned and gestured to the tattooed burly man. The tattooed burly man let out a strange laugh, clapped his hands together, and the next second, an armored vehicle moving far beyond its normal speed smashed through walls, piercing through several barriers before carving out a wide passage through the massive aquarium. Several sports cars waiting on the street then drove in one after another, picking up the group and heading straight toward the southwest direction of Harbor City. Meanwhile, in a large amusement park in the southwest direction of Harbor City, Niaxian quickly used his clothes to bind his heavily bleeding thigh, chugged 2 bottles of healing potion, then dragged his severely injured body step by step toward the amusement park exit. He was covered in blood, with over 20 wounds on his body. This was the result of his bloody battle against 2 players from other zones. When truly facing the enemy, Niaxian felt a mix of fury and regret. He realized all his previous assumptions had been completely wrong. When the super item announcement was issued and he was transferred to Capital City, his first thought had been to organize players for guerrilla warfare to create confusion, then take advantage of the chaos to enter a dungeon. Since he didn't actually possess a real super item, and Zone 014 had no exceptionally powerful players, unable to either fight foreign players head-on or fake a robbery and murder scenario, escaping Zone 014 was their only option. The Special Affairs Department's plan to redirect blame onto foreign players was completely unusable. Achieving the holder desperately fighting then escaping into a dungeon was already the best possible outcome, as it could at least divert some attention in the short term and buy the country some buffer time. Yet among the 17 like-minded players he contacted, 15 died within the first half hour of implementing the plan. The remaining 1 had fled separately from him, and this was with the Special Affairs Department also deploying over 10 holders to scatter and draw fire. Those foreign players were like sharks smelling blood, appearing from who knows where, not even attempting to interrogate them about the super item's whereabouts, just killing directly. Watching his companions get slaughtered one after another like chickens and ducks made him understand one fact. Absolute disparity in strength cannot be compensated for by any clever tactics. Footsteps approached from behind, deliberately made audible by the other party. He turned around, bringing his thumbs, index, and middle fingers together, gently rubbing them. The black leather covers on his fingers gradually turned magma red. A player emerged from the woods, looking at him with vicious eyes. You've got some skill, actually killing 2 of my people. Niaxian said coldly, it's kill or be killed. No need for pointless talk. Huh. The other laughed. You still think you have strength to fight? At best you've got a C-grade item. If not for your teammates taking hits for you, you wouldn't have survived this long. As he spoke, 5 or 6 figures flashed out from the woods, surrounding him and cutting off all possible escape routes. Seeing they followed the man's commands, Niaxian sighed deeply. Went through all this trouble without attracting a single high-level player from the Phantom Sound Knights, just a bunch of small fry. And now he hadn't even managed to deceive these small fry. He abandoned his defensive combat stance, straightened his back, scanned the group and said, Those you killed were just E-grade players, no items, no potions. You've paid a significant cost too, yet will gain nothing from this. What a waste of effort. These words struck directly at the players' concerns. One said, "Big bro, this kid's got some nerve looking down on us like this." The player speaking with Nia Xian flushed with anger. Quite the tough talker. After dealing with you, we'll naturally reclaim our losses. He swung the long knife in his hand, leaping forward to slash at Nia Xian. The latter had no strength left to fight back and was about to use his train ticket to escape when suddenly a gigantic poster descended from the sky, blocking the knife for him. Yet among the 17 like-minded players he contacted, 15 died within the first half hour of implementing the plan. The remaining one had fled separately from him, and this was with the Special Affairs Department also deploying over 10 holders to disperse and draw fire. The surrounding players, thinking this was Nia Xian's item, exchanged glances and shouted, "Kill him." All 6 simultaneously attacked Nia Xian, but at that moment, countless posters suddenly flew in from all directions, swirling around them like snowflakes. Taking advantage of the players' distraction, the posters stuck to their faces or wrapped around their limbs, dragging them away. Nia Xian looked around in shocked confusion, but found no trace of anyone else. Without time to ponder who was helping him, he quickly fled the scene while the players were still entangled. Though the posters could temporarily disrupt vision, they were after all just paper. The players quickly realized this and, understanding the paper posed no lethal threat, chased after Nia Xian. Catching up to Nia Xian required minimal effort, but as they approached, the torn posters flew after them too, persistently trying to enter their mouths, ear canals, and eyes. One player, extremely annoyed, angrily shouted, "God damn it, if you've got guts, try cutting me with paper." Instantly, all the flipping paper pieces in the air froze, hovering motionless as if time had stopped. Only 3 pieces with the characters "good," "master," and "idea" flew forward to form the phrase, "good idea." Fuck me. Before the player's curse finished, all the paper pieces gained a gleaming surface, then descended like a storm of blades. From a distance, these flying paper pieces resembled more of a washing machine drum, enveloping several people in continuous attacks. As they moved, the paper followed. The more the players cut the paper, the more blades appeared. Watching this scene, a thought flashed through Nia Xian's mind. This is the super item. The words didn't come from him. Startled, he turned to see a man in a wheelchair appearing 3 meters away from him. Countless paper fragments had formed a rapidly spinning vortex, trapping all 7 foreign district players inside. Occasionally someone would emerge from within, but their entire body would be covered in white paper shreds, like being pasted with snowflakes. Players were being forced to leave one after another. Watching the numbers inside decrease, Nia Xian didn't feel relieved, but instead grew more worried. Entering the station in his current condition was extremely risky, but if it meant sacrificing a super item to save him, he'd rather go into the station himself. However, the decision was no longer his to make. He watched as the wheelchair-bound man who had appeared silently beside him gently hooked his fingers in the air, and a poster came flying out from behind a distant tree with a rustling sound. The celebrity printed on it seemed to come alive, twisting and turning as if trying to break free from this nameless force. But in the blink of an eye, the poster was brought before the wheelchair man. Just as he reached out his hand, the poster suddenly lost all strength, returning to normal paper as it drooped down. Simultaneously, all the paper shreds that had been chasing and killing the foreign district players fell to the ground. The 3 remaining players wiped blood from their faces as they retreated. The leader said, "Friend, we'll leave now, sorry to disturb you." The wheelchair man's left pinky finger resting on the armrest twitched slightly, and all 3 players who hadn't had time to leave had their necks severed, heads separated from bodies. Killing 3 players was no more difficult than brushing dust off his clothes. The wheelchair man didn't even glance in their direction as he turned his head toward Nia Xian. "Aren't you leaving?" Knowing escape from such a person was absolutely impossible, Nia Xian simply asked, "Are you also here for the super item?" The wheelchair man appeared somewhat desolate. What a pity, yet another item meant for killing. Just as Nia Xian was about to say something more, he suddenly heard engine roars approaching from all directions. The moment he turned around, 4 vehicles came flying from different directions, all aiming their front ends at the wheelchair man. He instinctively ducked, covered his head, and rolled away. When he looked back, he saw all 4 vehicles stop just half a meter away from the wheelchair man before being flung back along their original paths. Completely unharmed, the wheelchair man moved to the center of the road, turning his wheelchair to face the intersection. Several sports cars were approaching from that direction. On the lead vehicle, a tattooed burly man waved both hands continuously as car after car, coming from who knows where, roared past his sides, only to crash one after another into the air in front of him, as if hitting an invisible wall. Bang, bang, bang. Rear vehicles crashed into the ones in front, all piling up together. They neither harmed the wheelchair man nor found a way forward, yet the tattooed burly man continued gleefully piling vehicles into a wall nearly 20 meters high. Cars stacked upon cars as this metal wall gradually compacted. The wheelchair man gently waved his right hand, and all the vehicles were sliced apart by an invisible force, 3 cuts horizontally and 3 vertically, making 16 pieces total. The fragments came crashing down with continuous clanging sounds. Behind the collapsing vehicle wall, a blond man revealed himself, a small violin resting on his shoulder. When the first note sounded, the entire amusement park sprang to life. Music and lights filled the air simultaneously, creating an unprecedented atmosphere of excitement. Nia Xian, who had been waiting for an opportunity to escape, became intoxicated by this inexplicably joyful mood and involuntarily walked out of the woods. He saw a dance floor crowded with people. Strangely, despite the crowded dance, he could still clearly see the blond man playing violin at the center. The string music made his head spin as he moved forward, but after just a few steps, his foot kicked against an obstacle. Looking down, he saw it was someone in a wheelchair. Even someone in a wheelchair had come to the dance. He reached out to move the wheelchair aside, but at that moment, the seated man pinched his thumb and index finger together and flicked them. The violin string of the blond man suddenly snapped. The drowsy music abruptly stopped. Nia Xian instantly woke up to find the amusement park exactly as it had been, closed and deserted. The lights and music had completely disappeared. The wheelchair man remained in his original position, and the blond man's strings weren't actually broken. In fact, he wasn't even playing at all. Both bow and violin hung loosely in his hands. It was an illusion. Cold sweat broke out on Nia Xian's forehead. He didn't even know when he had fallen into the illusion. Not daring to look at the two sides confronting each other, he turned and fled. Just as he crossed through the woods and reached the other side, the trees behind him exploded one after another as if struck by lightning. As he stepped back, the top of his foot was suddenly pierced and nailed to the ground. In the midst of excruciating pain, he suddenly saw clearly that what had pierced his foot was a very thin colored thread. Unlike ordinary thread, it more closely resembled a small tubular device, entirely composed of tiny diamond-shaped facets that floated and reflected different lights, giving it a colorful appearance. Shoo! The colored thread then retracted. Nia Xian looked up and saw the entire amusement park and sky completely covered with these colored threads. The threads around the vehicle team had slightly deformed, forcibly creating an empty space. So this was what the burly man had been trying to break through with the vehicles, and this was how the wheelchair man had killed those foreign district players. Watching as his vision returned to normal in the blink of an eye, he turned and left without any hesitation. These advanced players operated on a completely different level from him. He couldn't even understand how they were fighting. Staying as far away as possible was all he could do now. He needed to get this information to the command room. Asterisk. The Harbor City command room was currently overwhelmed. Half an hour earlier, members of their teams had suddenly started frequently detonating weapons to commit suicide. Initially, they thought foreign district players had infiltrated and were responsible, but after investigation they discovered all these people had either entered the skyscraper or been near it. After the retreat order was issued, they had withdrawn from the skyscraper and dispersed in all directions. In the chaos, they joined different rescue teams or decoy squads, then successively committed suicide, causing massive casualties to their companion teams. Particularly the disguised team sent from Capital City to bait foreign district players. Several squads suffered losses at their own people's hands, with over 10 dead and more than 20 injured. If not for the limitations of the multiplayer life and death round, they would have been wiped out by foreign district players in an instant. It must be that player from the skyscraper who hypnotized our people, the commander-in-chief said. Have we identified the trigger condition? It's super item, the secretary replied. After reviewing all casualties, someone in each team had mentioned super item before the incidents occurred. Order everyone to keep their mouths shut and stop talking. Immediately recall all personnel who have been near the skyscraper. Don't let them run around. However, the situation was currently chaotic, making it difficult to gather everyone together. Under hypnosis, there was no telling what these people might do. Would they actually obey orders? Has Painting Woman contacted you yet? The communication line with Capital City Command Room remained open. Painting Woman was the codename the command room had given Su Hua. Aside from one phone call 15 minutes ago, she hasn't contacted us temporarily. 15 minutes ago, Painting Woman had called to inform them that the name change effect was even better than expected. Capital City had simply designated all the city's land to her, though property title transfers weren't that fast yet. Still, it had exceeded the maximum range Painting Woman had requested and was now expanding throughout all of Harbor City. Now advanced players from outside districts were fighting each other. Around Harbor City's periphery, some players were moving toward the amusement park direction. This was actually good news for them. It drew the players' attention, giving Painting Woman the perfect opportunity to act while also making it easy to identify those outside district players. With all of Harbor City's citizens evacuating outward, those running inward instead stood out especially conspicuously. The call is coming through. The commander-in-chief perked up, answering and putting it on speakerphone. I'm fully prepared now. The slender voice sounded again through the phone. I'll begin operations in 1 minute. My destination is Pearl Hotel. 6 minutes from now, exactly 7:31 p.m., you must blow up the hotel. The perimeter around the hotel is already properly arranged. The commander-in-chief stated. Good, then I have nothing else. Su Hua finished preparing to hang up when the elderly man from Capital City said, The nation will remember your contributions. Please make sure you return safely. The call then disconnected. Su Hua casually tossed aside the things in his hand and said to Painting Woman, Do you remember clearly all the steps I told you? Painting Woman nodded, mouthing the words as she recited his arrangements back to him. After confirming there were no errors or omissions, Su Hua took out the gentleman of light metal and hung it around her neck, smiling slightly. Giving this to you early. Though somewhat confused, Painting Woman still happily hugged it, kissed it twice, then ran out of the coffee shop. As she stood on the street, all those scattered papers on the ground flipped up into the air. She nimbly jumped onto one of them, flying away with her back to the skyscraper. This was an unexpected surprise brought by changing the land ownership. After Harbor City's land transfer completed, Painting Woman suddenly discovered she could control all paper materials within Harbor City's scope. Of course, this didn't include buildings. Buildings still required name changes. So up to this point, throughout all of Harbor City's outdoor areas and 1/3 of the buildings covering the black and white roulette wheels range were under her control. She could even use photographs or character posters to observe distant situations. It was she who discovered Niaxian was surrounded. Having seen Niaxian before, she went forward to help. She had even secretly watched for a while the fighting between the wheelchair player and the Phantom Sound Knights. Among the Phantom Sound Knights, just one Undertaker was this difficult to deal with. One could imagine the other players' levels weren't low either. That 5 or 6 of them were fighting together against that wheelchair player showed how formidable the wheelchair player was. Although Su Hua had left himself 10 seconds, he didn't dare guarantee he could successfully enter the station within 10 seconds. What he needed was advanced players to witness, not to be surrounded by advanced players. So the stalemate in fighting between both sides was an excellent opportunity for him. Hoisting his pre-prepared backpack, he walked out of the coffee shop and moved toward Pearl Hotel. Simultaneously, Painting Woman, pretending to flee, used her ability to search for outside district players across the maximum range. Anyone who could be wrapped into mummies and dragged away got tossed through the multiplayer life and death round before being pulled out to settle matters. When there weren't enough players in the big roulette wheel, she searched outside for more. Thus, within just half a minute, a continuous series of human explosions erupted throughout the big roulette wheel's range. Some people died in the multiplayer life and death round, some died at the big roulette wheel's edges. Some players with insufficient reaction speed bewilderedly lost their lives. However, most players had fought their way out of dungeons. Their reaction speed facing crisis was extremely fast. After escaping the first attack, they quickly discovered the paper pieces had become as sharp as blades, beginning indiscriminate attacks. They realized such wide-range attacks absolutely couldn't be achieved by slightly lower-level items. An item that could cover a city with tens of millions of population could only be a super item. The super item has finally appeared. Instantly, outside district players both inside and outside the roulette wheel erupted. Whether hiding for self-preservation or watching fires from across the shore, those who came for the super item successively plunged into the big roulette wheel. Those flying papers weren't just killing people, but also saving people, so outside district players quickly discovered Painting Woman's traces and began surrounding and chasing to intercept her. Painting Woman standing on paper flying was precisely to attract attention. Discovering more people following her around, she simply increased altitude to expose herself within everyone's sight. Several arrows shot toward her from different directions. Painting Woman dodged sideways, only to be perfectly covered by a giant net appearing inexplicably in the sky. She flew at low altitude, quickly passing under the net, but the two buildings ahead suddenly collapsed toward the middle, crashing together with roaring sounds. Painting Woman made an emergency stop, avoiding the tragedy of being crushed flat. However, just as she prepared to turn around, her clothes suddenly caught fire. Before she could jump around, a water stream poured over her head, extinguishing the flames but freezing her into an ice block. "Damn bastard, are you blind? Didn't you see me setting fires and you still dare use water?" Shouting came from somewhere on the street, but what answered him were several water jets comparable to water cannons. One building got cut into several pieces, collapsing down toward the multiplayer life and death round on the ground. Seeing this, Painting Woman quickly shook off the ice, gathering all nearby papers to prop the collapsing building aside. People trapped in the life and death round temporarily got saved. Rescue personnel among them fired at nearby players, shouting at her, "Quick, escape. Absolutely can't let them get the item." But before finishing, his head flew off, killed by someone unknown. Painting Woman blinked, rolling all flying papers into cylindrical pillars, raining down like a storm toward those players hiding inside buildings. Hardened papers comparable to steel could even penetrate reinforced concrete buildings. After this barrage of violent attacks, some players hiding inside buildings had to jump out. And this was exactly what Painting Woman waited for, intercepting some people midair and directly throwing them into the multiplayer life and death round. The remaining players didn't fare much better. Although they dodged Painting Woman's attacks, shortly after revealing themselves, they got suppressed by the life and death round's power. New black and white roulette wheels quickly appeared on the ground. Whether willing or not, once entering this game, unless breaking through, they could only leave using train tickets. This black and white life and death game, originally meant to create trouble for Nation X, had now become a sharp weapon restraining outside district players. The Vanguard fell for it, so those coming later learned to be smarter, maintaining distance from Painting Woman for ranged attacks. Painting Woman took several hits herself, originally thinking about running over to drag out and beat those who hit her, but just then the electronic watch Su Hua had set for her started beeping. Beep, beep, beep. She had no choice but to change direction, pretending to be forced back toward the skyscraper. Within just 2 minutes of the player suspected of possessing a super item appearing, almost all media outlets in Nation X were reporting on the incident. However, due to varying channels of information, the reports became highly chaotic. Eventually, Harbor City's Central Command Room deployed military drones that were still in the confidential development stage to track and film this life and death chase. This was Su Hua's requirement, to publicly reveal information about the super item as much as possible. Both Capital City and Harbor City could guess his intentions. While publicizing this pursuit, they also worried for him. As for Painting Woman, in the back-and-forth chase, 3 players followed her all the way to the vicinity of Pearl Hotel. Irritated beyond endurance by the harassment, Painting Woman used paper fragments to cut open blood bags concealed in her clothing, creating the appearance of injury, while simultaneously controlling massive quantities of paper to fly into the skyscraper to rescue people. Facing so many enemies, she's still saving ordinary people, exclaimed a player from another region who witnessed this. Others sneered contemptuously, what's the point of saving those commoners? Long hair but short sight, super items shouldn't fall into women's hands. This precisely demonstrates how powerful the super item is, another said excitedly. She's just a low-level player, but can control an entire city. If I were to use it. Bullshit. You wouldn't have a chance in hell. While these foreign players attacked each other, they simultaneously besieged Painting Woman. They quickly cut off her escape routes, and the 3 players who had been pursuing her since her appearance coordinated from 3 directions, forcing her into Pearl Hotel. One of them threw a palm-sized black iron block high into the air above the hotel. As it flew over the building, a 3-meter diameter section of the hotel roof directly below it suddenly collapsed inward as if crushed by immense gravitational force, plunging through 29 floors from the glass dome down through over 20 levels of flooring, instantly penetrating all the way to the ground floor. Gravity compression 9-strike combo, the attacker shouted as the iron block split into 8 identical copies that scattered across the hotel roof, each creating identical massive holes using the same method. Painting Woman wrote her paper, dodging left and right to avoid the collapsing floors as she ascended to the rooftop. However, just as she reached the top, the 2 remaining iron blocks suddenly stood upright, blocking her path front and back, clearly intending to crush her flat just like they had done to the hotel. Painting Woman wasn't in immediate mortal danger, but if struck, she would revert to her painting form, which would completely expose the deception. For a brief moment, she panicked. But before she could devise an escape plan, a semi-transparent square box suddenly appeared beside the iron blocks. Its lid opened and swallowed the blocks inside. Seeing the box, Painting Woman instinctively felt fear and quickly retreated. Yet she watched as it drifted leisurely toward the rooftop of a nearby building of similar height, where a middle-aged man in a bathrobe stood. He reached out and accepted the box, smiling as he said, "So the golden egg is a beautiful woman. We have very few women in our Holy Sword Society. Why don't you come with me?" "It's a gold disciple of the Holy Sword Society," someone exclaimed, noticing the Holy Sword token tattoo on the man's chest. "I heard the Holy Sword Society sent 3 gold disciples this time. All A-grade players. One has appeared, the other 2 must be nearby." The 3 players who had been pursuing Painting Woman appeared on another building. The eyebrowless man who had lost his item said, "I've never had conflicts with the Holy Sword Society. Stealing super items depends on one's capability. What's the meaning of this?" The middle-aged man looked him over. "I remember you. The notorious player-eater, Human Tongue. The eyebrowless man grinned, revealing blackened teeth. "The Holy Sword Society always puts on such airs. Are you here to join this commotion too?" The Holy Sword Society values talent and welcomes players from any region to join, the middle-aged man replied. "Fine then. You take the person, I'll take the item," the eyebrowless man said, his eyes naturally malicious. "Your Holy Sword Society only brought 3 people. I also have 3 people." The implication being that if a fight broke out, neither side would gain advantage. The middle-aged man didn't respond, but at that moment, the other 2 gold disciples of the Holy Sword Society appeared, flanking the eyebrowless man's group from both sides. The eyebrowless man's expression darkened. He was about to speak when his peripheral vision caught sight of a person with red glowing eyes standing on a nearby rooftop. Noticing her pulling a pocket watch from her pocket, his expression changed dramatically. "Do Xingnan of the Phantom Sound Knights. Retreat." The 3 vanished instantly from the rooftop, while the 3 gold disciples of the Holy Sword Society also lost their previous casual composure. "Lawrence Lee has a little errand boy. Didn't he come find you?" said the first Holy Sword Society gold disciple to appear. Do Xingnan's expression remained wooden, only her eyeballs moving slightly as she looked toward a certain direction. There, a teenage boy wrapped in faint green gas was descending onto a nearby rooftop while holding balloons. His eyes were vacant as he faced Do Xingnan's location. Got the guts to not run away? Can't even beat a blind person. Do Xingnan slightly frowned, shifting her gaze to look at Painting Woman in the distance, hand over the super item. The current situation placed Painting Woman in Pearl Hotel right at the center of these 5 individuals' encirclement, 3 A-grade players from the Holy Sword Society, Do Xingnan of the Phantom Sound Knights, Who made the eyebrowless man that dared confront the Holy Sword Society immediately retreat upon seeing her, and the young boy who could directly confront Dou Xingnan. The five stood on 4 different buildings, mutually wary, none making a move. Foreign players near Pearl Hotel are withdrawing outward, reported someone in Harbor City's central command room. Everyone watching the scene felt their hearts tighten. These foreign players were all formidable, yet they were retreating, demonstrating how powerful these 5 individuals must be. When Su Hua had called, he only specified the step of destroying Pearl Hotel. He hadn't mentioned whether there were subsequent plans. The command room initially believed Painting Woman was the player they had been communicating with. They thought she had painstakingly lured everyone to Pearl Hotel to use thermal weapons to eliminate some high-level players. But watching now, they felt uncertain. Could these players really be dealt with using artillery? Calculate the timing. Create every possible opportunity for her to escape, ordered the elderly man from Capital City. Preset time has arrived. Pearl Hotel's rooftop featured a transparent glass dome, though now most of the glass had shattered. Painting Woman stood at the center of the rooftop, clearly visible to everyone while also able to see others clearly herself. Sharp, knife-like paper fragments floated around her, enveloping the entire rooftop as she both defended against the 5 players and secretly checked her watch. When the time reached 7:31, accompanied by explosion sounds from below the hotel and incoming artillery from all directions, she couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. Raising both hands high, she gave the 5 players staring intently at her the middle finger. She's trying to enter the game. The Holy Sword Society trio moved first, deflecting the dense incoming bullets as they flashed onto Pearl Hotel's rooftop. But before they could act, massive amounts of toxic gas billowed in from upwind. The teenage boy who had floated into the air using balloons laughed mischievously. "So many of you bullying one person, how shameless." The 3 Holy Sword Society members didn't waste words. Their leader swept his hand through the air, and the surging poisonous gas around them seemed to be erased like pencil marks, creating a clean, straight path leading directly to the Painting Woman. At the same moment, Dou Xingnan also stood within the toxic fumes, her crimson pupils glowing faintly as she swung her pocket watch and commanded the Painting Woman, "Cut your own throat." The Painting Woman turned back and looked at her with confusion. Dou Xingnan paused momentarily, then shifted her gaze to the 3 Holy Sword Society members. The latter were momentarily stunned by her stare, but in the next instant they had retreated back to the rooftop edge. Just then, the balloon boy stretched his legs straight down and came stomping toward her head, forcing Dou Xingnan to move out of the way. The entire exchange between these experts had taken mere moments. By the time they retreated to the dome's edge, the hotel building began collapsing. Towering clouds of dust shot into the sky, enveloping the entire structure and blocking the view of all players. While the players, including drone operators, were searching through the ash and debris for any sign of the Painting Woman, the papers fluttering around the building suddenly froze midair. As if losing all power, they began falling one after another. Immediately after, a figure shot out from the dust cloud like a cannonball, crashing through several nearby buildings before being buried under rubble. That was the female player from Zone 014 who just flew out. She remained buried under the wreckage and didn't emerge again. As the floating papers continued falling to the ground, it could only mean one thing: the super item had changed owners. Who killed her? The 3 Holy Sword Society members cleared the dust from the air, only catching a glimpse of a hooded figure wearing a black mask flashing by before being forced away from the Pearl Hotel area by overwhelming pillars of paper and intermittent artillery fire. Simultaneously, papers from throughout the entire city converged toward the hotel like white doves, twisting and knitting together in the air to form a nearly solid giant pillar that rapidly rose upward. It soon extended beyond the dust cloud coverage, and standing atop it was clearly visible a figure wearing a hoodie, long pants, and a mask. The vortex pattern on that black mask made it impossible to discern his features, though his build suggested a man. The only visible parts, his eyes, seemed covered by a white film, making his entire person resemble an emotionless instrument. "I command you. Commit suicide." Dou Xingnan appeared directly in front of him, her eyes blazing with red light. Unfortunately, the man on the paper pillar ignored her command. Not just her, he treated the Holy Sword Society members as if they didn't exist either. He merely turned his head to look toward the southwest direction before disappearing from the paper pillar. From his appearance to his disappearance, the entire process hadn't exceeded 10 seconds. This suddenly emerging unknown player left everyone bewildered. He was so powerful that Dou Xingnan's hypnosis proved ineffective, and he didn't even regard the Holy Sword Society's gold disciples worth his attention. He moved with such leisure, as if he had just come to catch some wind while casually collecting the super item everyone was fighting over. Before leaving, he only gave a slight bit of attention toward the Phantom Sound Knights group battle, but who dared say this attention was actually directed at the Phantom Sound Knights? Lawrence Lee was an S-grade player after all. Could he be an S-grade player? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. But he had already left. Even several A-grade players hadn't managed to keep him there. What could the other players possibly do? The situation had transformed in the blink of an eye. This high-level player battle for the super item ended before it even properly began, abruptly drawing a close to the war that had shaken the entire E27 wormhole point over competing for the super item. The 3 Holy Sword Society members left first, followed by Dou Xingnan and the Balloon Boy heading toward the southwest direction of Harbor City. The foreign zone players trapped in the life and death round, after seeing the outcome, gradually began leaving too. Those who remained were observing the Phantom Sound Knights group battle. Similarly, the Harbor City command room found it difficult to believe things had ended so suddenly. Beyond disbelief, they couldn't help feeling angry and frustrated. So many people had died, yet the painting woman was ultimately killed by foreign zone players, and the super item had fallen into outsiders' hands. The most urgent matter now isn't calculating losses, said the elderly man from Capital City. Saving people takes priority. Thus, the command room quickly issued orders to cease artillery fire, search for the painting woman's body, and formulated rescue plans. The super item was gone, and most players were dead. Now there was nothing left in Zone 014 worth foreign zone players lingering for. The only thing left to wait for was the conclusion of the Phantom Sound Knights battle. The command room also lacked spare capacity to deal with them, only evacuating Harbor City residents to clear space for their fighting. Once they had fought enough and determined a victor, they would leave on their own. "We must find the painting woman's body," the elderly man from Capital City repeatedly emphasized. "We cannot let a hero die like this. The black and white roulette wheel hadn't disappeared yet." Besides trying their best to protect ordinary citizens caught within it while waiting for events to conclude, the only thing rescue teams could do was search for the painting woman's body. However, the painting woman had already secretly slipped away by this time. She changed her face and clothes, hiding in a hotel room where she happily hugged her gentleman of light metal while eating snacks and sending Su Hua a text message, "I'll wait for you to come back." Su Hua naturally couldn't receive her message. He had already reached the station by now. The moment he arrived at the station, he put away his twisted mask, removed the film covering his eyes and the headphones blaring deafening music, then threw them along with his hoodie into the stingy suitcase and stored it in his item slot. Only then did he check the time, perfect timing. For other players were in the station, and these people subtly closed in on him when they saw him. He didn't devote significant attention to these people. Things had progressed more smoothly than he anticipated. The high-level players restraining each other had given him the perfect opportunity. To guard against the Phantom Sound Knight's hypnotic player, he had simply disguised himself as blind and deaf. During those 10 seconds, he genuinely couldn't hear or see anything around him. While it appeared he was controlling the paper pillar's movements, it was actually the painting woman playing dead while providing remote assistance. He only needed to stand there, finally giving an ambiguous look toward the southwest direction, where intense fighting was happening, to divert players' attention. Successfully entering the station meant his plan was mostly accomplished. Currently, his only concern was whether someone might pursue him here. Just from watching the painting woman's brief confrontation while trapped in the Pearl Hotel, he clearly understood that some high-level players truly possessed certain special abilities or items related to space. Not knowing whether they had precise tracking or positioning items meant he couldn't relax until actually boarding the train. Su Hua finally looked up and scanned these people. "Will 2 tickets be enough to share among you?" Their eyes lit up. "If you have more, even better." Su Hua raised an eyebrow. "Has starving for a few days clouded your thinking? Someone who can obtain 4 or 5 train tickets and you dare try to rob them." The group exchanged glances, their expressions turning fierce. I've been starving here for 2 or 3 days. Even if I die, I want to taste meat one last time before going down. 2 minutes later, the 4 bodies were placed in a corner of the station. Suhwa straightened his clothes and quietly waited for the train to arrive. When the time on his train ticket reached the final second, he was instantly and safely transported from the station onto the train. Confirming that no players had followed him, he relaxed slightly while simultaneously detecting 3 gazes. This carriage contained 3 other players besides himself. A young woman with long hair sat with a man who appeared quite intimidating, while an elderly man sat alone further forward. Suhwa gave the 3 a wary glance, stared down the fierce-looking man, then walked to the very back of the carriage to find a seat. The 3 other passengers immediately averted their eyes. Ding dong! The train announcement sounded. Welcome players aboard the Dimensional Rift Special Train. This train 219 will depart from A-Level Station, heading to Building Block Fairy Tale City Station. Please ensure your personal safety while boarding in an orderly manner and abide by the train regulations. Train regulations are as follows. 1. Do not bring non-game items aboard. The train does not welcome firearms from any world. 2. Mandatory consumption. All train staff work without salary. Please respect their labor. Every player must spend at least 500 white bills after boarding. Press the call button for meal service. To prevent travel boredom, the train encourages recreational activities including ambushes, brawls, and hunting. Players may choose freely. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Unlike the trip to the Headhunter Demon Dungeon, this dungeon run announced new train regulations that essentially boiled down to no firearms allowed aboard, but the train wouldn't interfere if players killed each other. The game's malice toward players made such rules unsurprising, but what slightly interested Suhwa was the work without salary clause. The preliminary trial train's kitchen seemed to be contracted by a restaurant called Yongxing. If train staff really worked without pay, were they working for the game or for the contractor? Ding dong. The long-haired female player up front pressed the call button. Soon a uniformed attendant came forward, smiling broadly as he offered a menu. Miss, would you like to order? The female player nodded, flipping through the thick menu while asking, does the kitchen serve human flesh? The attendant's smile didn't falter. This train does not serve human flesh. Any recommendations? She handed the menu back. The attendant seemed even happier at this question, smiling as he said, today's chef is a 3-star master from Yongxing Restaurant. Special dishes include Arctic white frog, beauty vegetable juice, braised rhino meat, plus our signature dessert-colored salt ice cream. Bring all of those. The female player turned to the large man. Order whatever you want for yourself. The large man had only one requirement. Make it filling. The attendant added 3 portions of rhino meat for him. I'd like to order 2. The elderly man up front spoke. The attendant walked over. The old man flipped through the first 2 pages of the menu. Get me a bowl of noodles. Closing the menu, the attendant approached Suhwa. Sir, would you like to order? Suhwa adopted the appearance of someone short on funds, rubbing his pant legs as he said, how long until we reach the station? Can I skip ordering? Sir, you're going to Building Block Fairy Tale City Station, which is still 2 hours away. I recommend you order, it's train policy. Fine, I'll have a bowl of noodles too. Suhwa ordered with visible pain, then glanced toward the female player up front before gritting his teeth to add, and a glass of water. The attendant quickly left. Except for the female player's meals which came course by course, everyone else's orders arrived promptly. Suhwa finished his noodles in a few bites, then sat blatantly staring at the female player's back. When she finished eating, he picked up his water glass and walked over, sitting directly across from her. Need something to rinse your mouth? The female player glanced at him but didn't speak. You're going to Building Block Fairy Tale City Station too, right? Then we're doing the same dungeon. Suhwa continued without invitation. How about we team up? There's safety in numbers. Building Block Fairy Tale City Station has multiple dungeons. The female player seemed slightly interested. We won't know which specific dungeon until we arrive. What grade ticket do you have? E-grade ticket. Suhwa answered readily. You too. Disappointment flickered in the female player's eyes before she nodded casually and closed her eyes, ending the conversation. When Suhwa tried to speak again, the large man beside her stopped him. She needs to rest. Suhua shot him a glare, but seeing the female player truly had no intention of talking with him, he awkwardly stood up. Wait. The large man handed his water glass back to him. Your water. Suhua snatched it back indignantly, returned to his seat, drained the water in one gulp, sat for a while, then went to the restroom at the back. Only after returning did he properly sit in his seat, leaning back as if dozing. 2 hours passed quickly. Upon receiving the game notification, Suhua immediately sat upright. Player Extra has entered building block Fairy Tale City Station, automatically participating in E-grade dungeon, the storytelling woman. Background: every destroyed city has a tragic history, every harmed family has a painful story. 20 years ago, building block Fairy Tale City was a massive metropolis with 50 million people. Grand building block-shaped structures filled every corner of the city, once hailed as children's paradise. After experiencing a great catastrophe, building block Fairy Tale City shrank to 1/20th of its original size. Although the building block architecture remains in the town, children's voices have completely disappeared from here. Fortunately, many outsiders have settled here, gradually turning building block Fairy Tale City into a tourist destination. Every visitor entering building block Fairy Tale City can take a free guided tour of the old city ruins. Dungeon tasks: find someone who tells the correct story. Find a woman who tells the correct story. Find teeth for the storytelling woman. Dungeon time: 3 days. Please enter building block Fairy Tale Tourist City before dusk. Failure to complete will prevent obtaining return ticket. Beginning countdown: 3, 2, 1. After his vision shifted, Suhua found himself standing on an old, dilapidated street. This street had clearly been abandoned for a long time, with large sections of buildings reduced to rubble. Though occasional spots of green could be seen in ground cracks or wall crevices, the dust floating in sunlight and extremely quiet air testified to the desolation here. He looked back and saw the female player and her large companion had disembarked with him, but the elderly man hadn't gotten off. They stood near a bus stop. This sign doesn't even show the stop name clearly anymore. He approached the female player to make conversation. They just dump us here and leave? Which way should we go? The female player had nothing to say to him, but the big man beside her stepped forward to block him, warning him with his eyes not to approach. Suhua snorted coldly and distanced himself from them. Soon a large coach came driving from one end of the street. It screeched to a halt in front of them, and, before it had even fully stopped, a long-faced man opened the door and shouted, "Hurry up, everyone, hurry up. Time waits for no one." Suhua followed the female player and the other two onto the bus, and once aboard, he couldn't help but pause. There were far too many people on the vehicle. This bus resembled the coaches from his own world, only more spacious, with a table in front of each pair of seats. The vehicle could seat 30 people, and now with their group, it was almost at full capacity. Could a single dungeon have this many players participating? It seemed unlikely. But if all these people were players, that wouldn't be good news for them either. The female player walking ahead subconsciously frowned before heading toward the last row, where the only 3 empty seats remained. "Stop standing around. Everyone take your seats," the clearly identifiable long-faced tour guide said toward the front of the bus, calling out "drive." The self-driving coach automatically started up and began moving forward smoothly and rapidly. Once the vehicle was in motion, he stood at the front addressing the full bus. "Today's final group of tourists has arrived. Everyone rest assured, the bus won't make any more stops along the way. We'll definitely reach the tourist city before dusk." The other tourists laughed, with one woman saying, "I've traveled this route so many times, how could I not trust you? You're famously punctual. Since we have plenty of time anyway, why don't you tell us more about the mutants in the old district?" The long-faced tour guide smiled and said, "It seems everyone is very interested in mutants. Then everyone take out the brochures under your tables." Suhua followed the others in retrieving the thin booklet from under the tabletop, a slim color pamphlet. Aside from the first page featuring a brief introduction to building block Fairy Tale Tourist City, the rest was filled with illustrated guides to mutants, totaling up to 16 different types. Suhua followed the others in retrieving the thin booklet from under the tabletop, a slim color pamphlet. Aside from the first page featuring a brief introduction to building block Fairy Tale Tourist City, The rest was filled with illustrated guides to mutants, with up to 16 different types. Everyone's lucky today. We've caught the corrosion sea at low tide. This time every year, the most valuable type of fish form mutant comes ashore to migrate, the long-faced tour guide said. The algae shell mutants, the woman who had spoken earlier answered first. Exactly, the algae shell mutants, the long-faced tour guide clapped his hands once. After 20 years of evolution, the once corrupted sea has now become farming grounds for algae shells, and the mutants that entered ocean life after mutation became their perfect habitat. During high tide, these algae shells scatter their seeds onto the mutant skin. New algae shells then parasitize the mutants, drawing nutrients from their bodies to grow, becoming exceptionally plump by low tide. So not only will everyone get to see the rare algae shell mutants later, but you'll also get to taste exceptionally delicious algae shells. As he described this, numerous swallowing sounds could actually be heard throughout the bus. Even the long-faced tour guide himself jokingly wiped the corner of his mouth. Just thinking about that flavor makes my mouth water. Su Hua flipped to the algae shell mutant page. The photo showed a thin, emaciated person crawling out of purple seawater, its body surface covered with fish scale-like lesions, which in turn were covered with rooted shellfish growths. The roots of those shellfish dug into the mutant's skin like plant rhizomes, crowded together like veins, apparently feeding on the mutant's flesh as nutrients. The appearance of being covered in shellfish was somewhat bizarre, but one could still recognize it as human. Mutants were originally human too. Can we really eat things that grow from their bodies? A young man suddenly said from the front. Seeing everyone on the bus turn their eyes toward him, he explained somewhat awkwardly, "I was just asking casually." The long-faced tour guide didn't mind, instead saying, "You and the 3 friends who boarded later must be visiting the tourist city for the first time." I could tell at a glance. "None of us have eaten those algae shells," the female player said at this point. The long-faced tour guide smiled. "Of course not. Anyone who's tasted algae shells would never remember where they grew from. You won't understand even if I tell you now. When we get to the tourist city later, I'll point out a few restaurants that serve algae shells. Whether they're delicious or not, you'll only know by trying them." The female player nodded calmly and confidently. Su Hua flipped through the booklet and muttered, "I wonder if they're expensive." As the bus drove onto a suspension bridge, the long-faced tour guide spoke again. "Everyone, this here is the feeding area. Below are omnivorous mutants famous for their enormous appetites. Although their external degeneration isn't obvious, their habits and instincts are no different from wild beasts, and they're particularly vicious. There have been accidents before where tourists fell to their deaths. Once you fall down, you'll be completely devoured by the mutants before you even stop breathing. Everyone be careful when feeding." The guide's words didn't scare people. Instead, they excited the returning tourists even more. They skillfully leaned out the windows, throwing down meat they had prepared in advance while pointing at particular mutants and laughing excitedly in their conversations. At this point, the long-faced tour guide brought over a cage. When opened, it revealed some small live animals. "Would you 3 like to try?" Clearly marked 50 white bills each. The female player's expression darkened slightly as she turned away. "Disgusting. I'll take one." Su Hua instead handed over 100 white bills. The long-faced tour guide pulled out a small monkey-like animal, gave him his change, and said, "Hold on tight now. These dwarf monkeys are quite nimble. You think I'd let it escape?" Su Hua patted his chest confidently, but as soon as he took it, the little monkey clawed him twice, kicked off his face, and leaped out the window. Amid the bus tourists' uproarious laughter, they all looked toward where the little monkey had escaped. This should be good entertainment. The suspension bridge's railings were made of some unknown material. The little monkey couldn't get stable footing when it jumped onto them and fell directly toward the bridge below. Simultaneously, 3 mutants leaped out from different directions, tearing it into pieces midair. The blood and organs that sprayed down were licked clean by other mutants surging forward. In 2 to 3 seconds, nothing remained except some bloodstains. Su Hua narrowed his eyes, but then heard the long-faced tour guide say, "Aside from the tourist routes in this farming area, everywhere else is mutant territory. Anything living that goes in won't come out intact." After speaking, he handed over a tube of ointment. "Specialized scratch medicine. 50 white bills. Did you do that on purpose?" Su Hua turned back angrily. "When you're traveling, don't be so stingy." That monkey was captured from the contaminated zone. If you get scratched, your wound might fester. 50 white bills to avoid a rotting hand. That's a good deal. The long-faced tour guide forcibly took the white bills Su Hua hadn't yet managed to pocket. After having 50 white bills snatched, but getting a tube of ointment in return, Su Hua applied the ointment to his wound as if venting his frustration. However, this ointment's effect was truly remarkable. The broken skin quickly formed a scab without any pain or itching. While it couldn't match the healing potion's effectiveness, this was an ointment that could be purchased at low cost, making its value far exceed its price. The vehicle crossed the suspension bridge, entering a partitioned area ahead. Both sides of the main road were enclosed with glass partitions. After passing through the automatic disinfection zone, the vehicle entered the enclosed area, allowing passengers to observe the surroundings through the glass on both sides. The left side showed urban ruins, where one or two heads occasionally emerged from the broken walls and debris. As the vehicle progressed, strangely shaped mutants silently followed, attempting to break the glass. However, this glass seemed to be made of special material. Their evolved long nails and sharp teeth could only leave faint scratches on its surface. The vehicle intentionally drove close to the glass. Whenever mutants pounced, it created a sense of crisis, as if they might break through at any moment, startling several people who were seeing the scene for the first time into screaming. Most tourists were accustomed to this spectacle. The sight of mutants hunting was less entertaining than watching fellow passengers get frightened, and everyone's teasing made several people blush with embarrassment. Everyone looked to the right. Shell harvesting operations are underway ahead, the long-faced guide announced at this moment. Su Hua turned with the crowd and first saw a purple ocean on the ground. Different from how it appeared in photos, to the naked eye, the purple water surface floated with iridescent colors resembling oil slicks, and the water seemed lifeless, flowing sluggishly. Workers on steel frames all wore thick protective suits. They used anesthetic to subdue the slow-moving mutants, dragged them up, directly decapitated them, used machines to harvest the algae shells from their bodies, then threw the corpses back into the sea to become food for other mutants. From anesthesia to corpse disposal, the entire process only took time during the algae shell harvesting phase, with assembly line operations being quite proficient. Su Hua glanced back at the female player pretending to sleep beside him, then looked up and asked the long-faced guide, "The algae shell mutants can grow algae shells, but those other mutants seem pretty useless." He pointed at the ferocious-looking mutants on the left. "Why not exterminate them all? Keeping them around is too dangerous." The long-faced guide said dismissively, "Why kill them? They've already become mutants. Since they're useless anyway, keeping them for exhibition can promote economic development." An old woman sitting in front of Su Hua chuckled and said, "Our building block fairy tale tourist city is most famous for its architecture, cuisine, and this mutant exhibition. Every year, many people come specifically for this, and even locals occasionally take tourist buses to visit." "Auntie, do you live in Tourist City?" Su Hua leaned forward with a smile and said, "Young people have greedy mouths and care more about food than anything else. How can mutants compare to delicious food?" The old woman laughed heartily. "Young men full of energy eat wherever they go. When we arrive at Tourist City, buy a food guide. It has all kinds of delicious things, both expensive and affordable, guaranteed to satisfy you completely. But you must be careful not to get pulled into some scammy small shops. Those places sell products from contaminated zones that haven't been processed. If people eat them, it's terrible. You'll at least get sick." Su Hua grinned and rubbed his stomach. "Don't mention it. Now that you do, I'm really hungry." The old woman took out a package of round white things from her bag, ate one herself, then grabbed a handful for him. "Tourist City specialty, roasted sunflower seeds. Take your time cracking them. They're very fragrant." "Thank you, Auntie." Su Hua smiled as he accepted them, popping one into his mouth while secretly glancing sideways. The female player had now opened her eyes and was watching him. He quickly divided half of them. "Do you want some?" The female player frowned at what was in his hand, hesitating for a good while before reluctantly taking a few. Under the watchful eyes of him and the old woman, she put them in her mouth. They were quite crispy when bitten. Not bad flavor. Su Hua and the old woman wore identical smiles, getting along as well as real grandmother and grandson. They chatted while cracking sunflower seeds all the way until they arrived at Tourist City. Before getting off the bus, the old woman even gave him 2 discount coupons and recommended familiar places for him to stay. Tourist City's exterior somewhat resembled ancient walled cities, with tall surrounding walls. At first glance, it looked like an enlarged version of a building block city, with an additional protective fence added outside. As their vehicle drove in, bells rang from the building block walls, and the rear gate closed shut. Most tourists left excitedly after getting off the vehicle, while Sue was group of 3, the young man who had spoken on the bus earlier, and another man and woman remained behind. After exchanging glances, they each looked away. Tourist City closes at dusk. After closing, no one can enter or exit. The long-faced guide pointed at a notice board not far away. If it's your first time playing without experience, check the route map or buy a travel guide. It's best to find accommodation before dark. Will there be dangers after dark? Asked the woman from the couple. What dangers could there be? The long-faced guide scowled. You outsiders always think everywhere is unsafe. If that's the case, then just hide at home and don't go out. He turned to leave, but the man beside the woman quickly grabbed him and offered several white bills. She doesn't know how to speak properly, please don't take it to heart. Look, we're newcomers who know nothing. It's getting dark soon, could you recommend affordable accommodation? The long-faced guide finally relaxed his expression, pulling several business cards from his pants pocket and tossing them dismissively. These places are all good. After he left, the man holding the business cards turned back with an unpleasant expression. What kind of places did he give? Said the young man from the same vehicle. If the price isn't too high, let's stay there first. I've had this creepy feeling down my spine since entering. This place definitely isn't safe at night. They all turned to look into Tourist City. Like ordinary tourist destinations, the streets were filled with local specialty signs, mostly for food and entertainment. Tourists crowded the streets, and spacious shops were packed with people, though all buildings were made in various building block styles. Most items for sale were things they had never seen before. Once processed into food, the original ingredients became completely unrecognizable, emitting strange aromas that created a strong impulse to feast. But prosperity didn't equate to safety. Any tourist destination had mixed company, and it was impossible to say where traps might be hidden. That guide definitely wanted to scam people, the man said, throwing away the business cards in his hand. The young man beside him quickly bent down to pick them up, but the man rushed over to snatch them back, glaring at him. I paid for these. If you want some, spend your own money. The young man had no choice but to turn back to look at the route map. Accommodations aren't in this area, the long-haired player said while also studying the route map. Judging by the distance, it would take about half an hour on foot. Let's take a taxi. The large man who never left her side pointed at the nearby ride-hailing button. There's autonomous driving service here. Su Hua, who had been leaning against the bulletin board, moved closer. 200 white bills just to start? That's so expensive. The female player stepped back to distance herself from him, signaling the large man to call the car. The large man pressed the button, and Su Hua, not to be outdone, pressed it too. Soon, 2 small autonomous RVs arrived. Just before getting in the car, Su Hua waved his discount coupons at the female player. Want to ride together? The female player didn't even glance at him and directly got into her vehicle. Can we share a ride? The young man asked Su Hua. Su Hua lifted his eyelids and gave him a once-over. Fine. As they just got in the car, 2 burly men rushed out from somewhere, squeezing into the vehicle just before the door closed. Each held a gun pressed against Su Hua's and the young man's sides, growling, "Shut up. Drive." The small RV's passenger compartment was completely transparent, so people outside could see what was happening inside. The couple who originally wanted to hitch a ride turned and left when they saw this, while the female player who had already put some distance between them coldly withdrew her gaze. After the car started moving, the young man couldn't help saying, "Brothers, let's talk this out. I've got some money on me." The burly man with the buzz cut next to him slapped him across the face. "I told you to shut up." The young man's head hit the car window, and when he turned back, 2 streams of blood flowed from his nose, looking utterly pathetic. "Someone like you can become a player." The burly man with the eyebrow piercing who was restraining Su Hua sneered, then turned back to Su Hua. "Hand over your stuff." I don't have any money. Suhua quickly shoved the discount coupons in his hand toward him. I only have these. The two were specifically after these. The eyebrow-pierced, burly man grabbed them, exchanged a look with his partner, and asked, "Where did you get these coupons?" "An old woman from the same car gave them to me," Suhua said. She recommended these two places for lodging. The two discount coupons were for Bear Claw Restaurant and Beauty Aromatherapy Shop, respectively. "Do these look like proper lodging places?" the buzz-cut burly man muttered to himself. "They do offer accommodation," the young man spoke up again. The bulletin board mentioned that most shops here provide lodging, and Beauty Aromatherapy Shop even has a 4-star recommendation. You're players too, right? This tourist city is huge, and it's not easy for players to gather. More people make it easier to find dungeon clearance clues. I'm still completely confused about the dungeon task myself. The two burly men clearly weren't doing much better, but compared to simply being clueless, they seemed more irritable. Especially the buzz-cut burly man, who without thinking slapped him again. When the young man looked up again, blood flowed even more freely from his nose. "Brother, do you think these two places are reliable?" the buzz-cut burly man asked. The eyebrow-pierced burly man appeared quite hesitant, taking several seconds before saying, "Still better than what that damn tour guide suggested. We've got two ready options here. We can try them one place at a time." Hearing this, Suhua immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed, "These places aren't dangerous, are they?" "I'm not going. Such a big city, you can stay anywhere. What difference does it make where you stay? If really necessary, I can just squat somewhere for the night. What do you know?" The eyebrow-pierced burly man raised his hand to strike, but then noticed the obvious scratch marks on the arm Suhua had raised to protect his face. He quickly withdrew his hand. "Where did those injuries come from?" "Monkey scratches." "Was it from that tour guide you bought it from?" The eyebrow-pierced burly man immediately said, "Was the monkey from the contaminated zone?" Suhua nodded suspiciously, only to see the two big guys practically trying to shrink into the corner of the car, pointing at him and saying, "Stay away from us." "I've already applied medicine." Suhua reached out, but this prompted both men to aim their guns at him. Suhua had no choice but to sit back, exchanging a bewildered look with the equally confused young man. "You're not injured, are you?" the eyebrow-pierced burly man asked the latter. The young man shook his head. After confirming, both men moved entirely to his side. "Does being scratched by animals from the contaminated zone have bad consequences?" The young man, not learning his lesson, started talking again. This time, however, Buzzcut didn't hit him. After exchanging a look with the eyebrow-pierced burly man, they stopped speaking and instead stared intently at Suhua. Both sides maintained this state until they arrived at Bear Claw Restaurant. The four got out of the car, with Buzzcut hiding his gun in his clothes while pointing it at Suhua, forcing him to go inside. Suhua struggled for a moment before finally entering the shop under duress. The restaurant was quite crowded at this time, with most people eating the same meals. He looked at the menu board. This restaurant only had 2 set meals, red and blue. The red set was a simple bear claw meal, while the blue set was bear claw steak with a pumpkin soup. Just after ordering the set meal and sitting down, a diner next to him mysteriously leaned over. "Young man, want something to make your meal more interesting?" Suhua raised an eyebrow. "Sure." The man directly reached out his hand. 50 white bills. "How do I know if it's worth the price?" Suhua refused to pay. The diner sat down beside him, lowering his voice. "I know some inside information about this restaurant, but that requires white bills. Since you seem like a decent fellow, I'll give you a discount first. Those injuries on your arm, were they caused by contaminated zone animals?" "You can tell that too?" Suhua said in surprise. The diner smiled smugly. "Only you outsiders get carelessly scratched by contaminated zone animals. We locals would never touch those things." "Why? Do you know how mutants came to be?" "At first, they were contaminated people who slowly turned into mutants. All contaminated people either get locked up in breeding zones or exhibition gardens. Perfectly good people, it's really pitiful." Though the diner spoke of pity, his face showed no trace of sympathy. He looked at Suhua with schadenfreude. "Contaminated people can spread it to 10, then 100 others. Your injuries aren't serious, so it's not obvious yet. If they were any worse, government mercenaries would definitely capture and lock you up. Once you degenerate into a mutant, they'll throw you into the mutant zone to generate revenue. In this place, tourists often go missing. I suspect they've all been captured. Then is there any hope for me? Suhua asked. We locals have lived here since the Great Contamination 20 years ago. Those who survived mostly developed immunity, not afraid of contamination. At worst, if injured, we'll be sick for half a month, so nobody sells any potions. The diner continued, but I know a place that sells antidotes smuggled in from other zones. You could try your luck. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, clearly wanting money before giving the clues. Suhua smiled and gave him 50 white bills. First tell me about this inside information. The diner gave a thumbs up, praising, young brother knows what's up. Then he changed his tone, lowering his voice to an almost inaudible whisper. The bear claw steaks here are all made from human flesh. Really? Suhua expressed genuine surprise. Of course it's true, the diner said with a hint of excitement as he chewed on a piece of meat from his meal. I have a friend whose brother lives nearby. He's seen tourists enter this place and never come out. Sometimes you can hear screams here in the middle of the night, but you never see large garbage bags being thrown out. Where do you think those people went? Suhua looked at his plate, and the diner quickly added, this is made from vegetarian ingredients. Looking at the tourist city, it's quite large and prosperous, but it's a shame such a huge area is occupied by mutants. Suhua changed the subject. What's there to regret? The diner waved his hand dismissively. Even if the mutant zone were cleared out, it wouldn't be habitable. Those are all areas that were previously contaminated by pollution leaks. They can only be used to breed mutants. Just then, new customers entered the shop. The diner moved faster than the server, carrying his tray over to them, but they waved him away. Unbothered, he simply found another place to sit. Ignoring the two large men outside the shop who were making faces and gesturing for him to leave, Suhua called the server over to inquire about staying at the inn. The server smiled and led him to the back hall for registration. What is he doing? Didn't he hear what that local just said? He still dares to stay here. The short-haired man expressed disbelief. If he wants to get himself killed, that's not our problem, the eyebrow-pierced, burly man said. Let's move to the next location. The young man showed hesitation, but had no choice as the two men forced him to follow them away. Suhua, who had followed the server to the back hall, certainly didn't actually intend to stay at the inn. Although that diner was full of tall tales, the 2 discount coupons given by the old woman on the tour bus were definitely not for good places. On the contrary, the business card given by the long-faced guide seemed somewhat credible. After telling the server he no longer wanted to stay at the inn, he left through another door of the restaurant. Walking in the opposite direction of the short-haired trio, Suhua entered a flower shop and stopped before a flower with purple-black petals adorned with intricate patterns. Sir, you have excellent taste, the female shop assistant introduced. These golden powder purples just arrived this morning. They're cultivated using purified water from the corrosive sea, beautiful color, long blooming period, and they can even freshen the air when placed at home. The corrosive sea is also a contaminated zone, right? Flowers grown with that seawater won't harm people's health. Suhua asked. Of course not, the shop assistant laughed. The original seawater undergoes pollution treatment before it can be used. Sir, since you're traveling, why not take some of these flowers back? Your girlfriend or family would definitely love them. Just as Suhua was about to take out money to buy the flowers, the shop assistant added, there's actually a beautiful story about these golden powder purples. She invited him to sit down, served tea, and began recounting the tale. The story happened 20 years ago, before the pollution leak. A beautiful newlywed woman moved from the outer districts to Building Block Fairy Tale City, planning to settle here. But unexpectedly, just 1 month after their arrival, the woman's husband suddenly disappeared. The woman spent a long time searching for her husband until one day, a man covered in fish scales appeared before her and revealed his identity. It turned out the scaled man was the woman's husband. During an outing, he had been captured by a mysterious organization for experiments, gradually mutating into this monstrous form. His tastes had completely changed too. He developed a craving for human blood. Any woman would struggle to accept her beloved transformed into such a horrifying appearance, but this beautiful woman embraced everything about her husband. She hid him in the basement and took on all responsibility for supporting their family. Although the husband had developed a taste for human blood, for the woman's sake, he chained himself up with iron chains. Worried he might give up on himself while alone, the woman asked him to grow flowers for her. But how could flowers grow in a basement? The two encouraged each other like this and persevered for 2 years until the pollution leak incident erupted. It turned out most of Building Block Fairy Tale City had already been contaminated long before. So when the first mutated person appeared, many people quickly turned into mutants. They no longer recognized their loved ones and friends, seeing them only as food to satisfy their hunger. The shop assistant paused to take a sip of tea to calm herself, then returned to the woman's story. Unable to bear the thought of her husband dying alone, the woman fled with him. But during their escape, the husband revealed his true nature to save the woman when she was surrounded by mutants and was driven out of the safe zone by others. Unable to bear completely degenerating into a monster before the woman he loved, the husband committed suicide by jumping into the sea while holding the flowers he'd grown for her. Heartbroken, the woman followed him in death. Unexpectedly, half a month after their deaths, the seaside became covered with a deep purple flower that gradually developed colorful patterns. Moved by their love story, the people of Building Block Fairy Tale City even erected a monument for them in the city. The shop assistant took out a tourist route map and pointed to a particular square. Right here, True Love Square. After noting this location, Suhua asked, "I've heard many people mention the pollution incident. What kind of pollution leak could affect such a large city?" The shop assistant shook her head. "I was only a few years old at the time. How would I know these things? If you're interested, sir, you could ask some older people." Suhua paid for the flowers and casually bought a tourist guide from a nearby small shop, finding the memorial museum mentioned within. There were many records about Building Block Fairy Tale City before its area was reduced, but mentions of the pollution leak 20 years ago were only briefly touched upon. It simply stated that a genetic experimentation company had been using live human subjects for experiments, developing a pollution source that could cause human degeneration. After devastating most of Building Block Fairy Tale City, this genetic company was shut down by the government, and the contaminated city was isolated. Besides establishing mutant viewing routes and breeding zones like the Corrosive Sea, the government also set up research institutions in the contaminated areas dedicated to developing genetic antidotes. Interestingly, all government agencies of Building Block Fairy Tale Tourist City were established within the contaminated zones. Those serving the current government weren't the original military forces of Building Block Fairy Tale City, but rather foreign mercenaries. Shifting his gaze from the city literature, Suhua looked at two people not far to his right and smiled. What a coincidence. Those two people were precisely the female player and large man who had left earlier. The female player stepped forward. "You came to look at the city literature too? Find anything interesting?" Suhua looked shrewd. "Trying to pump me for information?" This time the female player actually smiled. "We're both here for the mission. Exchanging information would save time." "Then you go first," Suhua said, crossing his arms. "I'm holding something important, so I need to see if your clues are worth exchanging." "Fine," the female player agreed readily, lowering her voice. "The tourist city has no children." Strange, right? Building Block Fairy Tale City was once known as Children's Paradise, but so far I haven't seen a single child. Even visiting tourists don't bring children with them. Suhua wore an expression that said, "You're trying to fool me." "How is this important information?" "It's written in the game's background setting." The female player paused, then added, "Don't you want to know why?" "Why?" "Apparently, after the great contamination 20 years ago, people here can no longer have children. Also, outside visitors carrying children aren't allowed to enter the city." "How is this related to the game mission?" Suhua questioned doubtfully. "People in the city keep talking about the contamination incident from 20 years ago," the female player explained. "But the air, soil, and water sources here are all normal. So why haven't any babies been born in these 20 years? There must be some hidden truth here, maybe related to our mission." Suhua seriously considered this. "You make a valid point." The female player smiled slightly. "What about your information?" Suhua looked around before lowering his voice. "You can't just stay at any shop here. I heard in the restaurant that some shops frequently have tourists disappearing, and even their meat dishes are made from people. How about that? Pretty important news, right? Look, it's getting dark. Why don't we partner up to find lodging? It's just that staying here is quite expensive. Could you lend me some money?" The female player pressed her lips together, her chest heaving, clearly furious. but she still threw him 500 white bills and said angrily, "Take it. That should be enough for one night." Suhwa pocketed the white bills and called out cheerfully to her hurriedly retreating back, "Wait for me." The female player walked even faster. Only after she disappeared from view did Suhwa leave the museum to find accommodation. If the female player's information was accurate, it somewhat verified some of his thoughts. The story told by the flower shop assistant seemed logically inconsistent, with important parts downplayed. But if you change the identities of the main characters and the priority of events, the story would become much more coherent and familiar. First, the female protagonist's husband was a player-eater who began mutating several years before the Great Contamination. Second, when mutants appeared in large numbers, this husband fought against the mutants. Eventually, his mutation became severe, and he committed suicide before completely losing his sanity. This aligned with the progression of the real world's gamification, first appearing in small numbers of evolvers and players, then expanding. The difference was that Building Block Fairy Tale City's gamification process was interrupted. Most people here suddenly turned into mutants, causing the city's population and area to shrink dramatically. The reason for the mutant transformation lay in the toxins produced during the evolution process. These toxins weren't infectious diseases and didn't require extreme containment measures. According to the female player, the soil and water quality here were fine, yet Building Block Fairy Tale City's government intentionally isolated even themselves. Locals even spread rumors that anyone injured by animals from the contaminated zone would be taken for experiments. All of this actually served to exaggerate the dangers of the contaminated zone. Whether people in Building Block Fairy Tale City knew the specific details of the Great Contamination remained unknown for now. But many people here told stories involving the Great Contamination, which clearly had hidden circumstances. Who would believe it wasn't related to the game mission? The dungeon had 3 missions. The game didn't indicate whether completing just one would allow clearance, so currently all 3 missions had to be treated as mandatory. Looking just at the latter 2 missions revealed they were connected: find the woman who tells the correct story and find teeth for her. If the 3 options were progressive, then the first step was to find someone who tells the correct story. Many people in Building Block Fairy Tale City told stories, but the correct story likely referred to one or several specific stories. Regardless of truth, before finding this person, they needed to understand the general direction of the correct story. Based on current information, this direction most likely pointed toward the Great Contamination from 20 years ago. Having sorted out some clues, Suhwa's vehicle arrived at Yongxing Club. As he got out, several tourists had just been turned away at the entrance. A server politely said, "Gentlemen, we operate on a membership system here. Only members may stay. Not even if we pay more," one tourist asked. "We can apply for membership cards. Membership cards are issued by the headquarters. Our branch cannot process membership applications," the server explained with a smile. The tourists left disgruntled. Suhwa stepped forward and asked, "Can I use my Yongxing restaurant membership card here?" The server's smile became more genuine. "Of course. Yongxing membership cards are universal. May I ask your surname, sir?" "Su." Suhwa handed over the membership card he obtained from the preliminary trial train. The server accepted it with both hands, slid his finger along the edge, then quickly returned it. He warmly invited Suhwa inside and began introducing the club's facilities. The first floor is primarily for leisure and entertainment. Mr. Su can play ball games or drink tea here. If you wish to watch performances, besides the cinema, we also have a dedicated performance team. The second floor is for dining. Besides local cuisine from Building Block Fairy Tale City, we offer specialty dishes from other regions. However, the restaurant does not serve human meat or any meat and vegetables produced by mutants. We appreciate your understanding. The third floor contains the swimming and fitness areas. Floors 4 through 10 are VIP suites. Mr. Su may choose any available room. "I'd like to enjoy the night view," Suhwa said. "I understand." Mr. Su can stay in the panoramic suite on the top floor. It offers a 360-degree bird's-eye view of Fairy Tale City, and you can even see the lights of the government city in the contaminated zone. The server smilingly handed him a bill showing the price, 5,000 white bills per night for the panoramic suite. Suhwa booked 2 nights and gave him an additional 1,000 as tip. "Can members bring guests?" "My apologies, Mr. Su. Yongxing only admits guests holding membership cards. This is to ensure all guests' comfort. Suhua nodded, ordered some food, then asked, "You mentioned you have a performance team? Do you have storytellers?" "Yes, we do." "Would you prefer to relax in a private room downstairs or rest in your room?" the server asked. "Have them come up to my room." The server quickly left. By the time Suhua finished showering, both the food and the storyteller had arrived. He sat at the dining table and glanced at the woman standing several meters away. "You're quite young." The woman smiled. "If Sir wishes to hear stories about building block Fairy Tale City, I know them all." Suhua took a sip of wine. "Then start with the contamination incident from 20 years ago." The woman told several related stories. Her storytelling was much more pleasant than those Suhua encountered during the day. At least the stories had complete beginnings and endings without obvious flaws. However, they were still stories of questionable authenticity without the content he wanted to know. After sending her away, he called the server again and learned that this club was built 10 years ago. By that time, the tourism city model was already well established. Storytelling had become an essential skill for locals and local business people, so the club trained a group of storytellers. But the story content was largely similar to those found throughout Fairy Tale City. Standing by the window, Suhua suddenly noticed several stray cats fighting in a street corner. One exhausted, skinny cat fell from a garbage bin, got stuck to something on the ground, and then the other cats swarmed it, biting its throat and devouring it. By now, night had deepened. After shops on both sides of the street closed, the street lights suddenly dimmed. The darkness fell silent, like dead animals hiding in the shadows beneath the brightly lit buildings in the distant contaminated zone. Withdrawing his gaze, he drew the curtains and lay down on the bed. At 3 o'clock in the morning game time, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door without warning. Suhua remained lying on the bed without moving, opening his eyes to look toward the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The urgent knocking gradually turned into pounding, the sound continuously escalating. Suhua simply sat up, listening to the noise at the door, neither responding nor planning to open it. The knocking continued for a while longer before suddenly stopping abruptly, followed by the sound of footsteps retreating into the distance. A few seconds later, footsteps with a different rhythm passed by the door. After about a minute of silence, another set of footsteps returned from the direction they had left, banging violently on the door. "Help! Save me! Someone wants to kill me! Please open the door! He's coming soon. If he finds me, I'm dead. Please, open the door quickly. If you don't open it, I'll die. I have many valuable things. I'll give you anything if you just open the door. Open the door. Open the door." The pounding and shouting grew increasingly intense. Suhua pressed the service button by the bed, but when the connection was made, the speaker wasn't the server, it was the woman outside the door. "Please save me, otherwise I'll die here." Suhua directly ended the communication, but immediately afterward the sound outside the door disappeared, replaced by knocking on the window. He got up and walked to the window, casually pulling open the curtains. Taking out his lighter, he lit a cigarette and said to the disheveled, blood-covered woman hanging outside, "It's the middle of the night. Go back to sleep." The woman's face twisted momentarily, then she lunged toward the person inside the window. Unexpectedly, Suhua suddenly reached out and opened the glass window. The barrier between them vanished instantly, and the woman almost couldn't stop herself from face-planting into him. She reflexively grabbed both sides of the window frame, but immediately realized she had shown fear. As she turned her head, her chin dropped and she spat out a long tongue. Suhua watched her performance expressionlessly. The window wasn't even locked. "Isn't it tiring hanging out there? Why don't you come in and we can chat?" The woman's expression stiffened. Seeing him reach toward her, she retreated from the window instead, floating lightly upward before disappearing. At that moment, a faint scream came from somewhere not far from Yongxing Club. Suhua glanced in that direction before going back to sleep. Early the next morning, just as day broke, the tourist city returned to yesterday's liveliness. The tourists who had disappeared during the night suddenly all reappeared, and the aroma of food filled every corner of the city. When Suhua went to the second floor for breakfast, he saw yesterday's server and asked, "Does no one work night shifts here?" The server smiled and said, "Our working hours are from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Suhua nodded. Game hotels obviously couldn't be compared to real-world hotels. After breakfast, he planned to visit True Love Square. As he reached the lobby, he heard a server coming downstairs say to the front desk that guest just broke a crystal wine glass worth 15,000 white bills. It was missed during the first registration. Suhua raised an eyebrow slightly, but then heard the backpack-carrying woman walking past him mutter, "This damned Yongxing made its fortune by scamming customers, didn't it?" She then looked up and glared at him. "What are you looking at?" "Never seen a woman before." Suhua glanced at her and turned to leave. He headed toward True Love Square but didn't rush, instead stopping and starting along the way. When the mood struck him, he would join groups of locals to chat for a while before moving on. By the time he reached True Love Square, it was mealtime, but the place was still crowded with people, mostly couples, all listening to guides or locals tell the love story carved on the 3 stone tablets at the square's center. Suhua stood at the periphery and read the tablets. The story was similar to what he heard yesterday, but with specific dates added. The ages and life stories of the male and female protagonists were also recorded, particularly the female protagonist who was famous for her expertise in cultivating new flower varieties. After watching at the tablets for a while, he noticed someone in the crowd watching him. Turning around, he saw a white-dressed girl smiling at him across the sea of people. She wore a tour guide badge on her shoulder and waved to him. "Sir, come over here. We're about to start the story from the beginning." Suhua obligingly walked over and listened to the love story once more. Some tourists and couples who had finished listening were both tearful and regretful. This might have been the best ending for them. The white-dressed girl smiled. Separation by life and death is the most painful thing in the world. Perhaps in another world, they can find happiness. The tourists nodded repeatedly, wiping tears from the corners of their eyes before surging toward the shop selling fried algae shells. A female tourist said while eating algae shells, "These are the best for hydration." The white-dressed girl watched them for a few seconds before turning back to Suhua. "Algae shells are the most popular delicacy recently. Wouldn't you like to try some, sir?" Suhua shook his head and handed her a bottle of water. "Moisten your throat." "Thank you." The white-dressed girl accepted it, then added, "I noticed you've been standing here for quite a while. Are you missing your loved one?" "I don't have a loved one," Suhua said. Did she leave you?" The white-dressed girl said comfortingly, "Don't be sad. You'll definitely find a beloved girl again." Suhua smiled slightly and turned his head toward the tablets. "Aside from these tablets, don't they have graves?" The white-dressed girl followed his gaze to the tablets, then suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. "Sir must be joking. This is Fairy Tale City after all. There are no tombstones in Fairy Tale City. What if they scare children?" Just as Suhua was about to speak again, someone called for the white-dressed girl from afar. She apologetically handed him a business card. "I have work to do. If you need a tour guide or narrator, you can contact me." "Okay." Suhua casually pocketed the card, watching her figure disappear into the crowd before turning to leave True Love Square and hailing a car to the tourist city entrance. Meanwhile, at the tourist city entrance, the female player and large man from yesterday's car, along with that couple of players, had all returned here one after another. The young man who had been kidnapped also returned. When the 5 of them met face to face, they could all see the exhaustion on each other's faces. They found a rest area by the roadside. The young man, his face covered in scars, spoke first. "Did any of you find clues?" This opened the conversation. The couple spoke first, the woman touching the scratches on her face. "Forget finding clues. We didn't even dare stay in a shop yesterday. Then we ran into a pack of stray cats and dogs on the street." "You got injured this badly by stray cats and dogs," the young man interrupted in shock. "You think they were ordinary cats and dogs," the woman said angrily. "The cats and dogs here are fiercer than tigers and leopards. They all eat people. What about you? Any findings?" The man beside her interrupted her and asked. The young man's mouth twitched. "I went to an aromatherapy shop yesterday. I don't know what happened, but when I woke up early this morning, the 2 guys who robbed me had mysteriously disappeared. I was so scared I ran out immediately." The long-haired female player and the large man didn't fare much better. "The place we stayed at yesterday was called Violet Restaurant. The shop itself wasn't problematic, but most of the guests staying there were cannibals. Once night fell," She didn't finish the sentence, but just from that complicated expression, one could imagine what kind of horrific situation a shop full of cannibalistic diners would be. What kind of damned place is this? The woman with facial injuries pounded the table. This fairy tale city is too strange, the long-haired female player said. Whether locals or tourists, everyone here loves telling stories. You can't walk 10 meters without 3 or 4 people approaching you to sell inside information, all of it horrifying content. After listening, you only get one feeling. There isn't a single safe place in this entire city. Someone suddenly spoke up from behind them. They turned to see a young woman wearing a backpack. The backpack woman walked over and said openly, "I'm a player too. We probably came for the same dungeon. I arrived earlier than you all, I got here at noon. There were 2 other male players with me, but they've gone missing." Were those 2 men one with short hair and one with an eyebrow piercing? The long-haired female player asked. The backpack woman nodded. They've already disappeared, the young man quickly added. At Beauty Aromatherapy Shop. So that's what happened. The backpack woman wasn't surprised. She sat down beside them. After yesterday, you should have a preliminary understanding of this fairy tale city. Everyone here can casually tell 10 or 20 stories, but I suspect the story we need to hear might only be one. If we operate separately, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. I propose we team up. The others exchanged glances. The long-haired female player nodded. I have no objections. The other 3 also nodded. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Tao Chengxin, E-grade black player, the backpack woman said. Sun Jiru, also an E-grade player. The long-haired female player shook her hand, then introduced the large man beside her. This is Shen Tai, my friend, also an E-grade player. I'm Tang Yuan. The Yuan meaning second son, not the round circle character. The young man quickly followed. I'm a white player. The couple beside him glanced at him, then said, Wang Qiao, Gao Bai Mei. These 2 were also E-grade players. If the 2 people who came in the same car as me are missing, then that leaves just the 6 of us, Tao Chengxin said. There's one more, Sun Jiru said. A male player. Several people including Tang Yuan have seen him. Right? Wasn't he taken away with you? Wang Qiao turned back to ask Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan shook his head. I'm not sure either. Yesterday he entered Bear Claw Restaurant and never came out. Bear Claw Restaurant? Sun Jiru paused. Bear Claw Restaurant and Beauty Aromatherapy Shop were the places that old woman on the bus pointed out to him. After Tao Chengxin pressed for details about what happened, she said, then he was probably tricked. The locals in Fairy Tale City aren't very honest. Gao Baimei snorted disdainfully. The diners already told him the restaurant serves human flesh, and he actually dared to stay there? What does he think he is, some kind of amazing character? Doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If he died, he deserved it. Who are you saying deserved it? Along with the speaking voice, a large bunch of black grapes was thrown onto the table, making everyone at the table jump to their feet. Shen Tai flexed his muscles ready to fight, but when he turned around, he saw Su Hua walking over carrying a large pile of snacks and fruits. It's you. You're okay. Tao Chengxin and Sun Jiru spoke simultaneously, then looked at each other. The latter asked, You've met him before? Ran into him. Tao Chengxin briefly mentioned that she and Su Hua had met outside Yongxin Club that morning. Su Hua came to stand beside them, first glancing at the young man called Tang Yuan. Got beaten up pretty badly, huh? Those 2 are dead, right? This sudden statement made the other players immediately wary. Tang Yuan stared at them. You don't think I killed those 2, do you? They were so strong, how could I possibly be a match for them? Just looking at his narration alone, it seemed reasonable. After all, everyone present felt this city was abnormal. What did 1 or 2 people disappearing from lodging matter? But if you omitted the process and only looked at the result, this matter became rather intriguing. Why did those 2 seemingly more powerful players disappear, while Tang Yuan remained unharmed? Playing the pig to eat the tiger, Gao Baimei said coldly. Just as Tang Yuan was about to defend himself, Su Hua interrupted him. I never said he killed anyone. Why are you all so excited? How about having some fruit instead? Tao Chengxin glanced at him. Do you even know what they used to grow the fruit here before you dare eat it? Definitely not human, Su Hua said casually as he sat down. How do you know? Sun Jiru examined him. By asking, Su Hua said as if it were obvious. What do you have a mouth for? Sun Jiru was left speechless. You believe whatever they tell you? That old woman who gave you discount coupons on the bus yesterday was clearly setting you up to die. How could that be? Suhua waved his hand dismissively. The local customs here are simple and pure. The people are hospitable. Why would they want to harm anyone? Simple and pure local customs? Hospitable? Sun Jiru wondered if she had heard correctly. Absolutely, Suhua peeled a black grape the size of a baby's fist as he spoke. As long as you buy something, they'll answer any question. They'll tell you whatever you want to know. You dare believe what they say? Wang Qiao and Gao Baimei, who had been too scared to stay anywhere last night, had discovered that even the city's cats and dogs weren't normal. If cats and dogs were this ferocious, it was hard to imagine what those people who smiled so warmly during the day would look like at night. If you don't believe it, then why are you so afraid? Suhua looked at them in surprise. The two were left speechless. Then Sun Jiru said coldly, "In that case, where did you stay last night?" "Why should I tell you?" Suhua retorted, then added, "Yesterday I invited you to stay together, but you refused. Now that you've suffered losses, you want to take advantage of me." "Everyone, let's calm down," Tang Yuan quickly tried to mediate. "Isn't the most important thing right now to complete the mission?" "Right, if you have any clues, why not share them for everyone to reference," Tao Chengxin said. "In return, everyone will share the information they've learned. If we integrate it all, we might make a breakthrough." Suhua ate his grapes while scanning the group. "I do have clues, but is your information valuable?" Beside him, Sun Jiru frowned. He had said the exact same thing yesterday. When newcomers first hear those spine-chilling stories circulating through every street and alley, they typically have two reactions. Most probably don't take them seriously. It's a tourist city, after all, and making some extra money is normal. Then there are those like the two burly men, Wang Qiao and Gao Baimei, who actually believe them, becoming so terrified they don't dare stay anywhere. Sun Jiru belonged to the former category, so when Suhua spoke so seriously about the restaurant incident, she didn't take it seriously either. Now, looking at his attitude, she wasn't quite sure whether he genuinely believed what the locals said or had simply avoided Bear Claw restaurant by luck. "Are we all in the same boat now?" Wang Qiao said. "What good does hiding clues to you? This fairy tale city is enormous. Do you really think you can complete the mission alone?" "Well said." Suhua waved his finger smugly. "Even without you all, I could complete the mission. I'm only here to give you a chance to ride my coattails." As he spoke, he glanced at Sun Jiru. "It depends on whether you know how to play along." Though he had ulterior motives, Sun Jiru didn't get angry. Terms can be negotiated. The others looked at each other and had no choice but to compromise. Wang Qiao said reluctantly, "Provided you guarantee your clues are useful." Of course, Suhua pointed at the bulletin board, then said to Sun Jiru, "Go take a look over there, and you'll know I didn't screw you over yesterday." "It's just a bulletin board, right?" Gao Baimei glanced over, not understanding his meaning. Shintai, who stood beside Sun Jiru, walked over and circled halfway around the bulletin board before discovering what was inside. He turned back and said, "The back is covered with missing person rewards." Sun Jiru and the others hurried over, only to see the back of the bulletin board densely plastered with palm-sized slips of paper, all different missing person notices. A rough estimate showed nearly 100 of them. So many locals have disappeared? Tao Chengxin frowned. "How do you know they're locals?" Gao Baimei asked reflexively. "Who would post rewards looking for out-of-town tourists?" Wang Qiao said impatiently. "Only locals would be looking for people." "Exactly right." Sun Jiru also spotted the problem. These people all disappeared near accommodation areas. She looked at Suhua. "You discovered this yesterday?" Suhua snapped his fingers. "So? Is my sincerity enough?" The group returned and sat down to talk again. "What do you want?" Sun Jiru got straight to the point. "You can trade items or pay with money." Suhua said, "I'm very easy to deal with. If the clues I provide turn out to be useless, I'll return your things after the mission ends. Provided that if anyone completes the mission, they have to take me along." "How can you ensure that someone who completes the mission will definitely tell you the clearance method?" Tao Chengxin said. "This dungeon might not be a collective one. The first thing anyone would do after clearing it is leave the dungeon. Why would they tell you?" "I'm not ensuring anything," Suhua said carelessly. "That's why I need to collect some benefits in advance. But if this dungeon is a collective one where one person clearing means everyone clears, wouldn't that save us all a lot of time?" That seems somewhat reasonable. Tang Yuan thought about it. The mission time is only 3 days, and nearly 1 day has already passed without us finding anything. Sun Gyro didn't care about money. How much white bills do you want? You decide how much to give. Su Hua chuckled. More money gets you more information, less money gets you less. Don't go too far. Wang Qiao said discontentedly. We have some clues too. You can sell them to me or exchange them. Su Hua said. But whether I buy is my business. The first to pay was Tao Chengxin. She called a car over and immediately turned on sunshade mode to block outside visibility once inside. You can name a total price, she said. If I don't have enough money, I can exchange it with other information. 5,000. Su Hua said. Tao Chengxin hesitated before giving 3,000. I found out some information about the government office. Apparently, aside from the highest levels, all government personnel in Fairy Tale City have been replaced. The replacements are players from other districts, and they all belong to one company. What company? I couldn't find that out, she said. Aside from transporting and receiving supplies, government office personnel almost never come to Fairy Tale City. Su Hua thought for a moment before saying, I'll count that as 2,000. I have 2 clues. First, the mission direction should be related to the pollution incident 20 years ago. Second, the storytellers must be at least 35 years old or older. Tao Chengxin wasn't surprised by the first clue, but the second one shocked her. Why 35? I can't tell you that. Su Hua smiled. You'll have to exchange other clues for that information. Tao Chengxin hesitated for a moment before saying, if you provide more specific details. I have a trait that can identify the truthfulness of statements. Even if we eventually find the storytellers, someone will need to determine whether what they're saying is true or false. Su Hua became somewhat interested. To what extent can it identify? More than 20% falsehood will be judged as a lie. That's how Tao Chengxin knew he wasn't lying. Su Hua thought for a few seconds before saying, all right, I can tell you. The pollution incident 20 years ago can be pushed back at least 2 or 3 years. Only people 35 or older would likely know the full picture of that event. The story required by the mission should fall within this range. Tao Chengxin looked at him thoughtfully, remained silent for a few seconds, then got out of the car. The next to come was Sun Gyro. Before she could speak, Su Hua said directly, 10,000 white bills, no bargaining. Sun Gyro didn't bargain at all and paid directly. Su Hua similarly shared the 2 clues, then said with a smile, considering we traveled together, I can tell you some extra information. Sun Gyro stared at him. This dungeon has more than 9 players. No shit. Sun Jua curled her lip and left. Of the remaining 3, only 2 bought half the clues. After agreeing on a time and place to meet again, Wang Qiao and Gao Baimei left while cursing and grumbling. Thanks for your patronage. Su Hua happily saw them off with a beaming smile, then took a taxi to the largest shopping mall at the center of Fairy Tale City. He stayed inside for about half an hour before emerging and contacting the tour guide who had given him her business card earlier. They met up at True Love Square, where Su Hua spent some money hiring the white-dressed girl as his guide to introduce Fairy Tale City's history and culture. They spent the entire afternoon wandering around Fairy Tale City. By late afternoon, the city began experiencing a petal rain. An artificial petal rain. Several oval-shaped airships hovered above Fairy Tale City, periodically releasing smaller aircraft that carried water and petals, evenly scattering them toward the ground. Within 10 minutes, the entire city overflowed with floral fragrance. The white-dressed girl reached out and caught several water-coated petals, putting them in her mouth to chew. Seeing Su Hua watching her, she explained, this is also a fixed program in Fairy Tale City. These rainwaters are specially made sweet water that's edible. Fairy Tale City's customs are quite well preserved, Su Hua said. The white-dressed girl shook her head. They're just formalities, not comparable to before. I've heard elders talk about what Fairy Tale City used to be like. That was the real Fairy Tale City. A smile appeared on Su Hua's face as he said casually, shouldn't people in fairy tales be ageless? I haven't seen a single elderly person on the streets. The white-dressed girl first smiled, then said, you actually believe fairy tales? How could people not grow old? If you want to hear authentic Decibel Town stories, you need to find elderly residents. But the old folks in Decibel Town have either died from illness or moved to other cities. Those remaining are retired at home and don't like going out. The owner of Building Block Buns and the proprietor of Long Nose Nut Pie are originally from Decibel Town's older generation, but they might not be there if you go looking for them. I was just making conversation, Sue said as he bought 2 umbrellas and casually handed her one. Let's have dinner together. The white-dressed girl smiled shyly. They had dinner together before parting ways. The white-dressed girl opened her umbrella and left the bustling main street, entering a complex maze of narrow alleys. But she had barely stepped inside when a man and woman blocked her path. The woman pressed a dagger against her throat. What did that man ask you just now? The white-dressed girl looked panicked as she pulled out the tour guide fee Su Hua had paid her. All my money is here. Who wants your money? The man growled, but the woman snatched the money first, glaring at him. Why refuse what's offered? It's our money anyway. The man grabbed the white-dressed girl's shoulder, looking ferocious. Answer my questions truthfully, and I promise not to hurt you. The white-dressed girl swallowed hard. That person was just a tourist. He only asked where he could find elderly residents of Building Block Fairy Tale Town. Tell me. Where? Building Block Buns and Fresh Meat Sausage Shop. The white-dressed girl said quietly. Besides those 2 places, where else can we find elderly people? The man pressed. There aren't any. Most of Decibel Town's elderly have died from illness. The white-dressed girl hurriedly explained. Only then did the man release her. Exchanging a glance with the woman, they hurried away. After they left, the white-dressed girl picked up the umbrella that had fallen to the ground, brushed the stains from her skirt, and continued forward. She hadn't walked more than a few minutes when a hand suddenly reached out from a corner and clamped around her throat. What did those 2 ask you? The white-dressed girl struggled to breathe as she stammered. They wanted to know where my guest was going? Locations. Bear Claw Restaurant and Fresh Meat Sausage Shop. Nothing else. Just as she was about to suffocate, the hand suddenly released her. The white-dressed girl knelt on the ground, coughing uncontrollably. At that moment, a tall, sturdy man dropped down from above and handed her a handkerchief. The white-dressed girl looked at him fearfully. Do you also want to know where that guest is going? The tall, sturdy man gave her a stack of money. The white-dressed girl hesitated before reaching out to take it. He wants to find Decibel Town's elderly residents. I told him about Fresh Meat Sausage Shop and Building Block Bun Shop. The man nodded and left. After a while, the white-dressed girl stood up again, put the money in her bag, picked up her umbrella, spun it once toward the sky before resting it on her right shoulder, and walked briskly out of the alley toward the residential area. Several streets away in a dessert shop, Sue will listen to the interrogations of the white-dressed girl by 3 groups, Wang Qiao and Gao Bai Mei, a stranger, and Shen Tai. Watching the dot on the anti-theft monitor screen he bought from the shopping mall move deeper into the residential area and finally stop at Bear Claw Restaurant's location, he tapped his finger on the screen. He turned off the anti-theft device, paid his bill, and left the dessert shop, heading straight for Bear Claw Restaurant. It was already dusk, and Decibel Town had closed its gates for the night. Tourists were beginning to search for accommodation. Despite diners tirelessly warning outsiders about Bear Claw Restaurant's terrifying reputation, many tourists still checked in here. Su Hua followed a server to register and saw the umbrella he had given the white-dressed girl in the item box on the 5th-floor hallway. With a barely perceptible smile, he opened the door to his reserved room. Shortly after he settled in, Tao Chengxin, carrying her backpack, entered Bear Claw Restaurant during the final minutes before closing. The sky quickly darkened, and Decibel Town gradually became quiet and deserted. Late at night, when even the servers were no longer moving about the building, a creaking sound echoed through the 5th-floor hallway. The noise passed by Su Hua's door and headed downstairs. Not long after, the aroma of food drifted up from below. Midnight snacks at this hour, a guest who hadn't fallen asleep emerged from their room, muttering as they headed downstairs. A moment later, Su Hua also emerged. After glancing at the room diagonally across from his, he headed toward the staircase. The moment he left, the door across from his opened, and Tao Chengxin cautiously followed him. Bear Claw Restaurant's first and second floors were dining areas. Both levels remained unlit at night, but Su Hua's eyes had evolved night vision capabilities, allowing him to clearly see the restaurant's situation. Besides the guest who had passed his door earlier, 6 people already sat in the restaurant, each occupying their own table. Their expressions appeared somewhat blank, but their hands hovered above the table surfaces as if tracing something. After watching for a few seconds at the entrance, he turned and continued down the stairs to the first-floor dining area. The first-floor restaurant was similarly dark, but a short figure moved stiffly as it cleaned stains from the floor. Its movements neither touched any objects nor made any sound. As if sensing the gaze from behind, the figure suddenly turned around. Suhua had already hidden beside the doorframe, then grabbed a piano wire and inverted himself to hang from the first-floor ceiling. Simultaneously, a kitchen knife flew out from the doorway, embedding halfway into the wall. A shadow followed, leaping from the doorway and landing on the knife handle, crouching there while its head rotated 180 degrees left and right. It was actually a wooden puppet. Its limbs were made of wood, joints connected by some white flexible material that allowed silent, unobstructed movement. Eyes and mouth were crafted from 2 beads and 2 wooden strips, with a hat on its head. Though somewhat stiff, its limbs didn't clatter when mimicking human movements. The puppet had no ears, and its glass bead eyes seemed incapable of actual vision. After rotating its head 360 degrees without finding any target, it jumped down from the wall, pulling the kitchen knife out as it descended. Just as it wobbled back toward the first-floor restaurant holding the kitchen knife, a serving bell suddenly rang from the second floor. The puppet's head twisted backward, the 2 wooden strips of its mouth turning downward in an angry expression as it rushed backward up to the second floor. Chopping sounds and screams immediately followed from upstairs, but within mere 10 seconds, the slaughter abruptly ceased amid the crashing of overturned tables and chairs, exploding suddenly and ending just as suddenly. Suhua remained motionless in his position. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and looked up, directly meeting a wooden head that had silently appeared at the second-floor staircase landing. The puppet hung crookedly from the railing, its head tilted sideways on its shoulder, 2 glass beads fixedly staring at him. Suhua remained motionless, his breathing unchanged, simply locking eyes with the wooden puppet. After about 10 seconds, the wooden puppet finally twisted its head and clattered up the stairs to the second floor. Soon, the rhythmic thumping of meat chopping echoed from above. Suhua silently returned to ground level and ascended the stairs, glancing up at Tao Chengxin clinging to the ceiling at the turn before gesturing for her to come down. Tao Chengxin landed as lightly as a cat, studying Suhua's expression in the faint light from the window. Finding his emotions completely unruffled, she couldn't help but curl her lips in a self-mocking smile. The two avoided the meat-chopping wooden puppet on the second floor and returned to the 5th level. Suhua walked directly to one of the rooms and kicked the door open. The room was empty, with no signs of the bed having been used. Tao Chengxin went inside, tapping and knocking around before emerging from under the bed. "There's a secret passage here." Suhua moved the bed aside and lifted the floor ring, revealing a staircase beneath. "Should we go in?" Tao Chengxin asked. "There might be more wooden puppets down there." Before she could finish, Suhua had already taken the lead down the stairs. She paused briefly before quickly following. Surprisingly, the tunnel led to an exceptionally well-appointed dining room. Walls made of casually arranged red bricks were adorned with various building block-shaped scented candles or flower baskets. Warm toned-down lights illuminated the 4 corners of the room, each containing a skull-shaped decoration with a scroll clenched in its teeth. A massive chandelier hung above the center of the room, beneath which stood a roughly 10-meter-long dining table covered with a red cloth. At the center of the table sat a 3-headed candle holder, with a single chair at each end. "What is this place?" Tao Chengxin instinctively asked, while Suhua turned to look behind them, frowning. The door disappeared. They had just emerged from the tunnel, and the door should have been about 2 meters behind them, but in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a solid wall. Tao Chengxin stepped forward and struck the wall, only to discover it had become completely solid and impenetrable. "Search around," Suhua said. The two then began feeling their way around the room. After extensive tapping and knocking, even using items, they confirmed one undeniable fact: they were truly trapped. All the walls, including the ceiling and floor, were solid. The passage they had just ascended through had completely vanished as if it were an illusion. "Is this an advanced player's ability or some kind of item?" Tao Chengxin's eyes scanned the room. "Not even a window opening. How do we get out?" Suhua wasn't sure either, But the white-dressed girl had specifically lured him here. It was unlikely she simply wanted to trap him. "We need to figure out the rules of this place," he said, looking around before his gaze settled on the scrolls in the skull's mouths at the corners. "Don't touch them." Tao Chengxin immediately stopped him when she saw his movement, her expression serious. "You dare mess with dungeon items? What if it's a trap? Do you have any other ideas?" Su Hui countered. "Still not worth the risk." Tao Chengxin insisted. "Let's think some more. We might come up with another way. Unless absolutely necessary, we shouldn't touch anything here." Su Hui didn't argue with her. He acquiesced silently and withdrew his hand, but at that moment, his vision suddenly blurred, and he found himself seated at the dining table. He instinctively tried to stand up, but his body was restrained by some inexplicable force, preventing him from leaving the chair. Even his arms were fixed to the armrests, with only his fingers able to move. Tao Chengxin across from him was in the same predicament. Struggling, she looked over and said, "I can't move." "Same here," Su Hui said, his gaze darkening as he manipulated piano wire with 2 fingers, hiding it beneath his chair, and tossed the dual-color magic cube near his feet. Seeing his actions, Tao Chengxin focused momentarily, and an oversized realistic frog materialized in front of her. The frog, the size of a human head, emitted a ribbit sound before beginning to swim around her as if in water. Ribbit. 3 frogs appeared in succession. After each one croaked, it opened its mouth wide and joined the swimming procession circling around her. With basic defensive measures in place, Tao Chengxin still attempted to break free from the chair's restraints, but it proved utterly futile. "You can still stay calm?" she asked, looking at Su Hui. "Aren't you afraid someone might take advantage of our immobility to attack us?" "I am," Su Hui replied succinctly, though his expression showed no change. Tao Chengxin muttered a curse under her breath before turning her head to look around and shouting, "Is anyone breathing out there? You've tied us to chairs. Are you trying to starve us to death? Whatever you want to do, just give us a clear signal. Got the guts to act but not to admit it? Are you too ugly to show your face? This lady has strong mental resilience. I'm not afraid of ugly people. Come out and I definitely won't laugh at you. Coward. Chicken." She continued shouting and cursing for 5 full minutes without receiving any response before finally sighing and returning to her normal tone. "I knew this dungeon wouldn't let people clear it that easily." She shot a glare at Su Hui across from her. "I really shouldn't have followed you in here. You wanted to take advantage of the situation yourself. Now that you've been tricked, don't blame others," Su Hui said with a faint glance before nodding toward the skulls. "Any way to get those scrolls over here?" "So you knew I was following you," Tao Chengxin said irritably. "I don't understand, why did you come to Bear Claw Restaurant? You didn't even stay here yesterday." "Same as you, I was following someone else and got tricked," Su Hui replied before repeating the scrolls. "Quite good at giving orders, aren't you?" "I can't do it," Tao Chengxin said without hesitation. "Use that equipment you used to hang outside the window yesterday." Su Hui raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you don't even have a remote item." Tao Chengxin started in surprise before her expression darkened. "How did you recognize me?" That's right, she was the female ghost who had harassed Su Hui in the middle of the night. "Recognizing you wasn't difficult. Get the scrolls over here and I'll tell you," Su Hui proposed as a condition. Tao Chengxin stared at him silently, her eyes flashing with dangerous light. Su Hui acted as if he didn't notice and added, "We're allies now." Actually, he had recognized her when they met at the entrance of Yongxing Club that morning. She carried the same distinctive scent as the female ghost, likely something she used on her face that the cleaning solution hadn't completely removed. "I know you're short on funds," he said. "Otherwise you wouldn't have been too afraid to even enter the room during your robbery attempt. Worried Yongxing Club might come after you for compensation?" Since Yongxing could manage the train's kitchen and open shops inside dungeons, they certainly weren't afraid of players defaulting on payments. Even if players had no money, they probably had their own methods of debt collection. Yongxing may be ruthless about overcharging customers, but you're not much better, Tao Chengxin retorted. "Why bother being a player? You should change careers and go into business instead." Tao Chengxin truly didn't have much money. The accommodation fee of several thousand white bills per night was really difficult for her to afford. Stellar Corporation didn't interfere with guests fighting, so after entering, she began scouting for targets. Su, who appeared relatively weak yet had quite extravagantly taken the top-floor suite, naturally making him the prime target. However, while she had the heart to kill and loot, Su Hua didn't take the bait. Neither deception nor intimidation could lure him out of his room, and any single item in that room was valuable enough to bankrupt her completely, forcing her to retreat in defeat. Complaints aside, they were now both in the same boat, so she still took out her item. It was a 2-meter-long fishing rod. Tao Chengxin gripped the rod with 5 fingers and forcefully cast the fishing line toward the skulls. However, because her wrist couldn't move freely, she lacked accuracy. After several throws, she still hadn't hooked any of the skulls. "Can you do it or not?" "If not, let me try," Su was said from across the table. Tao Chengxin ignored him and tried several more times, finally hooking one of the skull's eye sockets. But just as she slightly pulled it, all 4 skulls in the room suddenly levitated simultaneously. "Holy shit!" Tao Chengxin cursed loudly. The 4 skulls, 2 on each side, flew toward the 2 people beside the dining table. Suspended directly in front of them, one of the skulls opened its jaw, allowing the scroll inside to slide out and unfurl, revealing a blue background menu, similar to Bear Claw Restaurant's menu. However, the text on it had changed. The beginning read, "Everything can be eaten. Everything can be eaten." Below listed the dish catalog. Candied black melon, fresh and elegant fragrance that grates the nose. Charred white fruit, crispy freshness with bursting juice. Pink kiss, like a beautiful woman's kiss. Cherry pie, melting sweetness that dissolves in the mouth. Fragrant roasted garlic liver slices, rich deliciousness that lingers on lips and teeth. Braised fried meat steak, delicate texture like skin. Boiled red pulp, the scent of spring. Seeing this catalog, Su Hua immediately frowned. Bear Claw Restaurant wasn't a normal restaurant, so naturally the menu couldn't feature ordinary food. A faint light flashed in his eyes as his gaze shifted from the menu to Tao Chengxin across from him. Over there, Tao Chengxin was also reading out her menu. Stir-fried fragrant slices, stewed red heart, ginger-steamed mushrooms, braised fried meat steak, boiled red pulp. Are they asking us to order dishes? Bear Claw Restaurant's menu doesn't seem like this. Do we need to order before we can leave? What are all these things? She was completely confused, but Su Hua only needed to silently recite her menu once to understand. "Your menu is about me." Tao Chengxin looked stunned, as if she hadn't understood. "What did you say?" Su Hua read out his menu. Candied black melon is hair, charred white fruit is eyeballs, pink kiss is lips, cherry pie is breasts, liver slices and meat steak are easy to understand, red pulp is blood. This menu describes you. Fragrant slices might be tongue, red heart is the heart, mushrooms are male genitalia. Your menu describes me. Only then did Tao Chengxin react, her face turning slightly pale. They want us to eat each other? Is the restaurant going to turn us both into dishes? No way. She instinctively looked at the other menu. There's still another one. Before she finished speaking, the second scroll unfurled. On crimson red paper, it completely changed style from the previous menu. Greedy and vicious eyes, chew them to pieces. Tongue that spreads rumors, chew it to pieces. Malicious and foolish lips, chew them to pieces. Black heart, black lungs, black liver stew, eat it all. Unrestrained and unprincipled tool, eat it. Hands and feet stained with human lives, eat them. Blood flowing with sin, drain it dry. Malicious energy overflowed from the chaotic catalog, startling Tao Chengxin so much that she instinctively leaned backward. However, since her body was restrained in the chair, she could only widen her eyes and desperately retract her neck. In her frightened state, she said, "Who is this one about eating?" "Besides others, it could be yourself." Su Hua responded, "Everything can be eaten. Everything can be eaten. Humans can eat humans, and can also be eaten." Once at the dining table, everyone becomes food. Suddenly, his hands resting on the armrests lifted uncontrollably, each reaching toward the menu in front of him. That restraining force was manipulating him to choose from the menu. Su Hua's gaze darkened as he immediately clenched his fists, trying hard not to touch the scrolls. Choosing to eat others wouldn't necessarily allow escape. These 2 menus might not be single-choice questions. If you first choose to eat others, later you might have to eat yourself. Absolutely must not touch these 2 menus. But danger didn't only come from his own lack of control. There was also the person across from him. In extreme situations, people might do anything to survive. He was just about to speak a warning when he unexpectedly found Tao Chengxin completely unable to stay calm. Panicking, she picked up her fishing rod to swat at the menu in front of her. In her haste, she didn't make a choice, but accidentally hit the right-hand one. The right side was the red menu. The moment her item contacted the menu, that menu suddenly transformed into red smoke that poured into her mouth and nose. Several seconds later, blood flowed from her eyes, ears, and nose, followed by vomiting, first blood, then her chest and abdomen convulsing, as if she were about to vomit out her internal organs too. Su Hua made a decisive move, using his thumb to break his uncontrollable index finger. After buying a brief moment of respite, he suddenly glimpsed from the corner of his eye the Rubik's Cube floating up beside his chair. His eyes shone with startling intensity as he manipulated the piano wire that had been hovering below his stool to fly out, circling toward the air behind the Rubik's Cube. The place that should have been empty was outlined by the piano wire, and then that outline struggled against the wire before being pulled to crash into the chair. The moment the chair overturned, the force restraining Su Hua suddenly disappeared. He kicked away the person pressing on him and single-handedly flipped over the long table in front of him. As the long table overturned, Tao Chengxin also flew out. Simultaneously, the fragrant secret room suddenly plunged into darkness, not because the lights in the room went out, but because this was never a secret room to begin with. The place they were trapped in was the second-floor restaurant. Like the diners who had been sitting properly at the tables earlier, they too had fallen into an illusion. Kicking away the chair at his feet, Su Hua looked at the person who had unintentionally helped him. The other person had already stood up, holding his Rubik's Cube with a guarded expression. The moment their eyes met, that person grabbed a nearby table and threw it at him. Su Hua knocked the table aside and was about to advance when two kitchen knives suddenly flew in from the second-floor staircase, slashing toward him and the person who had taken the Rubik's Cube. Both dodged separately, but when they looked up, they saw the wooden puppet from the first floor charging fiercely into the restaurant, wildly swinging two kitchen knives in a frenzied attack. Su Hua became its first target. He raised his ox shield to block the kitchen knives while lifting his right hand, the crimson sword horizontally slicing through the puppet's waist. Bang! Bang! The wooden puppet was cut into two segments. When its upper body and legs hit the ground, its joints also broke apart, scattering everywhere with cracking sounds. But in less than a second, these wooden pieces automatically moved back toward the body, quickly reforming into the puppet within a few movements. It leaped fiercely onto the ox shield, its feet hooking onto the shield's edges as it madly chopped downward. Su Hua used his sword to deflect the attacks while slightly crouching, then slammed both himself and the shield against the puppet into the wall. When its body disassembled again, he took the opportunity to kick away one of its arms. Unexpectedly, that arm twisted direction midair, its 5 fingers loosening to throw back the kitchen knife it had been holding. Bang! Using his shield to block the kitchen knife, Su Hua looked down and stepped on the head of the wooden puppet clinging to his legs, pulling out his lighter. Burn! Flames immediately erupted on the wooden puppet's body. It struggled silently, reassembling into a human shape before staggering and running downstairs. Su Hua didn't give chase. Instead, he controlled the flying arrows to force the person trying to escape upstairs back. Placing the Rubik's Cube in his waist pocket, that person reached behind his back and drew 2 narrow swords over 1 meter long, slashing through the air. A series of sword shadows suddenly flew out from beneath the blades, splitting midway to attack Su Hua from both sides. Su Hua executed 2 rapid slashes, but the crimson sword energy passed straight through the sword shadows, striking the tables and chairs behind. He immediately retreated while raising his lighter toward the player charging at him from the front. Burn! Flames ignited a chair, while that player leaped onto a table to the side just in time. As he swung his long sword, 2 more horizontal sword shadows flew out. Combined with the previous ones, there were now 2 vertical and 2 horizontal sword shadows hovering in the second-floor dining area. They couldn't cut physical objects. When they hit tables, chairs, or walls, they would bounce back like boomerangs, and not slowly either. Su Hua noticed that the player was also avoiding the sword shadows. He simply took out his lighter and kept setting fires. In a narrow space with little cover, fire provided an absolute advantage. Not only could that player not get close to him, but he was also exhausted from dodging both the flames and his own sword shadows. Su Hua predicted his evasion direction. After another bout of arson, he first cut off his escape route with his sword, then emerged from a blind spot and delivered a powerful kick to his lower back. The player was sent flying right toward Tao Chengxin's direction. Tao Chengxin had already taken an antidote after waking from the illusion, and her vomiting blood symptoms had eased. Watching the man fighting Su Hua, her eyes reddened with hatred. Seeing him coming her way, she spat out a frog the size of a human head, which chomped down on his face. "You bastard, how dare you trick your grandma?" Half of the player's face was engulfed by the frog's mouth. Howling in pain, he ripped the frog off, only to find that it had grown 2 rows of sharp teeth in its mouth, biting off his lips and nose completely. He screamed and stumbled back, then slammed the frog onto the ground. The thrown frog split into 2, both leaping up to bite his arm and crotch. As he howled, Tao Chengxin swung out her fishing rod, using the line to bind him and drag him toward her. Struggling but unable to break free, the player decided to use the momentum to crash into Tao Chengxin, pinning her to the ground and biting down hard on her shoulder. Su Hua rushed over and grabbed him by the collar, but the guy was putting all his strength into the bite. Even tearing his clothes didn't make him loosen his grip. Seeing the red number on the other's shoulder, Su Hua raised his sword and severed his neck. Blood sprayed across Tao Chengxin's face. She pushed the corpse away with her hands and feet, scrambling up to thank him when she saw the wooden puppet reappear. It was carrying a large box on its back, filled with various kinds of knives. "Run!" Su Hua grabbed the Rubik's Cube and crashed through the second-floor window. Tao Chengxin tried to snatch the swords from the corpse's hands, but failed. Seeing several blades flying toward her, she quickly followed by jumping out the window. On the quiet, dimly lit street, Su Hua and Tao Chengxin fled one after the other, dodging the wooden puppets' flying knife attacks as they ran. During the chase, Su Hua set fires, and Tao Chengxin tried to entangle the puppet with her fishing line, but neither succeeded. Because whenever it caught fire or got tied up, the wooden puppet's body would automatically disassemble, then discard the unusable parts and form a new body using nearby materials. After chasing through several streets, the originally all-wooden puppet now had half its body replaced with iron rods, glass bottles, and even knife handles. "What the hell is that thing?" Tao Chengxin, running out of stamina, shouted to Su Hua ahead, "We need to lose it." Su Hua estimated their position, confirming they were about the right distance away. After turning a street corner, he suddenly stopped, intercepted the following Tao Chengxin, said, "Be quiet," and then grabbed the piano wire to fly into the air. The wooden puppet chasing them rushed into the alley and lost its target. Its head spun rapidly like a top, the 2 downward slanting wooden strips on its face beginning to rise. However, as a scream came from not far away, its mouth suddenly slanted downward again, and it ran toward the sound with an angry expression. After it went far away, Su Hua and Tao Chengxin came down. Tao Chengxin pressed the wound on her shoulder and said, "That sounded a bit like Sun Jiru." "What's over there?" "Building Block Bun's shop," Su Hua said. "Let's go check it out." Tao Chengxin nodded and followed him. The Building Block Bun's shop had a small storefront, but the area was full of narrow alleys, with residences behind the shops, narrow outside, but wide inside. Behind the bun shop was a 3-story villa. The two climbed in from the neighboring shop and immediately spotted the large chimney in the yard. The chimney was connected to the ground, and billowing smoke carried a fresh, bloody scent. Su Hua's expression darkened slightly. The white-dressed girl had used herself to lure him to the Bear Claw restaurant, then directed the several groups who had questioned her to the Building Block Bun shop and Fresh Meat Sausage shop. Given the situation, it seemed that all 3 shops, along with Long Nose Nut Pie, were places that killed people to make food, not his target. The sounds of fighting and roaring from inside the villa grew louder. He tapped Tao Chengxin's shoulder, preparing to leave, when Sun Jiru's voice came from below the chimney. "Save me. I found a mission clue." Tao Chengxin immediately showed a suspicious expression, waving her hand to signal Su Hua to ignore her. However, Su Hua didn't even glance at her and jumped directly into the chimney opening. Below the chimney was an underground kitchen. Directly opposite was a large pot with boiling red broth containing rolling meat slices and bones. Suhua went around the side and landed, his feet immediately stepping in blood. Following the blood trail back, he saw a 2-meter-long wooden board slanted in front of him. The blood was flowing out from under it. When he went to look, he realized there was a bloody, mangled mass pressed inside. The board wasn't a single piece, but consisted of 2 thin plates drilled full of steel spikes clamped together. His gaze swept over what looked like an eyeball hanging from the corner. Then he saw a bloody recipe placed on a chair beside it, clearly reading Secret Recipe Rugiamo. Frowning, he turned and pried open another similar clamping board nearby, pulling Sun Jiru out from inside. Sun Jiru was relatively lucky. The boards hadn't been fully pressed together, so she only had some puncture wounds from the steel spikes, not fatal. She glanced at the clamping board beside her, tears streaming down her face as she tried hard to suppress her sobs and said, "Shintai is dead." Suhua didn't speak, leading her out of the underground kitchen. Tao Chengxin, who had been keeping watch outside, visibly relaxed when she saw them emerge. She gestured that they should exit from another direction. During that brief time, the wooden puppet and the owner of the shop had already moved to a different area. The 3 of them left the building block buns shop and quickly found a secluded corner nearby to rest. Tao Chengxin sent her frog to chase away the menacing stray cats and immediately asked Sun Jiru without pause, "Didn't you say you had a lead? What is it?" Sun Jiru wiped her face and drank 2 healing potions before speaking. "I found a list inside. The owner of the building block bun shop is a player-eater from another district. It seems he's been secretly assassinating the elderly within the building block Fairy Tale City Station. Only 3 people remain from the original list of 20. One of them is a woman, and she should be the storytelling woman we need to find. Where is she?" Tao Chengxin asked urgently. Sun Jiru glanced at Suhua. "I don't know. The shop owner is also looking for her." After a pause, she asked Suhua and the other, "Why did you 2 suddenly come here?" "Don't even mention it," Tao Chengxin said. "We almost lost our lives at the Bear Claw restaurant. Luckily, Brother Su ended up killing the restaurant's owner in the end." "You killed the restaurant owner?" Sun Jiru said incredulously. "Wasn't the owner of the Bear Claw restaurant an outside player? Why would you think that?" Suhua immediately asked. The building block buns shop had contact information for the Bear Claw restaurant, along with the fresh meat sausage shop, Sun Jiru explained. "When Shintai and I saw it, we concluded they must be working together, using that female tour guide to lure players over and kill them." Suhua, however, shook his head slightly. "That's not necessarily true. It's more likely a case of using others to do the dirty work. The list you found is probably a roster of players who survived from the original building block Fairy Tale City. If the owners of these shops are targeting people on that list, then the low-level players coming here aren't that important to them." As he spoke, he glanced at Tao Chengxin. "The player we killed at the Bear Claw restaurant wasn't the owner. He followed me to the restaurant, just like you did. He was an E-grade player-eater." Mention of the word followed caused brief expressions of discomfort on both Tao Chengxin and Sun Jiru's faces, but the latter quickly said, "Are you suggesting that female tour guide's target was actually us? Could she be the dungeon boss?" Tao Chengxin asked doubtfully. Suhua pondered for a moment. "It's also possible that she is our actual mission target." "But didn't you say the storytelling woman was at least 35 or older?" Tao Chengxin's voice rose slightly. "That woman looks to be in her early 20s at most." "Not necessarily," Sun Jiru said. "Maybe they are connected. Don't you think it's strange? The building block Fairy Tale City and the government hall are completely separate, with almost no interaction. Everyone says the government hall is experimenting with anti-contamination potions, but none of the places we passed through on our way here were actually contaminated. What are they researching? And there are outside district player-eaters assassinating players from the original building block Fairy Tale City. There are no children here and no babies are being born. Is the government hall behind this?" Tao Chengxin felt confused and interrupted. "What would be the purpose of that? Making the Fairy Tale City die out? This place is so prosperous. I heard someone say the Fairy Tale City's taxes account for the majority of the government hall's revenue, far exceeding the commercial output of the contaminated zone. What benefit is there in destroying this city?" Their conversation served as a reminder to Suhua. He suddenly realized that the government hall building was constructed in the contaminated zone not for secret research or to isolate the Fairy Tale City, but possibly because they were unable to enter here. The Great Contamination event 20 years ago was fake. So, where did all those mutants come from? Considering how the building block Fairy Tale City's area shrank to 1/20th of its original size, and that outside forces took over most of the original Fairy Tale City's territory, it's highly likely that outside forces orchestrated this. It wasn't that the building block Fairy Tale City lacked players, but most of their players probably died when this world first became gamified. Up to now, outside players are still killing people according to a list, and they are specifically targeting older individuals. Their goal isn't to exterminate the Fairy Tale City itself, but the players of the Fairy Tale City. Most locals believe the Great Contamination caused the Fairy Tale City's disaster, but from a player's perspective, it's clear the appearance of mutants wasn't due to contamination at all, but rather toxins and evolution. If the Fairy Tale City were still controlled by its original players and remained separated from the government hall, whether due to stance or interests, there would certainly be people who want the players here to disappear completely. The breeding zone. Suhua recalled the Skinner who specifically supplied materials to the cannibal restaurants. Different wormhole points, different districts, all have player eaters. They have demand, which is why fresh meat factories and breeding zones exist. Are you okay? Tao Chengxin asked instinctively, seeing his expression suddenly turn grim. Suhua reined in his emotions. Dawn is approaching. Let's go to True Love Square. You still want to look for that tour guide? Sun Gyra said. She tricked us. She probably won't show up again. Since they hadn't seen the person, Suhua didn't say much more. Ignoring the two women, he headed straight for True Love Square, forcing Sun and Tao to follow him. Currently, apart from the female tour guide, they had no other leads. They waited at True Love Square until daybreak. After tourists gradually began appearing in the square, the white-dressed girl soon showed up. She was wearing a white top and pants today and looked slightly surprised to see Suhua. Thanks to you, I had a very exciting night last night, Suhua said, taking a drag from his cigarette. The white-dressed girl pursed her lips into a smile and, taking advantage of the few people nearby, said softly, "You are truly impressive. In the past, no players ever came out alive from those places. So you really were sending us to our deaths." Sun Gyro said with hatred in her eyes. What exactly do you want? Are you working with those player eaters? The white-dressed girl shook her head. Actually, when I lured you there, I wanted you to kill those player eaters. Suhua raised an eyebrow and looked at her sideways. You know about our dungeon task. Luring low-level players to kill them isn't very reliable, is it? The white-dressed girl smiled charmingly, her expression showing not a trace of guilt or unease, but rather a gentle quality. For the sake of the Fairy Tale City, we must try every method. Stop talking nonsense, Tao Chengxin said, moving closer to her and pressing her frog against the small of the girl's back. You must know the old players from the original building block Fairy Tale City. Take us to them. If you don't cooperate, it can rip your intestines out with one bite. I'm not planning to run away, the white-dressed girl said. Don't be so tense. I bear you no ill will. How can you say that with a straight face? Sun Gyro said angrily. My friend died saving me. The white-dressed girl glanced at her. Then you made a very good friend. Sun Gyro clenched her fist tightly. Suhua cut them off. Stop wasting time. We still need to find something after hearing the story. Should we meet up with the other players? Tao Chengxin asked as they followed the white-dressed girl. Besides them and the deceased Shintai, there were also Wang Qiao, Gao Bai Mei, and Tang Yuan. Of course not, Sun Gyro said. Those three are all untrustworthy, especially that Tang Yuan. Most likely, the two players who held him hostage the day before yesterday ended up dead by his hand. Tao Chengxin wasn't genuinely concerned about bringing the others along out of kindness. Her worry was, the dungeon's third task is to find something. Isn't our group of three a bit too small? There were other players who didn't show themselves following us yesterday, she said, looking at Suhua. Was that player working with Tang Yuan? Wanna know? Suhua asked ambiguously. Tao Chengxin couldn't quite grasp his meaning and hesitated before saying, Actually, I'm not that eager to know. The white-dressed girl walking ahead chuckled. If you want to know, it's quite simple. 3 groups of people came to see me yesterday. First was a man and woman, then a ruthlessly efficient man in the middle, and the third was relatively polite. They paid me. Mr. Su must know all 3 groups, right? You installed a monitor on the umbrella you gave me, so you probably heard our conversation. Tao Chengxin and Sun Jiru simultaneously looked at Suhua. His demeanor was completely different from yesterday. Both had felt something was off, but hadn't realized what due to their heightened tension. Now, prompted by the white-dressed girl, they understood this man had been playing the fool to catch the tiger. Suhua didn't deny it. His objective had already been achieved. If Wang Qiao and Gao Baimei didn't go to the building block bun shop, they definitely went to the fresh meat sausage shop. As for the person following me, if he was alone, there would have been no need for him to press for details about my conversation with the tour guide. He looked at the white-dressed girl. You told him about the Bear Claw restaurant and the fresh meat sausage shop. If Tang Yuan went there, the two are most likely working together. You deliberately tricked us yesterday. You led us into verifying the authenticity of those places. Sun Jiru immediately connected this to his performance yesterday. He had intentionally acted confident in front of the other players, hinting he had clues without fully revealing them, sparking their curiosity and making them decide to follow him. Tao Chengxin stared wide-eyed at Suhua. We all fell for it. I didn't expect someone to cooperate so enthusiastically beforehand, Suhua said meaningfully, glancing at the white-dressed girl. At most, he had planned to extract some information from the locals. The age range he had targeted was 35 and above. Even if most elderly people in Building Block Fairy Tale City were already dead, verifying everything alone would have been impossible. Having other players voluntarily search for people was more convenient than trying to persuade them with words. Whether anyone found clues or not, it was progress. He just hadn't expected the white-dressed girl to show up on her own initiative. The white-dressed girl merely smiled without speaking. The group soon arrived at their destination in silence. It was a small courtyard located at the edge of the fairy tale city. The white-dressed girl pushed the door open and invited them inside. The courtyard was filled with sunflowers. The moment the four of them stepped inside, the two sunflowers that had been facing the door suddenly turned their backs in unison. Suhua and Sun Jiru weren't bothered, but Tao Chengxin was startled. This isn't some kind of item, is it? The white-dressed girl turned back and said, I heard this is a specialty of the E19 wormhole point. They're called not very bright sunflowers and enjoy turning their backs on people. Tao Chengxin was half convinced, half doubting. Have the sunflowers become spirits? The white-dressed girl laughed. If humans can evolve, so can plants. These sunflowers have developed a special pollen projection range under unique environmental conditions. Their pollen forms a complete cycle around the sunflower. Once someone breaks this cycle, the sunflower changes direction to reproject the pollen. So that's how it is, Tao Chengxin said. I've only seen evolved animals before. This is my first time seeing plants. Plants aren't like animals. Their changes aren't as obvious. The white-dressed girl invited them into the house and greeted an elderly man sitting in a rocking chair by the window. Grandpa Bai, I'm back, and I've brought some friends. The old man in the rocking chair seemed somewhat slow to react. It took several seconds for him to turn his head and say sluggishly, tea. The white-dressed girl made tea, pushed the rocking chair next to the sofa, poured a cup for everyone, then picked up a cup to help the old man drink. The old man's hands trembled so severely he couldn't hold the cup. Supporting himself with the white-dressed girl's hand, he took a few sips of tea, then smiled at her. You drink. The white-dressed girl used a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth. Suhua and the other two didn't touch their teacups. The white-dressed girl didn't mind and held her own cup as she said to the old man, Grandpa Bai, they want to know what happened 20 years ago. The old man's expression immediately changed. Are they players? He asked urgently. After the white-dressed girl nodded, he became visibly agitated. He tried to sit up from the rocking chair but slumped back before he could straighten his back, eventually just gripping the armrests and panting. Good, good. It's good that you're players. You must spread the truth about the fairy tale city. Sun Jiru and Tao Chengxin exchanged a glance. Old sir, please tell us about the events of 20 years ago first. A glimmer shone in the old man's cloudy eyes. There were originally players in the fairy tale city too, but unfortunately, the government hall killed them all. 20 years ago, not long after the fairy tale city entered the game, the government hall lured many players to LT Biopharmaceutical Company under the false pretense of training players. They used players for experiments. In less than 2 years, they developed a potion that could make ordinary people evolve rapidly. When evolvers first used this potion, their physical abilities and intelligence increased very quickly. But over time, symptoms of mutation would appear. However, LT only told the players it was a side effect of the potion and that the symptoms could be alleviated by taking the antidote they developed. Not all players were fools. After entering the dungeon, some discovered the truth and joined forces with other players to resist LT. But unexpectedly, LT framed them as player eaters and injected them with large quantities of the evolution potion, causing them to become neither human nor ghost in a short time. Some players were deceived and helped LT hunt down the mutated players. Just like that, the players who knew the truth either died or were captured. Those blinded by greed, in order to obtain more useful items and weapons from the dungeon for more players, actually introduced the potion into the Fairy Tale City's drinking water system. In just 3 months, half of tens of millions of people gradually turned into mutants. Tears streamed from the old man's eyes. During that month, the Fairy Tale City almost became a city of the dead. Besides the mutants, not a single living person could be seen outside. Rotten corpses and blood were everywhere. Those who were once our compatriots roamed the streets in groups, eating the remaining corpses when they were hungry. Sun Jiru and Tao Chengxin looked rather uncomfortable. The former asked, "How did you all manage to escape in the end? Why did the government hall and LT Biopharmaceutical Company let Building Block Fairy Tale City go? It wasn't that they wanted to let us go at all, but rather the sacrifices made by the players who finally escaped from Building Block Fairy Tale City." The elderly man spoke with agitation. They traded their lives for this last refuge. But how despicable that those LT people, too afraid to charge into Building Block Fairy Tale City, instead tampered with the city's drinking water. Except for those children who escaped back then, for 20 years, a full 20 years, not a single child has been born in Building Block Fairy Tale City. They just want to use this method to grind down all the players and people in Building Block Fairy Tale City. The young people nowadays simply don't know and don't believe the truth of what happened back then, immersed in the false prosperity of this tourist city. They never stop to think that those algae shells and conch shells being traded all grow on living people. How is that any different from cannibalism? The people of Building Block Fairy Tale City have all become accustomed to it, Sun Jiru said. Especially the mutant viewing route, treating former comrades like animals for amusement, and they never seem to tire of it. I saw it too when I arrived. Tao Chengxin found it unbelievable. Among those people who turned into mutants, there might be their own relatives or friends, yet everyone here seems not to care. This is Building Block Fairy Tale City. Perhaps everyone is happy living in a fairy tale, Su Hua said calmly, then changed the subject. That man and woman commemorated at True Love Square, were they players too? Yes. The elderly man began to cry again. Back then, they fought desperately to protect the people of Building Block Fairy Tale City, but in the end, they were driven out to fend for themselves. Surrounded by mutants, they had no choice but to jump into the sea and end their lives. Su Hua and the 2 others had all heard the story of True Love Square. It was the most widely circulated tale in Building Block Fairy Tale City. No one avoided mentioning the part where the husband protagonist was driven out of the safe zone, nor did they consider it particularly wrong. They just prettied up the ending a bit, turning a suicide born of utter desperation into a tragic love story where they died for each other. Players turning into mutants, especially during a mutant tide that nearly destroyed the entire city. Driving players out is actually not hard to understand. Sun Jiru paused, then added, but this method is somewhat ungrateful. Right, Building Block Fairy Tale City is such a big place. They could have built a separate area for others. Why force them to die? Tao Chengxin also said. They were just trying to survive, the white-dressed girl interjected at this point. A single ordinary person turning into a mutant can kill 8 people in under 30 seconds. A player would be even worse. The ones who deserve to die are the LT people. The elderly man's expression was furious. He turned to Su Hua and the other 2. It's a pity I can't kill them. You're players too, so you must be able to do it. I have bought items and weapons. As long as you are willing to help, even if you just kill 1 LT person, all my things will be yours. All right, that's enough. The white-dressed girl patted his chest to soothe him. Within moments, the elderly man closed his eyes. I added something to his tea to help him sleep, she said. His health isn't good. He shouldn't get too agitated. You can ask me if there's anything else you want to know. He's told me all about those things. Are there any players still alive in Building Block Fairy Tale City now? Suhwa asked. I'm not really sure about that either. The white-dressed girl shook her head. After all, I'm not a player. Suhwa raised an eyebrow slightly. In these 20 years, haven't any of the young people in Building Block Fairy Tale City evolved into players? You heard it just now. Everyone currently alive in Building Block Fairy Tale City has drunk the water that had the potion added to it. Most people who reacted to the potion turned into mutants. The white-dressed girl looked at him. Even in your world, not everyone can evolve, right? After a moment of silence, she added softly, Building Block Fairy Tale City has no players of its own anymore. What can it do against those players who come here and kill wantonly? After Grandpa Bai passes away, who will still remember the hatred of the past? Suhwa narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the woman sitting opposite him as she tucked the blanket around the elderly man. He then asked, Have you ever lost anything? I've lost many things. As you know, tourist cities have a large floating population, and petty theft is common, the white-dressed girl replied. Anything like teeth? Sun Gyro glanced at the elderly man beside her. For example, dentures or an item that looks like a tooth. The white-dressed girl looked at them in surprise. The things you players are looking for are really strange. Sun Gyro also felt troubled. The 3 tasks given by the dungeon were too strange. They seemed connected, but also not really related. Honestly, if the white-dressed girl hadn't appeared on her own, they probably wouldn't have even been able to complete the first task. Just like the story they needed to hear, they were completely in the dark about this teeth matter. What teeth? Were they referring to a person or a thing? We don't really know what we're looking for either. How about you pick something you consider the most important item you've lost? Suhwa suggested. The white-dressed girl frowned and thought for a while. I heard Grandpa Bai say that an item a player left with him for safekeeping was lost. But it wasn't stolen. His memory had a lapse, and he mistook that item for a decoration, took it out, and lost it. How are we supposed to find that? Tao Chengxin and Sun Jiru looked at each other. What kind of item was it? Suhwa asked. I don't know its specific function, the white-dressed girl said, turning to rummage in a drawer and pulling out a yellowed drawing. Grandpa Bai drew this when he was still lucid. Suhwa took it and looked. On the drawing paper was something resembling a jade pendant with simple patterns on it, lacking any distinctive features. Is this a tooth? Tao Chengxin said. Could teeth refer to something made from teeth? Sun Jiru shook her head and was about to say something when Suhwa suddenly stood up and bid farewell to the white-dressed girl. If we find it, we'll bring the item back. The white-dressed girl seemed rather perplexed, but just waved her hand. I've looked for this thing for a long time too. If you can't find it, it's fine. Anyway, Grandpa Bai has already forgotten about it. Suhwa nodded without saying much more. Walking out into the courtyard, he lit a cigarette, glanced toward the half-full cat food bowl in the corner of the flower bed, and then left. Sun Jiru and Tao Chengxin followed behind him. The former said, the game hasn't given any dungeon progress prompts. Are the 2 people we found even the right ones? A person who tells the correct story, a woman who tells the correct story, it should be correct, Tao Chengxin said. The things they said align with the direction we inferred, and they weren't lying. Is your trait based on objective truth or the truth as the speaker themselves believes it to be? Suhwa turned back and asked. Tao Chengxin was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help frowning. Do you suspect my trait might be wrong? Are you truly clear on how your trait works? Suhwa asked seriously. Tao Chengxin felt the sting of offense. Fine, don't believe me if you don't want to. Suhwa didn't argue with her. Instead, he said, let's go find the item first. Does the thing in the drawing refer to the teeth? Sun Jiru tentatively asked. You seem to doubt what they just said. I believe my trait. What they said is true, Tao Chengxin emphasized. Suhwa had no intention of explaining himself to the 2 women. Returning to the bustling street, he casually stopped a passerby to ask about lost and found locations. After he bought 2 bags of fruit, the shopkeeper became extremely enthusiastic. Not only did he mention several lost and found offices, but he also told them that if they wanted to find something, they could pay to hire the guard team or check a specialized auction platform. People in Fairy Tale City are very honest. They won't take things that aren't theirs. If you can't find it at the Lost and Found, it was definitely picked up by a tourist and sold. Check the auction platform. We locals never buy things listed there. If it hasn't been long since it was lost, it might not have been purchased yet. Would you like to try some fried algae shells, guest? No need, Suwa said, leaving with his purchases. Sun Jiru, standing to the side, couldn't help but give the shopkeeper an extra glance. Seeing him happily eating a bowl of fried algae shells himself, she remarked, I've been to several dungeons, but this is the first city I've seen like this. Hospitable and friendly, appearing honest and kind, yet they consume products derived from their own kind without any psychological barrier. This is a sick city, Suwa stated. That might be the real reason they have no next generation. Sun Jiru looked surprised, but Suhua had already quickened his pace, so she didn't say anything more. Tao Chengxin, walking beside her, asked, You don't believe them either? Why? Have you forgotten who tricked us into going to Building Block Buns and Bear Claw Restaurant? Sun Jiru glanced at Suhua's retreating back and continued, Even if we don't actively look for her, that tour guide will come find us. Seeing the coldness in her eyes, Tao Chengxin pursed her lips and fell silent. Suhua, ahead of them, had certainly heard their conversation. He didn't interrupt, instead first finding a place to log into the auction platform. The online platform of Building Block Fairy Tale City was quite different from Zone 014's, clearly far more technologically advanced. In less than a second, he not only found similar items, but the system also analyzed that the patterns on them resembled the emblem of a mysterious organization that once existed in Building Block Fairy Tale City, albeit with minor variations. It seems the auction platform doesn't have it, Tao Chengxin said disappointedly. Should we try the lost and found offices? Of course we should, Suwa said. We only have 1 day left. If the game requires completing all 3 tasks to clear the dungeon, and the first 2 are done, we must find a way to complete the last one no matter what. Regardless of what the item the storytelling woman wants actually is, giving it to her can't be wrong. Tao Chengxin shared the same thought. The lost and found offices are a bit spread out. We'll have to split up. Sun Jiru instinctively looked at Suhua but didn't speak. Suhua looked up and stared back at her. What are you looking at? Obviously, we don't dare trust you because you've tricked us before, Tao Chengxin said with a sarcastic tone. After saying it, she herself became serious. Honestly, you're not messing with us this time, are you? Instead of defending himself, Suhua asked if earlier, when we went together to find the female tour guide, she had told us there were a few shops where we could find the original elderly residents of Building Block Fairy Tale City. Would you have gone? Both women paused. It was a clue, of course they would have gone. The game carries risks. Be careful yourselves, Suhua didn't elaborate further. He pointed to 2 specific locations on the map. I'll take these 2. You search the remaining ones. We'll meet back here in 3 hours. After he left, Sun Jiru pressed her lips together and calculated a direction for herself. Tao Chengxin, holding the map, rolled her eyes. After Sun Jiru had walked some distance, she turned and began following the directions Suhua had taken. Stop following me. As soon as she reached a corner, a voice suddenly spoke up from the side. She pushed off with her foot to create distance, only then seeing Suhua leaning against the wall as if he had been waiting for her specifically. Tao Chengxin relaxed her combat stance, stood up straight, and smiled. Who's following you? Can I walk in this direction if I want to? Suhua's expression didn't change, but his cold eyes made his attitude clear. Fine, I won't follow you, Tao Chengxin said after a moment's hesitation, then asked anyway, I just don't really understand. Since you don't believe the female tour guide, why are you out here helping her look for this thing? It might not even be part of the task, and we might not even find it. I gave the reason already, Suwa said. If you have so much free time, you'd be better off checking a few more lost and found offices. Impenetrable. Tao Chengxin glared at him angrily, then turned and walked away. Only after confirming she wasn't tailing him did Suhua head to a nearby carving shop. He handed the pattern he had memorized from the network to the craftsman. Can you make this in an hour? The craftsman didn't even look up. It'll cost extra. Suhua paid half the deposit up front. After leaving, he turned towards a pet training shop not far away. Sir, if you're planning to tame and keep a mutant, it's best to purchase a full set of equipment. The most popular item in our shop right now is this 5-piece set. 1 adhesive net, 1 extendable high-voltage telescopic rod, a folding cage made from imported, high-tensile metal, and a light-proof cover. Suhwa glanced at the instruction manual the clerk produced. The adhesive net was made from a special metal that could withstand being pulled by 3 mutants simultaneously. The white bubbles on the net knots were a mutated resin-based adhesive mucus with extremely high viscosity. If the mutant was truly disobedient, the bubbles could be detonated remotely. However, this mucus required a special cleaning solution to remove. It was impossible to get off by hand or by cutting. Additionally, the metal folding cage could expand and contract. At its smallest, it could become the size of a cat carrier. When expanded, its volume could increase 5-fold. Can it still contain a mutant when expanded? Suhwa asked, tapping the cage's outer shell. Rest assured, sir, these are tested products. Our government hall uses these exact cages for all their mutant handling operations. There hasn't been a single incident of a mutant breaking out yet, the clerk said enthusiastically. If you plan to keep multiple pets, you might want to get some hypnotic agent. It helps make them more obedient. However, we don't sell the potion in the shop. You'll need to go to the shop on the street corner. They also have the cleaning solution for the adhesive net's mucus there. Suhwa paid promptly. The clerk even threw in a bottle of spray that could temporarily blind mutants. After packing the equipment, he went to the shop on the corner to purchase the potions. This potion shop primarily sold potions for daily life. Besides the mucus cleaning solution, he also bought some insect repellent and special ground stickers designed to deal with stray cats and dogs, which supposedly made it impossible to walk properly once stuck. With his supplies ready, he finally headed towards the Bear Claw restaurant. The restaurant had hung up a closed sign. He went around to the side, pried the door open, and entered. Originally planning to go directly to the 3rd floor, he unexpectedly saw the wooden puppet again on the 1st floor. It was the same one from yesterday. However, the parts of its body that had been burned and replaced with scrap components had now been completely renewed with fresh cylindrical wooden blocks, with only the joints showing traces of the damage. It was mopping the floor. Suhwa walked to the doorway and placed the things he was carrying on the ground. The wooden puppet immediately twisted its head to look at him, its 2 slash-like mouth lines pulling downward again. Then, keeping its head still, its body rotated 180 degrees, and it charged at him, brandishing the mop. Suhwa casually swung out the telescopic pole. The pole tip, carrying an electric current, shoved the wooden puppet away. Then, he dumped a bag of ground stickers onto the floor. These ground stickers, enhanced with technological elements, automatically unrolled their top surface upon landing. One of them happened to catch one of the wooden puppet's feet. The wooden puppet, more agile than a living person, lost its footing with a skid and crashed to the ground with a thud. As its body parts scattered, several more ground stickers stuck to it. Lacking the capacity for thought, the wooden puppet didn't understand how to avoid the things on the floor. While trying to get up, it simultaneously retracted its scattered wooden blocks. However, the ground sticker stuck to its foot slid sideways as if without friction the moment force was applied, causing it to topple and break apart again just after standing up. Seizing the moment before its body could fully reassemble, Suhwa threw the adhesive net over it. The large net automatically contracted upon covering the puppet, trapping most of its body inside. Clack, clack, clack. A wooden leg and a wooden arm were still struggling to crawl back. The puppet lay tilted on the ground. After realizing it couldn't shake off the ground stickers stuck to it, 2 rows of metal blades suddenly protruded from the torso section of its body. It rolled on the spot, actually managing to slice 2 gashes in the net. Without changing his expression, Suhwa pressed the remote control. The adhesive mucus on the net knots burst open, splattering over the wooden puppet like glue. The wooden puppet, having no knowledge of the mucus, rolled on the ground a couple of times. It had cut the net open, but its body was now haphazardly stuck together. The leg and arm that had crawled over later were completely glued to its back. Finally, it curled up face down, resembling a pile of wooden logs. Even so, it still directed an angry expression towards Suhwa. Suhwa moved closer. Just as he took out the telescopic pole again, the 2 slash-like lines of the wooden puppet's mouth suddenly shifted sideways. From the small hole revealed in the middle, it spat out a tiny black shadow. Reflexively, he swung the pole to bat it away. Only after the thing bounced off the wall and landed on the floor did he see clearly that it was a black insect, somewhat resembling a wingless dragonfly. But after hitting the ground, Its body suddenly liquefied, instantly melting an egg-sized hole in the floor in the blink of an eye. His brow furrowed deeply. Suhua took out a bottle of adhesive mucus and shoved it into the wooden puppet's mouth, pouring the entire bottle in. The wooden puppet gulped down a couple of mouthfuls with a gurgle before its mouth became stuck together with the bottle. Despite this, it still showed no intention of stopping its attacks. However, with its body glued together and now vigorously smashing the bottle against the floor while clamped in its mouth, the scene looked somewhat comical. Suhua reached out and adjusted its two downward slashing mouth lines, straightening them upwards. The previously convulsing wooden puppet immediately calmed down. At the same time, he received a game notification. Smiling puppet, a puppet with a troubled fate. Initially created as a cleaning puppet, it naturally came equipped with some basic hospitality and defensive functions. When it smiles, it represents the master welcoming guests into the castle. But when it is angry, it represents the master wanting to see guests off on a long journey. As one of the countless thousands of puppets in the castle, it dedicated itself wholeheartedly to its duty. However, being a low-level puppet, it didn't attract much attention, so it was stolen. The person who stole it imprisoned it in different places, forcing it to do things it did not want to do. Even though its new master is already dead, it still cannot leave this place. The only thing it can do is reminisce about its original creator while cleaning and tidying. If a kind-hearted person can send it back home, the castle's master will offer a generous reward. You only need to turn the corners of its mouth upward. After reading the puppet's introduction, Suhua's expression darkened slightly. For an item, the backstory written for this puppet was a bit excessive. However, it conveniently confirmed one of his suspicions. The Bear Claw restaurant had no owner. Ignoring the puppet on the floor, he turned and headed upstairs. The remnants and bloodstains in the second-floor dining room had already been cleaned up. The guests from the third floor and above had also been cleared out. He went straight to the room where the white-dressed girl had stayed last night. This place was completely different from the scene he witnessed last night. When he opened the door and entered yesterday, it was still a normal hotel room, not much different from the one he stayed in. But now, the spot where the bed was had become a large wooden cabinet. The liquor cabinet and sofa had been replaced by a large desk. The decorations on all four walls had been changed to bookshelves. This wasn't a bedroom, it was a study. Moving the wooden cabinet aside revealed a staircase beneath it. Motion sensor lights illuminated the path leading down to the secret room, and a wave of putrid smell assaulted his senses. In the center of the secret room lay a highly decomposed corpse. The face of the corpse was unrecognizable. Furthermore, the head was separated from the body, and the hands and feet had been chopped off, arranged separately as if part of some ritual. Dried blood covered more than half of the floor, indicating a tragic death. Nearby was an overturned table. Among the scattered books was a list. Picking it up, Suhua saw that from top to bottom, only the last two names remained unchecked in red pen. It was the same list Sun Jiru mentioned, also with only two names left. Furthermore, the back of the list contained contact methods for several shops. They were indeed killing people according to the same list. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a bit of white fur peeking out from behind a bookshelf. He went over and moved the shelf aside. It was a dead cat. Its state of decomposition seemed similar to the corpse. The Bear Claw restaurant did not keep a cat. Pulling out the collar from the cat's corpse, he saw a very small jade pendant pattern engraved on the back of the bell attached to it. The same pattern. It wasn't the pattern from the drawing the white-dressed girl gave him, but rather the emblem of that mysterious organization from the internet. Holding the bell, Suhua searched the secret room and soon found a metal plate in a hidden drawer under the table. The pattern on it matched the one on the drawing. He rubbed his finger over the metal plate, glanced sideways at the hidden drawer, then looked at the decomposed corpse on the floor. After a moment, he put the metal plate away safely, took the cat corpse, and left the secret room. Downstairs, the wooden puppet lay quietly on the floor, showing no reaction to his return. Suhua poured cleaning solution on the floor, dissolved some of the adhesive mucus, pried the puppet loose, and placed it into a cage. He put the cat in as well, covered the cage with a blackout cloth, and then left the Bear Claw restaurant carrying the cage. Returning to the carving shop from earlier, less than an hour had passed. The craftsman, again without looking up, directly tossed a metal plate at him. The thing you wanted. Holding the plate, Su was suddenly smiled. How did you know it wasn't made of jade? The small plaque about 2 fingers wide had fine jade-like texture patterns. When Suhua first saw the blueprint, his immediate thought was that it was a jade token. The researched materials didn't mention what it was made of either, and he hadn't explained it to the craftsman at the carving shop. The craftsman busy working at the equipment finally looked up. You think I can't even reproduce an access card that's been obsolete for over 10 years? Young man, who exactly are you looking down on? Seeing what was in his hand, Suhua couldn't help feeling strange. Access card? The craftsman held the paper he had traced, pointing at the patterns on it. These patterns are naturally occurring on a special metal produced elsewhere. Originally, this metal was used for vaults or classified facility entrances. See these 3 branches at the end of the pattern? The sensors are inside. The first generation had crude craftsmanship requiring 3 sensors, but now they use composite sensors and the patterns have been modified. Like this. Suhua took out the metal plaque he had obtained from the secret room. The craftsman adjusted his glasses without looking at him. Access cards come with identity recognition and tracking functions. Unless you're planning to rob the government hall's treasury, you'd better throw that away sooner rather than later. Thanks. Suhua paid the remaining balance, picked up his cage, and left. After exiting, he went to meet up with Tao Chengxin and the others. Unexpectedly, they hadn't found what the female tour guide wanted, but had brought back Tang Yuan and another unfamiliar player. Ran into them on the way. Tao Chengxin gave him a meaningful look before adding, Tang Yuan found the storytelling woman. Suhua turned to Tang Yuan. So you found one too? Tang Yuan nodded. I just heard from Sun Jiru, but the story I heard differs from what you were told. Sun Jiru explained. He followed Wang Qiao and Gao Baimei to the fresh meat sausage shop and accidentally encountered a storyteller. Their version contradicts what we heard. Suhua paused slightly. Where are Wang Qiao and Gao Baimei now? They're still at the fresh meat sausage shop, Tang Yuan said. They weren't comfortable with everyone leaving, so they sent me and Yang Xing to find you. Yang Xing was also someone we met at the fresh meat sausage shop. Such good fortune? Tao Chengxin interjected. You found the people and still thought of us? Tang Yuan smiled without responding, but Yang Xing beside him crossed his arms. If it weren't for the 3rd task, who'd bother with you people? Tao Chengxin angrily started. You. Suhua cut her off, asking, do you know where to find the teeth now? The storyteller didn't say, Tang Yuan replied. Then we still need to ask. Suhua pondered briefly before asking, what story did you hear? Tang Yuan and Yang Xing recounted it again. The beginning was similar to what they heard from the white-dressed girl. After evolvers appeared, the government hall began secret research and successfully developed batches of potions that accelerated evolution, with all players benefiting at that time. But the later parts differed. Players were classified into 3 categories: black players, white players, and red players. Everyone knew red players were player eaters, but the government hall didn't exclude player eaters from their training program. Instead, they actively provided them with food sources, allowing them to serve the government alongside the other 2 player types. This model should have benefited Fairy Tail City's stability, but when the first player mutated into a mutant, the situation abruptly changed. Unable to develop an antidote, the government hall planned to eliminate these uncontrollable factors preemptively. But some players learned of this plan. These players joined forces, using laboratory potions to create large numbers of mutants that indiscriminately slaughtered Fairy Tail City residents. After creating large uninhabited zones, they tried to blend in with survivors to escape to safe areas. Some players failed, but others succeeded. These successful players have been hiding in Tourism City ever since, using the entire city's population as hostages to threaten the government hall into staying out. Although the government hall hesitated due to the hostages, they weren't going to sit idle. They sent some players to secretly infiltrate Tourism City, waiting for opportunities to eliminate these players. So the reason large numbers of mutants appeared was because player eaters tampered with things? Suhua summarized. Why has no one in Fairy Tail City given birth all these years? Apparently it's a side effect left by the potions from back then, Tang Yuan said. I only got the general idea, not clear on details. If you want specifics, you'll need to find that storyteller. Suhua set down his cage. You've heard what we were told too, right? Tang Yuan nodded. The 2 versions are completely different. I don't know which one is true either. So I don't believe either, Suhua said. Unless someone can produce solid evidence. What kind of solid evidence could there be? Yang Xing couldn't help interjecting. You want them to dig up people who died 20 years ago? Anything that happens leaves some traces behind. Storytellers shouldn't be completely lacking in tangible proof, Suwa said. According to your version, government hall personnel are hunting player eaters in Fairy Tale City, and the people we've met are likely their targets. Since we're the only ones who can find them now, if they want us to side with the government hall, they need to give us reasons. Otherwise, why should we wade into this muddy water? You have a point, Tang Yuan quickly agreed. How about we go to the fresh meat sausage shop to discuss this? I'll wait right here, Suwa said. Either have her come to me, or I'll pretend I never heard any of this. Not just Tang Yuan and the other, but even Sun Jiru frowned. This way we won't complete the third task. If we don't clear this, there are other train tickets. At worst we go directly to the next dungeon, Suwa said bluntly. Get this straight, we're just E-grade players. Why should we meddle in grudges that have lasted decades in this station city? Do we even have that capability? His words were harsh, but truthful. Their level was too low. I agree, Tao Chengxin said. If government hall personnel really want to know the Tourism City players' whereabouts, they should be willing to make this small concession. Tang Yuan and Yang Xing seemed convinced. The former said to the latter, why don't you go find Wang Qiao and Gao Baimei, and together ask the storyteller? Yang Xing hesitated before saying, all right then. Whatever you decide, I'm completing this task regardless. After he left, Tang Yuan stayed behind with them. The group found a place to rest. Shortly after sitting down, Tao Chengxin looked at Suwa's cage and asked, what's in there? It smells a bit. Stray cat corpse, Suwa said. Why did you pick that up? Tao Chengxin was quite surprised by his action. Looked pitiful, planning to bury it somewhere, Suwa answered perfunctorily. Tao Chengxin rolled her eyes, then looked at Tang Yuan across from her and asked, did you really meet that young Sheng at the fresh meat sausage shop? Was there anything unusual about him? Unusual? Tang Yuan paused for a moment. I didn't notice anything. Tao Chengxin pursed her lips. You just met him for the first time, yet you trust him so easily? It's not really about trust, I can protect myself. Tang Yuan scratched his head. Besides, regardless of trust issues, players need to unite to complete the mission. That makes sense. Sun Jiru's expression turned slightly cold. Actually, clearing low-level dungeons isn't that difficult. The problem is players don't trust each other, and even go out of their way to sabotage one another, which is why the mortality rate is so high. If you have something to say, just say it directly instead of making insinuations. Tao Chengxin said irritably. You come from a wealthy background, you don't understand players like us who started from nothing. One wrong move and we could lose not just our assets, but our lives too. Who else brings bodyguards into dungeons like you do? Sun Jiru looked somewhat embarrassed and pressed her lips together, saying nothing more. The three of them waited in silence, while Su Hua was the only one who bought some items and called a server over to tell a story. Everyone in Fairy Tale City was passionate about storytelling, and telling stories to guests was considered a service. So whenever a tourist requested it, servers would put aside their current work. The story the server was telling now was a fictional tale about a king and his knight. The plot roughly revolved around the king losing his sanity, forcing his loyal knight to flee far away. The king even invited wolves into the house, using enemy soldiers to hunt down the knight. Eventually, after enduring countless hardships, the knight fought his way back, drove the enemy forces out of the kingdom, and awakened the foolish king. This knight is too stupid, Tao Chengxin said. If it were me, I'd just become king myself. Knight's code of honor. If the knight became king, he would betray his own principles. Sun Jiru held a different view. But the ending is pretty good, right? The king and the knight reconciled, Tang Yuan said. What kind of good ending is that? Su Hua said calmly. Both sides suffered heavy losses, there's no way they could truly reconcile. This gentleman is correct, the server said with a smile. But stories need a perfect ending so the listeners won't feel upset. Su Hua turned to look at the bustling street outside, then suddenly stood up and said, let's go find the female tour guide first. Tao Chengxin and the other two didn't understand why he suddenly changed his mind, but it was clear Su Hua wouldn't listen to them. Since they also wanted to know what he was planning, they actively followed him. Arriving at the small courtyard they had visited that morning, Su Hua knocked on the door. A middle-aged man came out and asked, who are you looking for? Why did the person change, and the sunflowers are gone too? Tao Chengxin glanced inside. The courtyard that had been full of sunflowers was now a lawn, and the house's exterior looked different too. Is your special ability really reliable? Sun Jiru mocked. Tao Chengxin also began to doubt herself. Tang Yuan then asked, "The person you were looking for is gone?" "I'm afraid we were deceived from the very beginning." Sun Jiru looked at Su Hua. "What's the plan now? Go find the other storyteller? But why would she trick us?" Tao Chengxin couldn't understand. She didn't need to do this at all. What benefit was there in going to such lengths to deceive them? "I heard from Sun Jiru that they asked you to help find something, right?" Tang Yuan said. "Seems like some jade token, but we're not clear what it's for." Sun Jiru paused. "Maybe the other storyteller knows." "No time to waste. Let's head to the fresh meat sausage shop first." The four of them hurried nonstop to the fresh meat sausage shop. Meanwhile, Yang Xing was about to notify them that the old woman refused to leave the shop when he saw them arriving on their own. He couldn't help but sneer, "So you came after all." Su Hua didn't respond and entered the fresh meat sausage shop with the others. The meat sausage shop had a layout similar to building block buns, small on the outside, spacious inside. Passing through a narrow alley where sausages were drying, they reached the inner courtyard. A white-haired old woman sitting in a wheelchair was poking holes in the freshly stuffed sausages. Wang Qiao and Gao Baimei were indeed here too. The two glanced triumphantly at Su Hua. Although they got the clue by following him, they were the first to find the person. "You're here to listen to a story too." The old woman invited them to sit and repeated the story she had told before. When she reached emotional parts, she continuously wiped her tears. Su Hua listened calmly until she finished, then handed her the drawing given by the white-dressed girl. "Elder, do you know what this is?" "This." The old woman scanned their faces. "Where did you get this drawing? Haven't they given up yet?" "Grandma, what exactly is this? Is it an item?" Tao Chengxin pressed. "This is no item." The old woman shook her head. "This is an access card for the Government Hall Research Institute. Only those who have contributed to Fairy Tale City can obtain it. With this access card, you can access any department in the Research Institute to obtain potions. Aren't the identity markers for high-level access cards supposed to be unique?" Su Hua asked. "Others shouldn't be able to use it even if they get it, so why are the player eaters looking for access cards?" "The targeted identity for the access card is unique, but there's no biometric facial recognition," the old woman explained. "There are items in the game that can alter appearance, height, looks. Even blood-type checks aren't very useful. That's why management is strict, and not many people have access cards. They probably want the access card to steal potions." As she spoke, hatred flashed in her eyes. What kind of heinous evil are they planning to do with those potions now? Sun Jiru and the others exchanged glances. Tang Yuan asked, "Grandma, our dungeon mission requires us to find one more thing. Have you lost any teeth?" The old woman opened her mouth, revealing 2 bare gums. "You kids don't think the teeth the dungeon is looking for are my dentures, do you? Now the item is in their hands. There's no way you could get it." She shook her head. "Listen to me and leave Fairy Tale City quickly." "I actually think this is an opportunity," Tang Yuan said. "Since the other side is using a special item to conceal their tracks, we definitely won't find them if we actively search. But she wants the access card. If we bring the access card to her, she's bound to show up." "And then what?" Tao Chengxin picked up. "All of us sacrifice our lives to hand her a Pandora's box key? Of course we're not the ones who will retrieve the item." Tang Yuan looked at the old woman. "Aren't there government hall players in Tourism City? We could ask them for help." "Other people aren't fools either," Su Hua said without hesitation. "If government hall people follow us, will they even show up? On the contrary, if the other side discovers we're running errands for government hall, will they let us go?" "Why let them find out?" Sun Jiru said. "We'll take the access card over and secretly place a tracker where they're hiding. That sunflower courtyard can change locations, but even with the help of items, their activity range is still within Fairy Tale City. As long as the tracker is there, they can't escape. They might not necessarily stay out of Fairy Tale City either," Su Hua said. "Others have legs too, you know. If government hall people can come in, they can certainly go out." Tao Chengxin rolled her eyes. "And do you really think they'd believe we could obtain the access card?" "That's true," Wang Qiao also said. "If we really bring the access card over, we might instead be mistaken for government hall people." "I have an idea," Yang Xing said. "How about we say we've discovered clues about the access card and let them retrieve it themselves? This way, regardless of whether they're truly looking for the access card or not, we remain safe. Does the access card have tracking functionality? Gao Baimei asked the old woman. If it does, we could take the opportunity to bring the access card inside. It does, but if we do that, you won't be able to complete your mission. The old woman appeared hesitant. Our mission is to find the teeth. Doesn't finding the female tour guide and her group's residence mean we've found the teeth? The mission doesn't require us to return the teeth to the storyteller, Sun Jiru said. Su Hua glanced up at her. You're really trying to exploit loopholes in the game here. What if it doesn't work? If we can't complete the mission, we can just use train tickets to go to the next station, Sun Jiru interrupted him. Isn't that what you said? If we don't try, none of us will complete the mission. But if we follow my method, there might still be a chance to clear the level. I have another question. Su returned to the old woman after a few seconds of silence. Are you acquainted with the owners of Building Block Buns and Bear Claw Restaurant? The old woman shook her head. Government hall players don't necessarily know each other either, but sometimes players of unknown origins stay in the shops. I think Building Block Buns is definitely their base. That female tour guide mixed truth with lies, first to kill us outsider players, and second to trick us into fighting with government hall people. Sun Jiru said through gritted teeth. We thought the shop owners were all player eaters, while the players in these shops thought we were with the female tour guides group. This explanation made sense. The several players looked at each other, temporarily unable to reach a decision. Whether you go or not, I must avenge Shintai. Sun Jiru said bitterly. All player eaters deserve to die. Beside her, Tang Yuan lowered his eyelids, then looked up at her. I also want to try if I can clear the level. If we encounter danger, I still have a train ticket here to escape to the next station. Sun Jiru gave him a grateful look. Then Yang Sheng also slapped his thigh and said, if we're afraid of this and that, why even play games? Even just for the clearance rewards, we should give it a shot. Putting everything else aside, the potions among the clearance rewards are essential items, worth taking the risk to try. What about you? Wang Qiao asked Su Hua and Tao Chengxin. Tao Chengxin looked at Su Hua, hesitated for a moment, then said, I'll join too. Su Hua scanned the group, then after a moment turned to the old woman. You see, we're basically contributing to Government Hall. Can you support us with some items or potions? The old woman's expression stiffened momentarily, but quickly softened. She reached out with her wrinkled hand and patted Su Hua's shoulder. Good child, what items do you want? Defensive ones, Su Hua said. What if we go in and can't get out? The old woman appeared somewhat reluctant. I don't really have good items. You're a government hall player. Even though you're disabled and can only hide here making sausages, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. You should have something. Su Hua cut her off, smiling. Government Hall wants to deal with player eaters. Surely you have at least this much courage. Sun Jiru looked down on his shameless behavior of begging for items, but the remaining few people were quite enthusiastic, staring eagerly at the old woman. The old woman didn't hesitate either, saying, all right then, I can give you 2 items. You decide how to use them. After speaking, she wheeled her chair inside to retrieve a box. Gao Baimei immediately stepped forward. Let me help. Tao Chengxin lifted her foot to block her. Haste makes waste. You'd better sit down. Seeing the others looking at her unfavorably, Gao Baimei glared at her and returned to her seat. The old woman took out a folding umbrella and a black ring from the box. 3 feet under the umbrella, within 24 hours, it can block 3 attacks from high-level players. Before the protection count is used up, you're absolutely safe standing under the umbrella. Hypnosis ring. The smoke it sprays can create a hypnotic effect. For 3 minutes, anyone inhaling the smoke will see any object in front of them as 3. This umbrella is quite good. Su Hua unceremoniously reached for it, but was blocked by Yang Sheng beside him. Why should you get it? Because I found the female tour guide first. Didn't you all come here relying on my clues? Su Hua raised his eyebrows. We paid, Gao Baimei said coldly. Even the most gentle-mannered Tang Yuan watched him warily. Su Hua had to let go. Can't fight everyone. Fine, discuss, and let me know the outcome. The old woman watched them with a smile. A few minutes later, the group came out with the 2 items and the access card. Sun Jiru and the others were discussing how to use the items. Su Hua reached over and took the access card from Tang Yuan's hand, turning his back to examine it against the sunlight. This thing can really track? It looks like an ordinary piece of metal. Each dungeon world has different technological development. Just because your world is backward doesn't mean others are the same. Sun Gyro glanced at him. Suhua twirled the access card before tossing it back to Tang Yuan. What's the use of advanced technology? It still can't stop players. Have you decided how to use the items? The umbrella can be used 3 times. I'll keep it for now, Sun Gyro said. The item doesn't specify it can only protect one person at a time. We'll play it by ear. Whoever's in danger gets to use it first. Until then, it won't be stored in item slots. The hypnosis ring can be used by anyone, but the person holding it is responsible for covering the retreat. That's not fair. How much use will this ring be against high-level players? Tao Chengxin said. The person holding the ring gets the short end of the stick. Let me do it then. Tang Yuan scratched his head. If the government hall people find the female tour guide and we can clear the level, higher risk might mean better game rewards. Then it's settled. Wang Qiao quickly agreed, then said to Sun Gyro, anyway, the items are in your two's hands. If something happens, you'll have to take the lead. Sun Gyro gave him a cold look and walked ahead first. Tang Yuan and Yang Sheng followed behind her, with Wang Qiao and Gao Baimei in the middle, while Su Hua and Tao Chengxin trailed at the back. Passing by a restaurant, Su Hua called out to those ahead, "It's almost afternoon, are you hungry? Let's eat something before continuing." Wang Qiao and the others turned to look at the discounted dishes posted at the restaurant's entrance, their faces twitching slightly. Gao Baimei said sourly, "Some people just have money, unlike us who can only eat cheap stuff." The nearby shops were all high-end. Yangxing spotted a shop at the street corner ahead and said, "Let's go there." Sun Gyro wasn't short on money, but after hesitating briefly between Su Hua, Tao Chengxin, and Tang Yuan's group, she chose the latter. Tao Chengxin followed Su Hua into the restaurant with visible pain. As soon as they entered the private room, Tao Chengxin sat there staring intently at Su Hua. Su Hua remained unperturbed as he took his seat, drank tea, and ordered food, completely ignoring her gaze. Tao Chengxin eventually gave up and took the initiative to speak. "Why did you separate from them? Why did you follow me? Compared to those people, you're more cunning." Tao Chengxin said, then added with some frustration, "Actually, you don't really want those 2 items, do you?" "How so?" "You're afraid that old woman tampered with the items." Tao Chengxin said confidently, pausing before adding somewhat dejectedly, "You were right, my special effect doesn't work at all, because my trait also judged the old woman's words as true. What she said and what the female tour guide said are different, but only one of the 2 facts can be true. My trait made a mistake." "It might not be that your trait made a mistake." Suwa said, "You didn't know about Fairy Tale City beforehand, so you had no basis for judging truth from falsehood. Besides factual recognition, you probably can only determine if someone is lying through their physiological reactions like heartbeat. If that's the case, it's easy to deceive you." Tao Chengxin's eyes widened slightly, then she asked, "So who do you think is telling the truth?" "I don't trust anyone." Su Hua glanced at her, "The food's here." Tao Chengxin swallowed her words and waited until the server finished serving the dishes and left before urgently asking, "You mean they're all lying? If that's the case, wouldn't we fail to complete even the first 2 tasks? Lying doesn't mean it's not the correct story." Suwa said, "The dungeon requires finding someone who tells the correct story, not 100% truth." Both the female tour guide and the old woman talked about the Great Contamination 20 years ago, so they barely qualify as people telling the correct story. As long as we find the teeth, our task is complete. But if that's the case, doesn't it mean the old woman from the fresh meat sausage shop was telling the truth? Truth or lies aren't important. We just need to find the teeth," Suwa said. Tao Chengxin rubbed her head. "No, I still don't get it. According to your reasoning, either could be true or false. The item Angel's Teeth the old woman mentioned might not even exist. Aren't we being tricked into finding people for her? And we're taking on significant risk too. We got 2 items out of it, so it's not a wasted trip," Suwa said calmly. Tao Chengxin stared at his impassive face for a long moment before saying, "I used to think others were fools, but now it seems I'm not that clever either." Suwa gave her an appreciative look. This time, Tao Chengxin didn't rise to the bait, but silently picked up her chopsticks to eat. After finishing their meal, they encountered several tourists at the private room entrance who were preparing to leave Fairy Tale City with large and small bags. Su Hua helped carry their luggage to the door before returning to settle the bill. For 1,000, 2,000 each, he told Tao Chengxin. Tao Chengxin paid with difficulty. When the two reached the street corner, Sun Jiru and the other four had been waiting for a while. Are we just going to wait around for others to find us? Gao Baimei asked. We've already been to that sunflower courtyard, and no one was there. Besides waiting, there's no other way. Sun Jiru felt the female tour guide wouldn't have returned there after they left. Finding someone is simple. Su Hua said at this point, go to True Love Square. Maybe she's waiting for us there. Are you stupid? Why would she still be there? Gao Baimei blurted out. Isn't she afraid of being found by government hall people? Su Hua smiled. She wants something, so she'll definitely be active outside. Since you don't have a better plan anyway, why not try your luck? Tang Yuan and Yang Xing exchanged glances, with the former saying, we still have opportunities until the dungeon ends tomorrow. Let's go to True Love Square first. If we don't find anyone there, then we'll go to the Sunflower Courtyard. Having no other methods, they turned toward True Love Square. After the husband died, the wife jumped into the sea after him. Where they died, flowers bloomed across the sea surface. The white-dressed girl was truly at True Love Square. Sun Jiru was shocked but also hesitant. If the other party was this brazen, clearly unafraid of government hall players, would bringing the access card inside really allow government hall to have a way to deal with her? At this moment, Su Hua smilingly stepped forward and handed her a golden powder purple flower he had conveniently bought earlier. The white-dressed girl smiled as she accepted it. It's been a long time since anyone gave me flowers. Sun Jiru and the others were suspicious of her identity and had no mind for conversation, but Tao Chengxin said bluntly, really? Someone as beautiful as you and no one gives you flowers. The white-dressed girl twirled the flower stem. After my husband died, no one has ever given me this golden powder purple again. Married so young. Tao Chengxin showed little sentimentality about death. Did you find what I wanted? The white-dressed girl changed the subject. It's not convenient to talk here. Can we go to your place? Sun Jiru interjected. The white-dressed girl didn't say much but turned and led them back to the previous courtyard. When she opened the door, the entire courtyard of sunflowers turned around in unison again. Even a Doraemon's Anywhere door isn't this convenient. Tao Chengxin muttered softly. The white-dressed girl acted as if she didn't hear her and invited them in for tea. However, the courtyard was different from during the day now. Previously, behind a small patch of sunflowers was the house, but now this sunflower patch seemed magnified. They walked for quite a while before seeing a building, and inside wasn't a residence, but just a greenhouse. Only after passing through the greenhouse did they see a 2-story residential building. The rocking chair they had seen before was still in the room, but the elderly man was gone. After brewing tea, the white-dressed girl sat opposite Su Hua. Did you find my cat? Su Hua lifted the light-blocking cloth from the cage. Inside, besides the corpse of a cat, was a spherical wooden puppet stuck to it. The other players, including Tao Chengxin, were all looking at him in astonishment. Found it in the secret room of the Bear Claw restaurant. It was poisoned to death, Su Hua said to the white-dressed girl. So that's what happened, the white-dressed girl sighed and shook her head. I've warned it repeatedly not to eat random things. The faint toxins present in the corpses of player eaters are lethal poison to ordinary small animals. After saying this, she glanced at the wooden puppet and chuckled wryly. I have to admire your ingenuity in using this method to deal with the smiling puppet. Just got lucky, Su Hua replied. This puppet seems to have quite a background. In terms of craftsmanship alone, it's very crude, inferior to even the worst artifact craftsman in the game. But its master is incredibly powerful. If you plan to use this puppet, you'd better not let the corners of its mouth turn upward, the white-dressed girl said, glancing at the sky outside. It's dinner time. I need to cook. What would you all like to eat? No need. Sun Jiru immediately responded. We've all eaten before coming here. Don't be nervous, little girl. I'm just making some vegetable soup. The white-dressed girl's voice was slightly hoarse as she stood up and walked outside. There was a small vegetable patch in the yard. I'll help. Su Hua followed her out, with Tao Chengxin close behind. As soon as the three of them left, Wang Qiao and Gao Baimei immediately stood up to keep watch, then turned back and nodded to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan produced a potion from his hand and quickly dripped 2 drops into the teapot. What are you doing? Sun Jiru asked in a hushed, surprised tone. Tang Yuan gestured for her to be quiet. As he returned to his seat, Su Hua and the other two happened to push the door open and come back in. The open kitchen was located behind the sofa. Tao Chengxin and Su Hua helped wash the vegetables while the white-dressed girl chopped and prepared the soup. With her back to the group, she suddenly said, "Sitting around waiting like this is boring. How about I tell you a story?" The people behind her exchanged uneasy glances, but Su Hua responded calmly without changing his expression. The white-dressed girl began telling a story about a king and a knight as she continued chopping vegetables. Sun Jiru and the others exchanged looks, unsure if her words carried a hidden meaning, but ultimately decided to endure it. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan discreetly slipped the access card into a crevice in the sofa. They had heard the story of the king and the knight during the day, so when Sun Jiru heard her reach the part where the knight, after driving away the external enemies, hesitated about whether to reconcile with the king, she said, "What good would fighting the king at this point achieve? The ordinary people would be the ones to suffer." "They're still suffering?" Tao Chengxin disagreed. When the knight was driven away initially, no one spoke up for him. Instead, they repeatedly reported and attacked him, even colluded with the external enemies to harm their own compatriots. Do these people deserve pity? Why? Because they outnumber others. Are 10 lives valuable while a single life is not? That's true, but what can the knight gain by continuing to resist the king? It will only perpetuate the cycle of hatred, Sun Jiru argued. Enemies and friends are defined by immediate interests. If an era of hatred continues, to put it bluntly, an entire race could face extinction. I have a question. Su would turn to look at Sun Jiru. If you encountered a bear in the wild that had just killed someone and was eating the corpse, what would you do? Of course, kill it, Sun Jiru answered without hesitation. Why? Because the bear killed a person. What other reason could there be? Gao Baimei interjected sharply. There's a saying that once a bear has tasted human flesh, the instinct that humans can be food becomes imprinted in its genes. Then its descendants will also prey on humans, so this genetic trait shouldn't be allowed to continue, Sun Jiru explained briefly, then understood Su Hua's point. In this story, most people were swept along by circumstances, not truly intending to do evil. Su Hua neither agreed nor disagreed, turning instead to help the white-dressed girl with the soup. After a moment, Sun Jiru couldn't resist asking, "What exactly do you mean? If you have something to say, speak clearly. What do you think of the people in Fairy Tale City?" Su Hua asked in return. Sun Jiru was rendered speechless. Although the people of Fairy Tale City didn't directly consume human flesh, eating things grown from the bodies of mutants was almost the same as cannibalism. As fellow humans, they showed no compassion for their former compatriots. Instead, they even developed tourism around it. They were intelligent beings, making it far easier for them to perpetuate this cannibalistic instinct compared to animals. Silence fell over the room. After a while, Tang Yuan picked up the teapot. "We've been talking for a long time. How about some tea?" Yang Xing went to fetch the cups for the white-dressed girl and Su Hua. But as he approached, he suddenly noticed that the white-dressed girl had significantly more white hairs on her head. Puzzled, he saw her turn around and was so startled he stumbled back 2 steps. "How did you get so old?" The white-dressed girl, who had originally appeared to be in her early 20s, now looked at least 40 or 50 years old. Spots and wrinkles had appeared on her once smooth skin, and her eyes were no longer clear, the whites were bloodshot. Player characteristic, the white-dressed girl, whose voice had also aged, pointed to the cup he had dropped and shattered on the floor. "Clean that up." Before the other players could process the shock of her sudden aging, Yang Sheng had already unconsciously picked up a broom and started cleaning as she instructed. The remaining players watched with nervous apprehension. Tao Chengxin quickly grabbed Su Hua as he moved forward. "Don't go over there." Su Hua showed no particular reaction to the white-dressed girl's reverse aging skill. He touched the teapot, lifted the lid, and poured out the remaining tea. "It's gone cold. Let's brew a fresh pot." Tang Yuan and the others in front gritted their teeth in frustration, but the white-dressed girl just chuckled and said, "The soup is ready. Time for soup." "Auntie, how should we address you?" Su Hua asked casually as he helped, making conversation. "My surname is Bai. You can call me Granny Bai," the white-dressed girl, who was continuing to age, said. "And the elderly man we saw during the day today is?" "My cousin." He suffered a shock and isn't quite right mentally. He goes to bed early at night. Is it just the two of you living here? That's right. All our family and friends are dead. Only us two old relics remain. In about 10 days or so, he'll die too, and then it'll just be me. I noticed you grow a lot of flowers outside. Did you used to run a flower shop? My husband and I both loved gardening. We used to have a flower shop, but after he passed away, I closed the shop and only grow a few in my own yard. Have you ever thought about traveling outside? Fairy Tale City is too small. I can't leave this place. I can only move around the nearby area normally. Several bowls of soup had been served. When the old woman turned around again, her appearance had changed once more. Sun Jiru abruptly stood up. You're the elderly person from the tour bus. Granny Bai smiled as she placed the soup on the table. Your eyesight isn't so good, little girl. The young man traveling with you recognized me long ago. Sun Jiru stared at Suhua in shock. Suhua didn't respond to her, instead saying, the stir-fried sunflower seeds are quite fragrant. I have more over there, you can take some when you leave. Old Lady Bai sat down at the dining table and waved her hand to beckon the others. You all come over too. Sun Jiru, Tang Yuan, and the others found themselves uncontrollably walking toward the dining table, obediently sitting down and picking up their soup spoons. What are you trying to do? Sun Jiru didn't dare touch the soup at all, putting on a brave front as she said, we only came to complete the dungeon mission. Old Lady Bai narrowed her eyes, drinking her soup without speaking, but Suhua said, our mission is already completed. What? The people at the table exclaimed in unison. Tao Chengxin's gaze shifted suspiciously between him and the old woman's face. Am I not awake or did I sleepwalk? Did I miss something? When was the mission completed? How come I don't know about it? When I brought the cat corpse over, all 3 missions were completed. Suhua said leisurely, the storyteller, the storytelling woman, and finding teeth for the storytelling woman. You're not saying that cat was the teeth, are you? Sun Jiru held back the second half of her sentence. Weren't the teeth supposed to refer to the item Angel's teeth? Of course the cat isn't the teeth. Suhua said, I'm talking about this dungeon mission. The person who tells the correct story and the woman, actually, we only need to complete the first 2 missions to clear this dungeon. As for whether the Angel's teeth item exists, I'm not sure, but this dungeon isn't as difficult as we imagined. Besides, when she was on the tour bus and leading us to those locations with the intention of sending us to our deaths, when Granny Bai had us look for the access card during the daytime today, she was actually letting us go. If we were just regular dungeon players, the chance of finding the access card would be almost 0, and we would naturally clear the dungeon when the time limit expired. How can you be sure she wasn't trying to make us fail the dungeon? Sun Jiru said. This clearance method is just your speculation. Because I found an access card at Bear Claw Restaurant. Suhua gestured with his chin toward Tang Yuan. The one you hid in the sofa. Tang Yuan's face changed dramatically, but then he heard him continue. The owner of Bear Claw Restaurant was already killed by Granny Bai. The access card was in the secret room, easy to find just by casually looking around. So Granny Bai doesn't actually need the access card. She just made up a reason to have us wander around Fairy Tale City. I don't understand. Compared to the others, Tao Chengxin's reaction to his betrayal wasn't as intense. She frowned deeply and glanced at the old woman at the head of the table. Why did she lead us to those shops at first, but then later planned to let us go? Maybe she just didn't like the look of us at first. Suhua put down his soup spoon. Who knows if there are any government hall people mixed in among the mission players? Making government hall people kill each other is the real goal. He smiled and asked Granny Bai, isn't that right? Granny Bai finished her last mouthful of soup, wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, and only then said, young people's minds are so nimble. That's not right. Wang Qiao, drawn in by the revelations, instinctively retorted, if there are government hall players among us, then they should know the players in the shops, right? How could they end up killing each other? Leading players there would actually harm the real dungeon players, wouldn't it? Those players in the shops probably don't usually interact much. The Bear Claw restaurant owner's corpse had already rotted, but no one came to collect it or take over the restaurant and items. Suhua tilted his head to look at Granny Bai. They seem afraid to move around freely within Fairy Tale City. Granny Bai nodded. Fairy Tale City has only one master, and that's me. I can kill anyone within the city. But there must be some risk involved in going into shops to kill people, right? Suhua said. Otherwise, knowing the locations of the government hall players, you wouldn't have only killed the Bear Claw restaurant owner. Granny Bai sighed. I'm old. Clearly an evasive answer. Suhua curled his lips slightly and didn't press further. Then among us, are there really government hall people? Tao Chengxin was completely confused. Government Hall's high-level players have almost wiped out the original players in Fairy Tale City by killing according to a list. It's unlikely they'd use low-level players to enter the dungeon, Suhua said. Then why did you say earlier that Government Hall people might be mixed in among the players? Tao Chengxin stared wide-eyed. Just said it casually. Can't rule out the possibility of Government Hall spies. Suhua turned to look at Tang Yuan, who was relatively calm. By the way, the access card obtained from the fresh meat sausage shop has been swapped by me. That card has now left Fairy Tale City with the tour group. What did you say? Tang Yuan instinctively tried to stand up, but his body couldn't move. Suhua raised his hand to signal him to calm down. If government hall players discover they've been tricked, they'll probably contact other players and naturally find out that the Bear Claw restaurant owner is dead. They'll follow the access card and track it here, just a bit later. Why did you do this? Sun Jiru exclaimed in shock and anger. This old woman repeatedly tried to trick us into going to our deaths. What benefit do you get from helping her? Compared to her, I simply trust the government hall even less. Suhua smiled slightly. You've seen the players in the building block buns shop, are they normal players? Those sausages drying at the fresh meat sausage shop, what kind of meat do you think they're made from? So what? Sun Jiru gritted her teeth. She caused Shintai's death. Suhua made a please gesture. The person is right here. If you want revenge, go ahead. Sun Jiru glared at him fiercely, taking several deep breaths before saying, whether it's her or the government hall, neither are good people. Do you think doing this will make her let you clear the dungeon? I've already said it. We've already cleared the dungeon. Suhua turned to look at Granny Bai. Because this dungeon wasn't originally set up for players from outside districts. Stop speaking in riddles. Can you explain it clearly all at once? Wang Qiao said impatiently. Granny Bai casually pointed, and Wang Qiao's mouth suddenly elongated into a puckered kissing pose, unable to speak anymore. Seeing that she wasn't going to speak, Suhua proceeded to voice his speculation. You're the one who opened this dungeon, right? The original intention of opening it was to protect the remaining residents of Fairy Tale City. The reason government hall players don't dare enter Fairy Tale City freely is because you're the master of the Fairy Tale City Station dungeon. I think players who can establish dungeons at stations probably have some dungeon privileges. This is a survival dungeon specifically set up for the players of Fairy Tale City. It can both alleviate the mandatory requirement of entering a dungeon every natural month and allow them to get some rewards from the dungeon. However, what you didn't expect was that starting 20 years ago, no new players have been born in Fairy Tale City. But you must know that using the blood of evolvers who haven't taken the potion can produce new evolvers, right? You guessed it pretty accurately. Granny Bai spoke calmly. But I don't have the authority to activate dungeons. I happened to become a dungeon character when the Tourism City dungeon was created. You could even call me the dungeon boss. So I can't leave Tourism City. But the dungeon's rules are indeed set around me. There are 3 tasks. As long as someone finds me, they clear the dungeon. In the past, I wouldn't make things difficult for outside players. She stopped for a moment, then shook her head. But the world has changed. Fairy Tale City used to be a place where everyone smiled and told children bedtime stories. Now people smile as they sell mutated creature products to outsiders. Even the outside players get worse year by year. The game world is a warped world. It turns originally kind people into twisted perverts. That's why you don't want Fairy Tale City to continue. Suhua said. My husband sacrificed himself to save the people of Fairy Tale City, but in the end he was driven out of the safe area and was torn to death by mutants. I jumped into the sea on purpose and hid inside the dungeon to survive. Granny Bai recalled the past with a blank expression. To survive in the game, whether you're a player eater or not, you end up a pitiable person. When I realized Fairy Tale City would never get new players again, I actually felt relieved. After hearing that, Tao Chengxin sighed. Compared to other zones, Fairy Tale City is pretty tragic. Suhua wasn't particularly interested in Fairy Tale City's history. After lasting this long, he wanted to know only 2 things. What was the cause of the huge outbreak of mutants 20 years ago, and why did new players stop being born? Granny Bai looked up at him and suddenly revealed a strange smile. You're a player from Zone 014. Zone 014. Tao Chengxin blurted, eager. Is that the new zone where someone obtained a super item? The others at the table all turned their gazes to Suhua. After the super item appeared, a lot of high-level players from other zones entered Zone 014. Before I escaped into the dungeon, I heard the item had already been seized by someone. He continued, but Zone 014 and Fairy Tale City have similarities. Both suffered a great catastrophe right when evolution had just begun and outside forces intervened. Could Zone 014 become the next Fairy Tale City? That depends on how the people of Zone 014 respond. Granny Bai said vaguely. If a large number of players show up in a short time, Zone 014 will be safe. Otherwise, it will become a breeding zone like Fairy Tale City. Suhua frowned, keenly sensing the connection between the two situations. You mean that when, at the start of evolution, large numbers of players die and there are no successors, the new game zone gets absorbed by other zones and used to breed mutants? This is ridiculous, right? Sun Jiru exclaimed in shock. I never heard of this. You haven't been to high-level random dungeons. Granny Bai said. If you had, you'd know that only 1/3 of this game called Dimensional Rift is bathed in light. Players who had done several dungeons had heard of random dungeons. If you miss a dungeon even once, 3 months later the game can randomly dump you into one. These random dungeons differ from the ones that appear in real life. They are almost always dangerous high-level instances where 1 in 10 survivors is generous. Everyone present was an E-grade player. None of them had truly seen a high-level random dungeon. Granny Bai's evasive remarks made the atmosphere heavy. At that moment Granny Bai stood up. Don't kill us. Gao Baimei shouted. We didn't plan to get involved in whatever feud you have with the government hall. We're just here to finish the task. Granny Bai shook her head and walked to the sofa, taking an access card out and stroking it gently. Suhua produced the forged elimination access card he'd had copied. The 2 cards were placed side by side. Granny Bai continued, when Fairy Tale City first evolved, the government hall and players like us were so proud. We used metal scavenged from the game world to make storage vaults, and those patterns became our player's emblem. But now, Government Hall's people are all dead, and I'm the only player left from Fairy Tale City. When I die, Fairy Tale City will truly disappear. The elderly woman, full of sorrow, looked like an ordinary old woman at the end of her life. She might die tomorrow. At that moment, Yangxing somehow broke free from control at the dining table and an ice spike formed on his hand. The room's temperature plummeted. In the blink of an eye, frost formed on everyone's eyelashes, and the cold swept along the floor straight toward the stunned Granny Bai. Suhua stepped back, making room. Granny Bai turned, curling the 4 fingers of her right hand into her palm, and a huge mouth appeared behind Yangxing. The lips opened, and the 2 rows of teeth, glistening with saliva, swallowed him and several people around Sun Jiru whole. The sound of tearing rang out. Yangxing and those closest to him, Wang Qiao and Gao Baimei, were bitten off at the waist. The big mouth closed, chewed, then moved back and vanished, spitting Sun Jiru and Tang Yuan out. The 2 who escaped were drenched in cold sweat, severely shaken. Limbs trembling and eyes rolling, they collapsed onto the table, unable to get up. Tao Chengxin was frightened and tumbled off her stool, hastening to clarify her stance. Granny Bai, I'm on your side. Granny Bai patted Suhua's shoulder, signaling him to help the others up, and smiled. Only players who have eaten people can't stand interrogation. Suhua pulled Tao Chengxin up. Seeing that 3 teeth were missing from those rows just now, he couldn't help asking, Granny Bai, are you really looking for teeth? She waved her hand. It doesn't matter whether they're there or not. The people who came for me have arrived. You lot should go play somewhere else. No sooner had she finished speaking than Suhua and the others, along with their belongings, were teleported to an unfamiliar room. Outside was no longer a garden, but a pitch-black forest. Tao Chengxin looked around, then at Suhua. She won't starve us to death here, will she? Suhua didn't want to waste words on a fool. He carried his bag and sat down in a corner. Although Granny Bai hadn't stated it outright, from what she said and what happened in Fairy Tale City, it was clear that the mutant surge and player extinction had nothing to do with pollution, and might not even be caused directly by people. What humans did interfere with were the establishment of breeding zones after the mutant surge and the cessation of new players appearing in Fairy Tale City. What exactly caused the players' extinction? He rubbed his chin. The first batch of evolvers in Zone 014 had apparently appeared without any warning, and then the game intervened. Which came first, the evolvers or the game? Did the companies or people playing the game administrator roles have any part in this? What are you thinking about? Tao Chengxin ran back to his side after circling the room, tilting her head and staring into his eyes. Say it out loud. I'm curious. Su Hua leaned back slightly, creating distance. I'm thinking about the cause of the first batch of evolvers. Tao Chengxin was stunned. That was outside her wheelhouse. What good is thinking about it? You can't change anything. Sun Jiru, who had been slumped on the floor, stood up at that moment. Because of wormholes. In any game world, the first group of evolved people are caused by a natural evolution triggered when a wormhole opens. The appearance of wormholes indicates that the external environment of a certain space has begun to change. Those who adapt fastest to this change become evolvers. However, this disrupts the normal human evolution process, leading to various side effects, such as cannibalism. But as long as one survives the initial stage and obtains the potion, these symptoms can be alleviated. If this is a natural evolutionary phenomenon, why didn't any new players emerge in Fairy Tale City later? Su Hua looked at her. That's easy to explain. After a period of rapid increase, the number of evolvers will decline. Therefore, many game zones later used special methods to cultivate new players. However, the vast majority of Fairy Tale City's population died, so it's normal that no new players emerged among the small remaining population, Sun Jiru stated confidently. After a few seconds of silence, Su Hua said, "You mean that because wormhole points appeared, the spatial matter changed, and normal people in this environment naturally underwent changes. If the emergence of evolvers is due to this reason, then could the organization that developed the Dimensional Rift game, or other organizations, control this process? That's hard to say. The evolution process has two outcomes, mutating into mutants or dying from illness. The number of mutants in Fairy Tale City is abnormally high. He didn't believe that potions alone could produce so many mutants in such a short time. One possibility was artificial control. Assuming this speculation direction is correct, then someone deliberately turned Fairy Tale City into its current state. Transforming an entire large city into a mutant breeding zone, was it because the number of players sharply declined? After entering the game, evolvers and players are considered the greatest assets in each zone. Losing players means losing value. Ordinary people might be even less valuable to the game than mutants. So from the perspective of higher dimensional beings, demolishing an ordinary game zone to establish a breeding zone is neither troublesome nor regrettable. Thinking along these lines, things become clear. And Granny Bai's statement that Zone 014 would be safe if a large number of players appeared in a short time also becomes logical. The incident in Zone 014 stemmed from a super item. Who knows what caused Fairy Tale City's situation? I'm asking you a question. Tao Chengxin waved her hand in front of his eyes. When did you figure out the clearance method? And how did you know this dungeon was established for the players of Fairy Tale City? Su Hua withdrew his thoughts and glanced at the three people staring at him. At the fresh meat sausage shop, when the government hall players gave us the item. Some clues were visible before that too. The Government Hall and Granny Bai are mortal enemies, but Government Hall members don't dare enter or leave Fairy Tale City freely. The owner of the fresh meat sausage shop preferred giving us an item rather than leaving his residence. This shows they fear the players controlling Fairy Tale City. The dungeon's 3 tasks could be completed as long as Granny Bai or someone who knew about the Great Contamination 20 years ago appeared. Granny Bai obviously didn't tell the whole truth about the Great Contamination, but she personally confirmed we cleared the dungeon. Given her abilities, she had no need to deceive us. This proves my earlier guess that the correct story doesn't need to be completely true is right. Granny Bai also showed no intention of harming the dungeon players. The dungeon tasks were so simple, plus Fairy Tale City opposes the Government Hall, and the Government Hall employs extremely cruel players without discrimination. Comparing the two, it should be clear that while the players controlling Fairy Tale City hold power, they're also protecting it. But she led us to the Government Hall's killer players, Sun Jiru retorted. If she had no malicious intent, why send us to our deaths? Didn't I already tell you? Government hall members might be mixed among the players, Tao Chengxin replied. That's only a small possibility. If the government hall really sent low-level players into the dungeon and they communicated with each other, then survivors from those places might include government hall players, Su Hua added. However, we can't rule out those who escaped by luck. But as a high-level player, Granny Bai likely has her own methods of identification. Sun Jiru and Tang Yuan shuddered simultaneously, thinking of the interrogation under the item's effect earlier. But isn't this unfair to us dungeon players? Tang Yuan couldn't help saying. Shen Tai died for nothing. Reason with the dungeon boss? Tao Chengxin looked at them in astonishment. Are your brains okay? It's not that their brains are faulty, but that they bully the weak and fear the strong, Su Hua said somewhat coldly. Because compared to the ruthless player eaters, Granny Bai is easier to talk to. Otherwise, they should seek revenge against the players who actually killed. Sun Jiru, who had been gnashing her teeth, immediately reddened with rage. Fine words. What kind of good person are you? Starting from the tour bus to the later Bear Claw restaurant, her target was always you. Granny Bai first gave Su Hua discount coupons for the Bear Claw restaurant and beauty aromatherapy shop. Then, as a tour guide, she told him about the Bear Claw restaurant and Long Nose Nut Pie. Actually, she was only setting a trap for him alone. But to complete the game tasks, he lured others into taking the bait. As the words spilled out, her hatred turned into overwhelming fury. With a wave of her hand, the ground of the small cabin suddenly shook violently. Then the wooden planks splintered, and inch-long sharp spikes grew from below, spewing white smoke like red-hot branding irons. Hell's Judgment. With Sun Jiru's shout, the spikes under Su Hua's feet abruptly grew to 2 meters long, piercing through his clothes as he dodged. Holy crap! Tao Chengxin, who was next to him, was nearly hit by mistake. She quickly stabbed her fishing rod into the wall to hang herself midair. Su Hua grabbed the piano wire to leap upward, evading the continuously extending spikes while using flying arrows to disrupt Sun Jiru. He held the lighter, but hesitated to start a fire. What are you waiting for? Set her on fire. Tao Chengxin yelled from her hanging position. This woman is so unreasonable. You even saved her once at the building block bun shop. Sun Jiru dodged the flying arrows and said bitterly, if I hadn't said I had clues, would he have saved me? With that, she clasped her 10 fingers together. The previously sporadic spikes suddenly multiplied into over 10, piercing the roof into a honeycomb in the blink of an eye. After the roof was torn off, Su Hua exited the cabin upward. Looking around, he found the surrounding forest distorting, causing the ground around the cabin to slowly undulate as if water flowed beneath. While he was distracted, Sun Jiru leaped up from below, throwing a triangular spike dagger. Landing a step later, she pressed her palms together and then pulled them apart, several thin threads appearing between her palms. Su Hua swung his sword to deflect the triangular spike dagger. As he retracted his sword, he used one hand to twist the back of her hand aside, then spread his fingers to seize both her wrists. Pulling her back into the cabin, he casually took out a potion bottle and sprayed it in her face. PSSHT. Sun Jiru screamed in pain, covering her eyes as she staggered back repeatedly. I can't see. I can't see. Behave yourself. You almost destroyed the entire house, Su Hua said, tossing aside the spray bottle as he looked outside. The twisted forest and undulating ground gradually returned to a peaceful state. At this moment, Tao Chengxin and Tang Yuan had sensed the changes outside and came forward to ask, what happened just now? We might be under the protection of Granny Bai's item, Su Hua stated. Tao Chengxin turned around irritably and said, what were you trying to do? Can you tell this place is special, just like the Sunflower Courtyard? It's rare for a dungeon boss to be willing to protect us. If you destroy this place, we'll just become cannon fodder outside anyway. If you want to die, don't drag everyone else down with you. It was unclear if Sun Jiru heard her or not. She covered her eyes, groaning, but refrained from using any more items. Hearing Su Hua's footsteps, she immediately said, Su Hua, you'll definitely regret it if you kill me. Did you encounter a powerful player before entering this dungeon? Su Hua paused. How did you know? I'll only tell you after I'm sure of my own safety, Sun Jiru said, then firmly closed her mouth. Fine, let's each take a step back, Su Hua said, not pressing her further. Instead, he pulled a rope from his backpack. Tao Chengxin flung out her fishing line to entangle Sun Jiru first, then grabbed the rope to tie her hands and feet. Tang Yuan, who was nearby, picked up the spray bottle, checked the instructions, and said to her, "Don't worry, this spray only lasts for half an hour. You'll be able to see again soon." The anger on Sun Jiru's face hadn't subsided, but she temporarily swallowed her pride. Seeing that the outside had calmed down, Su Hua found a spot and sat down again. "Are we within the protection range of Granny Bai's item right now?" Tang Yuan said. "Do you think this item could be the angel's teeth?" "The thing that bit you earlier seemed more like it," Tao Chengxin remarked. Tang Yuan's expression stiffened, and he quickly changed the subject. "Is this still Fairy Tale City? I don't know if it's an item or a special trait, but being able to instantly move people and buildings to different places is incredible." Su Hua glanced at him but didn't speak. Tang Yuan didn't seem embarrassed and continued on his own. "I wonder if Granny Bai will get hurt fighting the government hall people, and if she can protect her items." The other three in the room remained silent, but Tao Chengxin stood up and said, "I need to go for a moment." She walked out of the small cabin and didn't return for a long time. "Hey, is she okay?" Sun Jiru frowned and spoke up. "Shouldn't you go check on her? What if there's danger near this house?" Before she could finish, Tao Chengxin pushed the door open and came back in, somewhat awkwardly scraping the mud off her shoes. "I walked a bit too far." Su Hua lit a cigarette and looked up towards the ceiling. A short while later, Tang Yuan also went out. He also took some time before returning. Sun Jiru didn't have the same intention, but she found it strange. However, being blind put her at a disadvantage, so she didn't say anything more. The silence lasted for 2 minutes before Tao Chengxin suddenly spoke. "Don't you guys want Granny Bai's items?" The breathing of the other two people in the room hitched. "This is also Granny Bai's territory. There might be other items here," Tao Chengxin continued. "Didn't she admit she lost her teeth? Those teeth must be the ones from that big mouth earlier. Are you saying a high-level player is so senile she lost an item in her own home and can't find it?" Sun Jiru said with undisguised sarcasm. "You're really dreaming. It's not impossible. It's also possible she has so many items she has nowhere to put them and just left it somewhere." Tao Chengxin seemed very serious. "Anyway, we have nothing to do. Why don't we look for it?" Tang Yuan looked at Su Hua. "This is a high-level player's item. Aren't you tempted?" Su Hua withdrew his gaze, his eyes lingering on their faces. "I'm not interested. If you want to look, go ahead and do it yourselves." Tao Chengxin and Tang Yuan exchanged a glance, then silently stood up and began searching fervently inside and outside the house. This house could basically be taken in at a glance. It was a simple log cabin with only a table, chairs, and basic kitchen utensils, not even a bed. The floor and roof had been torn up by Sun Jiru, now so tattered that nothing could be hidden there. The only remaining area was the forest outside the house. Su Hua didn't think they would find any items there. But since they were searching, they must have a direction in mind. Insatiable greed, Sun Jiru suddenly said coldly. Su Hua was sitting opposite her. He glanced at her red eyes, took out a healing potion, and offered it to her to drink. "I don't need your fake kindness." Sun Jiru could recognize the smell of the healing potion. Su Hua wasn't polite. He grabbed the back of her head and forced the potion into her mouth, saying simultaneously, "You can spit it out and I'll catch it with the bottle, or you can drink it." Tears streamed from the corners of Sun Jiru's eyes as she drank the potion in humiliation. After 2 minutes, Su Hua asked her, "Can you see now?" Sun Jiru kept her mouth shut, but when she saw him reach out to pry her eyelids open, she quickly leaned back and said, "Yes. Yes. Potions from the game are still more effective than those bought and sold in the dungeon world," Su Hua commented, then untied the ropes binding her. Sun Jiru glared at him angrily, but saw him raise his index finger in a shushing gesture. Motioning for her to follow, Su Hua quietly and carefully walked out of the log cabin. Sun Jiru followed him suspiciously. They circled to the back of the house and walked a short distance into the forest. Suddenly, they saw 2 figures with their backs turned, standing before an inconspicuous small flower. They heard Tao Chengxin say, "This place is full of trees, but there's just this one flower here. There must be something special about it." Tang Yuan, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. "Definitely something going on. Should we talk to those two?" "That Su guy is so smart, let him test it," Tao Chengxin suggested. "We don't even know what this is yet." It might just be an ordinary flower, but of course, it could also be a trap, Tang Yuan said. Think about it. Granny Bai dared to let people in. Who's to say there's no danger here? Tao Chengxin cautiously took a step back. I hope it's not poisonous. Poisonous things are the most troublesome. Wait a moment, Tang Yuan said, taking out a pair of gloves and putting them on. These gloves are poison-proof. Naturally, Tao Chengxin wasn't willing to let him test it alone. So, they each wore one glove and went to pull up the flower. However, before the two could touch the plant, a kick landed on each of their shoulders. Tao Chengxin, caught off guard, was kicked to the ground. Tang Yuan, who had used a defensive item, wasn't hurt but tactically retreated. When he saw who it was, his expression relaxed slightly. It's you. The one who had struck was Su Hua. Sun Jiru, who had followed, also looked coldly at the two. Their expressions became somewhat subtle. Su Hua took 2 steps forward, his gaze shifting from Tao Chengxin to Tang Yuan. I'm a bit curious about how you survived the fresh meat sausage shop. Tang Yuan's feet shifted slightly backward. I don't know what you mean. You suspect he's with the government hall? Sun Jiru immediately understood, looking at him in surprise. But besides him, 3 other people were fine too? Are they all in it together? Even if you encountered danger, it doesn't mean every player from the government hall is a player eater, right? Tang Yuan said with a darkened expression. That makes sense. Su Hua nodded. And even if that old woman at the fresh meat sausage shop was a player eater, you could argue she deliberately let you and the others go to help you find Granny Bai. You, Yang Xing, and that player eater who is tailing me are all working together, right? Since you were following me and then conveniently went to the fresh meat sausage shop, you probably aren't players from the government hall. Those government hall players have no reason to trust a low-level dungeon player. If tracking via access cards was a viable method, the Fairy Tale City dungeon has existed for over 10 or 20 years. It wouldn't be as peaceful as it is now. You and Yang Xing encouraged the other players to find Granny Bai, but your goal wasn't to clear the dungeon. What are you really here to find? Tao Chengxin, who was standing to the side, quietly distanced herself from Tang Yuan and moved a bit closer to Su Hua and the others. Tang Yuan met the gazes of the 3 of them, shedding his previous polite and refined demeanor as he sneered coldly, "Looks like you all are planning to kill me and take my goods." Su Hua didn't respond, simply watching him perform. You're the only one who's been talking this whole time. So far, players in this dungeon have either died or been trapped. How do you know he and that Granny Bai aren't lying? Tang Yuan glanced at Sun Jiru and Tao Chengxin as he spoke. It's entirely possible they're going along with the plan to lure the government hall people here, then performing a double act to clear their names. What if what you're saying is true? Compared to Tao Chengxin's confusion and bewilderment, Sun Jiru remained calmer. Whether it's Fairy Tale City or the government hall, who's good and who's bad doesn't make much difference to me. But you used us to get in here. You should at least tell us what you're looking for. If this place is truly dangerous, we're all taking risks. There's no reason for you to hog all the benefits alone. Seeing that his attempt to sow discord had failed, Tang Yuan decided not to waste any more words on them. He flung out a dazzling, colorful orb, and as the orb suddenly erupted with a blinding light that forced the others to shut their eyes, he reached for the inconspicuous flower on the ground. But before he could pull up the flower, Su Hua, who had closed his eyes, was already behind him, delivering a kick to the back of his head. Tang Yuan dodged narrowly, and as he turned to grab the flower and leave, his arm was suddenly seized. Before he could look back, he heard Su Hua say, "You can leave, but the item stays." Tang Yuan sneered and kicked backward, forcing Su Hua to retreat before charging suddenly toward Tao Chengxin to reclaim his glove. Having learned from her experience at the Bear Claw restaurant, Tao Chengxin had already released her frog, which was as big as a human head. It chomped down on Tang Yuan's wrist. The glove had defensive properties, so the bite didn't pierce through flesh, but Tang Yuan still felt excruciating pain. As he grabbed his other glove and retreated, he accidentally stepped on black spikes that had emerged from the ground. This was Sun Jiru's doing. Players' hearing is enhanced, allowing them to discern locations by sound even when vision is impaired. So the colorful orb attack could only achieve a surprise effect. After the first few seconds, Tang Yuan no longer held the advantage. But unexpectedly, Sun Jiru's attack in the dark didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Tao Chengxin, who had moved toward Tang Yuan, also had both her feet pierced by the spikes. "Sun Jiru, I'll fuck your dad." Tao Changxin screamed in agony as she scrambled backward. Sun Jiru's face flushed red with anger. "Are you even a woman? Whether I'm a woman or not is none of your damn business." Tao Changxin grabbed her fishing rod and swung it wildly toward the source of the voice. Sun Jiru naturally wouldn't just stand there and take a beating. Considering they were currently allies, she didn't go for a fatal strike, but instead closed in along the fishing rod to grapple with Tao Changxin hand to hand. As the two women tangled in a fight, Tang Yuan seized the opportunity to escape. However, Su Hua, gripping his piano wire, swooped in from the side, first kicking the glowing, colorful orb away into the distance, then managing to grab the upper half of the flower stalk during the scuffle. "Let go!" Tang Yuan slashed backward with his short sword towards Su Hua's throat. The ox shield blocked the attack head-on. Su Hua bent at the waist, using the shield to ram Tang Yuan to the ground, while simultaneously controlling the flying piano wire to strangle his throat. Tang Yuan reacted extremely quickly, raising his arm to block under his chin. He used his short sword to flick the wire away, then spat toward the front while kicking the shield open. Su Hua dodged the attack and put 3 meters between them. Glancing at the broken half of the flower in his hand, he gestured with his chin toward Tang Yuan. "It's broken." Tang Yuan clearly hadn't expected the flower to be so fragile that it snapped in two with one tug. As he lowered his head to check the flower's condition, the soil around its root system suddenly rustled and fell away. The tuber hidden within began to twist on its own, stretching its root veins and transforming into a spherical humanoid object. The flower became a spirit. The two who had been fighting also stopped. Tao Changxin stared wide-eyed. "I've never seen a plant become a spirit before." "That's an item," Sun Jiru retorted disdainfully. Clearly, Sun Jiru was correct. As the spherical object unfolded its body, the slender root veins acting as limbs suddenly plunged into Tang Yuan's arm. Then, a mouthful of sharp fangs appeared within the sphere and bit off his hand in one gulp. Tui. It didn't eat the bitten-off hand, but spat it aside. Then it contracted its root veins, shifted its body upward, and continued biting at Tang Yuan. "What the hell is this thing?" Tang Yuan shouted in shock and fury, shaking his arm while using his short sword to hack at the root veins. But in just those 2 or 3 seconds, the plant's root veins had already crawled up along his blood vessels. As if nourished enough, for every vein he cut, more grew out. SHHK. Tui. After the humanoid root bit off another section of his arm, Tang Yuan had no choice but to sever his own arm along with the root veins. The humanoid root fell to the ground, its veins floating in the air as if searching for the next target. Tang Yuan turned and fled. Tao Changxin and Sun Jiru also instinctively retreated, but unexpectedly, the humanoid root showed no interest in them. Instead, it hopped and skipped after Tang Yuan. "Thank goodness I didn't try to pull that flower earlier," Tao Changxin said with palpable relief. By then, Su Hua had already used his piano wire to retrieve the items he was carrying. He opened the cage, splashed the cleaning solution onto the wooden puppet, and then took it with him as he gave chase. The 3 of them closely followed Tang Yuan and the humanoid root. As they pursued, the scenery before their eyes suddenly blurred. The original forest unexpectedly transformed into a small courtyard they had never seen before. Everyone who entered froze momentarily, but Tang Yuan immediately pulled the door open and escaped. Su Hua and the other 2 had no choice but to follow. To their surprise, after running out of the small courtyard, the outside suddenly changed again into a place resembling an ancestral temple for worship. They didn't stop, quickly running out of that place as well. During this time, the adhesive mucus on the wooden puppet also melted away. Su Hua tossed the cage aside and commanded it, "Catch that spherical thing up ahead." The wooden puppet ran alongside him, tilting its head as it stared at him with its pitch-black, lifeless eyes maintaining their usual vacant expression. Tao Changxin had developed a shadow of fear towards the wooden puppet and instinctively moved further away, saying, "You still dare to let it out? What if it starts wildly slashing with its knife again?" As if responding to her words, the wooden puppet's body shuddered, blades sprouting from its limbs, and its head rotated 180 degrees to face her. Seeing that it was truly about to attack everyone indiscriminately, Su was simply kicked it forward. The wooden puppet clattered noisily as it rolled several meters away before reassembling itself. It then discovered the humanoid root nearby, pulled two long blades from its body, and charged forward while brandishing them. Tang Yuan, running ahead, casually threw a potion bottle onto the ground. Thick smoke billowed out, and both the humanoid root and the wooden puppet that charged into the smoke became stuck to the ground. However, the wooden puppet's body could disassemble. When it realized it couldn't move, it abandoned its feet and leaped forward, chopping with a series of thuds at the root veins the humanoid root whipped towards it. The puppet wasn't human. It didn't need to react to the direction of attacks. It just hacked away at everything in front of it. The humanoid root wasn't very intelligent either. Although it managed to knock off some parts of the wooden puppet's body with its root veins, upon discovering there were no blood vessels to infiltrate, it actually fought half-heartedly, lacking the excitement it showed when dealing with Tang Yuan. The humanoid root's movements gradually slowed, and the wooden puppet also slowly grew shorter. Eventually, only a head, half a shoulder, and half an arm remained. This remnant of the wooden puppet picked up the spherical root, stuffed it under its head to act as a body, and then hopped towards Su Hua along the trail of its own scattered parts. Once held by the wooden puppet, the humanoid root entered a dormant state. Just as Su Hua was about to go retrieve the wooden puppet's remaining body parts, Tang Yuan suddenly burst out of the thick smoke, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at him. "That wooden puppet of yours belongs to me now." The moment Tang Yuan grasped his crimson sword, Su Hua's vision suddenly blurred. The next instant, he found himself back inside the small floral cottage from before. He was now standing beside the dining table, with the wooden puppet sprawled at his feet. Tao Chengxin and Sun Jieri were on the other side of the table, while Tang Yuan was suddenly several meters away from him. Having abruptly lost his attack target, Tang Yuan fell to the ground. A heavy smell of blood wafted from behind. Su Hua turned around and saw Granny Bai sitting in the seat she had occupied during the meal, wiping blood from the corner of her mouth. Her clothes were completely soaked in blood. It was impossible to tell if it was someone else's or her own. For a moment, no one in the room dared to move or make a sound. Granny Bai placed her handkerchief on the table and looked up at Tang Yuan. That single glance made Tang Yuan's scalp crawl. He didn't even entertain the thought of fighting. He simply turned and fled towards the cottage door. However, after taking only a few steps, just as he reached outside, his entire upper body suddenly vanished into the night. Creak, as the wooden door swung shut, his legs took one more step forward before collapsing onto the garden path. Thud, the door closed completely. Tao Chengxin and Sun Jieri also witnessed this scene. They turned back, warily watching Granny Bai. "Are you injured?" Su Hua finally spoke. "Did you deal with the people outside?" Granny Bai's face was so deeply wrinkled it was hard to discern her complexion. She opened her slit-like eyes and sighed with emotion. The government hall playing these kinds of tricks isn't a first. Out of 100 times, I still end up falling for it 2 or 3 times. As she spoke, she stood up and walked over to Su Hua. She slapped the wooden puppet, which was attempting to attack, scattering its parts. Then she picked up the root and smacked it a couple of times on its rear. "Wake up." The humanoid root's limbs became active again, stretching like someone waking up, before opening its mouth wide towards Granny Bai. Granny Bai reached her hand into its mouth, completely ignoring the root veins that were sucking her blood. She felt around inside and slowly pulled out a white block about half the size of a palm. After retrieving the block, she pulled out the root veins that had embedded themselves into her arm, balled up the humanoid root, and placed it into a jar beside her. Then, smiling at Su Hua, she said, "After all these years, you're the only one who brought back the real tooth. Although there was an element of trickery involved, I'll still count it as you completing the 3rd task." As her words faded, Su Hua heard the game notification sound. Congratulations to Player Extra for successfully clearing the dungeon, The Storytelling Woman. You completed all 3 tasks of this dungeon ahead of schedule and gained the recognition of the Storytelling Woman. In addition to the standard dungeon rewards, you will receive an extra reward from the Storytelling Woman. Below is the player task completion rating for this dungeon. Player Extra, a grade. Player Aging Gracefully, C grade. Player Handsome Man Fishing for Frogs, C grade. Only 3 players survived this dungeon, making it clear who is who. Sun Jiru and Tao Chongxin looked at Su Hua with a mixture of disbelief and admiration. Neither had expected that the tooth Tang Yuan was searching for was the real item. The tooth, captured by the wooden puppet and returned to Granny Bai, not only earned an A-grade evaluation, but also came with an extra reward. "Thank you," Su Hua said calmly to Granny Bai. If she hadn't acknowledged his completion, he would never have gotten the A-grade evaluation. Granny Bai handed him the white block. "Consider it repayment for that golden powder purple flower." Sun Jiru and Tao Chongxin's expression shifted slightly, but before they could say anything, Granny Bai waved her hand, and they were expelled from the floral cottage. "Isn't this item something necessary for you to protect Fairy Tale City?" Su Hua asked in surprise. "Is it really all right to just give it to me?" Granny Bai gestured for him to sit down and brought over a fresh pot of tea. "I no longer have any attachment to Fairy Tale City. After I die, I won't care what happens here." Su Hua fell silent for a moment before hearing her continue. "There are actually 16 angels' teeth. These 16 teeth represent 16 independent small spaces. These spaces are distributed under the same wormhole point. If you leave E27 and go to other wormhole points, new independent small spaces will be generated. However, the owner of the item doesn't know where these 16 places are. They can only travel back and forth between these 16 spaces." Su Hua paused. "Aren't all 16 of those locations currently within Fairy Tale City now?" The use of an item is limited by the player. For low-level players, the range an item can affect might only be a single city or a small village. But high-level players can expand that range to cover an entire wormhole point. "I only kept 6 teeth in Fairy Tale City. The other teeth are still in other locations within E27. Su Hua gripped the block in his hand and asked, "How can one reach other wormhole points?" Granny Bai, however, just smiled. "That's too far off for you right now. Keep the tooth, you'll find a use for it later." "You said you're from Zone 014, she changed the subject, her tone meaningful. "Young man, you haven't been careful enough. Someone has their eye on you." Asterisk. In a station not far from Su Hua's departure point, a man with no eyebrows watched a colorful lizard sniffing around inside the station. After confirming the direction, he grinned, revealing a mouth of blackened teeth. "Looks like he went to the building block Fairy Tale City Station." Su Hua stood once again outside the Sunflower Courtyard, pondering when exactly he had fallen victim to another player's scheme. Retracing everything that happened in Fairy Tale City, none of the players he encountered after arriving here had sufficient motive, including the player eater from the fresh meat sausage shop. The only possibility was that before entering the game, during that confrontation in Harbor City, a high-level player had done something to him. Granny Bai had only given him a hint without explaining clearly, but it was certain that something had been done to him. Even with enough train tickets to continuously move between different dungeons, the time spent staying in dungeons was long. Remaining fixed in one place also carried the risk of being found. He tilted his head to look at Sun Jiru waiting not far away. "If my skills are inferior, I have nothing to say." Sun Jiru approached him and said, "I want to discuss a deal with you." Su Hua gestured for her to continue. Sun Jiru took a deep breath and said, "You've gotten into trouble. I can help you remove this trouble, but on the condition that you transfer the teeth Granny Bai gave you to me." "Impossible. Suggest something else," Su Hua said decisively. Sun Jiru wasn't angry either. Meeting his gaze, she said, "This concerns your life's safety. The person targeting you is definitely a C-grade player or higher. Do you have the ability to deal with high-level players right now? With an absolute gap in strength, wisdom simply cannot compensate." Su Hua nodded in agreement, "So I plan to go directly to the next dungeon." Sun Jiru choked for a moment, but then heard him continue, "State your real conditions." "This trick won't work on me." She smiled, "I didn't expect you to see through it. I just want you to owe me a favor." Only then did Su Hua seriously examine her. From the beginning on the train, Sun Jiru had presented herself as a pampered young lady from a wealthy family, not high level, but rich and bringing bodyguards. She had been angry about her companion and bodyguard's death and wanted revenge, but quickly adjusted her attitude when it proved impossible, even wanting to make a deal with him, who had indirectly screwed her over once. Her image was quite well-rounded. "You come from an extraordinary background. You probably don't need a favor from me," he said. "Who can say for sure?" Sun Jiru said, "In the game world, it's not about who has money or whose fists are harder." Grassroots rising up in dungeons is much easier than in reality. And those with only assets but no player support are just fat meat in others' eyes. Don't worry, I won't make excessive demands, Sunjiru said. I just want to ask you one thing. If you ever encounter a player named Wang Chung or with the nickname, Slap My Dad's Face in the game, no matter what, please help him. Is he your brother? Younger brother, Sunjiru said. After our parents divorced, he went with our mother. Now he's also entered the game world. Although the game world is vast, there might still be a slight chance we meet again, she continued. If we do have the opportunity to meet, and before that you haven't encountered him, then help me with another matter. You are indeed a smart person, but you don't want to wander aimlessly in the game world either, do you? Most dungeons that E-grade players go to are either closed or semi-closed like Fairy Tail City. If you clear a dungeon without using a return ticket, you can only remain stranded in that dungeon. Dungeon locations are only so big, eventually, someone will catch up to you one day. You don't want to bring danger to your relatives and friends either, do you? The condition I'm proposing isn't excessive. But if you're willing to exchange it for Angel's Teeth, that works too. Suwa agreed. The two found a tea house and went inside. Sunjiru took off the necklace from her neck and first explained the item's use. This is a detection item. It can analyze the composition of most things like soil, water sources, air, etc., and can also detect some special scents. I noticed it right when you boarded the train. At first, I thought you were deeply concealing your abilities, but you quickly fooled me. At the building block bun shop, you also confirmed I was outside through this? Suwa asked. Sunjiru showed slight surprise, then sighed. There's no sense of mystery at all in front of smart people. Correct. She held the necklace pendant and scanned it through the air from top to bottom, finally stopping at his ankle. Right here. Suwa didn't feel anything. He looked down, but the exposed skin showed no abnormalities. Sunjiru took out a bottle of insecticide and, after he nodded, sprayed it. Soon, a fingernail-sized thin flake fell off his skin, similar in color to his skin and as thin as a cicada's wing. She picked up the flake. This is an embryo of a tracking lizard nicknamed See You in 3 years. During the egg-laying stage, the mother lizard continuously produces and sheds such embryos. If the embryo attaches to a person or object, even across stations, as long as conditions are suitable, the mother lizard will find it. This lizard's sense of smell can cross spatial boundaries? Suwa frowned. Whether its smell or not hasn't been determined yet, but animal evolution is more complex and strange than humans. Sunjiru paused and rephrased. Dolphins have built-in sonar systems in their brains that can locate objects less than 5 centimeters across from over 100 meters away. Rusty-spotted catfish can construct a 3D jungle map in their brains. After initial evolution, some animals have displayed extraordinary abilities that humans cannot achieve. In other words, humans don't know how they do it either. They've merely observed the phenomenon. And this embryo can remain active for up to 3 years. During these 3 years, as long as the mother lizard isn't dead, it will continue tracking it. Suwa looked at the flake in her palm. Can it still be used now? Of course. It seems there aren't very effective blocking methods yet. Sunjiru handed it to him. What do you plan to use this for? You can just discard it somewhere. To deliver a big gift, Suwa smiled slightly. Sunjiru hesitated for a moment, then said, I have another question. Go ahead. How did you see through Granny Bai's identity? I also interacted with her on the train, but I completely didn't realize they were the same person. I didn't see through their identities, I just judged they were related, Suwa said. Both of them mentioned the Bear Claw restaurant, and Granny Bai, disguised as the tour guide, entered the Bear Claw restaurant herself to lure me in. Weren't you also curious why no babies were born in Fairy Tail City for 20 years? If this is a powerful person who has lost hope in their own kind, achieving that isn't difficult. However, this person would need to be at least 35 years old. Although the female tour guide didn't fit that description, the game has all sorts of strange items, and changing appearance isn't unusual. So whether they were 2 people or 1 person, both possibilities were within reasonable range. But why wouldn't she allow the people of Fairy Tail City to reproduce? Although Sunjiru had her suspicions, hearing him say it out loud still felt unbelievable. Because he was disappointed with Fairy Tail City, he wanted to commit genocide against its people? What's so surprising about that? Suwa pointed out the window. Do the people here still seem normal to you? Resentment, disgust, or even taking pleasure in the misfortune of former compatriots is understandable. But eating the flesh and blood of your own people without any psychological barrier? Once that bottom line is crossed, what difference is there from player eaters in the future? Sun Jiru looked somewhat saddened and sighed. In this game, whether they are players or ordinary people, everyone is a victim. Suhwa neither agreed nor disagreed, his gaze lingering on her face. Sun Jiru was not as emotional as she appeared. Back at the small cabin, she had only gone all out against him and hadn't targeted Tao Chengxin, who was somewhat of an ally to him. Firstly, it was to vent her anger. If she could kill him, it would also serve as vengeance for her dead companions. Secondly, she clearly didn't want to completely alienate the other players either. They were mere acquaintances without deep bonds, so naturally, a situation where several players would join forces against her wouldn't arise. In the game, what's made public is a player's nickname, but what needs protection is also the player's nickname. Sun Jiru collected her emotions and said to him, "You are a man who keeps your promises. Remember my nickname. We will meet again in the future." After speaking, she exited the dungeon. Suhwa glanced at the embryo fragment, retracted the piano wire he had deployed upon entering, and headed towards the fresh meat sausage shop, carrying the wooden puppet. From a distance, he placed the lizard embryo into the wooden puppet's mouth, pushed the corners of its mouth upward into a smile, and then ordered this smiling puppet to hide inside the sausage shop. After confirming the puppet had entered and wasn't driven out, he found a spot farther away, but still with a view of the fresh meat sausage shop to settle down. Within 2 hours, 2 people who looked travel-worn arrived near the fresh meat sausage shop. Suhwa recognized one of them, the man with no eyebrows, as a high-level player who had been part of the group besieging Painting Woman. He seemed to be a player eater too. The man with no eyebrows and his companion had retreated immediately after encountering the hypnotist player from the Phantom Sound Knights. Suhwa hadn't expected them to be hiding in the shadows, plotting something. Seeing the two enter the sausage shop, he turned and went downstairs, heading to the entrance of Fairy Tale City to board the tour bus. The entrance to Tourism City was as bustling as ever. Just as Suhwa was walking towards the tour bus, he suddenly felt a slight breeze sweep past him. He instinctively stopped and looked back, catching sight of a man in an overcoat and a fedora, carrying a black leather suitcase, appearing in his field of vision. His gaze lingered for a moment on the small doll handle of the other man's suitcase before Suhwa immediately boarded the tour bus. The man carrying the suitcase suddenly turned his head, revealing half a face with the left eye covered by a mask. His eyes swept across the crowd before quickly turning away. Sitting on the tour bus with his back to the bulletin board, Suhwa stared straight ahead. Only when that spine-chilling sense of danger finally faded did he let out a sigh of relief. The tour bus slowly started moving, carrying its full load of tourists away from Fairy Tale City. According to Granny Bai, the original owner of the smiling puppet was a very powerful individual. It was best not to make the puppet smile when using it. However, the game description for the smiling puppet itself suggested that whoever found it could set it to smile mode and send it home, which seemed more like a trap. Unclear about who the puppet's original owner really was, Suhwa had never intended to take it with him in the first place. Therefore, upon learning that high-level players were tracking him, he planned to leave the puppet with the government hall players, specifically setting it to smile mode. This way, whether the man with no eyebrows fought with the government hall players, or if the puppet's original owner was successfully drawn and leading to a 3-way melee, it would logically divert attention onto the high-level players. Regardless of whether there were casualties among them, at the very least, there would be a second piece of evidence supporting the fact that the super item from Zone 014 was snatched by high-level players. He just hadn't expected the man suspected to be the smiling puppet's original owner to be so strong. The bus slowly moved away from Fairy Tale City. Just as the city was about to disappear from view, a mushroom cloud-like red smoke suddenly surged into the sky above the city. The cloud gathered for less than a second before exploding outward from its center, sweeping from inside the city to the outside like a sonic wave. The building block-shaped walls of Fairy Tale City were instantly destroyed. The wreckage of buildings outside the city and the glass barriers were successively crushed to dust. People on the roads, the mutants in the viewing areas, all fled unanimously in the direction opposite to the city. Suhua used his return ticket and left the building block Fairy Tale City Station just before the bus was hit. In the blink of an eye, he was back in Harbor City. It was night. The place he returned to was near the ruins of the Pearl Hotel. Patrol cars were still visible everywhere on the street, but the wounded crying and waiting for rescue were no longer seen. Not far away, a tilted television was stuck on the Capital City channel, where the speech by the elderly man from Capital City was playing on repeat. This is a disaster for our entire nation and indeed the whole world. For our lost compatriots, I feel profound sorrow and guilt. The state became aware of the existence of Evolvers 3 months ago and learned of the existence of the Dimensional Rift game 1 month ago. However, we failed to make sufficiently thorough preparations and responses, leading our nation's people into this catastrophe. Thanks to the brave resistance of our players, soldiers, and people, players from other zones are finally gradually leaving Zone 014. Now is a time of national crisis and survival. The strength of players from other zones far surpasses our own, and they intend to slaughter our players. The consequence of losing our talented individuals is being trampled at will by the invaders. Therefore, the state has decided to declassify information regarding the Dimensional Rift game. Currently, the state has basic methods for training players. We hope the people of the nation will actively sign up to become players and become the cornerstone protecting this country, this world. Compatriots, the storm of bloodshed has not ceased. This assault from civilizations of other zones is certainly not the last. Already, 13 small nations have been subjected to genocide by players from other zones. If we do not stand up now, then in the future, we will share the same fate. Compatriots, for the sake of our families, our children, stand up bravely. After listening to the speech, Suhua took out his phone and searched for current news. The news about the destroyed countries had lost its urgency, replaced by news of a large-scale infectious disease outbreak in Country Y and reports of mutants suddenly appearing in large numbers in Country B, slaughtering ordinary people. He paused for a moment, then quickly clicked on the news about Country B. It reported that on the third night of the attack by players from other zones, a large number of mutants suddenly appeared in 5 major cities across the country, slaughtering nearly 10 cities in one go before being contained. When Country B's military risked entering the sealed-off zones to investigate, they discovered these mutants had not evolved from Evolvers. They had somehow entered Country B from other zones. The situation in Country B was somewhat similar to Fairy Tale City. He had suspected this before. The mutant surges in Fairy Tale City weren't caused by locals transforming. Perhaps, like in Country B, those mutants had come in from outside zones. Wherever the preliminary trial train passed at night, a large number of car assault mutants would appear. That meant many locations in the game world were occupied by mutants. Whether the game forced players to avoid those mutants or deliberately routed the train through those areas to filter players, the altered evolvers and players weren't completely killed off. Instead, they were left to roam in certain places. So were the sudden mutant waves in Fairy Tale City and Country B man-made, or were they the game's own filtering mechanism? Granny Bai had once spoken vaguely. If Zone 014 suddenly had a large influx of players, it wouldn't become the next Fairy Tale City. And judging whether a game zone had a huge number of players was something players from other zones couldn't do. If that was the case, the most likely explanation was that the game introduced mutants into a new, low-potential zone, turning the whole area into a mutant zone. 1/3 are in the light. Suhua no longer doubted Granny Bai's words. "Hey, you over there, who are you?" A beam of light suddenly shone on him. One of the patrol vehicles had spotted him. The patrol vehicles were now equipped with heavy weapons, every barrel pointed at him as the armed crew spoke. "I'm a player returning from a dungeon." Suhua stepped forward proactively. "My identity should be registered." "You can check." "Don't come closer," the armed personnel shouted, then had someone inside the vehicle verify his identity. As the only player who had cracked the method in the Black and White Life and Death game, his identity details were kept restricted in the system. Only a photo and the most basic information proved he was a domestic player. "Get in." "Where are you heading?" "We'll take you there," one of the armed men said as he hailed him into the vehicle, then asked about his dungeon experience. "I was near Harbor City at the time, but the dungeon activated and forcibly transported me into the game." "I don't know what happened afterward," Suhua replied. The armed men then gave him a rough rundown of what happened after outside zone players seized the super item. Painting Woman had sacrificed herself. A super player who appeared out of nowhere snatched the super item from a group of high-level players. Other players who had come for the super item left one after another, while someone who watched the Phantom Sound Knights fight. No one dared approach the Phantom Sound Knights side, so surveillance had to rely on satellites. After they clashed, half of Harbor City was forcibly razed. The air was filled with a strange, turbid substance. It was hard to see exactly what happened inside. Then, 6 hours later, the turbid substance suddenly vanished, and so did the combatants. The opponent who fought the Phantom Sound Knights was a man in a wheelchair. Afterward, the outside world still didn't know who had won, but players coming from other zones gradually decreased. Only a few troublemakers remained and were forced to leave Zone 014 under heavy fire. Did the Black and White Life and Death game disappear along with the Phantom Sound Knights? Suhua asked. No. The Black and White Life and Death game disappeared in the third hour of the Phantom Sound Knights fight with the wheelchair player. They probably couldn't maintain it over there, the armed man said. Do you know how those players got in? Suhua asked again. The armed man shook his head, indicating he didn't know. All information about this incident has been consolidated on the Vanguard Players Forum. You can check there. Also, the state has set up an entirely new player department. Since you're already a registered player, you can go to the local liaison office to sign up. It's not mandatory, but if you serve the country, you'll have access to state resources. Suhua thanked him. As the vehicle passed through an area of ruins, he looked out. Tall buildings had been flattened, and from where he sat he could see the vast ocean beyond. Everyone still in Harbor City was being transported under state responsibility, so the armed personnel dropped him at the airport and handed him a plane ticket to the capital city. They saluted him. We're grateful for the Vanguard player's sacrifice. Thank you. Suhua took the ticket and boarded the plane. 2 hours later, he stood in the quiet capital city airport. Although the city hadn't suffered heavy damage in this incident, netizens had read the news about domestic and international developments and were staying home for the time being. Streets had few vehicles. When he reached the exit, four armed personnel approached him. Are you Mr. Suhua? That's me. They saluted. Our superiors assigned us to receive you. Do you feel unwell? Would you like to go to a hospital first? Suhua guessed that when his identity was verified in Harbor City, the capital had been notified. No need. I'll go home first. Suhua came from a well-off family. His father and stepmother lived in a fairly upscale villa community. By the time he returned, the original security guards had been replaced by armed personnel. Even the exterior of the Su family villa had guards posted. As the car stopped at the gate, a neighbor peered out and then hurried back inside when he glanced over. His grandmother had already passed away. His grandfather, father, stepmother, his half-brother by his stepmother, and relatives from his stepmother's family were all there. They'd been informed in advance that Suhua would be coming home, except for his grandfather. Everyone gathered in the living room. Cousin, you're back. Yu Qingqing dashed forward first, looping her arm through his and jiggling it. I heard you became a player, right? Aren't you amazing? Otherwise the state wouldn't have sent so many people to protect us. Suhua disentangled her and greeted the family. Dad. Aunt Yu. He hadn't seen his father for 2 or 3 years. His father patted his shoulder and said, You've lost weight and gotten tanned. Have you contacted your mother? Not yet, Suhua replied, and an armed guard next to him said, We've already sent people to pick up Mr. Su's mother, Miss Fong. She should arrive in the capital by tomorrow night at the latest. Oh my, we owe you big time this time, Suhua. Otherwise we'd be worrying ourselves sick at home, Yu Qingqing's mother said, nudging her younger sister. Go have Tongtong greet his brother. His stepmother didn't really know him. She had married his father after Suhua had already left home. Tongtong, come on, she said, pulling her shy young son out from behind her. The small child clung to his mother's leg from shyness. Suhua glanced at him and said, I'll go talk to Grandpa. When Suhua left home back then, things between him and his family were a little tense. His grandfather didn't open the study door for him. From behind the door, he told him to go sweep his elder brother's grave. I understand. Suhua replied through the door, then asked, How have you been feeling lately? I'm not dead yet. The voice from behind the door sounded a bit impatient. Too much fussing, are you even a man? Hurry up and go. Suwa turned and went downstairs, bluntly asking his father, "Has Grandpa fallen ill?" His father looked a little surprised, then said, "He's been sick for about half a year. His legs feel weak and he can't walk. He told me not to tell you." Suwa paused slightly. "What did the doctor say?" "Same as always, he's old." At that moment, a familiar man in a suit walked in from outside. Team Leader Wu. Team Leader Wu grinned and said, "Who would have thought we'd meet again here in Capital City? I came this time to bring you something. You were injured in Harbor City. The higher-ups are quite concerned. My wound was treated in the game with a potion. In fact, the mutant toxin that had been in him had already been decomposed. How's my friend doing now?" "You mean Wang Chaoqing?" Team Leader Wu chuckled. "That guy is a real sly one. After we gave him an inhibitor, he refused to leave. He insists the state administer an antidote, but the antidote is still under research and not perfected yet, can't just give it out. Let's talk somewhere else," Suwa suggested. The two moved to the small study on the second floor. Team Leader Wu stated his purpose first. "The state values talent. Of course, we'd like you to join the newly established security division. But the state also respects your wishes, wherever you are, as long as your heart is with the country, that's fine." Suwa smiled. "You didn't find my past files?" Suwa's records had of course been closely examined. The leaders had agreed that if he agreed to join, he would be fully cultivated. If not, the state could still offer certain support because of his past contributions. That's all stuff from the past. Once someone's sick and gets better, it's fine, right? Team Leader Wu added, recalling their previous interactions and explaining why he was sent. Suwa lit a cigarette slowly. "If you looked into my files, you should know I was once treated in a psychiatric hospital during my childhood. I had an impulse to look for that hospital a couple years ago, but it was gone, no building remained, no trace at all. I couldn't find it in any official records. I checked institutions and hospitals that should have had contact with that facility. There were no records of that hospital in their files either. Yet, some people remembered that patients had indeed been transferred to that psychiatric hospital at the time. It's just that all the expected paperwork and archived documents were completely missing." Team Leader Wu's face gradually grew serious. "I'll investigate this matter." Suwa nodded slightly. "I don't plan to join any organization for now, but I did bring back some potions from the game this time. You can take them back as a token." Team Leader Wu sounded regretful as usual, but didn't press the matter. "If you have any difficulties, tell us. The state will help where it can." "I'll think about it," Suwa said. Were the player losses this time severe? On the way back, he saw screens everywhere calling for ordinary people to sign up to become players, but the response was lukewarm. When the subject came up, Team Leader Wu couldn't help but sigh. Because of the particular nature of this incident, apart from the innocent civilian casualties, players suffered the largest losses. Whether it was elite players gathered in Capital City, Defender players from various cities, or the Vanguard players supporting Harbor City, more than 2/3 died. Player development had barely started, and it almost got cut off. "Increase player numbers as quickly as possible," Suwa said. "I heard something bad in the game. If a new game zone loses its potential during the initial evolution phase, the game is very likely to abandon it." "What does that mean?" Team Leader Wu's expression stiffened. "It means the whole world could experience what happened in Country B, a mass invasion of mutants into Zone 014, ordinary people unable to naturally become evolvers, and eventually the entire world reduced to mutant grazing land. That's huge." Team Leader Wu wiped cold sweat from his brow. "You might not know, but just this noon an internal regulation about blocking external zone players was released." "Blocking?" Suwa raised an eyebrow. "Exactly. From massive surveillance footage, we found that external zone players seem to rely on items to get into Zone 014, and it appears they need a Zone 014 dungeon ticket. We infer that both the ticket and the items that allow entry into the real world have limitations. So even high-level players can't just come whenever they like." Team Leader Wu explained. "We also believe the incident in Country B was caused by players. If external zone players must use a ticket to enter Zone 014's real world, then the maximum time each player can stay is less than 2 months." Suwa said. "That's right. The game requires every player to undergo a dungeon once per natural month. No player can violate that. With that constraint, players can't linger in Zone 014 for long." So once external zone players are found, the priority is containment. It seems this discovery made them complacent. The real danger lies in the game, not in a tiny number of players. I need to report this up the chain immediately. Team leader Wu hurried to leave, then added before departing, one more thing, there's an epidemic sweeping countrywide. Until they determine its origin, try to minimize contact with outsiders. After seeing him out, Su Hua returned to his room and checked the rewards from this dungeon run. Aside from Granny Bai's tooth, there was only one added item. Adult fairy tale book. Once opened, this book will automatically narrate unsettling fairy tales. Not recommended for use by anyone under 18. Su Hua took it out. It was a hard red-covered book 3 inches thick. When he opened it, blood-like droplets inexplicably welled across the pristine white pages, then lines of text floated into view while a dry, eerie voice began to read aloud the words. So it's a horror story. He set the book aside and casually pulled up some horror music, listening to the narration while the music played. But the music hadn't been playing 2 minutes before the reading voice grew quieter. The writing and bloodstains on the page faded, and the cover flipped shut by itself. At first, Su Hua assumed time had run out, so he opened it from the middle. This time the dot-shaped blood marks turned into surging, wave-like patterns. He kept the music on, but the reading lasted even shorter. Before he got through half a page, the book shut itself. When he opened it again, a line of bleeding words appeared on the page. As an adult fairy tale book, it has lost its dignity and intends to slack off. Su Hua picked up the book and checked his item slots. This adult fairy tale book was in the ordinary item slot without any special grade designation. It should be an E-grade item. However, this fairy tale book seemed different from other ordinary items. Turning off the terrifying music, he opened the book again. This time, the patterns appearing on the pages were different, having transformed into a regular red pattern, while the original black text had turned into bloody red characters. The previous narration, though hoarse and dry, was relatively fluent. But now it was interspersed with throaty sounds like gurgle and cough, as if someone was reading with their last breath. Su Hua listened for about 10 minutes before suddenly saying, "If your throat isn't good, do you want some medicine?" The narration paused momentarily, then gradually faded away. Soon, both the bloody characters and patterns completely disappeared, and the book closed itself. Su Hua immediately reached out to open the book again, but this time it wouldn't open no matter what. Setting the book aside, he checked his other items. This dungeon in Fairy Tale City hadn't developed any new traits, and this book was the only item obtained. However, compared to other ordinary items, this fairy tale book could engage in simple communication with the outside world, making it a relatively promising item. Apart from this, his personal list had increased by 2,000 white bills. Combined with his previous income and expenses in Fairy Tale City, his personal wealth hadn't changed much. He now had 3 additional bottles of P1 Evolution Serum, 3 bottles of D-grade Healing Potion, 5 bottles of D-grade Hair Growth Potion, 1 bottle of E-grade Skin Beautifier, and 2 bottles of E-grade Health Potion. The note for the health potion stated that ordinary people could use it, but he didn't trust game products. He gave 1 bottle to team leader Wu along with various potions purchased from Fairy Tale City, planning to decide whether to use them only after they underwent testing. Additionally, he had gained 1 more D-grade train ticket, and the countdown for his next game had changed to 43 days. Taking out the tooth given by Granny Bai, this white block neither looked like a tooth nor matched the description of one in any way. The introduction was extremely brief, with only 1 sentence, a component within components. As a lost item, it has lost its intended capabilities. In other words, this white block couldn't be used, and he didn't know why Granny Bai had given this thing to him. When he left the dungeon, Fairy Tale City had suffered heavy damage and Granny Bai's fate was unknown, leaving him no way to ask. But even if Granny Bai remained in Fairy Tale City, it would be difficult for him to return. After fiddling with the block briefly, he stored it in his item slot. At that moment, Yu Qingqing knocked twice on the door outside and, without waiting for his response, turned the handle herself and poked her head in. "Cousin, I want to discuss something with you." Becoming a player is off the table, Su Hua said without looking up. Yu Qingqing pushed the door open angrily. "Why can't I become a player?" Su Hua gestured with his chin toward the fairy tale book on the table. "Read it." Yu Qingqing immediately walked over and flipped the book open with a smack. Seeing the bloodstains on the pages, her eyes lit up. An item? A terrifying voice began narrating the story content. Yu Qingqing stood there listening for a while, her puzzled gaze shifting between Su Hua and the fairy tale book before she couldn't help saying, "Is this a courage test? I'm a materialist, I don't believe in ghosts." Smack. This time the book closed loudly. Su Hua smiled instead, signaling her to hand him the book. He casually tried to open it, but still couldn't, so he simply stored it back in his item slot. Yu Qingqing looked at him enviously. "Cousin, I think I can contribute to our country." "I'm not stopping you. You can go register," Su Hua said. "But not using my name." Yu Qingqing pouted. "You don't know how many people want to become evolvers. Not everyone can become one, you have to undergo checks first. I heard there are long queues of people waiting. I just want to skip the line." Seeing Su Hua remain silent, she continued, "Actually, it's not just because of the invasion by players from other zones. There are many reasons, even domestically things aren't stable. If you're not an evolver, you don't dare go out easily. If I become a player, I could protect our family too." Su Hua knew that there actually weren't that many people registering, it's just that becoming a player would definitely require going through screening. "Register yourself," he said, shooing her out before washing up and turning off the lights to sleep. The next day when Su Hua went out, she still hadn't given up, so he simply had the armed personnel block her at home, not allowing her to leave. After driving for over half an hour to the cemetery, he parked outside and got out of the car with flowers he had bought along the way. Compared to the deserted streets outside, quite a few people were coming and going from the cemetery. Avoiding the funeral procession, he walked to his elder brother Suji's grave, placed the flowers, lit a cigarette and put it on the tombstone, then lit one for himself. "Don't know if you've quit smoking or not." Gazing at Suji's photo, Su Hua stood before the grave for a long time. "Isn't this the gambling king, Su? You dare come back after hiding out all these years?" 3 people came over from a funeral procession not far away. One of them, a woman with a clearly smiling face, was none other than the movie star Gyu whom he had encountered in Decibel Town. She had intended to greet Su Hua, but hadn't expected her companion to open with such provocative words. "Zheng Liang," she called to her companion, then asked, "Do you know each other?" "We were neighbors for a few years," the man who had spoken first, Zheng Liang, said while crossing his arms and scrutinizing Su Hua. "I heard Gyu praising some player like he was a blooming flower. I thought it might be someone with the same name, but it's really you. Someone like you, who caused his own brother's death because of gambling, actually became a player too. There's no justice in this world." Su Hua glanced behind him. "Who died in your family?" Zheng Liang's face darkened as he fell silent. Gyu quickly pulled him back, smiling at Su Hua. "I've been wanting to contact you. I'm glad you're okay. Would you like to visit our newly established headquarters? You might be interested in joining." When players from other zones invaded, the small group she originally belonged to had banded together. While ensuring their own safety, they had also absorbed some local players, and now their numbers were considerable, with several core members fully establishing their operation. "No need. I don't plan to join any organizations for now," Su Hua said. Zheng Liang beside him sneered, "Forget it. He's a lone wolf. If he's going to work with anyone, it'll be with the government. Why would he listen to people like us?" Gyu frowned. "Can't you speak properly? This is my attitude toward people with poor character. If you don't like it, you don't have to look." Zheng Liang provocatively stared at Su Hua. Su Hua didn't even give him a glance, turning and walking away. "Su Hua, don't get cocky. I'll settle our old scores sooner or later," Zheng Liang shouted from behind. Unfortunately, Su Hua didn't look back even once. Meanwhile, Gyu pulled Zheng Liang back. "You have a grudge too? What grudge?" "None of your business," Zheng Liang said hatefully, watching Su Hua's retreating back while grinding his teeth. "I'll have a reckoning with him sooner or later." Su Hua didn't pay him any mind. After leaving the cemetery, he drove to the airport. Miss Fang had already arrived, and her current boyfriend had returned with her. "You must be Su Hua. My surname is Tang. I'm 3 years older than your mother. You can call me Uncle Tang," the middle-aged man offered kindly. Su Hua didn't shake his hand, instead asking, "Are you from country Y?" "Not really." The middle-aged man didn't mind, calmly withdrawing his hand. "I hold J country citizenship, but my deceased parents were both from our country." Coming back this time could be considered returning to my roots. Suhua invited them into the car. Despite their long separation, Ms. Fong didn't show much warmth toward him. After briefly asking about his situation, she said, "Your Uncle Tang and I have our own place to stay. We won't crowd in with your father's family. Things are unstable everywhere recently. Living together would be safer," Suhua said. "There's also an empty villa in the residential area. You could stay there." The car was already heading toward the Su family home. Miss Fong showed anger in her expression. "My words carry no weight at all. When public security improves in a while, you can go wherever you want." Suhua closed his eyes, ending the conversation. After settling them both in, Suhua left with the words, "Call me if anything happens," and departed the villa. After leaving, he didn't return to his father's side, but instead called team leader Wu, asking him to send epidemic prevention personnel to quarantine the villa. He then went to another Su family property. Within 20 minutes, team leader Wu called back, "We've conducted thorough checks. Ms. Fong and Tang Guanghua show no infection. As a precaution, I also checked Tang Guanghua's relatives, friends, and neighbors. No one has visited Country Y recently. Tang Guanghua's breathing and heartbeat seem somewhat abnormal," Suhua said. "He has heart-related conditions," team leader Wu said. "We confirmed this earlier. He's been taking medication consistently." Suhua paused briefly before adding, "I'd still like to trouble you to find an appropriate opportunity to take my mother out for separate quarantine." "Since you say so, I'll arrange it," team leader Wu said. "If you suspect Tang Guanghua is infected with the epidemic disease and you've been in contact with him, you should also get checked." "Not necessary for now. I'll contact you if any issues arise," Suhua said before hanging up. He went online to carefully review news related to the epidemic in Country Y. The timing of Country Y's epidemic outbreak coincided precisely with the days when foreign zone players invaded Zone 014. In less than half a month, the number of infected people had reached 500,000. The mortality rate wasn't high, but infected individuals needed centralized quarantine. While our country was publicly sharing game and player information with the world, Country Y was vigorously suppressing news about the game and players. Government officials debunked rumors, labeling the game details our country disclosed as fake news. They portrayed the foreign player invasions as terrorist attacks from neighboring Country P and publicly revealed military secrets about preparing for war. Some regions within Country Y were already engulfed in warfare. Excessive videos and messages nearly crashed the national network. People inside the country began fleeing northward. Combined with the impact of infectious diseases, some had already crossed the border into Country P. Meanwhile, Country Y used military force against Country P under the pretext of protecting its own citizens, formally starting war between the two major nations. Compared to the epidemic, more people were dying from the war. However, aside from Country B, there were no news reports about mutant swarms from other places yet. Confirming this point, Suhua relaxed slightly. Country Y's epidemic appeared suddenly, but so far, no news had emerged about patients mutating into mutants or degenerating, suggesting there was likely no risk of turning into mutants either. Previously, he believed it impossible for potions or contamination sources to cause ordinary people to mutate through water, air, or other means. Now, events in Country Y and Country B indirectly confirmed his speculation. However, this epidemic was quite likely the work of players. Most fatalities were elderly people with weak resistance, indicating this epidemic's lethality wasn't as strong as imagined. Country Y's current chaos was partly the responsibility of those in power. Next, he opened the Pioneer Forum to review the detailed information about this foreign player invasion event that the government had published. Besides the cause and progression of events, there was a comprehensive set of videos and audio recordings documenting the appearances and disappearances of some foreign zone players. From the minimal information available, it could be inferred that foreign zone players found it difficult to enter Zone 014. With the super item's disappearance, large numbers of high-level players probably wouldn't come to Zone 014 next. However, the forum didn't publish the information Suhua had provided. Most players browsing the forum were simply relieved to have survived the catastrophe. Additionally, he carefully reviewed all the compiled player information. Most members of the Phantom Sound Knights, plus the wheelchair player and the child with him, along with image comparisons of the high-level players who surrounded Painting Woman. Suhua noticed that the eyebrowless player called Human Tongue had 2 companions, but during the Fairy Tale City incident, only 2 of the 3 appeared. He paused briefly. High-level players probably had their own communication methods. If the man carrying the leather suitcase was strong enough, the third person had likely already received news about Human Tongue and 1 companion's deaths by now. Even if these 2 hadn't died, they would most likely shift their targets. This situation essentially confirmed the fact that the super item had been taken by a super player. If other high-level players were still paying attention to the super item, they would eventually hear the news too. At this point, the super item incident was basically over. What followed would be the contest between players and the game. Ding ding ding. Painting Woman initiated a video call. Suhua answered, and a large face immediately appeared on screen. Painting Woman leaned closer to look, then stepped back and took out a notebook to write. When did you come back? Suhua paused. You didn't know? I thought the poster secretly watching me from the cracks last night was you. Painting Woman shamefully covered her face, then wrote, I like Harbor City. The houses and land here are all mine. Don't worry, you're already dead. They'll reclaim it eventually. Painting Woman immediately drooped her eyebrows. Could you ask them not to take my land and houses? No. Suhua refused directly, then asked, why aren't you leaving Zone 014? Painting Woman touched the medal hanging on her chest. I want to follow you. Suhua didn't speak. Then she waved her pen and wrote quickly, you won't take the medal back, will you? What's given is given. Suhua changed the subject. You mentioned before that you saw puppets in a castle. What kind of puppets were they? Painting Woman wasn't skilled at drawing, so she used some paper to fold into puppet shapes, 3 puppets of varying sizes, including human and animal forms. Like this. Suhua drew the smiling puppet. Painting Woman immediately nodded. Yes, this puppet is really fun. I took one with me. Suhua raised an eyebrow. You stole a puppet? Painting Woman looked ashamed as she wrote, not stolen. I asked it and it didn't object. But I lost it later. Suhua roughly understood why that smiling puppet was described as troubled fate. He showed a slight smile. Did you see the castle's owner? Painting Woman immediately shook her head. The puppets there were all so fierce. I didn't stay long. Then do you remember which station that castle was in? Painting Woman looked confused. Having gained some preliminary understanding of part of a high-level player's information, Suhua didn't push for more. He simply said, if you want to follow me, come to Capital City. I have a small matter I'd like your help with. The Painting Woman lingered in Harbor City for a few more days before arriving in Capital City, going directly to the Su family home using the address Suhua had given her. Before her arrival, Suhua had already arranged an identity for her. Just like what he had told Yuan Yao and the others, she was a relative from Ms. Fong's side with vague parental details, roughly classifiable as a cousin. The Painting Woman arrived in Capital City feeling quite unhappy. Her days in Harbor City had been too enjoyable. She could do whatever she wanted, even though there wasn't much she could actually do. Coming to Capital City felt like having her hands and feet chopped off. The Su family welcomed her warmly, but the Painting Woman wasn't very enthusiastic. She has some intellectual issues and is mute, Yu Qingqing said from the side. Probably came to rely on cousin because no one was taking care of her. Only then did the Su family reign in their enthusiasm, though Suhua's father's late-born child Tongtong liked her very much. He took her to visit his toy room, and after playing together for a few minutes, she completely forgot about Harbor City and houses. During these few days, Suhua only returned home after confirming his body showed no symptoms of infectious disease infection. I noticed the young girl's clothes are quite worn and old, and your previous job didn't pay well. Suhua's father gave him a card. Take her to buy a couple outfits. Since you don't understand girls' preferences, have Qingqing go with you. I have savings. Suhua declined the card. His account contained a recent gratitude payment deposited by the government. Li Chuan, he called the Painting Woman. The Painting Woman immediately dropped the toys and ran over to him, pointing at things on the ground to indicate she wanted them too. I want to, Yu Qingqing squeezed in. Suhua glanced at her, then turned to look at Yu's mother hiding by the door. And, you need to watch her. Yu's mother looked momentarily awkward, but quickly adjusted. She came over and patted Yu Qingqing. It's so dangerous outside, why would you go out? How could Suhua spare hands to protect 2 people? Then she turned to Suhua. You should hurry and go. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. Suhwa left with the painting woman. Why does that woman smile at you if she doesn't like you? The painting woman typed out her confusion. Only her face is smiling, her heart isn't, Suhwa said. The painting woman nodded, then turned to press against the car window to watch the scenery outside. After several days of domestic stability, quite a few pedestrians could be seen on the streets again. The most prosperous areas of capital city had reopened, so Suhwa directly took the painting woman to a shopping mall, letting her choose what she needed. The painting woman happily shopped for 2 hours. After leaving the mall, the two came to an unfinished construction site. What are we doing here? The painting woman typed while eating ice cream. You'll practice with me. Suhwa parked the car and created over 10 meters distance between them. I'll attack you, you can fight back. The painting woman pointed at the cement and steel building nearby. We can go inside. As soon as the words were spoken, the painting woman ran toward the building. Suhwa immediately gave chase while simultaneously controlling piano wires to intercept her path. The painting woman didn't slow down when facing the incoming piano wires. Instead, she leaped into the air and transformed back into a sheet of paper, floating horizontally to create distance from the wires. After avoiding the wires, she landed back in human form and continued running toward the construction building. Suhwa swung his sword toward her, the crimson sword energy forming a cutting plane that instantly reached before her eyes. The painting woman seemed startled, quickly jumping backward, but the sword energy still sliced off one of her little fingers. Not bothering with the finger that had turned back to paper, she immediately threw several shopping bags toward the construction building. As the bags flew out, she herself transformed back into a sheet of paper and was carried into the construction building by the bags. Once inside the construction building, the painting woman stood up again, while the shopping bags on the ground twisted themselves into fragments that hovered around her like blades. When Suhwa stepped inside, she sent all the hardened paper pieces flying toward him. Ding, ding, ding. The tiny fragments rained down on the ox shield like raindrops. Suhwa avoided the fragmented attacks while moving his hand, causing short arrows to circle the building and shoot toward the painting woman. The scattered paper pieces around the painting woman seemed to have sensing capabilities. When the flying arrows approached, she immediately detected them and used paper blades to continuously strike the flying arrows, changing their trajectories. However, the flying arrows were targeted attack items. Even though the paper blades slowed them down, they couldn't stop the arrows from flying toward her. She retreated several steps, gathering the scattered fragments back together to form a shield in front of her. But unexpectedly, the flying arrows changed direction at the last moment, circling around from the side. The painting woman's eyes widened, and she simply slapped down at the flying arrows. Smack! The flying arrows were actually knocked to the ground by her. Only then, seeming to realize she had this ability, she smiled and rushed excitedly towards Suhwa. In aerial combat, although Suhwa could change positions using piano wires, he was far less flexible than the painting woman's paper pieces. In close-quarters combat, while the painting woman hadn't learned fighting techniques, she could freely change her body's hardness. Whenever she wanted, she could make her body become like metal. Suhwa had no advantage in either method, so he could only create distance. The ox shield couldn't protect his body without blind spots. Although he could predict the trajectories of the flying paper pieces, limited by speed, he couldn't completely avoid them. So within just half a minute, he gained several graze wounds. He also tried setting fires midway, but the hardened paper blades wouldn't easily burn. Even if 1 or 2 pieces caught fire, it wouldn't spread to other paper pieces. Burn! He leaped outside the construction site and set fire toward the painting woman. The painting woman who had followed him was instantly engulfed in flames. She struggled and fell to the ground, rolling in pain. Suhwa watched her fixedly for 2 seconds, then went to the car to get a fire extinguisher. The fire extinguisher quickly put out the flames. The person who had been rolling on the ground had turned into a crumpled, charred piece of paper stuck to the ground. Get up and work, Suhwa threw a stone at her. The painting woman didn't move, as if having lost her vitality. Suhwa put down the fire extinguisher and walked over. Just as he reached out to pick her up, the painting woman's body wrapped around his arm and climbed up, transforming back into human form the moment she stood up, while simultaneously pressing her palm against his throat. At this moment, her palm had hardened into a paper blade. Suhua cleanly grabbed her wrist and twisted it outward, then drew his crimson sword with his other hand, cutting her in half. The two floating pieces of paper separated for less than a second before merging back together. The painting woman landed in human form, rushed to the side and smashed through a wall, then kicked the collapsing wall towards Suhua. Suhua swung his sword to cut through the wall, immediately followed by dense paper blades. He raised the ox shield and charged toward the painting woman against the direction of the incoming paper blades. Seeing him run over, the painting woman excitedly imitated his posture and ran toward him. The two collided in the open area. The painting woman instantly turned back into paper upon impact, floating lightly backward half a meter, while Suhua was sent flying into a load-bearing wall several meters away. Yet in the blink of an eye, the painting woman along with the paper blades she controlled were already pressing close before Suhua's eyes. The sharp paper stopped just before his eyeball without moving. Suhua raised his hand, pause. The paper knife immediately lost its power and drifted to the ground. Painting woman reattached her finger, then ran up to him, staring at him with watery eyes. "Well, you're very impressive," Suhua praised. Painting woman's eyes curved happily with joy. She pulled out her phone and typed, "Do you want me to hit you again?" "That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow," Suhua said while glancing at the medal on her chest, which had remained securely in place even when she transformed into paper form. "Does this thing provide ability enhancements for you?" Painting woman shook her head with slight confusion, then said, "I really like seeing it." Seeing her naive expression, Suhua knew he wouldn't get any useful answers. He brushed the dust off his clothes and said, "Let's go back." The two drove back. Before getting out of the car, Suhua used some cleaning solution, but the damaged parts of his clothes remained clearly visible. The armed personnel at the entrance immediately notified Team Leader Wu upon seeing him. Team Leader Wu then called him, asking if he had been attacked. After Suhua denied it, he asked, "Have there been many outsiders causing trouble recently?" Team Leader Wu didn't hide the truth, directly stating, "Country Y has fallen into chaos. Besides those countries that can't manage their own affairs, many people want to take advantage of the situation to benefit themselves. Not to mention harming others to benefit oneself. Even actions that harm others without benefiting oneself have people willing to do them. Be careful too. I've received several reports of players being followed these past few days," Team Leader Wu said. Countrywide doesn't acknowledge the existence of the game and players. While desperately suppressing information and conducting secret experiments, they certainly don't want to see our country cultivate excellent players. Suhua indicated he understood, then inquired about Tang Guanghua's situation. During the quarantine period, Team Leader Wu had thoroughly screened Tang Guanghua's social connections and all his online traces, confirming he had no contact with Country Y. Over the past decade or more, he had always maintained a longing for his homeland. He's now a specially appointed professor at the National Security Bureau, responsible for psychological counseling for some players. Suhua raised an eyebrow. Is his main focus psychology? Not exactly. He holds 3 doctoral degrees, one in psychology, and the other 2 in mechanical engineering and economics, Team Leader Wu said. I just found out that the country had previously considered inviting him back to teach. During the quarantine period, he wrote a thesis based on the information released by the government and published it on Pioneer Forum. Talented people are truly talented. With just that limited information, he managed to thoroughly understand player psychology. Several new players with unstable mental states have calmed down under his guidance. Suhua held his phone while sitting down at the computer to open Pioneer Forum. A pinned post at the top turned out to be Tang Guanghua's thesis. The distinction between humans and animals is gradually disappearing in this evolutionary disaster. Salute to the heroes who can maintain their humanity despite the storm's impact. This was the first paragraph of his preface. He then discussed his views on players and the game, predicting that in Zone 014's mature future, there would no longer be a distinction between the real world and the game world. Zone 014 would eventually merge into the game, becoming a game world itself. At that time, white bills would become a new type of foreign currency, while players from other worlds would also take trains to Zone 014, forming trade and competition patterns similar to today's world structure. Just based on this prediction alone, Tang Guangbo was thinking further ahead than most players. E-grade players mostly encountered closed and semi-closed dungeons, making it difficult to glimpse the full picture of the game world. But the true game world should actually be like Fairy Tale City, becoming part of the game, with players and dungeons becoming normal aspects. However, Fairy Tale City was an extreme individual case. There should be other, more peaceful game worlds with publicly recognized order, where both players and ordinary people face similar constraints. After hanging up with team leader Wu, Su Hua continued reading the main body of the thesis. Most of the content analyzed the psychological states of evolvers who become formal players, offering various self-regulation methods. However, he proposed one idea in his thesis, that player eaters shouldn't be uniformly condemned. Because some player eaters committed wrongdoings while not in their right mind. If they could exercise self-control under national supervision, player eaters could similarly serve the country. The government would only need to control their diet or develop potions that suppress their gluttonous desires. This was absolutely impossible. Back on the preliminary trial train, Su Hua had already understood that the true horror of player eaters wasn't that they had to consume human flesh, but that they could only enhance their abilities by consuming large quantities of their own kind. Player eaters face limitations in their traits. This fact had also been announced by the government. After completing just a few dungeons, the differences brought by traits would become apparent. At that point, if player eaters wanted to grow stronger, they had to eat people, and the more the better. Under this premise, even if they didn't have strong desires to eat, they would choose to consume humans to survive in the game. This was no longer forced or having no choice, it was survival instinct. Under these circumstances, how could player eaters possibly be controlled by the government? Whether hunting players from other zones in the game or scavenging corpses to eat, if players became accustomed to this behavior internally, that would be the beginning of disaster. The thesis had already generated reactions on the forum and had been reposted across various online platforms. Regardless of other aspects, this single point alone had provoked considerable anger among many people. During the previous incident of foreign zone player invasions, some had witnessed player eaters cordoning off entire buildings to indiscriminately slaughter and feed. Knock knock. Tong Tong knocked on the door. Brother, Auntie Fong is here. Painting Woman had brought him several toys, and the child had immediately developed affection for her. Su Hua opened the door and went out. The child added, Auntie Fong also brought a glasses-wearing uncle. Auntie said he's your stepdad. When he reached the living room, Tang Guangbo was discussing his thesis with Su Hua's father. As a scholar, I'm merely proposing a possibility. The real decisions rest with the country and government. However, I believe that during special times, this could serve as an emergency measure, especially now when the number of players is rapidly decreasing. After we pass this buffer period, we can still deal with them later. Tang Guangbo adjusted his glasses. After all, cannibalism represents the greatest sin. Su Hua's father, who didn't know much about the topic, said, using them when needed, then dealing with them when not needed, wouldn't that make the country seem too heartless? Tang Guangbo sighed. Special circumstances call for special measures. This is the only way given the situation. Uncle Tang, having grown up abroad, you seem quite knowledgeable about domestic situations and rhetoric, Su Hua said as he walked over and sat down. Tang Guangbo smiled. This is my homeland. My parents always wanted to return here before they passed away. Of course, I would pay special attention. To adapt to life in capital city as quickly as possible, I even specifically enrolled in classes to learn authentic local dialect. Su Hua looked at him, pausing briefly before saying, You're really thoughtful. After sitting at the Su residence for a while, Ms. Fong was ready to leave. She had already moved with Tang Guangbo to the residence arranged by the government. Before departing, she said to Su Hua, Your Uncle Tang is very good at conversation. When you have time, you can chat with him. Su Hua agreed, and the very next day he went to Tang Guangbo's office. The office had a simple and tasteful decor, but the display cabinets along the walls and the desk were piled high with small items and boxes. Tang Guangbo was cleaning when he arrived, setting down his towel upon seeing him. While cleaning his hands, he said, Move the things on the desk aside and have a seat first. Su Hua didn't approach the desk, instead sitting down on the nearby sofa. When Tang Guanghua came out, he was carrying a cup of tea and a cup of coffee. He handed the tea to Su Hua, saying, "I heard from your mother that you don't like coffee." "Not used to it," Su Hua replied, accepting the tea and setting it down. Then he asked, "Do you smoke?" Tang Guanghua pointed to the sign on the back wall. "Smoking is prohibited here." Su Hua placed the cigarette pack he had taken out on the table, asking, "Why is this office so messy?" "Just got settled in, a bit of mess is normal." Tang Guanghua paused, then added, "But you can also judge a person's psychological state by how they move and arrange objects." As he spoke, he adjusted his glasses and smiled. "I invited you to sit at the desk, but you didn't agree. This indicates that subconsciously, you don't want to have this conversation with me." "No," Su Hua said, "I just don't like touching other people's things." Tang Guanghua's smile remained unchanged. "You've seen quite a few psychologists before. It's normal to feel resistant toward them. For other doctors, people might have psychological illnesses, but from a scholar's perspective, all psychology is a product of emotions. Changes in a person's mental state are just fluctuations and shifts in emotions. Strictly speaking, they can't really be called diseases." Su Hua's expression stiffened slightly. "Some psychologists have told me that too. I'm not seeking your approval or trying to lower your psychological defenses." Tang Guanghua shook his head. "Distance and defenses between people's hearts are normal. I'm not a doctor. I don't want to study a person's mindset from a pathological perspective. I'm just offering a different viewpoint as an observer. Humanity's greatest evolution is thinking. If a person's thoughts can be easily influenced by others, then that person's emotions must be quite unstable. Isn't that what psychologists are supposed to do?" Su Hua countered. But Tang Guanghua shook his head. "I'm not a psychologist." Su Hua chatted with him a bit longer before getting up to leave. Over the following week, aside from special training sessions with Painting Woman, he visited Tang Guanghua's office almost every day to sit for a while. During this time, he also encountered some players who came for psychological counseling. He didn't hear the detailed process, but judging from the players' expressions, his counseling was effective. "You're here again," Tang Guanghua said as usual, pouring him tea. Su Hua picked it up and took a sip. "My mother likes this tea too." Tang Guanghua's expression was gentle. "A few days ago when you came, you wouldn't even drink the tea. I was worried you might think I'm not suitable for your mother." Su Hua looked up at him upon hearing this, studying him for a moment before saying, "You're much more outstanding than her." Tang Guanghua repeatedly shook his head. "Please don't let your mother hear that, or my life will be difficult." Su Hua smiled slightly, setting down his teacup as he said, "You're quite humorous. Most professors and scholars I've met before were very serious, especially those with some psychology knowledge. They were practically desperate to uncover others' secrets every second to satisfy their own voyeuristic desires. You're different from all of them." Tang Guanghua became interested. "Then what kind of person do you think I am?" "An observant person," Su Hua said. "An observant and intelligent person." Tang Guanghua maintained his polite and proper smile. "Maybe I've picked up some of the habits of psychology students too. But you're still different from them." After saying this, Su Hua stood up to leave again, adding, "I won't be coming anymore after this. I plan to return to Ting City in a couple of days. All my friends are there." Tang Guanghua saw him to the door. "Come visit your mother more often. Although she doesn't show it usually, she worries about you a lot in her heart." "I know," Su Hua said, politely declining his offer to escort him downstairs and leaving the government building alone. Back in the office, Tang Guanghua returned to his desk, took out the medical record book from the drawer, and added a summary under phrases like excessive psychological defenses, cold toward others, and detached among ordinary people. Skilled at using psychological disguise for counter-manipulation, possesses absolute confidence, substitutes personal judgment for factual standards, extremely resistant to psychological suggestion. After writing this, he added an S mark after Su Hua's name. Meanwhile, Su Hua drove home with his usual expression. After a week, he could basically conclude that if Tang Guanghua wasn't a psychopathic mental patient, then he must be a player. Since arriving in Capital City, his displayed interest in the local culture, history, and food was actually rapid learning. He conducted psychological counseling with warmth and politeness, but in reality, he felt no sense of belonging to humanity. In other words, everything he did was observation and recording, like humans observing laboratory animals. Human emotions toward animals are weak. His purpose in coming to Capital City with Ms. Fong was likely to make contact with players. All the players and staff members he had contact with couldn't be trusted. That hypnotist player from the Phantom Sound Knights was incredibly powerful. If Tang Guanghua had malicious intentions, it would be very easy for him to use players to accomplish something. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that he was simply interested in observing players. Therefore, after filtering through possibilities in his mind, Su Hua settled on Nia Xian as his candidate. He was about to call Nia Xian when the red light ahead came on. Just as he stopped the car, someone came to knock on his window. "Sir, would you like to buy some flowers?" Nia Xian's call didn't go through. Su Hua turned to look at the person outside and waved his hand to indicate he didn't need any. The girl carrying the flower basket walked away disappointed. After driving through another intersection, again while waiting at a red light, someone came to knock on his window. "Sir, would you like to buy some flowers?" Su Hua directly stepped on the accelerator and drove off. In the rearview mirror, the girl with the flower basket stood in place, watching the direction he left without moving. Half a minute later, this person appeared in his field of vision again, chasing after his car and shouting, "Sir, would you like to buy some flowers?" Su Hua paid no attention, but soon he realized he had actually been driving back and forth along the same road. His phone calls couldn't go through either. When he encountered the flower basket girl for the fourth time, he stopped the car and rolled down the window, saying to her, "I don't like flowers." The girl looked somewhat disappointed, but still rallied her spirits, saying, "Sir, please buy just one. My flowers are homegrown and very cheap." "How much?" Su Hua asked. $2 per flower, the girl quickly replied. Su Hua had some scattered bills placed in front of his car. He gestured with his chin, indicating she should take it herself. The girl's expression faltered momentarily before she said apologetically, "Sir, could you please hand the money to me?" "If you don't want to sell, forget it." Su Hua made as if to close the car window, but the girl hastily threw the flower into the car. Already prepared, Su Hua immediately drew his crimson sword. With a flash of sword light, the rose was sliced in half, falling onto the passenger seat and transforming into two snake segments. The snake head portion was still alive and lunged toward him. Swinging his sword to deflect the snake head, Su Hua pushed open the car door and went out, using his piano wire to pull back the fleeing figure who had turned to escape. The person was dragged back to the car by the neck, heels scraping the ground, clearly lacking both strength and combat experience. Just as he was about to raise his sword to kill, a powerful gust of wind suddenly surged from the side. He instinctively raised his ox shield to block, but the next moment he was sent flying by a strange force. He retracted his piano wire to dissipate the momentum, landing 10 meters away. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, a fierce beast at least 3 to 4 times larger than an adult porcupine appeared before him. Its steel cone-like spines pressed against the ox shield, sending him flying for the second time. Su Hua flew into the air, slicing the beast in half with one sword stroke. However, the bisected beast didn't spill a single drop of blood. Instead, it shrank with a bang into 2 cardboard cutouts, the flipping paper pieces printed with porcupine patterns. By now, the surrounding street scene had changed. He had unknowingly driven to an unfinished construction site, and a burly foreigner was dragging the flower-selling girl while running desperately away from him. Heavy rain suddenly began pouring from the sky. Su Hua stared at the friendliness values hovering between 5 and 6 above their heads, following them all the way to a bustling bar street. Just as he pushed open the door, he saw a room full of people with values above their heads, including Gu Yu and her 2 companions whom he had seen earlier at the cemetery. He immediately turned to leave. Zheng Liang suddenly appeared in front of him, having transferred from the bar. Wiping the rain from his face, he said, "Su Hua, I wasn't looking for you, but you delivered yourself right to my doorstep?" Su Hua raised an eyebrow slightly, but before he could speak, he heard lion roars coming from behind. Immediately after, the 2 people who had run into the bar earlier came crashing through the door riding a lion, followed by Gu Yu and other players. "Don't be afraid," someone shouted. "You hurt someone and think you can just leave? Get out of the way." The lion was charging towards Su Hua's position. The flower-selling girl sitting in front desperately waved at him. Su Hua compliantly moved aside, but Zheng Liang instead stepped forward to block the 2. Unexpectedly, the lion made an emergency stop, throwing off its two riders before colliding with him, transforming with a bang into a playing card under his fist. Su Hua flew into the air, slicing the beast in half with one sword stroke. However, the bisected beast didn't spill a single drop of blood. Instead, it shrank with a bang into two cardboard cutouts, the flipping paper pieces printed with porcupine patterns. You little brat, after all these years, it's finally time for my revenge. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Su Hua suddenly disappear from his spot. Before the water splashes from his feet had even settled, he was already right in front of him. Zheng Liang instinctively used his trait to evade, but Su Hua's move was merely a feint, simply passing through his position at extreme speed as he pursued the fleeing two. Heavy rain suddenly began pouring from the sky. Su Hua stared at the friendliness values hovering between 5 and 6 above their heads, following them all the way to a bustling bar street. Over a dozen players cheered in response, following him as they charged into the rain. "Are you all crazy?" Gu shouted as she followed. Another player stopped her, saying, "These people gathered together, but none respect each other. This gives them a chance to compete under the pretext of venting Zheng Liang's anger, preventing internal conflicts." Gu snorted coldly. "I already told you, Su Hua was the player with me in Decibel Town, and he saved my life. He's my friend. What are you trying to do by attacking my friend?" The player shrugged. "Those are Brother Qiao's exact words." Gu paused, her anger growing even stronger. With their abilities, they're no match for Su Hua. Su Hua raised an eyebrow slightly, but before he could speak, he heard lion roars coming from behind. Immediately, the two people who had run into the bar earlier came crashing through the door riding a lion, followed by Guyu and other players. After saying this, he waved his hand indifferently and went back into the bar to drink. Guyu stared at his retreating back, then looked at the players enjoying themselves inside. The anger on her face gradually turned to disappointment. No longer staying with these players, she drove off to pursue Zheng Liang's group. Meanwhile, Su Hua followed behind the flower-selling girl and her companion, while over 10 people trailed behind him. These people sometimes leaped over lower shops, sometimes used slow-moving cars in the rain as shortcuts. The three groups chased along the city streets, none willing to back down. Zheng Liang was one of the faster ones among them. He could instantly teleport from 5 or 6 meters away to Su Hua's side. Using this ability, he intercepted Su Hua several times. Initially intending to stop him, Su Hua first avoided him, but later seemed able to predict his position, accelerating in advance before he could get close, always keeping him 2 or 3 meters behind. "Su Hua, stop right there," he shouted ahead. Without looking back, Su Hua casually kicked a trash can on the road, forcing the flower-selling girl and her companion who intended to turn onto a side road back onto the main road, then suddenly accelerated. "He's catching up." The flower-selling girl had long been unable to run, relying entirely on her companion carrying her, so she had enough energy to look back. Seeing him approaching, she urgently patted her companion's shoulder. The burly man casually took out a playing card and tossed it into the air. A giant leopard appeared beneath them, carrying them forward at a gallop. The leopard's speed was extremely fast, immediately creating distance from Su Hua. However, Su Hua also accelerated. Though not enough to catch up to the leopard, he was difficult to shake off. "Big brother, I just wanted to sell you a flower. Why are you chasing me so relentlessly?" The flower-selling girl shed tears of regret. Su Hua behind them didn't speak, still following through the rain, occasionally teasing Zheng Liang and the others. Zheng Liang and his more than 10 companions began to have doubts as they ran. They had almost run half the ring road. The two ahead occasionally used items to recover, while their group of over 10 people had been taking turns resting midway, some chasing, some taking shortcuts to block ahead. The only one who persisted the entire way was Zheng Liang, but he was now physically exhausted. Only Su Hua had run from start to finish. Not only had he not stopped to rest, but he also had to deal with sudden attacks while intermittently accelerating, yet showed no signs of fatigue. A player caught up to Zheng Liang, panting heavily. What if he's a player eater? If anyone's a player eater, it wouldn't be him. That guy's so cunning, how could he fall for such a stupid trick? Zheng Liang's face was pale, his voice trembling. Wait, he suddenly realized after seeing Su Hua block the two players ahead from taking a side road back onto the main road again, he's deliberately leading us in circles. Su Hua continued running not far ahead, his pace seeming to have slowed slightly. Zheng Liang didn't believe he could run this long without getting tired, so he closed the distance again and appeared on his left side, this time pulling out a gun from behind his waist. But Su Hua was faster than him, intercepting the gun with a swift motion and pressing a button that made the magazine slide out. He caught it smoothly and immediately threw it toward another player charging from behind. That player was startled and quickly dodged sideways as the magazine grazed his face and embedded itself in a roadside sign. Are you really qualified to play with something this dangerous? Su Hua released his grip, removed the pistol's slide, and stabbed it into Zheng Liang's arm. When Zheng Liang cried out in pain and loosened his hold, Su Hua smoothly took the pistol and disassembled it into pieces within moments, scattering them on the ground. Zheng Liang threw a punch at his face, but Su Hua simply tilted his head to avoid it and kicked him behind the knee. As Zheng Liang buckled, a hand pressed down on his head. Su Hua forced his head toward the ground and asked, having fun. Su Hua, damn your ancestors. Zheng Liang shouted, making a tackle toward the man in front of him. However, Su Hua had already stepped aside. Seeing Zheng Liang collide with the player who had been planning to ambush from behind, Su Hua turned and ran away decisively. After him. I'll give 20,000 white bills to whoever catches him. Zheng Liang pushed away the companion he'd crashed into, fuming with rage. That player glanced at the distant figure of Su Hua and said, just chasing after him probably won't be enough to stop him. The implication was that they needed to use some special methods. Zheng Liang hesitated briefly before saying, injuring or maiming him is fine, just don't kill him. No problem, we'll make sure you get to take revenge personally, the player smiled, giving a meaningful look to his companions behind him while running his right hand over his shoulder and leg. His companions immediately understood, dispersing from the main road to flank Su Hua from both sides. But at that moment, Su Hua suddenly accelerated, instantly widening the distance between them. The players used some long-range attack items, but Su Hua seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, accurately dodging every single one. This is fucking infuriating. Another player who had caught up was also getting angry. This kid is clearly toying with us like we're donkeys. If you ask me, we should just kill him, another player said. We've been running around this loop for so long today. If we let him get away completely unscathed, how are we supposed to maintain our reputation? But didn't Sister Guyu and Brother Qiao say they wanted to recruit Su Hua? Someone else questioned. Guyu is just a woman with long hair and short sight. Brother Qiao already said it, he's just an E-grade player with an evolution rate that can't even compare to Xiao Ba's. We can't let him get above himself. A young man wearing a skull-print t-shirt with a thick chain around his neck happened to be passing by and interjected, why are you dragging me into this? If you've got the guts, go deal with Su Hua yourselves. The players laughed heartily, rubbing their hands together eagerly. Just watch what we do next. However, over the next 10+ minutes, they continued being led around the loop. Even the rain had stopped. People on the roadside had already noticed their commotion, many holding up phones to record them, with someone asking, are you guys running a marathon? Regardless of how the dozen or so players behind felt, Zheng Liang at the front was torn between rage and regret. Just as he was hesitating whether to give up, Gu drove up from behind, pulling alongside him and saying with a smile, your clothes have dried from running. I think we should call it quits. Zheng Liang flipped onto the car roof and patted it. Chase after him. Gu looked ahead and stepped on the accelerator, but suddenly a mist rose in her field of vision. There had been no fog in the air during the earlier rain, but now that the sky had cleared, a faint mist was rising from the road. Why is there fog? She wasn't the only one who noticed. But this feeling of déjà vu gave her a bad premonition. Her heart sank, and without another word, she turned the steering wheel to flee. However, when the car turned around, she discovered the fog had already spread across the main road. As she charged into the mist, a wall suddenly appeared before her eyes. Screech! A sharp breaking sound suddenly rang out, then abruptly vanished. Su Hua had already intercepted the flower basket girl and her companion at this point. Hearing the sound, he looked back just in time to see the car along with Zheng Liang on top disappear into the mist, followed by the figures charging toward him vanishing one after another. Oh no! It's a random dunge. The flower basket girl beside him hadn't finished speaking before she and her voice were both erased, her companion suffering the same fate. As the thick fog surged before him, Suhua pulled out his phone and tossed it on the spot, then he too was sucked into the dungeon. Player Extra has entered Little Flower Red Building. Default participation in this degrade random dungeon. Background introduction. As a former research base that cultivated world-famous species, Little Flower Red got its name from the first mutant plant it cultivated. However, strangely, the flowers this mutant plant produced were not red. Of course, this doesn't diminish the contributions of the Little Flower Red research base. According to incomplete statistics, during its 15 years of operation, it cultivated at least 15 mutant plants and 15 mutant animals. And these mutant flora and fauna made outstanding contributions to humanity's conquest of diseases and extension of lifespan. However, due to rapid evolution development and poor corporate management, the Little Flower Red research base, lacking investors, was forced to close on its 15th anniversary. Its founder and owner, Professor Hao, claimed in desperation that he had mastered the greatest secret of evolution and declared he would use this secret to secure the largest investment from Stellar Pharmaceutical Research Group. Yet 5 years have passed, and Professor Hao has never reappeared in public view. The Little Flower Red building has become an isolated abandoned structure. Dungeon task. Remain in the Little Flower Red building for 90 hours. Task time, 90 hours. Suhua quickly read through the dungeon introduction and task requirements. As his vision shifted, he found himself standing in a spacious, aged building. He was currently standing before an elevator with closed doors. He pressed the open button, but the doors didn't open, and the floor number on the electronic panel didn't change, still showing 15. However, there were some long-dried handprints and footprints around the door gap and on the floor. Immediately adjacent to the elevator doors was a 5-meter-wide corridor. On the opposite wall hung a 15 number marker, next to which was a clock showing exactly 12 o'clock, with the second hand already beginning to move. One end of the elevator corridor reached a dead end where the original floor-to-ceiling windows had shattered. Looking out from inside, everything was a blank white, making it impossible to estimate the building's height. The exterior wall had many withered climbing plants, their hanging stems and leaves completely covering the windows below. Suhua followed the mottled marks on the floor toward the other side. After about 10 meters, he encountered a second elevator. The bloodstains outside this elevator were identical to those near the previous one. After passing through this area, the front opened into a spacious office space measuring over 50 meters in both length and width. The place was already crowded with people, both players and ordinary civilians, numbering over 100. What is this place? How did I get here? I don't know either. I was just walking normally on the street when suddenly this thick fog appeared, and when I opened my eyes again, I was here. Could it be those players from other districts again? Are they going to kill us? I don't want to die. I think this looks like those dungeons people talk about online. Someone said with a trembling voice. Didn't people say that besides players, ordinary people like us can also get pulled into dungeons? And they're those random dungeons with extremely high death rates. We're finished. We're done for. There's a human head here, a woman screamed, kicking out a skull. The surrounding people scattered as if afraid of catching a virus, clearing a path through the middle. The skull rolled toward the distant wall, bumping right into the rear of a small car. Why is there a car here? Zheng Liang, who had been thrown aside earlier, shook his head and climbed up, quickly walking to the car and pulling open the door to help Gyu out. Blood was streaming down her forehead. Gyu had originally intended to leave the fog zone at full speed, so when the car crashed into the wall at close range, she had no time to react. Fortunately, although the front of the car was smashed in, she only suffered a cut on her forehead from the glass. Just then, several other players who had entered with them also approached. The young man wearing the skull-print short sleeve went to support Gyu. Sister Gyu, are you okay? Do you need to drink some potion? Gyu shook her head and asked, how many of our people made it in? Several more people gradually made their way through the crowd. All dozen or so players who had come out of the bar chasing Suhua were gathered here. Damn it, we got completely screwed by that bastard Su this time, a stubble-faced player said angrily while scanning the crowd. Did that kid come in? He must be here. Anyway, once you're in a dungeon, no one can escape. Let's beat him up first and see where he can run this time. Zhang Liang looked around and, with sharp eyes, spotted Su was standing at the back of the crowd. He pushed through the people and headed toward him, accompanied by the other players. The others hastily backed away, instantly clearing the central area. Zhang Liang and the others surrounded Su Hua, sneering, "Got the guts to run now." Su Hua played with his lighter, glancing at Zhang Liang. "If I were you, I'd be thinking about my own situation first. Plenty of time to think after we beat you up." Zhang Liang rolled up his sleeves. Click. Su Hua lit his lighter, and a table about 3 meters away from him suddenly burst into flames. Zhang Liang jumped in fright, reflexively stepping back. "This entire floor is within my arson range. I don't mind killing a few people before we solve this dungeon, just depends on who ends up dead." The dozen or so players looked at each other. Most of them had no personal grudge against Su Hua, they were just after the white bills. No one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. "What are you all doing?" Gu pushed Zhang Liang. "Didn't you check the dungeon information before coming in? This is a D-grade dungeon with high risks. If we start killing each other right from the beginning, who can guarantee they'll survive until the end?" "I've already checked. There's no danger here at all," the stubble-faced player said, cracking his knuckles. "The dungeon introduction just hints that there might be fierce mutated animals and plants here, right? But look at this floor. You can see everything at a glance. Where would mutated animals come from? The game description says this place has been abandoned for a long time. Maybe those animals starved to death long ago." Brother Tai is right, another player with a mole at the corner of his mouth chimed in. "Besides, there are over 10 of us, and this dungeon only requires 90 hours. Even if we encounter some mutated animals, can't we handle them with our numbers?" Compared to the random dungeons that Guyu and other organization players had encountered before, the Little Flower Red Building dungeon provided a specific time limit instead of just unlimited. So theoretically, they just needed to survive for 90 hours. Compared to blindly seeking opportunities to solve the dungeon, passively defending for 90 hours seemed more reliable. "But that's still no reason for us to fight among ourselves." Guyu paused before continuing. "Mutual destruction benefits no one." "How would it be mutual destruction?" the stubble-faced player said. "We just need to beat him until he can't take care of himself." His words made the other players restless. Just then, Su Hua pointed toward the window shrouded in thick fog. "Do you know how high up we are?" "Probably less than 50 meters, Gu said, glancing back at the elevator not far away. All the elevators facing the office area were stopped at the 15th floor. If this were a normal building, that would be about right. But buildings in dungeons might be different. Su Hua lit a cigarette for himself. Based on this floor's ceiling height, the 15th floor is at least close to 100 meters up. The elevator doors won't open, all the window glass is broken, and there's blood everywhere. This doesn't look like people killing each other. The elevator doors won't open? Zhang Liang was taken aback and quickly walked over to press the elevator buttons. After trying several elevators with no movement, he was about to force the doors open when the skullprint short-sleeve player quickly stopped him. "Don't. Can't you see the blood is coming from inside the elevator? The danger might be in there." "Let's test it and see," Su Hua said, picking up a stapler and throwing it hard at the elevator door. After a loud thump, what seemed like an echo came from behind the elevator. Zhang Liang's expression changed. Something's wrong. Behind the elevator, it seems empty. Su Hua listened carefully for a moment. There shouldn't be anything alive in the elevator shaft, but we can't rule out mutated plants. "So what?" the mole-faced player said. "At worst, we'll just stay on the 15th floor and not go down." "Are you stupid?" Another bespectacled player slapped him. "Look at the glass fragments on this floor. They're all scattered inward into the room. That means the attack came from outside. Something attacking from outside at 100 meters high. Think about what kind of thing that would be." This made the people near the windows panic and push inward toward the center. "There are no stairs here. We'll need to use the elevators at some point during the next 90 hours. Su Hua scanned the crowd. "If you don't want to fight, maybe we should first check if the elevators work." Zhang Liang's anger had noticeably subsided. He gave a meaningful look to the stubble-faced player who still wanted to continue the fight. "Let's deal with this after we get out." Brother Tai stroked his stubble and made a tisk sound. Despite his dissatisfaction, he walked over to the elevator and produced something like a thin iron sheet, inserting it into the door gap. Then he shook it left and right, and the tightly closed elevator doors opened to reveal a gap about 2 palms wide side by side. He leaned his head in to look. It's pitch black, can't see anything. Give me something for light. The skullprint short-sleeve player beside him took out a lighting item. Just as he shone the light inside, a flesh-colored suction cup-like object suddenly appeared in the dark elevator shaft, splitting open to grab Brother Tai's head. The closest ones, Zheng Liang and the skullprint short-sleeved man, grabbed Brother Tai, one wrapping his arms around his waist from behind, the other seizing his shoulders, trying to pull him out. But the tug-of-war's focal point was Brother Tai's head, and with neither side letting go, blood streamed down his head. He roared, but then another flesh-colored sucker shot out from the elevator shaft and smacked onto his mouth. The skullprint short-sleeved man's hands were already stained red with blood. Seeing the fleshy thing dragging Brother Tai toward the elevator gap and hearing rustling sounds from deep within the elevator shaft, he immediately released his grip, hurried aside to close the elevator doors, and shouted back to his companions, "Quick, help! There are many more of those things inside." Guyu and several others rushed forward. A bald player pulled out a short knife, reached into the elevator gap, and severed the fleshy tendril behind the sucker. Only then did the group successfully pull Brother Tai out. Immediately after, the skullprint short-sleeved man and two other players forced the elevator doors shut. Bang! Bang! The elevator doors were being struck repeatedly. Guyu and the others stepped back, watching the violently shaking elevator with grim expressions. The skullprint short-sleeved man said, "It's not safe outside, and now there are monsters in the elevator too. Aren't we trapped on the 15th floor? Is Brother Tai okay?" The mole-faced player asked at this moment. Brother Tai, who had been pulled out, lay motionless on the ground. The flesh-colored sucker enveloping his head and face hadn't fallen off. Besides the severed end spraying some green liquid, the sucker head continued wriggling and sucking, producing deeply unsettling sounds. Seeing this thing wasn't dead, the surrounding people backed away. Suwa stepped forward at this point, using his dagger to pry open a corner of the sucker and peel it off. When the sucker flipped over and fell to the ground, they realized it was actually a hexagonal flower, though its petals were lined with sharp spines inside. After losing its target, it still convulsed for a while before slowly losing vitality. "He's not dead, just unconscious," Suwa said as he removed the second one, standing up and casually kicking the man-eating flower further away. This type of flower probably releases an anesthetic. Guyu, standing nearby, instructed the skullprint short-sleeved man to give Brother Tai a healing potion, then said, "The elevator shaft below couldn't be full of these things, could it?" Suwa shook his dagger. "Not necessarily, but since man-eating flowers can grow from the elevator shaft, we can't rule out the possibility of other mutated plants. Then it seems we have no choice but to stay on the 15th floor." Guyu paused, looking back and scanning the area. Besides this public office area, there are some rooms on both sides. Let's search for anything useful. Suwa didn't comment either way, instead using his foot to examine the two man-eating flowers. "So, what should we do?" A middle-aged man with a backpack stepped forward and asked, adding, "Although we don't have your abilities, there's strength in numbers. If you need us to do anything, just give the orders." Besides the dozen or so players, over 100 ordinary people had entered, standing densely packed together with panicked, uneasy expressions. After the middle-aged man spoke, a young girl said, "Please don't abandon us. My family is very wealthy, I can give you money." Once someone opened with this offer, the remaining people quickly expressed they could also pay the players, as long as they provided some protection along the way. Zheng Liang and the others sneered at this scene. "What's the point of money if you're dead?" Guyu glared at them, then comforted the crowd, "Don't panic yet. We're all trapped here together, and staying calm is our top priority. Those of you willing can help search for practical tools, to block windows or for self-defense. You need to understand that players also face very high mortality rates in dungeons. There are only over a dozen players here, while you number over 100. No matter how powerful we are, we can't possibly protect every single person, so you need to think of ways to protect yourselves." "But what can we do?" someone said. "If we encounter those man-eating flowers, we can't even run away. And if they come out of the elevator, our only choice besides jumping from the building is..." "That's your problem." The mole-faced player raised his voice. "You don't actually think we're obligated to protect you, do you?" Among the 100-plus ordinary people, some were angry, some protested, but most felt despair and sorrow. "Ask him," Suddenly one player pointed at Suhua. He once saved dozens of people in a random dungeon before. All eyes turned to Suhua, who looked back at the speaking bald player. He didn't remember this person from his memories. Before the super item incident, he originally wanted to join the Ting City Research Institute. Yu briefly explained, then looked at Suhua with a rather complicated expression. She hadn't heard about this matter before. Sir, if you can guarantee my safety out of here, I'll pay you 10 million. 20 million works too. The young girl who first offered money ran up to him. Immediately jumping to tens of millions level, the remaining people clearly couldn't offer that much money, so someone pleaded, I have a child at home. She's only 3 years old. She can't lose her mother. A crowd rushed to surround Suhua. Without finishing his sentence, Suhua thrust his crimson sword into the ground. The sharp blade pierced through the floor like cutting through tofu, and all voices instantly fell silent. Suhua coldly scanned the crowd, finally settling his gaze on the young girl in front of him, motioning for her to step aside. The girl retreated fearfully. Suhua picked up the 2 man-eating flowers from the ground, stapled them together with a stapler, and walked away holding them toward the other end. Everyone in the public area watched him, observing as he turned into a nearby office. Only then did Yu say, let's go search around nearby too. The players weren't naive enough to believe they could safely wait out 90 hours on the 15th floor, so they still needed to search for clues. What should we do? The remaining people couldn't help asking. The backpack-wearing middle-aged man said, everyone, stay calm. For safety's sake, we shouldn't wander around or randomly touch things to avoid unnecessary trouble. From what they're saying, we'll need to stay here for several days. We can't go without food and water that long. I suggest we gather all food and drinking water together. It's just a few days, everyone can endure. As long as we don't cause trouble for the players, if they can get out, they probably won't mind taking us along as a favor. His words made sense, which slightly calmed the agitated crowd. Everyone began doing what they could. What should we do? In the corner, the foreign burly man asked the flower basket girl in a low voice. If we follow them, will we get attacked? The flower basket girl felt both regret and resentment, biting her lower lip as she said, since he didn't seem intent on settling scores earlier, he probably won't now. We're all in the same boat. Those ordinary people can't help much, so they have no reason to refuse us. Besides, the person chasing us has conflicts with other players too, which works to our advantage. So the two also stealthily made their way over. Suhua had just finished inspecting the first office. As he stepped out, he came face to face with the flower basket girl and her companion. Despite their stark contrast in appearance and build, both wore strikingly similar expressions. The burly man immediately moved to shield the flower basket girl behind him. If you've got a problem, deal with me. Suhua glanced up at him. Your Mandarin is quite good. The burly man and flower basket girl exchanged confused looks, but Suhua had already turned and walked away. This floor covered a substantial area, but had a simple layout, essentially forming an irregular T-shape. The horizontal section was a corridor that directly faced 15 elevators. The spot where he had initially appeared in the game was separated from the restroom by just a single wall, with the entrance located on the open office area side. Beyond the office area were a break room and several individual offices. Aside from some everyday living supplies and office items, these 2 areas contained absolutely no personal belongings, research materials, or anything similar. There were no hidden walls, small secret rooms, or concealed safes, not even decorative paintings on the walls. This entire floor had been scrubbed clean. Suhua walked to the window at the end of the corridor and looked up. Sparse leaves of vine plants peeked over the edge of the rooftop. After standing there for a few seconds, he turned to face the person who had quietly approached from behind. Zheng Liang, who had been deliberately lightening his footsteps, stopped and glared coldly at him. Suhua, you just can't help but show off wherever you go. Let me tell you, when things get dangerous, those people outside will only hold you back. Suhua raised an eyebrow. Aside from being physically stronger than those people outside, in what other aspect do you believe you excel over them? Zheng Liang forcibly suppressed his anger, turned on his heel, and stalked off, muttering, biting the hand that feeds you. Suhua stepped towards the open office area. Yu and her group had already returned and were now huddled together, discussing how to handle the situation going forward. Since the offices offered no clues, they needed to figure out how to prepare for potential dangers. We should probably seal the elevator doors, suggested the bespectacled player. Whether it's mutated plants or mutated animals, there are only two ways they can get in, through the windows or through the elevators. Weibin makes a valid point. The elevators are manageable, but how do we seal the floor-to-ceiling windows? Asked the skull-print short-sleeved man. The window area is massive, and it's one single pane. There are no good anchor points. Even if we moved all the desks and chairs here, we couldn't block it effectively. My item could be of some use, Zheng Liang chimed in from the side. But it doesn't have much offensive power. I doubt it would hold up against anything serious. What about the elevator doors then? Countered the mole-faced player. We don't want to secure the front only to get attacked from behind. The other players looked troubled. While they all possessed some defensive items, their protective range was limited. This is utterly ridiculous. Why are there so many damn elevators in this cursed place? Grumbled the bald player. 15 elevators on a single floor. It might be related to the game, Guyu reasoned. This is the 15th floor, and there are 15 elevators. There might be some special significance. The other players also wore puzzled expressions. Compared to the number of desks on the 15th floor, 15 elevators seemed excessively and bizarrely high. Could it be that the building was already invaded by mutated plants, and the researchers installed additional elevators? Suggested a square-faced player. Zheng Liang rolled his eyes. Who would willingly live alongside such ferocious mutated plants? Researchers are there to conduct studies, not to be lunatics. You can't be entirely sure about that, the square-faced player retorted, turning to the bespectacled player. Weibin, don't you agree? Weibin used his nose to push his glasses up and said slowly, hard to say. Can you really expect people who cultivated such monstrous things to be entirely normal? Let's set aside the questions we can't figure out for now and deal with the immediate problem, Guyu said, glancing down at her phone, which showed no signal. Let's seal the windows first. At that moment, the backpack middle-aged man, who had been observing from the side, spoke up. We found several rolls of tape. Do you think they could be useful? Guyu looked at the people holding the items. Besides the tape, they had also fashioned makeshift weapons by taping pens or utility knives onto detached chair legs. The office desks and chairs were modular. Some parts could be removed and used as clubs. What good is tape going to do? The mole-faced player waved his hand impatiently. Can it stop a man-eating flower or a mutated animal? It can't even hold back a person. The tape might be worth a try, Suwa said, after testing the tape's toughness. Even if it doesn't stop the man-eating flowers completely, it will create an obstacle for them. As long as you aren't instantly bitten in the head during an attack, there's still a chance of survival. The individuals holding the tape were visibly encouraged and immediately asked, so should we use the tape to seal the elevators? Not the elevators. Seal the windows, Suhua clarified, then glanced back at Guyu and the others, deciding to spell it out. There are 15 elevators in total. Normally, each elevator has a capacity of 13 people. Combined with the nearly 200 people here, including players, that probably isn't a coincidence. The elevator doors themselves can block the man-eating flowers. We don't need a secondary line of defense for now. You make it sound so easy. What if the elevator doors suddenly open? The mole-faced player argued. If people die because of that, will you take responsibility? It was merely a matter of probability. The elevator doors were made of metal, offering better defense than anything else they could improvise. In other words, if something inside the elevator shaft could shatter metal, then any additional defenses they set up would be useless. As for whether the elevator doors might open automatically, that was an unforeseeable event. Furthermore, judging by the bloodstains at the elevator entrances, these elevators were likely operational. Assuming danger came from outside the windows and they couldn't handle it, the elevators would be the only possible means of escape. Therefore, whether they sealed the elevators or not carried additional risks, but Suhua leaned towards leaving them unsealed. However, he employed a rather straightforward method of persuasion. With 90 hours on the clock, do you really think the game will let you idle around on the 15th floor? The mole-faced player was left speechless. I also think it's better not to seal them, the backpack middle-aged man added. There are 15 elevators. It's unlikely every single one leads to mutated plants, right? Even if some do, the elevators naturally separate those threats. Dealing with one is easier than dealing with 15. Guyu and the others considered this and found the logic sound. They agreed not to seal the elevators and to focus on sealing the windows. Be careful. Make sure you don't drop anything down, she cautioned, then called to her companions for assistance. Xiaoba, Zhang Biao, keep a close eye on things. The young man in the skull-print short sleeve and the mole-faced player went to help. The remaining players gathered near the elevators, trying to discern any useful information. No good. Knocking doesn't get any response from inside, Zhang Liang reported dejectedly after a while. It might be just like before. That thing could appear silently right behind the door. Can't smell anything either, Weibin said, his face pressed against the elevator door crack as he sniffed hard. He turned back and added, but I suppose that's somewhat good news. At least there's no poisonous gas inside. Guyu pressed the elevator button again, but the electronic panel still showed nothing but the number 15 with no other changes. Seeing Su Hua emerge from the restroom area, she instinctively asked, "Did you find any clues?" "The restroom is relatively clean," Su Hua said. Zhang Liang snorted coldly and walked toward the next elevator. Having some experience dealing with Su Hua, Guyu didn't press for more information and instead left with her companion. Su Hua returned to the spot where he had entered the game, examining the bloodstains on the elevator doors and floor. These bloodstains were layered with both old and fresh marks. The handprints on the doors included some from outside pounding on them and others from inside prying the doors open. The floor bloodstains showed similar patterns, some facing toward the elevators, others facing outward. Compared to this area, the open workspace was quite clean, with only scattered bloodstains on the floor. Additionally, there were some minor abrasion marks on the walls near the elevator doors, roughly the same thickness as the sharp spines from the man-eating flowers. The walls facing the open office area had more of these marks, while the walls on either side near the offices and restrooms had fewer, especially the walls by the restroom area. After standing by the wall for a while, he crouched by the window at the end of the corridor, pushing aside the vines to carefully inspect the edges of the floor. Finding no abrasion marks there, he returned to examine the edges of the open area. By this time, the middle-aged man with the backpack and others had already covered the floor-to-ceiling windows with reinforced horizontal strips of tape. Seeing Su Hua, he said, "It seems like someone tried this method before too. There are some leftover tape residues on the walls on both sides." Su Hua responded. Just by looking at the size of this space and the number of charging ports on the floor, he could tell the number of desks and chairs didn't match up. The middle-aged man with the backpack hesitated for a moment before saying, "There's something I'm not sure if I should mention." "Go ahead." "It's just that I think the offices and restrooms are too clean," the middle-aged man said. "From what I heard in your conversations, there aren't just mutated plants here, there might be mutated animals too. But when people are attacked, shouldn't their instinct be to hide in covered areas? That's because the previous people didn't stay on the 15th floor for very long," Su Hua said, then extended his hand. "Su Hua." Kong Hong, the middle-aged man, shook his hand, then asked, "Why do you say that?" "The restroom being relatively clean means previous visitors didn't use it frequently. If the people who came here weren't completely wiped out quickly, with nearly 200 people, they couldn't go 3 or 4 days without needing to use the facilities." Su Hua glanced back at the floor. "This place doesn't look like it's seen a mass slaughter." Kong Hong suddenly understood. "So that's it. But why would they leave the 15th floor?" The young girl who had earlier offered to pay Su Hua had been following behind him and asked upon hearing his words, "Wouldn't higher floors be safer?" "There must be reasons." Su Hua glanced at her, then pulled over a chair to sit and rest. Meanwhile, Guyu and the flower basket girls group returned empty-handed and also gathered in the office area. Nearly 6 hours had passed. After going through panic, tension, and high alertness, everyone was becoming fatigued. Moreover, in the past 6 hours, aside from Brother Tai who encountered danger when he went to open the elevator doors, no other incidents had occurred, so people were gradually relaxing a bit. "Regardless, we need to replenish our energy." Guyu went to the car's trunk and brought out several bags of snacks and fruits. Fortunately, the car came in with us too, otherwise we'd all be starving. "Everyone, make these last." "Guyu, didn't you used to diet regularly before? Why do you bring so much food everywhere now?" Xiaoba pulled on the skull-print short-sleeved man's shirt to make a makeshift basket and carried a pile of snacks over to distribute. At a time like this, who cares about gaining weight? Gu took 2 bottles of water and put the remaining items back in the trunk, then sat on it herself. This deterred some people nearby who had wanted to ask for food. Earlier, following King Hong's suggestion, they had consolidated the personal items everyone brought in. Most people had been suddenly pulled into the game while out buying supplies. Some had dropped their things when encountering the thick fog, while others had brought items in, though some vegetables and meats couldn't be eaten directly. There were some snacks and fruits, but not enough to distribute among so many people. Kong Hong opened his backpack and took out several packs of compressed biscuits. Everyone, don't panic. 90 hours is less than 4 days. Normal people can survive 4 days on water alone, so with these vegetables added, food is absolutely sufficient. There's no need to fight over it either. Let's let the women eat first, and those of us who are young and strong can wait a bit longer. Why should women eat first? A sharp-featured man in the crowd objected. Men and women are equal, right everyone? This wasn't like normal times. People's fear of the unknown intensified their desire for food. When facing danger, good physical strength was also crucial. So many were unwilling to give this opportunity to others. This has nothing to do with equality, Kong Hong said. It's just those of us with stronger physiques helping those who are weaker. Isn't this moral coercion? The sharp-featured man stirred up trouble. Why should we help them? When danger comes, who doesn't want to run ahead? Oh, we give them food while we go hungry, then end up as cannon fodder later. Some others shared the same sentiment and expressed their dissatisfaction. Zheng Liang sneered at this point. Let's hope certain people don't come begging us for help when danger strikes. Everyone fell silent. Compared to women who had inferior physical strength, the men present were stronger. But compared to players, they were the weaker ones. I don't want food. A tall woman stepped forward. I'm a mountain climber with good stamina. But this mother here is still breastfeeding. Could she have a bit more food? Kong Hong opened a package and gave a piece of biscuit to the slightly plump woman. Thank you, thank you. The slightly plump woman repeatedly expressed gratitude. When she received the biscuit, she didn't keep it all for herself, but broke it in half and offered it to the tall woman. When refused, she gave it to another woman. The women began sharing the food. At this moment, Su Hua, who had been sitting in a chair at the back, raised his hand and caught a functional drink that Gu threw to him. When he looked up, she had already averted her gaze. Su Hua placed the drink by his feet, then looked toward another older, bespectacled player sitting in the corner. The other person met his gaze and nodded at him with a polite smile. Su Hua calmly shifted his attention away. Screech. Suddenly, metal scraping sounds came from the elevators. The next second, all 15 elevators simultaneously made a ding sound. As the doors swung fully open, including the elevator that had nearly cost the stubble-faced player his life, the elevator cars appeared completely intact before everyone's eyes. Then an electronic alarm sounded from inside. Little Flower Red Building 15th floor will close shortly. All personnel please enter the elevators and proceed to the 14th floor. Repeat. Little Flower Red Building 15th floor will close soon. All personnel please proceed to the 14th floor. Following the electronic alert came a prolonged air raid siren. Several players near the elevators didn't enter, but instead retreated a few steps. Is this a trap? Someone asked. However, at that moment the air raid siren stopped, and the electronic voice sounded again. Countdown 60 seconds, 59 seconds, 58 seconds. The lights in the elevators began flickering, urging everyone present to make a quick decision. Su Hua glanced at the clock nearby and noticed there were still 40 seconds until 6 o'clock. His expression darkened, then he strode into the elevator. Moving at the same time was the older bespectacled player, who entered another elevator. Dai Wenqian, how could you? Zheng Liang looked at his companion in surprise. Dai Wenqian wore a faint smile. Come in. We have to go down anyway. Taking the elevator offers a chance to survive. If we're forced to jump from the building, we'll only die. The first to act were Guyu and Wei Bin. Guyu quickly returned to the car to retrieve the food and entered the elevator within seconds. Following them were Xiaoba, Zhang Biao, and others. They originally intended to take the same elevator, but Dai Wenqian stopped those behind, pointing to the sign beside the elevator that indicated a maximum capacity of 13 people. Only 13 can enter at a time. You go to the other one. The remaining 4 players said nothing, exchanged glances, and went to the nearby elevator. With the players gone, the remaining people naturally didn't dare fall behind and rushed into the elevators. The flower basket girl and the burly man entered the elevator to Suhwa's right. Kang Hong, the wealthy young girl, and the tall woman immediately rushed into Suhwa's elevator. When the count reached 13, Suhwa kicked out 2 people crowding the doorway. It's full. Go to another elevator. The kicked-out sharp-featured man angrily shouted, "There's no overload warning. What gives you the right to keep me out?" Suhwa didn't respond but instead drew his crimson sword and stood it before him. 20 seconds, 19 seconds. The countdown continued. Those still outside the elevators didn't dare delay further and frantically rushed toward the other elevator. The sharp-featured man cursed as he followed them. Even as the elevator doors closed, sounds of pushing and angry shouts could be heard from outside. Ding! A few seconds later, the elevator doors opened on the 14th floor. This level was completely devoid of light, with windows blocked by something, allowing only faint daylight to filter through, insufficient to clearly see the floor's layout. As soon as Suhwa stepped out of the elevator, a desiccated corpse fell from the side, landing right on the wealthy young girl who had just emerged. She screamed in terror, and as her scream echoed, noises came from various places on the 14th floor. Kang Hong and the tall woman quickly covered her mouth, looking fearfully toward the source of the sounds. Suhwa, who could see in the dark, said, "Something fell over. No danger." Only then did they relax, stepping out before the elevator doors closed. Suhwa crouched before the dried corpse, and the tall woman turned on her phone flashlight to illuminate it. Suhwa pressed the corpse's arm, then moved its head, discovering an egg-sized hole on the back of its neck. "Was he drained dry?" the tall woman asked, her voice trembling. People from the other elevator gradually emerged. The flower basket girl, holding up her phone, moved forward and soon said, "There's another dried corpse here." Not just her, others who followed also successively discovered several corpses distributed throughout the area. Scattered light sources illuminated the 14th floor, gradually revealing its layout. Unlike the 15th floor's office area, the 14th floor was completely open, filled with glass water tanks measuring 2 meters in length and width each. The tanks were filled with green liquid, with soft tubes inserted along the edges connecting to special metal instruments labeled nutrient solution mixers. "There seems to be something in the water," someone said, peering against the tank wall. Several beams of light focused there simultaneously, and many people saw several fist-sized transparent insect eggs floating near the tank edge, vaguely recognizable as multi-legged spiders. Swallowing sounds were heard one after another as someone said, "This floor isn't raising blood-sucking spiders, is it?" Sweeping their flashlights around, they saw dozens of similar water tanks before them. Besides the one in front, some tanks were densely packed with insect eggs, almost overflowing, while others already had small spiders crawling inside. "They're crawling out," the flower basket girl exclaimed, lifting her foot to crush a spider near her feet. Suhwa, nearby, quickly pulled her back and shouted, "Don't step on them recklessly." The flower basket girl came to her senses and hurriedly said, Right. So many people died here. There must be large spiders. Everyone be careful. Don't crush the small spiders." Everyone quickly drew back their feet, avoiding the small spiders while looking for any possible large spiders. However, the entire 14th floor was completely visible at a glance. Besides these water tanks, there were no places for spiders to hide. Suhwa suddenly sensed something and looked up at the ceiling, only to see it covered with giant black spiders, each over 1/2 meter long, their hairy legs interwoven like wallpaper clinging to the roof. Less than 1 meter away from him, a spider was descending toward him, a tubular mouth part extending beneath its pair of dark red round eyes. As he retreated, Suhwa split the spider in half and shouted to those behind him, "Turn off the lights." Before his words finished, 2 people from his elevator group had spiders latch onto the back of their necks. Their screams and sucking sounds overlapped. Kang Hong, nearby, mustered courage to hit a spider with his backpack, but got stuck by silk the spider spat out, getting thrown back with his bag. Dodging the panicked fleeing people, Suhwa swiftly dispatched 2 spiders with his sword. However, the 2 who had been grabbed by the neck each had bloody holes on their necks, their faces cut and mangled by the spider's sharp legs. They only managed to emit 2 gurgling sounds before dying. Screams erupted everywhere. Not just their group, others were also attacked by spiders. In moments, over 10 people had their necks pierced. The satisfying sucking sounds attracted more spiders to jump down. Not only the helpless ordinary people, but even players fell victim. Zhang Liang tore off a spider that landed on his back and slammed it to the ground, then stomped its head. He then instantly moved to Guyu's side, knocking away a spider pouncing on her. Guyu swung her knife, killing several spiders, then looked up and realized the ceiling wasn't just covered with one layer but layers upon layers of spiders. As the outer layer descended, the inner ones woke up. She suddenly realized something and shouted, "Everyone turn off your flashlights. The light is waking the spiders." "Are you kidding? Without light we're blind." "Isn't that asking for death?" Zhang Biao retorted, holding something like a triangular ruler as he fought. "Since things have come to this, I say we just kill all these things. There are too many of them, we can't possibly kill them all." Dai Wenqian stood a few meters behind them. He held a glass vial from which pale green smoke poured. The spiders near him slowed and grew sluggish because of it. 2 other players teamed up to deal with the nearby spiders. People nearby began edging toward him, but those 2 players blocked the way. One of them, holding a long blade, said, "If you come any closer, we'll still kill you." Everyone was furious, but they had no energy left to shout because more and more spiders swarmed them. Click, click, click. The lighter opened and closed in quick succession, followed by roaring flames. When everyone turned, they saw that the circle of spiders surrounding Su Hua and the others had been set alight. The spiders burned and scrambled in panic, and the foreign burly man kept riding his tiger, finishing off spiders one after another. "Over there, that side is safe." The living moved towards Su Hua. Maybe emboldened, they swung their improvised weapons and killed the spiders that fled toward them. One young man smashed a spider's head with a hammer and said, "These spiders aren't that tough." Before he could finish speaking, a white silk stuck to his back, and he was yanked up toward the ceiling. Several spiders immobilized his limbs with more threads, so he hung in midair while the first spider drained the blood from his body. Bang! The corpse was tossed back to the floor. Before anyone could recover from that shock, the ceiling began to rain silk. People below were snatched one after another. "Help!" Guyu shouted at her companions and lunged forward to try to cut the silken lines. But the threads weren't only sticky, they were tough. Few slashes from ordinary item blades could sever them. Su Hua tried to set fire elsewhere, but those silks couldn't be ignited. At the same time, several large spiders lunged at him from different directions. By the time he finished dealing with them and looked up, the spider swarm had woven a fireproof net across the ceiling, and the threads could pass through gaps in that net to keep pulling people up. "Leave it to me." The foreign burly man jumped forward, and the tiger beneath him charged at the net. The enormous beast slammed into the center of the web. In its struggles, it stuck the net to itself and tore down several of the spiders on the other end of the threads. Su Hua seized the chance to set things ablaze. The spider's fur was highly flammable, and soon a large fire flared up. Spiders dropped from the ceiling constantly. Even if not burned to death, nearby people finished them off. After more than an hour, the big spiders on the 14th floor were mostly cleared. Su Hua, Kong Hong, and the others broke the spider egg incubator to prevent the fire from spreading. Guyu's group found the main breaker, but with both fire and water present, no one dared pull it, so they could only use phones to check the situation. In total, 47 people on the 14th floor had been killed by spiders. 3 of them had come with Guyu and her group. Staring at his comrades' mutilated faces, Zhang Liang half-kneeled beside several corpses and pounded the ground with a fist. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't called them out, they wouldn't have died." Guyu's expression was pained. She patted his shoulder. "You can't blame yourself." Before she could finish, Brother Tai, who had just come to after fainting and had experienced a life-or-death fight, interrupted. "Of course, we can't blame Zhang Liang, blame him." He pointed at Su Hua, his injured face twitching. "If he hadn't led us circling around on the main road, why would we have entered this damn dungeon?" Players looked toward the man not far away checking spider bodies. He clapped his hands and stood, trying to pin the blame on someone just because you're less skilled? "What did you say?" Zhang Biao snapped, furious. 3 players on our side are dead." Su Hua wiped the pus and blood from a wound the spider's leg had torn open and pointed at the ground with his chin. "The killer's right here, isn't he?" His tone enraged Zhang Biao and the others. Several players shoved past Guyu, who tried to hold them back, and advanced as if ready to settle the matter with blood. At that moment, a middle-aged woman stepped between them. "Have you no shame? I'm a housewife who barely went to school, and I know this mess was caused by that broken game. When spiders kill people, why blame the monsters in the building or the ones who raised them instead of pinning it on someone who had nothing to do with it? Do you all just pick on the weakest person because he's alone?" Zhang Biao and the others were sprayed with words, stunned and angry. "Who do you think you are, mouthing off at us?" "I'm a human," the middle-aged woman shouted. "Aren't you all human too?" They fell silent for a moment. Then a few more people stepped forward. One older man said, "Young people, it's only been 8 hours. There are still 3 days left. If you start fighting among yourselves now, who will face danger with you later?" "They're right," Dai Wenqian said. "Total game time is 90 hours. The first 6 hours are on the 15th floor. When time's up, an elevator appears and everyone transfers to the 14th floor. So the time might be divided evenly among the levels, 6 hours per floor. The game mentioned this building breeds 15 mutant plants and 15 mutant animals. Running into a situation like the 14th floor isn't surprising. If we lose any player, our risk rises significantly. The game's danger ramps up the further you get." His words successfully stopped Zhang Biao and the others from burning with rage. As he turned, Zhang Biao dropped, "I hope someone will stick their neck out for you when it comes to your turn." Those speaking up for Su Hua were also acting out of self-preservation. During the earlier spider attack, only a few on Gu Yu's side had been willing to help ordinary players. Su Hua hadn't said much, but his abilities were obvious. Of the more than 10 who rode with him, only 2 had died. "Young man, don't put too much pressure on yourself," the middle-aged woman said. "Everyone has a fate. People who end up in places like this tend to have bad luck." Even so, the remaining roughly 100 people unconsciously edged closer to Su Hua. Su Hua wasn't focused on that. After counting heads, he noticed 15 people missing. 195 had come down from the 15th floor. 47 had been killed by spiders, yet now only 133 people remained on the 14th floor. He frowned slightly, scanned the area, then went to the elevator and knocked. Sure enough, the elevator shaft had vanished again. When the elevator had arrived on the 14th floor earlier, he had checked the time. Exactly 6 hours had passed. Dai Wenqian's explanation fit: 90 hours for 15 floors, 6 hours per floor. But after coming down from the 15th floor, 1 elevator's worth of people had disappeared. The windows on the 14th floor were sealed shut. The floor had no dead spots to hide in. Those 15 people could only have vanished through the elevator. All the elevators had closed after they came out, and since there were lights inside the elevators, reopening them would be very conspicuous. If someone had been dragged away during the chaos, the players present shouldn't have been completely unaware. Therefore, the most likely possibility was that those 15 people never got off the elevator in the first place. If you're not going to drink that beverage, could you give it to me?" The flower basket girl walked over to Su Hua's side, interrupting his train of thought as she spoke with an apologetic smile. Su Hua glanced back at the burly man slumped weakly in the corner, then casually handed over the drink from his pocket. The flower basket girl hadn't expected him to give it up so readily. After repeatedly thanking him, she hurried back to her companion, had him drink it, whispered a few words to the burly man, then returned to Su Hua's side and gave him 3 capsule-like objects. "I really didn't mean you any harm when I approached you earlier. Consider this my apology." Su Hua took them, and the game immediately provided a prompt. Energy capsule. Legend says that on a looping path, travelers may encounter a girl selling flowers, or possibly a boy. If you don't buy her flowers, you'll walk that path endlessly. Note: restores 1% energy. Limited to 1 per day. Su Hua stored the capsules and nodded to the flower basket girl. Outside, the sky was growing dark. Since this floor couldn't be charged, everyone took turns using flashlights, leaving the interior poorly lit. After resting, Kong Hong spoke to Su Hua. "Are we really going to the 13th floor later? Since all the spiders on this floor have been killed by someone, shouldn't staying here be the safest option?" The flower basket girl stared at a small spider crawling near her feet and suddenly said, "It seems to have grown a bit bigger." Suhua smashed the spider dead with his sword and calmly said, "Besides the cultivation tanks, the abdomens of those large spiders are also full of eggs. They'll probably hatch soon. If the elevator comes, it's best to go down." He didn't mention another reason. This dungeon clearly wasn't just about fighting monsters floor by floor. 90 hours, 15 floors, 15 elevators, a capacity of 13 people, and a total of 195 people must correspond according to some hidden rule. The 15th floor hadn't presented any danger, so logically it should be the safest. But there was bloodstains on the elevator door facing outward, indicating that in previous dungeon runs, someone had returned to the 15th floor. Though the reason was unclear, both the elevator and the 15th floor were definitely not safe. Staying on one particular floor might trigger a dungeon trap. He glanced toward the elevator, walked over, pried open a gap in the door with his sword, then borrowed 2 phones from Kang Hong and the others. After turning on the flashlights and starting video recording, he taped them together and lowered them through the gap, while keeping some distance from the elevator himself. Bang! Bang! The man-eating flowers in the elevator shaft slammed against the elevator door. The tape shook but didn't break. Suhua continued lowering it, but around the 11th floor, he suddenly encountered a strange force and immediately cut the tape. "Is there something else down there?" Kang Hong asked nervously. "Should we try again?" "Let's try again." Suhua nodded. Kang Hong and the tall woman offered him another phone. Suhua took only one, attaching some spider silk to both the phone and tape, then only turning on the recording function before lowering the phone again. This time the phone safely passed the 11th floor. Suhua continued lowering it, estimating it reached the 10th floor before retrieving the phone. After removing the tape, he opened the recording. There were no lights in the elevator shaft, making it almost impossible to see anything in the darkness. But when passing the 11th floor, a red dot suddenly flashed in front of the camera. "Something just passed by, right?" Kang Hong said hesitantly. Suhua rewound the recording, pausing on that red dot, his brow slightly furrowing. This wasn't a man-eating flower, but a mutated animal. Though its form was unclear, it appeared to be quite small. It was moving around in the elevator shaft, yet the video captured no sound, indicating extremely agile movements. Such a creature couldn't stay in the elevator shaft indefinitely, so when the elevators weren't running, the elevator doors on other floors might not necessarily remain closed. If elevator doors on other floors could open, then the mutated animals should be able to move between floors via the building's exterior walls. The movement of over 200 people from the 15th to the 14th floor hadn't attracted any mutated animals. "That mutated beast has very high energy value," the flower basket girl said quietly. Normal people's energy values generally range between 60 and 80, while evolvers can reach 300. Those 2 man-eating flowers earlier only had about 20 energy per flower, but the thing in the video reached 500. Suhua turned to look at her. The flower basket girl smiled awkwardly. "Yours is quite high too. So taking a little energy from him shouldn't matter much. Too bad he hadn't taken the bait." Suhua didn't press about the earlier matter, instead asking, "Is this your characteristic? Can it be used on animals and plants?" The flower basket girl was momentarily stunned. Animals and plants can't understand human speech. How could they buy? Before finishing, she realized she'd been tricked into revealing information and stopped mid-sentence, changing tack instead. "Mr. Su, I've already apologized for what happened earlier, and you accepted my apology gift. Can we let this matter rest?" Suhua waved his hand. "I was just wondering whether forced buying and selling counts as a transaction." The flower basket girl fell silent, seemingly contemplating this question. Creak. At that moment, Guyu's group had similarly pried open a gap in an elevator door to check the elevator shaft's situation, though their method was smarter than Suhua's. One player used a handkerchief item to suspend a high-powered flashlight above the elevator shaft, then used a phone to record video. The man-eating flowers weren't sensitive to light. After banging against the door a couple of times when it first opened, they retreated. "There's nothing there," Zhang Biao said while watching the video. Modern phone pixels were quite good. Even zoomed in, they could roughly make out the man-eating flowers below. Being on the same floor, they could hear each other. After speaking with her companions, Guy walked over to Suhua with her phone. "Let's exchange information." Agreed. Suhua handed her his phone and took hers. From the video, The man-eating flowers appeared to be about 10 meters tall, with slender vase-like bodies. Their flowers, stems, and leaves were all flesh-colored, with thin tubes connected beneath the flowers that twitched occasionally. He paused the video, zooming in on a particular section of the shaft wall where he saw a row of dotted marks. After a moment's thought, he handed the phone to the flower basket girl. "How much energy does this man-eating flower have?" "About 150, the flower basket girl said. "Equivalent to 2 adults. Suhwa nodded slightly. Gyu and the others also watched the video Suhwa had recorded. Though they couldn't clearly see what the flashing red dot was, it confirmed that more than one mutated species was active in the elevator shaft. "Since there's something there, let's record again," Zhang Liang said. The other players didn't object. Dai Wenqian said, "Hang the flashlight up high and place the phone outside to record." The 2 players following Dai Wenqian did as he instructed. One placed the flashlight inside, while the other aimed a camera through the crack to film. But the moment the phone pressed against the elevator door, a sudden change occurred. A shadow swift as lightning flashed past the door gap, followed immediately by splattering blood. The phone was sliced in half, and the player holding it had half his hand and head severed clean off. Everyone scrambled backward in panic. The players closest to the door immediately slammed the elevator shut. No sound came from the elevator shaft. The attack had been so fast it was nearly impossible to catch with the naked eye, but with their companion's corpse lying right there, Dai Wenqian and the others looked grim. Less than 10 hours into this dungeon, they had already lost 4 players. "That should have been a mutated animal just now," Zhang Liang said. "We need to find another way. We can't keep letting the game lead us by the nose. Are we really supposed to go downstairs?" Brother Tai touched the wound on his face left by the man-eating flower. "If we had just stayed on the 15th floor, maybe there wouldn't have been any danger at all." Dai Wenqian didn't even glance his way. Staring coldly at their dead companion on the floor, he said, "The mutated animal that killed Wu Kuan can't possibly stay confined to the elevator shaft. If it did, it would have been crushed long ago with the elevators moving up and down." "He's right," analyzed Wei Bin, who also wore glasses. "No one can guarantee those elevator doors won't open and release the mutated animals. If we stay on the 14th floor, there's no telling what other dangers might appear." "I think you're all overthinking this," Zhang Biao said. "If those things could move freely through the building, they would have shown up on the 15th floor when we first arrived. The fact that they didn't means they're definitely trapped." Some players agreed with his reasoning and suggested staying on the 14th floor. Gyu couldn't unify both sides, and the 12 other players became divided. Dai Wenqian, Wei Bin, Xiao Ba, and 3 others, 6 in total, planned to continue downward. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang, Zhang Biao, Brother Tai, and 3 others, also 6, wanted to remain on the 14th floor. "Gyu, think carefully," Zhang Biao said. "The windows on the 14th floor are sealed shut. Staying here is relatively safe. If we go down to the 13th floor, who knows what might be waiting there." Gyu hesitated, secretly glancing at Suhwa. Noticing he was watching the elevator as if he hadn't heard their discussion, she paused before saying, "I'll go with Dai Wenqian's group." Hearing this, Zhang Liang became less certain than before. With a dark expression, he shouted towards Suhwa, "Hey, are you going down or not?" Suhwa glanced back at him. "Of course I'm going down." Zhang Liang looked somewhat unwilling, but after a couple of seconds, he also sided with Guyu and Dai Wenqian. With only 5 players left in Zhang Biao and Brother Tai's group, and the majority choosing to descend to the 13th floor, the other non-players also joined the larger faction. Zhang Biao and Brother Tai exchanged looks with their remaining companions, then stepped aside and fell silent. Screech! The friction sound echoed in the elevator again. All 15 elevators opened simultaneously as an electronic alarm blared. Xiaohua Honghong 14th floor closing soon. All personnel please proceed to the 13th floor. No more than 13 people per elevator, Suhua reminded everyone before stepping inside first. The flower basket girl and her companion, Kong Hong and the tall woman and others quickly followed. Guyu, Dai Wenqian and their group entered as well. After holding out for a moment, the stubborn Zhang Biao and Brother Tai finally chose to enter the elevators too. Ding! When the elevator descended to the 13th floor, everyone tensed up, fearing a repeat of what happened on the 14th floor. But when the doors opened, the 13th floor proved more peaceful than they had imagined. A few unbroken fluorescent tubes still provided light. Though not particularly bright, it was enough to clearly see the floor's layout. This level was a plant cultivation laboratory. Directly opposite the elevators stood rows of glass rooms. From outside, they could see the crops growing inside. Facing Suhua was a type of small potted plant. Unlike common flowers from the real world, this plant somewhat resembled a miniature sunflower, but its flower head was covered in dense clusters of tiny blossoms whose colors shifted depending on the viewing angle. Walking over, he picked up the logbook hanging by the door and flipped through its contents. Ultra-small insectivorous flower. A single blossom can display up to 13 colors. Typically appears blue when viewed straight on and brown from the side. Its colors have temperature variations, making them even more deceptive. Scattered notes followed about plant discoveries. The research base seemed to be studying these plants to develop temperature-altering methods. The back cover of the logbook bore the sponsorship logo of some military equipment organization. Buzzing flower? In the adjacent glass room, the flower basket girl was examining a flower that somewhat resembled a bee. Curiously looking up from the information, she asked, "If you touch these flowers, do they really make a vibration sound like bees?" The burly man beside her quickly stopped her. "Don't you dare touch anything carelessly." No sooner had he spoken than a crashing sound came from nearby. Someone had accidentally kicked over a potted plant placed beside the corridor. The person who knocked it over tripped and fell. Before they could say anything, deep blue powder flew off the plant's leaves, quickly adhering to their calf and rapidly burning through their skin. The person screamed in agony. Not only did the areas touched by the powder begin to fester, but the surrounding blood vessels also turned blue, quickly crawling up the limb toward their chest and abdomen. Everyone around backed away in terror, afraid to approach either the poisoned person or the plant on the floor. They could only watch as the victim convulsed for half a minute before going still. Dai Wenqian picked up the logbook on the wall, flipped through a few pages, and said, "This plant releases toxic powder when attacked. As long as you avoid the powder, you'll be fine." "Goddamn, traps are everywhere here." Brother Tai scratched his face. Wei Bin glanced at him. "Your face is bleeding." "Stop scratching." Brother Tai didn't stop. "You think I want to?" "The wound is itching." Dai Wenqian subconsciously frowned and immediately said, "Check if there are any plants nearby that release toxic gas on their own." At this, everyone's expressions changed. Guyu and the other players immediately split up to inspect each glass room. But not every room had a logbook. Out of 18 glass rooms on the 13th floor, 7 were missing their records. Moreover, the 13th floor was also sealed, and the temperatures varied between glass rooms, making the outer area feel somewhat stuffy. "There's a ventilation system here." The flower basket girl discovered a switch mechanism at the far right end. She pulled it down forcefully, and more than a dozen rectangular hidden panels popped open in the ceiling. Fans inside began operating, quickly relieving the stifling air in the room. Only when Brother Tai stopped scratching his face so vigorously did everyone breathe a slight sigh of relief. "Let's look around more," Gu said to those nearby. What they needed most right now was information about this building. The corridor was extremely crowded for over 100 people. They didn't dare enter the glass rooms, nor could they touch the potted plants along the walls, so they had no choice but to rest around the perimeter of the glass rooms, standing for a while then taking turns sitting. With the lack of fresh air, Guyu and others stopped searching after finding nothing and began conserving their energy. Seeing Su was still pacing around the glass rooms, Zheng Liang couldn't help but ask, "What is he looking for?" "Who cares what he's looking for? With so many of us searching and finding nothing, do you really think he can find something?" Wei Bin wiped sweat from his forehead. "So many people, it's so hot." Not long after, Su Hua entered a glass room alone. He found a handcart inside and began moving some potted plants out. "What are you doing with those flowers?" Kong Hong came over to offer help. Su Hua gestured for him to step back. "Better safe than sorry." After speaking, he squatted in the corridor and carefully picked up 2 potted plants that could spray poisonous powder, placing them in the cart. Kong Hong couldn't help but step back, then seeing Su Hua continue reaching for more, said, "If you bring these along, how will we ride the elevator later?" Su Hua didn't respond, only stopping when the cart was completely full. He wouldn't actually be planning to use these plants against the mutated animals, would he? On the other side, Wei Bin said in surprise, "That's insane. How could a few potted flowers deal with mutated animals?" It's not like we haven't seen how terrifying those damn things are. Before he could even shake out the poison powder, he'd probably be dead. Brother Tai sneered. Dai Wenqian gave them a somewhat disdainful look, nodded to his companion, then the two of them also followed suit by getting handcarts to load with potted plants. Su Wen noticed their movements too. After leaving the handcart with the flower basket girl and her companion, he returned to continue wandering around the glass rooms. He wasn't taking these things to actually use against mutated animals in combat. Rather, compared to the previous 2 floors they'd passed through, the 13th floor was very clean. Aside from some traces left by humans, there were no signs of other species running rampant. Mutated plants and animals could definitely move around the building, yet there were no traces here. Perhaps these plants were serving some protective function. Given their current limited understanding of the dungeon, bringing some along couldn't hurt. These breeding scientists seem particularly obsessed with colors. Dai Wenqian walked over to him, looking at the vividly colored flowers in the glass room. Aside from the green plants in the corridor, all the other flowers are bright reds and purples. Su Hu turned his head to look at him. I'm Dai Wenqian. Dai Wenqian extended his hand, waited 2 seconds without receiving a response, then withdrew it. He smiled indifferently. Don't mind what they say. After all, that's just normal human behavior. Su Hu withdrew his gaze, glanced at several withered potted plants in the glass room, and said as if a beat slow, perhaps the scientists at this research base all prefer brightly colored flowers. Dai Wenqian actually laughed at this. Everything in nature has its own evolutionary rules. Some camouflage themselves to avoid being preyed upon, others display vibrant colors to attract prey. This has nothing to do with human selection, it's the fairest competition. He paused, then added, if our numbers remain the same when we reach the 10th floor, we might consider cooperating. Su Hu turned to look at him again. You don't want the ready-made manpower? Dai Wenqian adjusted his glasses, speaking with implied meaning. Although evolutionary competition is brutal, it's fair. After saying this, he walked away. Su Hu returned to where Kong Hong and the others were resting with an expressionless face. As soon as he sat down, the flower basket girl came over and said that Dai Wenqian, his energy value is even higher than yours, and he doesn't seem like a good person. Don't fall for his tricks. Just now, when his companion died right in front of him, he didn't even blink, and even had the leisure to clean his glasses. When we were fighting the spiders, I clearly saw that guy named Wu Kun protecting him. Afraid I'll cooperate with him? Su Hu said lightly. The flower basket girl gave an embarrassed smile. I'm just a bit curious. Why did he say he'd cooperate with you if the numbers remain the same by the 10th floor? Go ask him. Su Hu lowered his head to look at the notebook he'd brought. The flower basket girl pressed her lips together, glanced back at her companion with some disappointment. The burly man comfortingly patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'll protect you. The flower basket girl forced a weak smile. 6 hours passed quickly. Compared to the previous 2 floors, this time when the elevator doors opened, everyone became somewhat impatient. Su Hu pushed his cart into the elevator, only allowing 3 other people to enter. After safely arriving at the 12th floor, the first thing they noticed was an intense rotting stench. Someone raised a flashlight, and only then did they discover numerous corpses lying in the illuminated area. Some had died recently, with maggots wriggling on their bodies. Those with weaker stomachs knelt to the side and vomited. Su Hu found the light switch and turned it on, his eyes momentarily stung by the overwhelming crimson view. The entire floor looked like a crime scene. Bloodstains were everywhere on the floor, walls, and ceiling. The time of death for the corpses didn't vary much. Only a few bodies remained intact, the rest had been chopped into pieces. There were about 20-some people in total. Why are there so many dead people here? The flower basket girl asked, covering her mouth. This place was probably originally for dining and resting. Su Hu scanned the area. Aside from circular dining tables, there was a room with a service window on the side, and vending machines at the other end, though all were now riddled with holes and covered with meter-long slash marks. Similar slash marks also covered the floor and walls. Dai Wenqian's group checked the personal belongings on the corpses and said, these people all entered the dungeon later. None are staff members. They died so horribly. The wealthy young girl slumped to the ground, her eyes glazed over. Will we end up like them? dying here with no one even knowing we're rotting with maggots. I can't take this anymore. Someone rushed to the window holding their head, pulled the window open and looked down. There are windows here. Let's find a way down from the windows. Maybe if we leave this building we can survive. Others had the same idea. Several more people rushed over one after another, taking off their outer pants and tying them together. Others also seemed tempted, but at that moment Dai Wenqian took a dagger from his companion, walked over, grabbed the hair of the person at the window, dragged them back facing inside with their back to the window, and slit their throat right in front of everyone. Even Guyu and the others paled when the blood sprayed out, staring at him with shock and uncertainty. Dai Wenqian shook the blood off his blade and said indifferently, "I won't cause trouble for you all, and I hope you won't cause trouble either." It was already made very clear back on the 15th floor, there might be things beyond our understanding in the fog. If anyone tries to bring danger from outside in here, don't blame me for being ruthless. He looked at those who had stripped off their clothes. Just stay put quietly. You only have one life, and killing people in a dungeon isn't against the law. Everyone fell silent, utterly terrified. Dai Wenqian seemed quite satisfied with the situation he had created and tossed the dagger back to his companion. Just stopping them would have been enough. Was killing necessary? Guyu couldn't help but say as he walked over to her. That's the simplest and most efficient method, Dai Wenqian replied. A few people escaping is a minor issue, but should the remaining 100+ people bear the risks they would bring? Although his approach effectively controlled the situation, Guyu still found it emotionally difficult to accept. She glanced at the person lying on the ground, then sadly turned her head away. Someone covered his face with a piece of clothing. Dai Wenqian's attitude caused subtle changes in the expressions of the fellow players traveling with him. The remaining players split into small groups to rest, while the other ordinary people who had been directly threatened appeared even more dejected under the weight of dual fears. The wealthy young girl didn't dare cry aloud, leaning against the tall woman while continuously wiping her tears. Kang Hong, sitting near them, also seemed less composed than before, showing signs of anxiety. Do you need help? The flower basket girl, seeing that Su Hua had been organizing tape all along, proactively offered, if you have any ideas, you can tell us. Did Ji and I can help. 3 people are always better than 1. We can help too, the tall woman quickly added. Kang Hong and several other young, strong men around him also expressed that they were available to assist if needed. Su Hua requested several mobile phones and, as before, wrapped them thoroughly with tape, apparently planning to place them inside the elevators. Will this method work? Someone just got killed earlier, the flower basket girl said. What's your name? Su Hua looked up at her. Jiang Yuhua, the flower basket girl replied. Seeing him merely nod and then continue working, she felt rather frustrated. After preparing several phones, Su Hua took his bright red sword and the ox shield and approached the elevator area. At that moment, Guyu walked over. I'll help too. Su Hua nodded. I'll block the gap. You lower the phones down, pulling them to the side. There were gaps of a few millimeters in the elevator outer doors. Phones couldn't be shoved directly through, but a few layers of tape could pass through without issue. Su Hua selected 4 elevators to lower phones into, including the one Brother Tai had opened earlier and the one where the player was just killed. However, no unexpected incidents occurred while lowering the phones, which indirectly confirmed that the mutants weren't only active inside the elevators. The elevator shafts are pitch black. What can they even capture? Zheng Liang commented sarcastically from the side. Didn't we already try this earlier? Not necessarily, Dai Wenqian interjected. If we place phones in every elevator, whichever elevator door opens midway, even the slightest movement could be recorded. However, this method is a bit clumsy. All 15 elevators connect to floors. It wouldn't be strange for mutants to appear in any elevator shaft. In other words, even if you knew a mutant was in a specific elevator shaft 1 minute ago, the next minute it could enter other elevator shafts via the floors. Guyu, who initially had confidence in Su Hua, also felt this made some sense after hearing it and couldn't help but look at Su Hua. No need to find the mutants' hiding spots. We just need to confirm they aren't in a specific elevator shaft, Su Hua said. Another 6 suffocating hours passed. Outside, the sky had brightened, but it remained foggy. Nothing could be seen through the windows. Just before entering the elevator, Su Hua took a spider from his pocket and stuck it near the elevator, then placed another phone before heading down to the 11th floor. Why is it empty? Jiang Yiwa had mentally prepared herself, but when the elevator doors opened, the entire 11th floor turned out to be a pure white space. Inside the sealed room, both the ceiling and floor were spotless. The moment he stepped out, Su Hua frowned. He instinctively moved closer to the wall but unexpectedly stepped into empty space, his lower leg sinking into the floor. What is this thing? Those coming out later pushed the people in front out of the elevator, stepping into the white floor one after another. When they pulled their feet up, their trouser legs were covered in fine white threads. These white threads looked somewhat like ordinary spider silk, but they couldn't be snapped when lifting a foot. They had a strong stickiness like malt sugar. Someone couldn't resist grabbing a handful, only to end up with their hand covered in them too. Not spiders again, right? There seems to be something underneath, Zheng Liang said from the side, stepping on the surface after placing a piece of clothing down, then bending over to look into the hole made earlier. It's dark, about fist-sized, looks a bit like mushrooms. Su Hua, who had used the piano wire to suspend himself in the air immediately, also saw the plants beneath the floor constructed from the white silk. Their shape indeed resembled mushrooms. Underneath the mushroom caps grew dense white filaments, connecting mushroom to form sheets, creating a white barrier on top of the mushroom cluster like a hard scab. Can these mushrooms be eaten? Kong Hong couldn't help but ask. Judging by their appearance, they should be non-toxic, right? You dare eat things from this place. The tall woman looked at him in shock. Kang Hong, however, said, this building grows many plants, but not everyone is poisonous. Didn't we see that earlier on the 13th floor? Some plants are cultivated purely for pharmaceutical purposes. The possibility that the mushrooms are edible can't be ruled out. We don't have much food on hand, and consumption is high. If the mushrooms are edible, wouldn't that solve the food problem for the next 2 or 3 days? What he says makes sense, Su Hua chimed in, glancing towards Guyu and the others ahead. Does anyone have a method to check for toxins? Guyu immediately looked towards Wei Bin. Wei Bin used a knife to pry out one mushroom. Surprisingly, once the mushroom was cut, the white filaments connected to it also automatically severed, falling back to the ground and retracting into the hole. Watching the filaments retract and extend like long white worms, Wei Bin's face momentarily showed disgust. Nevertheless, he brought the mushroom to his nose and sniffed hard, then tore off a small piece to taste. After a moment, he hesitantly said, "There's no poison." No poison is good. Brother Tai, being impatient, didn't wait for him to finish speaking. He took out a long knife, plunged it down vertically, then turned it horizontally, cutting out a slice of mushroom. The white floor instantly retreated to the sides, leaving a black area inside, which from a distance looked like a collapsed hole in the floor. Brother Tai jumped in. With each step, a squelching sound came from under his feet. He lifted his foot and discovered that beneath the mushrooms was another layer of something resembling jelly, with the mushroom stalks rooted in it. What is this? Looks a bit disgusting. Over here, Jiang Yiwa and Daji also picked quite a few mushrooms, revealing large areas of turbid, jelly-like substance underneath. Jiang Yiwa wanted to cut it open to see, but Su Hua stopped her. Forget it. After seeing it, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat the mushrooms. Jiang Yiwa followed his gaze to the edge where the white silk had retreated and spotted several black filaments. She suddenly understood, scattering the mushrooms in her hand. There are corpses underneath. Everyone who had been figuring out how to harvest the mushrooms shifted their astonished gazes from her to Wei Bin. Brother Tai grabbed Wei Bin. Why didn't you say that earlier? I didn't have time to speak before you all went crazy with excitement. Wei Bin said innocently, besides, would you have stopped eating even if I told you? This can be considered emergency rations. If there's no food in the next 10 floors, these mushrooms could sustain us for a while. But these mushrooms grew by absorbing nutrients from corpses. Brother Tai said with a disgusted expression, can we really eat them? Wei Bin pried his hand off. I'm telling you now, whether you eat them or not is your decision. The entire floor fell silent for a few seconds, then Kang Hong threw down his mushroom and said, I think I can manage with just water. Some people abandoned the mushrooms in their hands, but others actively picked up a few more. Let's look around first. Su Hua said to Jiang Yiwa and the other person. The mushrooms, including the silken threads, showed no aggression. Though freshly broken silken threads had strong stickiness, they would detach on their own within about 10 minutes. The detached threads would gradually dissolve into the nutrient jelly, transforming into nourishment for other mushrooms. Since these mushrooms can't kill people, then how did the ones below come into existence? Jiang Yihua thought of one possibility and couldn't help gagging. There's something down here. De Ji, who was squatting nearby clearing mushrooms, suddenly turned back and shouted. Su Hua walked over quickly and saw him cutting through the jelly to retrieve a notebook. The corpse beside the notebook had already dissolved. Besides this book, a pen and some fragments of white fabric floated nearby. Quick, see what's written inside, Jiang Yihua urged. Su Hua opened the notebook. The writing on the first few pages had blurred, but the middle section appeared to be research notes. The underground world of Clown City is forbidden territory for humans, but it's paradise for fungi. According to statistics from researchers who have come here, this underground world naturally generates up to 371 species of fungi, and that's only the count supported by current data. However, to this day, no researcher has found the fungi that created this underground world. This underground world must have been created by fungi. Because we've found nutrient transport channels in rock pores that are more complex than honeycombs and more varied than ant colonies. Evolution in the natural world is truly marvelous. I speculate that this underground world was first occupied by a mutated fungus species. After long-term environmental modification, the conditions became suitable for fungal survival, subsequently giving rise to countless different fungi species that are difficult to fully document. Although most are ordinary fungi, their growth cycles are longer than those of similar species, making them more valuable for research. Moreover, there's an extremely rare mycelium that can defend against sharp weapons. Unfortunately, despite multiple expeditions into the underground world, our research team hasn't been able to locate the growth site of this fungus again. Currently, human exploration has penetrated less than a kilometer into this underground world. I believe there are many more fungi like this that can produce mycelium capable of defending against sharp weapons. As long as Little Flower Red Research Base secures funding from Stellar Pharmaceutical Group, we can purchase enough equipment to enter the underground world, extract new species that have never appeared at any wormhole point, and rewrite the history of evolutionary plants. This wasn't the first time Su Hua had seen the name Stellar Pharmaceutical Group. Back in Decibel Town, this company appeared frequently in Master Niza's investigation materials. Judging by Master Niza's hostile attitude toward the company, he likely suspected that his son and daughter-in-law's deaths were related to this company. Now, this company had appeared again in the notebook. Picking up the pen nearby, he rotated it and saw a carved character, Hao, on one side. This couldn't be Professor Hao mentioned in the game introduction, could it? Jiang Yihua said, wasn't he supposed to be seeking investments? How did he end up dead here? Maybe it was a conflict of interests. The tall woman said they might have been competing for business. Su Hua glanced at her and continued flipping through the notebook. There was no written content in the later pages, but a dried purple petal was tucked inside the last page. I saw this kind of flower on the 13th floor earlier. Jiang Yihua said it was in the glass room next to the buzzing flowers, a very small one hidden beneath other flowers. That glass room was full of purple flowers. Su Hua said. I'm not mistaken, it was a completely different flower. Jiang Yihua recalled the others had energy values around 20-something, but this one only had about 1. Su Hua quietly stored the petal and said indifferently, it might have been poorly cultivated. Jiang Yihua nodded. What did you find? Gu approached at that moment, pointing toward the back and saying, we also found some researchers over there who haven't completely dissolved yet. Most of the staff from Little Flower Red Building are probably here. I wonder what Professor Hao actually discovered. The greatest secret of evolution. This was too tempting for players. The greatest secret of evolution. Su Hua instinctively felt it was related to the perfect evolution potion. But given Stellar Pharmaceutical Group's actions of silencing witnesses, even if they had mastered the production method of the S-version potion, they probably wouldn't share it with all players in the game. From the release of mutants and the existence of the breeding zone, it appeared that the Dimensional Rift game was intentionally dividing the world. The inability to achieve perfect evolution and perpetual dependence on potions were players' weaknesses, but also an effective means of controlling players. He handed the notebook to Guyu, who took it and went to read it with Dai Wenqian and the others. After a while, Suhua checked the time and felt it was about right, so he went to the elevator and pulled back the phone that had been lowered deep into the elevator shaft. Except for one elevator that had faint sounds, the other three were completely quiet. Suhua chose the one that had clamped Brother Tai's head and signaled Jiang Yihua and De Ji to support him. "I'm going up for a moment. After I enter the elevator shaft, close the doors." The two looked at him in surprise, but seeing his complete lack of hesitation as he pushed the door open, they had no choice but to step forward to help. As soon as the elevator door opened, several man-eating flowers lunged forward. Suhua raised his sword to cut them down, using piano wire to pull them into the elevator shaft, then swung his sword at the flower pots where the roots of the man-eating flowers hung down. The man-eating flowers occupying the floor of the elevator shaft shook violently. Over a dozen man-eating flowers instantly sprayed out from the ruptured flower pots, bouncing around like tethered balls in the narrow elevator shaft, colliding left and right as they charged toward the person above. "Hurry up and close the door." De Ji blocked one man-eating flower and shouted to Kong Hong and others who were nearby. However, Kong Hong was so startled he kept retreating. Instead, the tall woman and Guyu from not far away rushed over first. As they pushed the elevator doors together, they said, "What about Suhua?" At that moment, urged by Jiang Yihua, De Ji threw out a card. A nimble Black Panther leaped out from it, carrying both of them as they jumped through the narrow elevator door opening. Suhua had already pried open the elevator door with his sword. Gripping the lower edge of the door with one hand, he turned and hacked apart the man-eating flower lunging at him before shouting to De Ji and the other person, "Go up." The Black Panther formed from the card agilely leaped back and forth across the four walls of the elevator shaft, occasionally using attacks from the man-eating flowers to maintain its position and avoid falling. Upon hearing Suhua's command, De Ji quickly pushed aside the man-eating flower in front of him and directed the Black Panther to ascend to the 12th floor. As soon as De Ji and Jiang Yihua reached the 12th floor, the Black Panther reverted to its card form. The two of them reached down, pulled Suhua up, and the three of them huddled by the elevator door, freezing their movements. After Suhua used the ox shield to block two attacks from the man-eating flowers, the flower blossoms, having lost their target, slowly retracted back down the elevator shaft. Jiang Yihua looked at Suhua, but Suhua was staring at several pipes running along the wall beside the elevator door. Jiang Yihua was worried that staying too long would attract more mutants, but she didn't dare speak, instead frantically trying to signal him with her eyes. After just a few seconds, Suhua withdrew his gaze, turned to look at the 12th floor filled with its putrid stench, and took the first step out. "Be careful," he mouthed to the two people beside him. Jiang Yihua and De Ji nodded as if facing a formidable enemy, vigilantly watching different directions. After confirming there was no immediate danger, Suhua walked over to where he had left the spider and phone earlier. The spider, still sealed with tape, was struggling and jumping around vigorously. He then checked the phone, confirming that within the 2 hours after everyone had descended from the 12th floor, nothing had happened on this level. "What does this mean?" Jiang Yihua asked in a hushed voice. "A sealed floor can present two types of dangers," Suhua explained. First, the floor might fill with poisonous gas that kills indiscriminately. Second, mutants might appear through channels we aren't aware of. So this spider not being dead means there's no poisonous gas on the 12th floor, Jiang Yihua said, suddenly understanding. This was just a backup method. The main reason was that Suhua hadn't found any hidden door mechanisms around the windows, and he couldn't gauge the technological level within this dungeon, so he had no choice but to risk using this approach. The traces on the 12th floor were probably made by mutated animals, right? De Ji added. But there are no ventilation shafts here, so the mutated animals must have come in from outside the windows. Not necessarily. The moment Suhua finished speaking, an elevator door ahead suddenly slid open. Before the three of them could react, a shadow flashed out from the elevator shaft and appeared right in front of them in the blink of an eye. Suhua instinctively raised his shield in front of him, but was struck by a strange, powerful force that sent him flying back several meters. Before he could even steady himself, he saw a cold glint of light in the air. It seemed to be a long blade. "Watch out!" De Ji's roar echoed, followed by the Black Panther pouncing from the side, biting onto the thing directly in front of Su Hua and tackling it to the ground. Only after being tripped up could Su Hua clearly see that his attacker was a gray mantis half the height of a person. Its pair of sickle-shaped raptorial forelegs had a metallic sheen and could easily leave marks on the ground, seemingly having already completed their evolution into sharp weapons. Bang! It drove one foreleg into the ground, kicked away the Black Panther, pinning it down, then charged forward and delivered 2 slashes, directly cutting the Black Panther into 3 pieces. The Black Panther reverted to its card form, but the large mantis didn't stop its attack. It shook its body, spread the wings on its back, and launched itself in a flying pounce toward De Ji. Su Hua flung his shield, knocking the mantis aside, then followed up with his sword. However, the large mantis was incredibly fast. Not only did his sword strike miss, but the mantis closed in on him. Jiang Yiwa, who had picked up the ox shield nearby, saw the situation and threw it towards Su Hua, adding, "We should go back to the 11th floor." Su Hua raised his sword to block the 2 large sickles, barely managing to push the large mantis back, then stopped the 2 who were about to climb out the window to descend to the 11th floor. "Don't go that way." Bang! The large mantis delivered a kick. Su Hua flew backward with the momentum, catching up to Jiang Yiwa and the other person. He bumped into them from both sides, pushing them away from the window, and said, "The only way down is the elevator." Jiang Yiwa didn't understand his reasoning, but having missed this opportunity, the large mantis was already upon them. Her physical stamina was far inferior to the other 2 present. Almost instinctively, she materialized a flower, opened her mouth, and said, "Sir, would you like to buy a flower?" Surprisingly, the mantis's sickle limb poised to strike her actually stopped. Jiang Yiwa didn't dare look at the blade-like object hovering at her waist. She swallowed hard and said, "Sir, would you like to buy a flower?" However, the large mantis, which had tilted its head to look at her, only paused for a moment before its sickle limb began moving again. But in that brief instant, Su Hua appeared at Jiang Yiwa's side. With a sweep of his long sword, he cut the large mantis in half at the waist. Dark brown bodily fluids splattered out. The large mantis fell to the ground but wasn't dead yet. Its 2 sickle limbs clawed at the ground as it slowly dragged itself toward Jiang Yiwa. Jiang Yiwa gasped sharply, picked up a nearby chair, and proceeded to smash it repeatedly against the mantis's head until it was completely pulverized. Only when the upper half of the large mantis was unrecognizable did she stop, asking uncertainly, "It won't move anymore, right?" "It won't." Su Hua glanced at her, then proceeded to cut off the 2 sickle limbs. He handed one to her first. "This thing is more useful than an item." Jiang Yiwa, still shaken, took it. Watching him squat down and pull out a plastic bag from who knows where to collect the mantis's corpse, she couldn't help but turn her head away and ask, "By the way, why didn't you let us go down from the window earlier?" Before she could finish her sentence, a series of banging sounds suddenly erupted from one of the elevator shafts. "Go!" Su Hua grabbed the items and sprinted toward the elevator shaft they had come from. De Ji, following closely behind, helped him pull open the elevator door they had left slightly ajar. Once Su Hua was inside, he thrust his crimson sword into the wall. The 3 of them, holding onto each other, dropped down into the elevator shaft. Hearing the tremendous noise coming from the corner of the 12th floor, Su Hua hurriedly pulled the elevator door shut. The elevator door greatly muffled the sounds from the 12th floor, but hearing the commotion inside, Jiang Yiwa's voice trembled slightly. "It seems we really can only follow the elevator. Otherwise, we'd end up as food for the mutated animals. Why are the man-eating flowers below so quiet?" De Ji, who was at the bottom, was more afraid of the man-eating flowers below suddenly jumping up than the mutants on the 12th floor. "They're probably dead." Su Hua had checked when he entered the elevator shaft. The flower pots of the man-eating flowers he had cut in half were split open, and the roots and stems inside had gone soft, lacking the sufficient spring force to reach the height above the 10th floor. He lifted Jiang Yiwa up a bit with one hand and said to her, "Head up to the 13th floor." Jiang Yiwa looked at him as if he were insane. "The 12th floor is so dangerous, we should hurry back instead. The 12th floor has mutated animals, but the 13th floor is different from the other floors. If there's a place in this building where we can hide, the 13th floor is probably the most suitable. You haven't understood the gameplay of this dungeon. The real danger isn't actually on each floor, but inside the elevator. This dungeon is an elevator game. We started with 195 people, with each elevator having a capacity of 13 people. Everyone could be evenly distributed among the elevators, but when going from the 15th floor to the 14th floor, 15 people disappeared. Jiang Yihua and De Ji's expressions synchronized in the darkness as they spoke in unison. Weren't they killed by the spiders? Because there were so many people when they entered, they hadn't paid attention to the exact number at first. They only counted the deaths after encountering the spider attacks on the 14th floor, and the survivors didn't pay much attention either. Besides those killed by the spiders, 15 people should have disappeared before getting off the elevator. Su Hua mentioned the sharp-featured man. I remember him. He tried to grab food at first, then later wanted to seize the elevator, Jiang Yihua said. He wasn't among the dead, Su Hua stated. There are two possible reasons for this situation. First, the elevator was overloaded. Some seemingly insignificant rules in the dungeon are actually very important. Second, from the 15th floor to the 14th floor, only enough people for 14 elevators were supposed to remain, and it just happened that the selected elevator was overloaded. De Ji felt a bit confused by his explanation. Wait, why would going down to the 14th floor require one less elevator? This building has 15 floors total with 15 elevators. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be this many elevators, but this is a dungeon game. Our activity range is limited to the floors and the elevators are the only passage between levels. It's normal for there to be traps here. However, I can't be certain if my speculation is completely correct. We'll need to wait until we reach the 10th floor to know for sure. Currently, only 131 people remained. If one elevator's worth of people disappeared when they reached the 10th floor, it would prove his speculation was correct. No wonder Dai Wenqian said he wanted to cooperate with you on the 10th floor. Did he also guess this possibility? Jiang Yihua suddenly understood, then added, but what if you're both wrong? Su Hua glanced at her in the darkness. It doesn't matter if we're wrong. Rather than taking risks to test the game rules, it's better to solve potential risks in advance. Jiang Yihua and De Ji understood what he meant. Dai Wenqian didn't need to confirm whether his guess was correct at all. If he wanted to avoid this risk, he just needed to reduce the number of people in one elevator each time they went down a floor. Then how many people would be left by the time we reached the first floor? Jiang Yihua shuddered. This was the real reason why Dai Wenqian proposed cooperating with Su Hua. This is ridiculous, De Ji said angrily. If the dungeon game isn't played this way, wouldn't the people killed be completely wronged? This time Su Hua didn't speak, because from descending from the 15th floor to their return to the 12th floor, the greatest risk for players was actually returning to the 12th floor. Ordinary people working together could also kill those spiders. The reason they lost a few players was simply because they were caught off guard. If there hadn't been so many people at that time, under normal circumstances, other players could have rescued them. So the current situation was quite clear now. Jiang Yihua remained silent for a while before asking, why is the 13th floor the safest? The windows there are completely sealed, and ventilation has to rely on air ducts. There are no traces of mutated animal activity on the 13th floor, Su Hua said. Whether it's coincidence or has a fixed reason, we'll need to test it to know. Only then did Jiang Yihua understand what he intended to do with the mantis corpse. All right then, lift me up, she said. Su Hua handed her both the bag and the phone. Just throw it in. He had De Ji below grab the piano wire and sent both of them upward. Jiang Yihua and De Ji worked together to pull open the elevator door. The floor's air exchange system was still operating, seemingly unchanged from before they went down. But Jiang Yihua didn't dare to breathe. She threw the bag forcefully, placed the phone nearby, then quickly withdrew her hand. Then Su Hua controlled the piano wire to pull both of them away, grabbed the edge of the elevator himself and jumped up, stepping on the elevator door while swinging the crimson sword, repeatedly slashing forward through the palm-width door gap. The glass room directly opposite the elevator door could be considered a single unit. Su Hua only needed one sword strike to cut open the glass room. The Crimson Sword's sword energy cutting range was limited to 50 meters, only enough to slice open the glass room but insufficient to cut across the entire floor and break the windows. De Ji patted the elevator shaft wall, gestured towards Su Hua with his chin pointing into the floor, then glanced at the mantis leg at his waist, meaning he should go inside and test it. Su Hua shook his head, put away the crimson sword, then took out a bow and arrow, shooting toward the floor's ceiling. Jiang Yiwa and the other man widened their eyes. Although they couldn't see the situation inside the floor, judging by his arrow angle, how could he possibly hit the windows? Bang! In fact, it did hit. The sound of glass breaking came from inside. Before the surprise on their faces could fade, Suhua controlled the short arrow that had landed inside the floor to shoot the mantis corpse on the ground from different directions, simultaneously creating cracks and small breakages on the windows. Within just 2 minutes, he retrieved the item, then used the long sword to climb to the side, signaling Jiang Yiwa and the other to come close the door. After the elevator door closed again, Suhua pointed downward, indicating they should return to the 11th floor. None of the three spoke, holding their breath as they descended. Jiang Yiwa and the other pulled open the elevator door and entered first, then Suhua jumped in and closed the elevator door. Finally back. Guyu hurried forward. How was it? Is upstairs safe? Suhua looked toward the corpse lying in the corner. Guyu's face showed concealed anger as she said in a low voice, "This person tried to steal food just now and was accidentally killed by Sun Mao." Sun Mao was the player following Dai Wenqian. Now Dai Wenqian and his companion clearly maintained some distance from the other players who were also their companions. Their eyes met, and the other nodded toward him with a smile. Suhua turned to face the anxious-looking crowd and said, "Didn't you hear the commotion upstairs just now?" "We heard it," Guyu pointed at the windows. But no one dared to go look. Suhua nodded. Killed one mutated mantis, but then other mutated animals came out from the elevator shaft. Upstairs isn't safe, so we had to come back down. He didn't mention the 13th floor, and Jiang Yiwa and the other wouldn't mention it either. "You're injured," the tall woman exclaimed. From the fighting and collisions, all three of them had sustained injuries. "I have potions." Guyu quickly took out a healing potion, but by then Jiang Yiwa had already handed Suhua a bottle of potion first. "Use mine. It's specially made." When Suhua got it in his hand, he found it was an antidote. Jiang Yiwa nodded to him. Although there had been no signs of poisoning so far, having an extra layer of protection couldn't hurt. Suhua waved his hand toward Guyu. "Thanks, but no need." "Did you encounter any other surprises when coming down from the 12th floor?" Dai Wenqian called out loudly. "What about the man-eating flowers in the elevator shaft?" "They're still down there, alive and kicking," Suhua replied. "They don't seem easy to kill." Dai Wenqian smiled slightly. "Your trip yielded no results." "We may not have gained anything, but we didn't harm anyone either." Jiang Yiwa glanced at the corpse on the floor. "Unlike some people." "Extraordinary times," Dai Wenqian shrugged, putting on an expression of being forced into it. Jiang Yiwa turned away and said nothing more. With her companion nearby, Guyu couldn't press Suhua about what happened after he went upstairs, so she returned to Zhang Liang's side. The 6 hours on the 11th floor passed quickly, and it was time to proceed to the 10th floor. The 10th floor appeared to have originally been a laboratory, with broken experimental equipment scattered everywhere. Lab benches and instruments were overturned, and the floors and walls bore claw marks from beasts, along with occasional dried bloodstains. Although there were no skeletons, the floor was littered with suspicious residue. Suhua walked to the window and looked down, still unable to see the first floor. Even the 9th floor windows were partially obscured. He returned to the room and thrust his sword into the floor. The blade sank into the floorboards, but when he pulled it back up, it hadn't penetrated through to the 9th floor below. He then struck the window ledge with his sword, but the floors seemed to be made of special materials, as this strike also failed to cut through the floor. Brother Tai and his group watched his sword intently, exchanging glances. Zhang Biao touched the mole on his face and spoke up. "I think instead of wasting these 6 hours doing nothing here, we should make better use of our time." The others turned to look at him, and the bald player immediately chimed in. "What do you mean?" "Although going up carries risks, we could go down early," Zhang Biao said. "Back on the 14th floor, the reason we lost so many people was simply because we were newcomers who didn't understand the situation. If we'd known in advance that there were mutants on the 14th floor, that never would have happened." Everyone seemed to find this somewhat reasonable. Zhang Biao glanced around and continued, "So why don't we go scout ahead before the elevator arrives? That way everyone can be mentally prepared." This sounded like a feasible plan. "If we do that, we could indeed avoid certain risks," Kang Hong commented objectively. but the scouts would definitely be in great danger. How dangerous could it be? Brother Tai said dismissively. Coming down from upstairs, did we really encounter any ferocious mutants? He pointed at Su Hua and the other two. Didn't they kill a mantis? With all that commotion upstairs, no other mutants were drawn in. The dead mantis was probably the same one that killed Wu Kuan in the elevator shaft. That should mean the building is actually safer now. Didn't we already say when coming down that there weren't just the mutant mantis, but other mutants were drawn in later? We just escaped down here in time, Jiang Yue frowned. If that mutant was so powerful, could you really have escaped unscathed? Brother Tai retorted. Jiang Yue was momentarily speechless, and before she could counter, he continued, to be frank, mutants aren't that strong when their numbers are limited. Otherwise, you three wouldn't have been able to kill one so easily, right? What exactly are you proposing? Su Hua asked at this point. Since it's scouting, we need strong players to go, Brother Tai said. We still have 16 players here. We're not forcing anyone, so let's draw lots. Whoever gets chosen goes. What do you think? That's fair, right? He glanced at Kong Hong and the others. If you want to sacrifice yourselves for everyone, you can join the lottery too. The ordinary people in the back shook their heads like rattles, chiming in, we agree with your method. Brother Tai smiled with satisfaction and looked at Dai Wenqian. What do you think? Dai Wenqian didn't give a direct answer, saying instead, as long as the majority agrees, I have no objections. Brother Tai immediately found a relatively intact notebook in the laboratory, tore out equally sized slips of paper, marked them with different numbers, and handed all the slips to Guyu. For fairness, we'll all draw lots first before announcing which numbers will go down to scout. This method benefited the vast majority of people present, including most players. After all, the buildings seemed to get more dangerous the further down they went. Not encountering particularly fierce mutants on the upper floors had been lucky. If what happened on the 14th floor repeated itself, many more people would likely die. Then let's draw lots, Xiaoba said. After drawing, we'll choose an elevator first, work together to kill the man-eating flowers below, and then go down. Moving through the elevator shaft is convenient too. If we encounter danger, we can escape back up immediately. The other players thought briefly and agreed, but Gu held the slips without nodding. She knew these players' capabilities best. Brother Tai, Zhang Biao, and the others had only experienced one dungeon and received the lowest rating, while the remaining Zhang Liang and Xiaoba had just come down from the preliminary trial train and hadn't reached their next dungeon deadline yet. The most experienced people present were probably Dai Wenqian and Su Hua. Since Dai Wenqian's attitude was unclear, she turned her gaze to Su Hua. Do you agree with this method too? Agreed. Do as you please, Su Hua said. I'm not participating. Brother Tai's face darkened. What do you mean? Are you going back on what we agreed? Su Hua glanced at him. This is what you agreed on. What does it have to do with me? Su Hua, we're not targeting you. Every player has to draw lots, Zhang Liang said. Su Hua said nothing, showing no intention of cooperating whatsoever. Brother Tai stood up abruptly, glaring at him fiercely. Su, the minority follows the majority. Everyone else agreed. Why won't you? Who said everyone else agreed? Jiang Yue said. We're not participating in the lottery either. Brother Tai glanced at Guyu, and seeing she had changed her stance, a flash of anger crossed his face before he said, Weren't you so righteous earlier? Why are you chickening out now? Weren't you going to save people? When real danger comes, you turtle up. Your words were so pretty though. Brother Tai stirred up some of the uneasy people, and someone said sarcastically, Forget it, fearing death is human nature. How can our ordinary lives compare to precious players? What a shame to have them risk their lives for us common folk. I heard the country is calling for ordinary people to join the player ranks. My son wanted to sign up, but if he ends up becoming like these people, I'll beat him to death. If the country falls into the hands of such people, it's doomed. Most people remained silent, but with over 100 people present, even if only a few spoke up, their overlapping comments created a noisy atmosphere. Brother Tai chuckled, looking at Su Hua with satisfaction. However, Su Hua ignored him and said directly, There's no need for scouting. Regardless of whether there's danger on the next floor, we all have to follow the elevator down. As long as we stay alert when the doors open, we can achieve the same effect as scouting. Brother Tai's little tricks weren't worth paying attention to, and Su Hua had no desire to discuss them further. He looked at Dai Wenqian and said, "Let's make a bet." Dai Wenqian became interested. "What kind of bet?" "A bet on who has better luck," Suwa said. "There are 10 elevators. Let's see which one gets chosen. Setting aside everyone else, between you and me, whoever gets chosen gets the right to assign elevator distribution for the next floor." Dai Wenqian smiled. "You seem quite confident." "Agreed, but for this round, I think we can spread out a bit more. After all, there are enough elevators." Counting the one who was just killed, the total number of dead and missing people added up to 65, leaving 130 people, exactly enough for 10 elevators, no more and no less. But if Suwa's deduction was accurate, then when the elevators reached the 9th floor, there would only be people from 9 elevators left. It wasn't clear what the rules of the elevator game were, so any of the 10 elevators could potentially repeat the disappearance incident that happened from the 15th to the 14th floor. The best approach would be to reduce the number by 13 people, so the other 9 elevators would be safe, just like when they came down from the 13th and 12th floors. But whether it meant randomly killing 13 people or leaving 13 people on the 11th floor, those 13 people would basically die. However, if players shared this risk, even if they triggered the elevator game rules, they would have a certain chance of survival. But if they spread the people who could originally be concentrated in 10 elevators across more elevators, there was no guarantee that multiple elevators wouldn't simultaneously experience disappearances. This was another unclear aspect of the elevator game. Dai Wenqian's suggestion to disperse the people was just an attempt to test for an accurate conclusion. "There aren't enough players," Suwa said. "Each elevator needs at least 2 players." But Dai Wenqian said, "I can't control other players. You can discuss it with them yourself." "Do you?" Zhang Liang, Jiang Yiwa, De Ji, and the others were completely confused by their conversation. Gu frowned and asked, "What exactly are you two talking about?" "Nothing much, just someone wanting to use players' lives to save ordinary people," Dai Wenqian said lightly. "Although we have 13 players on our side, there are 5 on their side too. If we really fight, no one will benefit. It's better to sit down and discuss this properly." 5. Zhang Liang and Jiang Yiwa spoke in unison, then turned to look at the group of ordinary people. "Who are the other 2 players?" Suwa gestured toward Kong Hong and the tall woman with his chin. "Stop hiding. We need your input on this matter too." Kong Hong and the tall woman showed varying degrees of surprise. The former reacted first and smiled. "I thought I was hiding pretty well. I didn't expect to be discovered already." The tall woman introduced herself gracefully. "My name is Qin Shu, E-grade player." Jiang Yiwa glared at them. "You hid well enough. And you had the nerve to hide in the back when we were in danger earlier." Kong Hong and Qin Shu didn't refute this, essentially admitting it. But Dai Wenqian directly exposed these two. "Don't set your expectations too high. Everyone who entered this dungeon is an E-grade player. Some might have just come down from the preliminary trial train and don't even have items or potions yet. What do you expect them to help with?" Jiang Yiwa didn't say anything more, but Qin Shu said, "Although we can't play a key role, we can still lend a hand." "Wait a minute." Zhang Liang suddenly said, "Since there are so many players here, shouldn't we confirm player categories? I don't want to travel with player eaters." Qin Shu pulled her shoulder aside, revealing the white number on her back. Kong Hong followed by showing his number as well. He had a black number. Then came Jiang Yiwa and De Ji. One was a white player, the other a black player. "Your turn." Suwa only showed everyone an E letter. To show good faith, Guyu's side also displayed their numbers one by one. Most were black players, while Zhang Liang and Xiaoba were white players. Jiang Yiwa looked at Zhang Liang with some surprise. "I didn't expect you to be a good person." Zhang Liang's face turned red with anger. After checking the numbers, the group of players had established some preliminary cooperative trust. The group moved to a nearby laboratory, where Suwa explained his guesses about the dungeon game mechanics and proposed distributing players across each elevator to counter the risks. "According to what you're saying, the extra elevator is definitely dangerous. We might not even know how we died. Why should we risk our lives for a bunch of strangers?" Brother Tai was the first to object. "I think most of the mutants in this building have starved to death. Even if there are some still alive, they're definitely no match for players," Suwa countered him. "Besides, the minority should yield to the majority." Brother Tai's injured face twisted somewhat. He looked at Guyu and the others. "Do you all agree?" Guyu nodded. "This isn't a bad approach. Besides, This is just Su Hua and Dai Wenqian's speculation. It's not certain. If we can use this opportunity to figure out the game rules, our survival rate will be higher too. Zheng Liang and Xiaoba immediately said they would follow Guyu's lead. Zhang Biao and the bald player exchanged glances, then agreed as well. Brother Tai looked at them with anger. Have you all been kicked in the head by a donkey too? Zhang Biao quickly said, Brother Tai, this method is actually really good. It protects ourselves while saving others, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bullshit. Brother Tai shouted. If the next floor really reduces the number by 1 elevator's worth of people, why not just leave those people on the upper floor? Wei Bin rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? Can't you see the current situation clearly? We have 18 players here. Even if everyone outside dies, we'll still have 5 extra by the time we reach the first floor. Do you think we should find 5 people to commit suicide in advance or what? After hearing Su Hua's words, Wei Bin immediately understood why Dai Wenqian wanted to bet with him, because Dai Wenqian wasn't confident enough to kill Su Hua, and if they turned against each other, he might be killed by Su Hua instead. Therefore, until the last moment, mutual restraint was best. The anger on Brother Tai's face froze. He suddenly turned to look at Su Hua and realized he had been staring at him expressionlessly the whole time. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. If it came to that point, it was hard to say who this person would target first. Brother Tai calmed down and said with slight reluctance, My brain doesn't work well. I'll do whatever you all decide. With the troublemaker subdued, the next issue was player distribution. Dai Wenqian proposed spreading the people originally in 10 elevators across more elevators. But dividing the elevators meant dividing the players, and the more dispersed the players were, the higher the risk for each player. Therefore, during this attempt, several of the extra elevators might all fail. This undoubtedly increased the risk for players. I don't approve of splitting into more elevators, Wei Bin said. Our purpose in doing this is to save more people, not to test the limits of the dungeon rules. As long as we stay within the safety line, whether we understand other rules or not isn't important. Just like what Dai Wenqian said about dispersing the numbers, there was actually no need to do this at all. As long as there were still 9 elevators left after going down this time, it could basically confirm that the number of safe elevators matched the number of floors. Dispersing the numbers was just unnecessary. How can you be sure this isn't random by floor? Dai Wenqian still maintained his gentle smile. Maybe we were just lucky with the previous few floors. But if each floor down only randomly reduces the number of people in one elevator, wouldn't the risk averaged over each person become smaller? If we don't try, then for every subsequent floor, we can only squeeze into the elevators as much as possible. Even if the random frequency isn't that high, once we get hit, we'll lose at least 13 people. But what if we're lucky and don't get chosen? Xiaoba said. Dai Wenqian adjusted his glasses. It's never wrong to prepare for the worst. Although Guyu and others didn't approve of his method of using human lives to test the rules, this was indeed a solution. The earlier they figured out the rules, the safer they would be. Then how many people should be in each elevator? Zhang Biao tentatively asked. Do you have any plans? Is more safer or less safer? Dai Wenqian made a gesture of invitation towards Su Hua. Any number is fine, as long as it doesn't exceed 13 people, Su Hua said. But for caution's sake, among the extra elevators, one should have fewer than 5 people, and one should have fewer than 10 people, Dai Wenqian added. The other players had no objections. As for the opinions of those outside, they weren't within their consideration. The 6 hours on the 10th floor quickly passed, and everyone still entered the elevators. However, this time the players dispersed and entered 6 different elevators. Su Hua, including the cart he was bringing, only had De Ji, Jiang Yiwa, and 3 ordinary people accompanying him. There were 2 other elevators with fewer people, and the one with fewer than 5 people had Guyu and Wei Bin joining. The moment the elevator door closed, Su Hua knew that the elevator he was in had triggered a rule trap, because instead of going down, the elevator accelerated rapidly upward. Be careful, he reminded Jiang Yiwa and the others, stabilizing the cart with one foot while leaning his back against the elevator. The others, seeing this, also pressed tightly against the elevator walls, holding onto the back with both hands and bending their knees to prepare for impact. In the blink of an eye, the elevator rushed back to the 15th floor, but after the elevator stopped, the door didn't open. Instead, The elevator car's ceiling opened to the left and right. The lighting went out, and Jiang Yihua quickly turned on her phone, the flashlight illuminating the elevator shaft top only 2 or 3 meters away from them. Something seems to be coming from the side, she whispered nervously, suppressing her breathing. Suhua also heard the sound coming from the side pipes and simultaneously smelled a strong odor. Cover your nose and mouth, he reminded the others. Jiang Yihua and the others were so nervous that sweat beaded on their foreheads, their eyes wide as they stared upward. But just as the rustling noise reached the elevator, even making people feel like it was about to cross over the elevator car, the sound suddenly disappeared. A few seconds later, the car's ceiling closed, the lights came on again, and the elevator abruptly descended to the 9th floor. Ding! The moment the elevator door opened, Jiang Yihua rushed out in a panic. When she looked up, she was frightened by several skeleton specimens that suddenly appeared before her eyes, nearly bumping into De Ji and the others who came out after her. From the other elevators, Dai Wenqian and the others also emerged. Seeing the terrified expressions of the people from Su Hua's group scrambling out of the elevator, Dai Wenqian seriously examined Su Hua. You won this round. Su Hua looked back at the other elevators and saw that people from 2 elevators were missing. One elevator without player accompaniment had 13 people who, like the 15 people from the 15th floor, left no traces in the elevator. But another elevator with 9 people, including 1 player, had disappeared together, and the elevator car showed signs of a struggle, with several fresh bloodstains. What's that? Guyu pointed at some greenish-yellow substance resembling adhesive mucus in the corner of the elevator. It should be what Wang Cheng left behind when he was attacked, Zheng Liang said with a grim expression. We've lost another player. Dai Wenqian looked at Su Hua. What did you encounter in the elevator? Didn't see it, Su Hua said. After the elevator started, we were taken to the 15th floor. The elevator car ceiling could open to the left and right. There should be other places connected above the elevator shaft, and there might still be mutants inside. As the elevator door slowly closed, he stared at the mucus in the corner and said after a moment, but it didn't show itself. The car ceiling closed again, and the elevator directly went to the 9th floor. That's it? Zheng Liang found it hard to believe. You weren't attacked? Can you understand human language? Jiang Yihua said, still shaken. We were attacked too. We just didn't come face to face with the mutant. That mutant must be very strong, I can feel it. She was still being supported by De Ji. I don't understand. You're saying that you were originally taken to the 15th floor, but for some reason, the mutant didn't attack you. Before Wei Bin finished speaking, Su Hua and Dai Wenqian's gazes simultaneously turned to the mutant plants in that cart. 3 elevators should have been taken up just now, with people from 2 of them missing, leaving only some traces of struggle from a player. The elevators with missing people opened at almost the same time as the other elevators, meaning these 3 elevators went up and down in a very short time. In such a short time, the player might have already been killed or captured, but in either case, it showed that the situation he encountered left him almost no chance to fight back. Given such a disparity in strength, Su Hua and the others retreated completely unscathed. The only difference was the mutant plants brought from the 13th floor. Are there mutants killing people in the elevators? At this moment, the wealthy young girl asked tremblingly. Did someone get killed? Did you all know about this already? Su Hua withdrew his gaze and looked back at the people crowded around him. First, check the 9th floor. The players suppressed the questions in their hearts and began checking the items on the floor one by one. The 9th floor was a specimen floor. The skeletons Jiang Yihua bumped into when she came out were human bone specimens. They were randomly hung outside an ironclad box, and there were many such iron boxes. Thump thump. Zheng Liang knocked on the iron box and pressed his ear against it for a few seconds. There seems to be water inside. Maybe it's soaking some specimens, Guyu said, glancing around before adding, this floor should be safe too. No sooner had the words fallen than the sound of metal hitting the floor rang out nearby. Everyone turned and saw a middle-aged man frantically picking up a handle-like object from the ground, babbling, I didn't know it would break. I only touched it by accident. Brother Tai and the others cursed, edging closer cautiously while still keeping some distance. Only after confirming it was just a decorative handle on the tin chest did he snap. Haven't you seen horror movies? You don't touch things in dangerous places, if you touch them you die. Do you know what dead people are called? Cannon fodder. Terrible teammates. The middle-aged man was too shamed to lift his head. Out of the corner of his eye he stared at the tin chest behind Brother Tai and suddenly widened his eyes. It's moving. Brother Tai immediately turned around and saw the center of the tin chest bulge and flatten again, as if something inside was shifting. Someone swallowed audibly, gulp. Wei Bin suddenly said, "What do you think could be kept in a 2-meter specimen tank like that? Not a person, right?" Xiaoba asked fearfully. At the same time, Su Hua and the others, Dai Wenqian, Gu Yu, and a few more, had already grabbed their item weapons. Su Hua called out, "Everyone, fall back toward the elevator. Don't shove, walk slowly. Don't touch the tin chests." The quickest to react were Brother Tai and his group. In a few strides they were behind Dai Wenqian and the others. The rest, seeing them run, panicked about being left behind and pressed backward as well. In the jostling, the tin chests were inevitably bumped. At first there were single thuds and bangs as the metal flexed, then the impact slowly increased, like a heartbeat, with each tin chest answering the others, and the sounds grew louder. By the time everyone had crowded back in front of the elevator, more than one spot on the tin chests was bulging and collapsing, as if something was pounding from within. Multiple swellings had appeared on the surfaces. Thud. Within minutes, the whole floor resonated with that sound, and as time passed the pounding became louder and more frequent. Could there be monsters inside? Jiang Iwa, hiding behind Ji, stared at the nearby tin chests. "It'd be better if it were monsters," Dai Wenqian said. "Monsters kept in tanks aren't as scary as human mutants. If there were human mutants in those tin chests, they wouldn't be for breeding, they'd be kept under control for study. Valuable mutants, sealed in metal chests, clearly not ordinary specimens. The tin chests are made of special material. They shouldn't be that easy to break," Yu tried to reassure everyone. "You saw. The chests returned to their original shape." No sooner had she finished than a tin chest a few meters away was torn open. With the spray of a bloody, foul-smelling liquid, a snowy white arm reached out. The white arm flexed, the long sharp nails hooked the edge of the rupture, and it slowly tore the tin chest wider. A torrent of fluid poured out, and then a naked woman tumbled free. She lay on the ground with her back to the group. Her long black hair covered most of her back, and where her lower body should have been was a colorful, shimmering fishtail. Mermaid. Even though the players were somewhat braced for deadly fights, they couldn't help but be surprised. No one expected the creature to appear in that form. The mermaid began to sob. "She's so pitiful," Deji said without thinking. Jiang Iwa pinched him, and before she could say anything, Su Hua darted forward. She was about to stop him when she saw him fling several paper-like sheets and then kick the sobbing mermaid over. The mermaid was knocked down. When her palms, arms, and tail brushed the papers, the sheets curled up and stuck to her skin. Every time she tried to prop herself up with her tail or hands, she slid and fell again. After falling face down several times in a row, the mermaid seemed to give up and lay on the ground wailing. "Aren't we going too far?" "She can't even walk," someone murmured. No one answered. Mermaids in children's stories are sympathetic and beautiful, but this thing was something else entirely. "Look up," Su was said from 2 or 3 meters away to the figure on the ground. "Or I'll set you on fire. Your scales will look great when they burn." The mermaid stayed prone and kept crying. She might be mentally regressed. Dai Wenqian approached and said softly, "Don't be afraid. We don't mean you harm. We won't hurt you." Before he finished, the mermaid on the ground suddenly lifted her head. Below a pair of protruding eyes was a maw full of fangs. When she opened her mouth, the grin split almost to her ears. The tongue root and throat were clearly visible. She lunged at Dai Wenqian's throat. Dai Wenqian leaned back and casually threw a small glass vial into her mouth. Crash! The glass shattered, the liquid spilled out and began to bubble. The mermaid clutched her mouth and throat, desperately trying to scrape the contents out, but the liquid had already corroded her tongue and gums. Blood mixed with saliva and teeth fell onto the ground. She made pained whimpering sounds and scrabbled backward across the floor, but she was stuck with quite a bit of ground sticker, so she moved slowly, only managing to drag herself about a meter away while the 2 people who had just harmed her remained within striking distance. There was an animalistic fear in her eyes. "How ugly." Jiang Iwa came closer, pursed her lips, and said, Definitely a mutant. She used to be human, Gyu hesitated, looking at the thing on the ground that could no longer be called human. How could she turn into this? Mutants, even if altered, usually retain a largely human appearance. Even with degeneration, legs don't typically become a fishtail. Dai Wenqian pointed at the seam marks around the mermaid's waist. A man-made mermaid. Gyu found it hard to accept. Are people in the game world all insane? Turning humans into mutants is already tragic. Doing experiments like this on them, someone said. What's the point of experiments like this? For exhibition, maybe, Suwa said, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag before adding, this mermaid used to be a man. Everyone present widened their eyes and looked. Though the face was unrecognizable, the body still revealed it was indeed a real man. Wei Bin pressed his hand to his forehead. I can't. My worldview is collapsing. Is Little Flower Red building this kind of place? Xiao Ba from the back asked. No wonder it was abandoned. Su Hu tugged at the corner of his mouth and stayed silent. Dai Wenqian said, whether the building was abandoned or not has nothing to do with the experiments. The game allows this kind of dungeon to exist. That's an implicit acknowledgement. We've only been through a few dungeons. There might be even more cruel things waiting ahead. Su Hu stepped forward and finished off the mermaid, then looked at the other metal containers that were being broken open one after another. He said to Dai Wenqian and the others, let's take action. What action? Zheng Liang instinctively responded. Su Hu thrust his sword into the wide-open mouth of a mutant that had suddenly poked its head out from the adjacent container. He waited until the creature stopped struggling inside the metal box before withdrawing his sword. A bloody liquid mixture flowed out from the broken opening of the metal container. He then lifted the nearby mermaid's corpse and stuffed it into the hole, blocking the breach. From above, Dai Wenqian suddenly produced a metal spear in his hand. He leaped onto another metal container, thrust his spear through it, and within seconds, the violently struggling mutant inside fell silent. He nodded to another one of his companions, and the sword-wielding player lightly jumped onto yet another metal container. After dealing with several of the most reactive containers, the echoing thumping sounds gradually diminished. Everyone watched as Su Hu and Dai Wenqian returned from different directions and instinctively stepped back. Let's first discuss the information we've gathered so far. Dai Wenqian made a gesture inviting Su Hu to speak. Su Hu found a spot to sit down, placing his sword horizontally across his legs. When we descended from the 10th floor, 130 people split into 12 elevators. 8 elevators had 13 people each, one had 9 people, one had 7 people, plus the 6 people in my elevator, and the 4 people in Gyu's group. 3 elevators were attacked, one with 13 people, one with 9 people, plus mine. The other fully loaded elevators and the 2 elevators with fewer people were not attacked. Elevators matching the floor number won't be attacked, while any extra elevators will be randomly attacked regardless of how many people are inside. Our previous deduction was correct. The number of descending elevators can only be equal to or less than the floor number. Are you satisfied now? Brother Tai shot Dai Wenqian an annoyed glance. We almost died just now. Dai Wenqian gestured towards Su Hu with his chin. There's still one who survived an attack, isn't there? You should have confidence in yourself. Maybe you can survive too. Right. How did you all manage to stay safe earlier? Gyu quickly asked. Was there something special about your situation? Everything else was the same, except for the mutated plants I brought down from the 13th floor, Suwa said. Numerous gazes, both overt and covert, focused on the cart. Could it be that the mutated creatures are also afraid of these potted plants? Zheng Liang looked at the items on the cart in surprise. Apart from the plant that could corrode skin and kill instantly, the other plants taken from the glass room didn't seem to have such strong offensive capabilities. It could also be the scent. Wei Bin touched his nose. Some plants can emit odors that repel snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Humans can't detect them, but animals find them repulsive. I don't think they were mutated animals. Jiang Yihua frowned at this point. I believe those were mutated plants. Su Hu turned to look at her. Jiang Yihua explained, my special ability is quite sensitive to plants. Although I didn't see the actual creatures, my intuition tells me that's what they were. Then let's tentatively consider them as plants, Suwa said. The mutated plants probably masked your scent, Gyu analyzed. That's why you avoided an attack. Then let's hurry back to the 13th floor to get more potted plants. Zhang Biao slapped his thigh. If everyone carries 2 pots, wouldn't we be safe? This is just one possibility, Wei Bin said. The risks are also quite high. First, returning to the 13th floor would mean facing attacks from mutated animals. Even without mutated animals, there are so many plants in the glass room. Which type should we take, and how many pots would be considered safe? Isn't it obvious? The more, the better, Zhang Biao said. No matter what plants they are, getting more can't be wrong. This isn't the safest method. Dai Wenqian took off his glasses to clean them. If the enemy can't find a target, everyone would become targets again. Since the number of elevators cannot exceed the floor number, and having fewer people than the capacity is safe, then the only option is to select a target in advance. He slowly put his glasses back on and said to Su Hua, "Last round randomly selected you, and you survived. You win some, you lose some for the next floor, it's up to you to arrange. But you've probably already thought it through, right?" Su Hua's method was the same as his. Create a target. From the 15th floor to the 14th floor, the elevator that was attacked was the overloaded one. Besides the rule of gradually reducing the number of elevators per floor, overloading might also be a factor. So you want to directly make one elevator overloaded? Jiang Yihua said. But wouldn't that make the overloaded elevator extremely dangerous? More than just dangerous, it would be like delivering prepared meat to their doorstep. Xing Liang said. Who would be willing to enter that elevator with you? No one present was willing. Dai Wenqian scanned the people around him and said with a smile, "Actually, there's a simpler method. Leave 13 people on each floor or kill 13 people. The remaining people can then safely reach the first floor, and by the time we get to the first floor, the dungeon time would almost be over." These words made the onlookers around them show expressions of fear. This way, all the ordinary people who entered would die. This approach is too inhuman, Jiang Yihua said angrily. Dai Wenqian said, "This is how the game is played. The rules are laid out plainly. Either someone goes out to be cannon fodder to buy a slim chance of survival, or abandon companions, or fight for elevator spots. Your own life or someone else's life. I said long ago this would be the best approach." Brother Tai was the first to respond and said to Su Hua, "You, Gu Yu, and Zheng Liang are all old acquaintances. Why bother getting involved with players you've just met?" Another player had just died, leaving a total of 17 players remaining. If Su Hua sided with Gu Yu and Dai Wenqian's group, the situation would be different again. Jiang Yihua and her 3 companions were on high alert. Kong Hong immediately said, "I can enter the overloaded elevator. Even if you're willing to go, others might not be." Brother Tai glanced at the cowering people nearby. "You don't think we're going to risk all as players this round, do you? Whatever bet you made has nothing to do with me. I absolutely will not go in." Zhang Biao, the bald player, and the square-faced player, who were aligned with him, immediately nodded, indicating they would definitely not go along. Dai Wenqian smiled at Su Hua and said helplessly, "You can't blame me for this." Su Hua's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. "It's fine as long as you and your friend go in." Dai Wenqian's smile vanished. "I'll go too," Gu said. But Su Hua waved his hand and selected Dai Wenqian and his companion, plus Jiang Yihua, Zheng Liang, and Wei Bin. Those who were chosen hesitated slightly but didn't object. Daji said, "I'll go too." But Jiang Yihua pressed his arm and shook her head. This way, from Su Hua's 5-person faction, 2 people would go, counting himself, and from Dai Wenqian's 12-person faction, 4 people would go. 2 more players can join, which would make us much safer. Su Hua paused briefly before adding, "The remaining others can make up the numbers." "What gives you the right to decide others' lives and deaths?" A man in his 50s or 60s stood up from the back, speaking agitatedly. "Because my fists are bigger." Brother Tai turned around and glared fiercely at the man. "Don't forget there are 108 people on this floor, and we'll have 4 more when we go down to the next level." The man quickly avoided his gaze in fear, then suddenly looked towards Su Hua and the others, saying angrily, "Didn't you just say you had a solution? You said everyone could get out alive, but now you're telling us we have to wait to die floor by floor." These were the words Kang Hong and Qin Shu had used earlier to calm the crowd. Being questioned like this, both of them showed expressions of helplessness and anger. "It's all your fault. It's all the players' fault. If there were no players, there wouldn't be any damn game dungeons, and we wouldn't be in this situation today. Same with what happened a few days ago. Those people who came from other places were after some powerful item. If it weren't for that, so many people wouldn't have died, the world would still be peaceful, and I'd be sitting in an air-conditioned room eating watermelon. This is a nightmare. Some people's mental states were clearly deteriorating. The ninth floor suddenly became restless and tense. Over a dozen players were surrounded by the crowd, dozens of eyes filled with various emotions making everyone feel uneasy. What does this have to do with us? Xiaoba murmured quietly. It's not like we wanted to become players. Ordinary people could likely live decent lives as long as they didn't get dragged into random dungeons or encounter unexpected events. But once someone became a player, they faced endless game dungeons until the day they died. Huh. Zheng Liang sneered at this moment. No wonder some people have no conscience. Aren't we risking our lives to test the game rules to save more people? Otherwise, we could just make sure we get to the first floor and not care who lives or dies. What's the point of all this talking? Brother Tai clenched his fists. Kill a few and they'll naturally quiet down. This time, not many people lowered their heads. Instead, they looked at the players with even greater anger. Those willing to join us in the overloaded elevator can step forward themselves. Suwa's calm voice broke the tense atmosphere as he said, whether you're a player or not, people will definitely die. Rather than fighting among ourselves, it's better to make some contribution. The upper floors not having much danger doesn't mean the lower ones are safe too. There are no absolutes in dungeons. Killing all the players and others won't guarantee survival until the end. Guyu and the others were momentarily stunned. Then Zhang Biao laughed out loud. They actually want to kill all of us? Suhua looked at him until the smile completely disappeared from his face, and he began shifting his eyes uneasily, then stood up and said, I'm going to the 13th floor. To get the mutated plants? I'll come help too, Guyu said. Not urgent, Suhua said. I'll go up first to check things out. You're not planning to pull some trick, are you? Brother Tai scrutinized him. You can go instead, Suhua stepped aside. Brother Tai fell silent. Jiang Yihua and De Ji worked together to pry the elevator doors open a crack, confirming there were no other mutated animals inside before opening them about 1/3 of the way. After Suhua entered, Jiang Yihua added, We don't need to close the elevator doors, right? We'll stay down here to support you. Suhua glanced toward the motionless elevator shaft and said, If the man-eating flower becomes active, throw the potted plant down. Jiang Yihua nodded. He then asked Wei Bin, Does the poisonous gas have any tolerance threshold? Wei Bin hesitated for a moment before saying, Yes. Then come up with me. Wei Bin looked at Guyu, and only after she nodded did he agree. Suhua grabbed the piano wire and brought him up to the 13th floor. Through the elevator door crack, Wei Bin pressed close and sniffed vigorously. There's no problem now, but it would be more accurate to open the door a bit more. Suhua held his breath and signaled for him to proceed. Wei Bin opened the elevator door a crack, waited a few seconds, then said, The air is fine. Suhua nodded. Shall we go in together? Wei Bin quickly shook his head. You're skilled and brave, but I won't go in. Suhua sent him back down and returned to the 13th floor. After opening the elevator doors, he first observed the mantis corpse thrown inside, then retrieved his phone, and cautiously stepped into the floor. The 13th floor showed no reaction. After placing the mantis corpse in a glass room in the corner and setting down another fully charged phone, he went to the glass room Jiang Yihua had mentioned earlier and found that purple potted plant with only a small energy value. Unknown plant, no name, no classification, a small flower growing like a weed. It can grow anywhere in the game, quite common in some wormhole points, but almost non-existent in others. Although the game provided information about this plant, it couldn't be stored in the item slot. So Suhua picked it up and also moved several other potted plants from the same glass room before leaving. After going down, Jiang Yihua and the others first took the potted plants and asked, How are things up there? I didn't encounter any surprises, Suhua said, watching as Jiang Yihua casually placed that pot of purple small flowers in the middle of the cart, next to the potted plants that emitted pollen. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Brother Tai walked over. Let's go up and move more flowers first. Suhua didn't stop them. Brother Tai and Zhang Biao took several players up to the 13th floor. Dai Wenqian walked over, just glanced into the elevator, and said indifferently, Really lucky. Zheng Liang watched as Brother Tai and the others went up and down moving flowers and couldn't help saying, "The 13th floor is safe, so why don't we stay on the 13th floor? We could break open the windows for ventilation." Neither Su Hua nor Dai Wenqian spoke. Wei Bin explained, "The 13th floor appears safe now, but it's more uncertain compared to other floors. On other floors you might encounter mutated animals or mutated plants, but with so many plants gathered together on the 13th floor, they might produce unusual chemical reactions." Zheng Liang's eyes widened slightly. "Then why let them move flowers down here? How many flowers can just a few people move?" Wei Bin pointed at the windows. "The air here is quite well ventilated." At that moment, Gu came over and said to Su Hua, "I called 2 more people to help you." The 2 players following her were one tall and one short. Both had martial arts backgrounds before becoming players and had strong physical abilities. "These 2 are among the better fighters among our players." Su Hua nodded. Now they had 8 players. There were currently 108 people on the 9th floor, and the 4 extra people had to go with them. That meant they still needed 9 more people. "We've discussed it and we'll go with you." The middle-aged woman who had harshly criticized Zhang Biao and the others on the 14th floor came over with 3 other people. The middle-aged woman said, "We're all people without many attachments. If we can help others find a way to survive, it would be worth it." Only 5 more people were still needed. But none of the remaining people stepped forward voluntarily. Many, having seen Brother Tai and the others going up and down the 13th floor, started considering the idea of hiding on the 13th floor. But right at that moment, panicked shouts suddenly came from the 13th floor, followed immediately by violent coughing. A few seconds later, Brother Tai and the others successively jumped down from above using ropes, landing on their knees with tears and mucus streaming down their faces, urgently telling others to close the elevator door. Guyu and the others were also startled by their appearance. The skin around their eyes was burned red, and saliva continuously dripped from their mouths. They hurriedly closed the elevator door. Jiang Iwa turned back and said, "It seems like some kind of dust-like substance floated out from the 13th floor. Didn't you close the 13th floor elevator door?" Zheng Liang came over and grabbed Brother Tai, but then he noticed some reflective golden powder stuck to his face. He let go and stepped back, instead looking at the plants they had brought down. "Is it poisonous powder sprayed by these things?" "Probably not. They might have triggered a trap on the 13th floor. Su Hua glanced over and noted that Brother Tai and his group were at least clever enough. The flowers they brought were all ones he had taken before. Gu couldn't stand watching anymore and said to them, "Use the antidote already." Brother Tai clawed at his throat, vomiting twice before finally pouring the antidote into his mouth. Zhang Biao and the other 2 had no antidote. In the end, Zheng Liang gave them 1 bottle. After taking the antidote, their condition improved slightly, but their eyelids were burned, sores formed at the corners of their mouths, their tongues seemed swollen, and they drooled uncontrollably while struggling to speak clearly. Mild poisoning, not life-threatening. Wei Bin gave them water to wash their faces, then observed their condition further and added, "But staying there longer would have been uncertain." Dai Wenqian squatted in front of Zhang Biao, using a handkerchief to wipe off a bit of the powder from his face. "This is pollen." "But they didn't close the 13th floor elevator door," Zheng Liang said with a dark expression. "Even if we don't use this elevator anymore, this poisonous powder could be carried to other floors." "The small amount isn't enough to matter," Dai Wenqian said. "It seems the 13th floor is off limits," Gu said disappointedly. "We still have to proceed according to the previous plan." Dai Wenqian stood up and checked the time. "There are less than 3 hours left. Since no one is willing to volunteer, we'll draw lots to decide the other 5 people." At the mention of drawing lots, the people around retreated even further. After the incident on the 13th floor, they understood that besides going down floor by floor, they had no other choice. But no one wanted to take risks accompanying the players. Zheng Liang sneered coldly, "Why bother drawing lots? Anyway, there will always be 4 extra people. Whichever elevator you get into, the people in that elevator will die. If you're unlucky enough to occupy an extra elevator, everyone faces the risk of being randomly selected. I estimate that by the time we reach the 8th floor, only about 80 people will be left." Su Hua offered no opinion on this. Currently, it seemed players and non-players were on opposite sides, and players holding the power of discourse was very unfair to non-players. But actually, this situation was safer for the majority. If the players didn't intervene, the remaining people would still fight and kill each other over the elevators. Everyone, think carefully, Kang Hong reminded the crowd at this point. Cooperating with players only has benefits. If we find a way to counter the dangers this time, then all the remaining people can survive. But if no one is willing to yield, what should we do about the few extra people on this floor? What method do you plan to use to select these 4 people? Won't it just come down to a bloody fight then? After a moment of silence, the wealthy young girl stepped forward. I'll go too. If they had to push others to their deaths, women, who were clearly physically weaker than men, would undoubtedly be the first targets to be abandoned. A few more people stepped forward one after another. Apart from one thin young man, the other 4 were all women. It's settled then, Su Hua finalized. There are still 2 hours left. Everyone, rest for a while. After speaking, he also sat down on the spot, plugged earphones into his phone, and carefully listened to the sounds in the video. This was the second night since entering the dungeon. During the time from 10 p.m. the first night until 4 a.m. the next morning, they had been on the 13th floor. At that time, the 13th floor had no issues at all, including during the daytime today, when Su Hua threw the mantis corpse and placed the phone, and when he entered the 13th floor just now to replace the phone, there were no problems at all. He had also considered several possibilities regarding the trap measures for violating the dungeon's reminder and staying on the previous floor. Most floors here lacked monitoring facilities. To detect personnel staying behind, it was probably through weight-sensing facilities, which should be installed within the floor. When he cut the ground during the daytime, he discovered special metal layers in the floor panels. If they relied on this to detect personnel staying behind, then as long as you didn't step on the floor, you should be able to bypass it. But this method wasn't reliable either. Firstly, it was impossible to confirm if other factors were involved. Secondly, it couldn't accommodate many people. However, the 13th floor was different. He had moved plants multiple times and entered and exited the 13th floor twice without encountering any danger, yet Brother Tai and the others encountered poisonous pollen. This didn't seem related to sensing devices. But if we're to say how the 13th floor differed from others, it had an additional ventilation system. Other floors had many windows, while the 13th floor windows were sealed. The interior lacked oxygen, and even with the ventilation system, it felt suffocating with many people. Thinking of this, he dragged the progress bar of the phone video, carefully listening to the fan sounds. He hadn't noticed yesterday, but logically speaking, with over a dozen ventilation units, it shouldn't make people feel suffocated. Could the ventilation ducts be blocked? Let me see too. Jiang Iwa, who had long been unable to hold back, leaned over. She knew Su Hua had placed a phone, but hadn't mentioned it due to Dai Wenqian and the others. Su Hua took off the earphones and gave them to her, checked the time again, then closed his eyes to rest. Soon, it was 4 a.m. He, Jiang Iwa, and over 10 others entered the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, the entire elevator was suddenly pulled upward. As it approached the 15th floor, the metal panel above with the light retracted to both sides, plunging the elevator car into darkness. Then, rustling sounds came from above. It's here. Su Hua immediately positioned the ox shield above his head and raised his sword with his right hand. But unexpectedly, what poured down from above wasn't mutated plants, but transparent, water-like adhesive mucus. Gel-like substance instantly filled the elevator. The more than 10 people inside the elevator car, including Su Hua, were sealed within, then pulled upward one by one. The moment he was enveloped by the adhesive mucus, Su Hua placed the shield in front of himself. But the shield didn't create a buffer zone. The adhesive mucus still surged toward him. So he retracted his sword and shield, placed the fragments of the headhunter demon's axe into his mouth, and arched his hands in front of his nose and mouth to leave a small air pocket. He closed his eyes, able to feel himself being pulled into a pipe and moving downward rapidly through the pipeline. Although his hands and face were squeezed together by the heavy pressure, and his head and legs were welded in place unable to move, fortunately the adhesive mucus wrapping him wasn't as powerfully sticky as spider silk. Instead, it had formed a hard shell-like casing on the outside. He spat out the axe fragment, pinched it between his fingers, and gently rubbed it against the outer shell, quickly carving out a tiny space for his wrist to move. Once his wrist could barely move, he retrieved a dagger item and chiseled a gap forward. By the time the dragging force pulled him out of the ventilation duct and flung him upward, Su Hua had already broken through the membrane. He grabbed the not yet fully detached shell with his backhand and slid downward toward the ground. He and the shell beside him traced an arc through the air as they fell downward, finally stopping about 1 or 2 meters above the ground. Cutting open the mucous membrane casing that wrapped his legs, Su Hua jumped to the ground. Looking back, he saw the remaining half of the membrane shell bouncing upward and swaying midair, only then realizing what had wrapped him was a massive plant leaf. It hung about 10 meters above the ground in an arc shape, with membrane shells suspended from its tip. The top of each membrane shell connected to a tubular stem linked to the white veins at the leaf center, and these white veins connected to the main body of this enormous plant. Walking out from under the leaf's shadow-covered area through the overgrown ground, Su Hua looked from the side and finally saw that the center of this massive plant was a huge flower pot, similar in shape to the man-eating flowers he'd seen in the elevator shaft, but dozens of times larger. Several enormous fleshy-colored flower crowns bloomed at the center of the flower pot, surrounded by green leaves. Those drooping leaves hung at varying heights, covered with white membrane shells. Some shells were already empty, but others contained human bones, and there were even some with people whose flesh had half melted away. Among them, he saw those who had disappeared from the elevator. These people were all completely dead. Chi-chi. A faint sound came from nearby. Su Hua quickly walked over and discovered the sound came from a human-shaped membrane shell. The bottom of the shell had been melted through by corrosive liquid, creating a hole. Inside, Dai Wenqian, with his eyes open, had a bloody right hand still clutching a glass bottle. He was still alive. Su Hua used his sword to break open the outer membrane shell. As the bent leaf lifted upward, Dai Wenqian slid out from inside. The moment he landed, he gasped for air deeply and nodded in thanks, having no energy to speak. The two didn't say much, then went to look for other people. They first found Zheng Liang and Jiang Yihua nearby. After rescuing them, the four split into 2 pairs to search in different directions. But this man-eating flower was simply too massive. Its large and small leaves hung at least 100 cocoon-like membrane shells. With poor visibility, the search progress wasn't fast, so by the time they found most people, 6 had already died from suffocation, including 1 player. Looking at the bodies laid on the ground, Zheng Liang gritted his teeth and said, "Let's burn this damn thing." "With what?" Jiang Yihua said softly, "You've seen the size of this man-eating flower. Without supporting materials, it's impossible to burn completely. And it's currently in a dormant state. If we startle it awake, we'll all be in danger." Zheng Liang looked at Su Hua. "Can't you create fire?" "Fire can't burn everything." Su Hua surveyed their surroundings and suddenly spotted some golden glowing powder not far away. "This is the poisonous powder that appeared on the 13th floor. Wei Bin followed him over and, using the faint daylight, saw the golden powder. Looking back along its trail, he said in surprise, "This is the man-eating flower's root stem." Zheng Liang took out a small knife wanting to cut off a piece, but Su Hua stopped him. "Don't touch it randomly. These roots might be alive." Zheng Liang stepped back and asked, "Those small man-eating flowers in the elevator shaft didn't seem to have poisonous powder. How did the powder here end up on the 13th floor?" "Pipes." Dai Wenqian said, "The little flower red building has been abandoned for 5 years. This giant man-eating flower is kept in a semi-enclosed massive glass greenhouse. With neglectful management, it's not strange for root stems to enter the building through ventilation pipes. From the 15th floor to the 9th floor, only the 13th floor has specially designed ventilation equipment. Other floors don't. So that's why the poisonous powder appeared on the 13th floor." Jiang Yihua suddenly understood, then added, "But I don't understand, does this man-eating flower have intelligence? How does it judge how many people are in the elevator?" "Electronic sensors." Su Hua said, "There should be sensor equipment on the floors and in the elevator to determine the number of people. Once you reach the 15th floor, the people in the elevator naturally become nutrients for the man-eating flowers in the pipes. If that's the case, then wouldn't destroying the electronic equipment solve the problem?" Zheng Liang said, "We've basically escaped the elevator game now, so we should be safe." They had escaped the elevator game, but that didn't necessarily mean they were safe. Suhua looked at the glass room walls already covered densely with indistinguishable plant root stems. The 13th floor's poisonous powder came from the giant man-eating flower. But there were no signs of poisonous powder spraying near the root stems they just discovered, so it was very likely the man-eating flower didn't actively spray poisonous powder. If that was the case, then solving this trouble would make the 13th floor safer compared to other floors. I have an idea. Jiang Yihua said, if the man-eating flower grabs more people from the elevator, we can directly rescue them. That way, no one needs to die. The several players remained silent. After a few seconds, Jiang Yihua said, am I wrong? Isn't this place safer than inside the building? Right after she spoke, the wealthy young girl who was still trembling suddenly said with a sob, it seems like one person is missing. Su Hua and the others abruptly turned to count the people, and indeed one person was missing. How did they disappear without any of us noticing? Zheng Liang said in shock, even if attacked, there should be some sound. How did you discover it? He was asking the wealthy young girl. The girl choked up, that woman was holding onto my clothes earlier. I just felt my clothes being tugged, and when I turned around, she was gone. The several players became alert. Su Hua said, let's return to the building first. Although the glass greenhouse was large and the view was mostly occupied by dense plants, identifying direction wasn't difficult. After Su Hua went up and came back down, the group headed back toward the elevator building. The 7 players walked in front and back formation, with a wealthy young girl and middle-aged woman among the 4 walking in the middle. But even with sufficient caution, someone still disappeared, and right beside Su Hua. One of the 2 players Gu had called over, and Dai Wenqian's companion were covering the rear. Just seconds earlier, they could still hear the 2's footsteps, but the moment he looked away, the player Gu had called over had vanished. Almost instinctively, Su Hua turned around and swung his sword to strike. Before his shifting vision could fully capture everything behind him, his entire body was blasted away by a powerful force, and a black shadow closely pursued him. Adjusting his posture midair, he kicked off a giant plant's leaves and branches to face the black shadow head-on. The crimson sword slashed out, then quickly condensed into a thin, narrow blade of sword energy, but the shadow was too fast, and this strike only grazed its edge. Its energy value is more than 10 times yours. You're no match for it. Jiang Yihua shouted from not far away, using the sickle limb she had previously removed from the mantis to fiercely chop at the man-eating flower's branches and leaves. Crack! The branch suspending a human-shaped cocoon was severed at the waist. As the leaf fell to the ground, rustling friction sounds filled the glass greenhouse. The giant man-eating flower's flower crown trembled, then spat out over a dozen smaller man-eating flower crowns from its stamen area. These flower crowns shot out like cannonballs, crashing down in all directions. Squeak! The black shadow blocking Su Hua's path emitted a sharp chirp and fled deep into the flower clusters. But as the small man-eating flower crowns descended, a giant mantis was suddenly bitten, lifted into the air, and swallowed into the giant flower crown without any chance to struggle. The sound of swallowing came from the flower crown area. Su Hua and the others took only one glance before fleeing without looking back. Boom! Boom! Small man-eating flower crowns kept crashing down nearby, but they weren't targeting the humans. Instead, they were grabbing animals from the dense thickets that the group had completely missed. One of them even held a human head in its mouth. Is this fucking Monsterland or what? Zheng Liang couldn't help but scream. But before his voice faded, the middle-aged woman beside him was bitten by a man-eating flower and lifted up. He instinctively reached out to pull her back, but was splattered with blood. The man-eating flower had directly bitten through her throat. As the headless body fell, a mutated animal pounced from the jungle to catch it. But before it could start eating, another larger mutated mantis swung its sickle limb, cutting both in half at the waist. There's a small house ahead. Dai Wenqian suddenly pointed forward. Indeed, about 10 meters away stood a small cabin with a small lamp hanging in front and a holiday cabin sign beside it. Bang! Zheng Liang flashed to the front of the cabin and kicked the door open. Su Hua and Dai Wenqian quickly entered one after another, with Jiang Yihua and Wei Bin slightly slower. Dai Wenqian's companion walking at the rear was snatched away by a silken thread that shot out from the jungle, while the slower wealthy young girl trio had already been swallowed by the jungle. Unable to worry about the captured companion and other stragglers, Wei Bin locked the door and stepped back a few paces, looking out through the cabin's glass windows. They're surrounding us. As they moved away from the giant man-eating flower, the number of mutated animals increased. These creatures had followed them almost step by step to the cabin's surroundings, but stopped after they entered the cabin, as if afraid of something and not daring to come inside. Su spotted a red button by the door labeled high-intensity lights. He slammed it down, and lights from the glass greenhouse's dome shot down, illuminating the area around the small cabin. The mutated animals hiding in the dark shadows feared the bright light and quickly retreated from around the cabin. Even the small man-eating flowers spat out by the giant man-eating flower shrank back under the intense illumination. Help! A cry for help came from the dense thickets. It was the wealthy young girl, supporting an injured woman as she struggled toward the small cabin. Should we open the door? Jiang Iwa turned to ask Su Hua. After he nodded, she pulled the door open and brought both women inside. Both were injured, but not seriously. After briefly checking their injuries, Jiang Iwa said, "They'll be fine." Zheng Liang wasn't concerned about these two, instead looking outside and saying, "How long can these lights last? Will those mutated animals come back?" Dai Wenxian had already found several pages of documents on the cabin's desk. This glass greenhouse has independent power supply. If the main power is cut off, the greenhouse's energy storage can support 12 hours. Hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Bin couldn't help but feel sorrowful. 17 people came, now only 7 remain. 3 players had died too. Death in dungeon games is too common, Dai Wenxian said, pointing to the path outside leading to the elevator building. That area isn't illuminated by the lights. If we can't quickly find a way back to the building, we'll all die here. Everyone followed his pointing finger. Actually, the distance from the cabin to the building wasn't far, but with so many mutated animals ambushing the surroundings, that short distance would be enough for them to die several times over. I thought we found a way out, but it turned out to be a dead end, Jiang Iwa said with a pale face. Not necessarily. Su Hua, standing by the window, turned around holding a small cabin design blueprint. This has Professor Hao's signature. This cabin was probably his observation post for mutated plants and animals. There must be a safe way back to the building. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a holiday cabin. Then let's quickly search around, Wei Bin said. This small cabin had a spacious workroom outside and a fully enclosed bedroom on the inner side, plus a dedicated bathroom with complete daily necessities. However, most books and documents were gone, leaving only empty bookshelves and bookcases. Jiang Iwa found a photo in the cabinet showing a chubby middle-aged man posing with a half-human height man-eating flower. The back of the photo read "Photo with Xiaohua Honghong" along with a date. This Professor Hao must be colorblind, she couldn't help commenting. The man-eating flower is clearly flesh-colored, why name it Xiaohua Honghong? Wei Bin and Zheng Liang both glanced at her simultaneously. The former said, rather than that, shouldn't we be more surprised by his attitude toward the man-eating flower? It seems the little flower red building was named after this giant man-eating flower. To establish a research institute relying on such man-eating creatures, and even have money to build such a large glass greenhouse, this professor isn't quite normal either. Isn't that something we already knew? Jiang Iwa said. Normal people wouldn't install so many elevators in their workplace. That made sense. Wei Bin fell silent. Knock knock. Su Hua tapped the side of the cabinet. The wall-connected side seemed to have a gap. He pried open the side panel with his knife and discovered a red button inside with a note pasted beside it. Absolutely do not press, dangerous. Zheng Liang leaned over to read the note's contents, then looked puzzled at the others. Hiding a button but telling people not to press it, could this be a trap? Su Hua suddenly reached out and pressed the button. Zheng Liang's face turned pale with shock as he blurted out, Su Hua, can't you ever break that habit of touching everything? Click, a metallic snap sounded from within the small cabin, followed by the floor beneath the desk lifting up and moving aside along with the desk. An aluminum standing cabinet slowly rose from below, filled with at least 30 to 40 potions of various colors. They're evolution agents, Wei Bin exclaimed excitedly. Both P1 and P2 varieties, plus some healing potions and antidotes. Jiang Iwa and Zheng Liang quickly rushed over. Zheng Liang said, we've hit the jackpot this time. I never expected the game to actually hide potions like this. Everyone present gets a share. Let's divide them equally. Jiang Yiwa said. Dai Wenqian glanced at Su Hua. You found them, so you distribute them. There were enough evolution agents and healing potions for all 5 players present to receive at least 7 or 8 each. Su Hua wasn't interested in the evolution agents, but when he spotted several plant nutrient solutions at the bottom, he reached for them. You probably don't want these, so divide the rest among yourselves. Jiang Yiwa and the other 2 immediately split the remaining potions equally. Since Su Hua took 3 nutrient solutions, he received 3 fewer of the other potions. After storing the potions in his item slots, Zheng Liang said, well, this trip wasn't a complete waste of risk-taking after all. She seems to be dying. The wealthy young girl, who had been resting nearby the whole time, cried while watching the convulsing woman. Su Hua walked over and pressed on the woman's leg, discovering that the area where she had been bitten earlier had already festered. The toxin had invaded her blood vessels, causing her entire leg to swell up. You found antidotes, right? Please give her one, the wealthy young girl pleaded. I can buy it from you. My family is really rich. I'll pay whatever you want. Antidotes meant for players might not work on ordinary people, Jiang Yiwa said sympathetically. Players' bodies had been enhanced and could withstand the effects of potions, but ordinary people might not be so fortunate. But we have to try, the young girl said with reddened eyes, looking at them hopefully. I'm begging you. Dai Wenqian completely ignored her and went to search for clues elsewhere. Zheng Liang and Wei Bin hesitated, while Jiang Yiwa also couldn't bear to waste a potion. Su Hua silently took out an antidote and injected it into the woman's neck, then said, whether she lives depends on her luck now. The young girl repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Jiang Yiwa seemed somewhat ashamed and went over to help move the woman to lie down in the inner restroom. Zheng Liang shot Su Hua a glance. Always playing the good guy. You only got 1 antidote. What will you do if you encounter danger later? Su Hua's expression remained unchanged. Don't you still have antidotes? Zheng Liang widened his eyes, wanting to retort, but swallowed his words because Su Hua had already looked away, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. Zheng Liang turned away angrily, even bumping into a confused Wei Bin in the process. After a thorough search, they didn't find anything else particularly valuable, but they did discover several plant cultivation diaries. Zheng Liang lost his patience, looking at the lights outside. Let's just fight our way out. The mutated animals around have already retreated anyway. If we catch them by surprise, it might work. Throw something out first to test, Dai Wenqian said. Zheng Liang casually picked up a pen holder from the desk and threw it out the window. The moment the pen holder disappeared into the dense thicket, the leaves and branches inside began shaking violently, accompanied by faint low growls of beasts. Those mutated animals never went far, Dai Wenqian said as he sat down to rest. I wonder how long these lights can last, Wei Bin worried. The Little Flower Red building has been abandoned for 5 years. It wouldn't be strange if the energy storage equipment has problems. Can we use potions? Jiang Yiwa asked as she walked out of the restroom, looking at Dai Wenqian. Your potions seem quite powerful. Can they drive away those mutated animals? Dai Wenqian shook his head. My potions aren't that lethal, and their range isn't large enough either. Wei Bin leaned against the window and looked up at the lights on the glass greenhouse dome, shielding his eyes. Can these lights be moved? Too high, Dai Wenqian replied without hesitation. The other 3 couldn't help but feel discouraged. Noticing that Su Hua had been flipping through the plant cultivation diaries the whole time, Jiang Yiwa asked, what's the use of reading those? Su Hua stopped and pointed to a record on one page. That man-eating flowers' roots only release poisonous powder when electrocuted, and only while they're still alive. What does that mean? Jiang Yiwa didn't understand. The pollen attached to the giant man-eating flower's roots is very similar to the poisonous powder that appeared on the 13th floor. If the flower roots entered the ventilation ducts, then there's a pattern to explain why poisonous powder appeared on the 13th floor, Su Hua explained. The elevator went to the 13th floor from 10 p.m. the night before yesterday until 4 a.m. yesterday morning. During that time, all of us were on the 13th floor but encountered no danger. But Zhang Biao and the others ran into danger. Dai Wenqian was the quickest to understand. Also between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. Probably because someone returned to the 13th floor, Wei Bin said. Every floor has sensors. It wouldn't be strange if traps activated when someone went up. But Dai Wenqian shook his head. Su Hua went up twice without any problems, and Zhang Biao's group also moved around up there for quite a while. Twice. Zheng Liang looked at Su Hua. So the 13th floor is different from other floors. It might only release poisonous powder during specific time periods, Su Hua said. You mean even if someone stays on the 13th floor at other times, nothing will happen? Wei Bin expressed surprise mixed with excitement. Then we can gather everyone on the 13th floor and find a way to cut the man-eating flower's roots, right? It's not that simple, Dai Wenqian said. First, cutting the man-eating flower's roots might trigger chain reactions. The 15th floor shows no signs of mutated animal attacks, but the glass flew inward, proving something must be outside. Mutated animals can move inside the building, but don't use the exterior walls. That speaks volumes. Second, the absence of mutated animals on the 13th floor might be because of the man-eating flower. Whether other animals would come up after cutting the roots is unknown. We can temporarily set aside the appearing mutated animals. Su would turn to look at the giant man-eating flower stretching high into the distance. I suspect this entire building is already enveloped by this man-eating flower. Then that means... Jiang Yiwa caught on. Exactly, there should be man-eating flowers active outside the building too, Su Hua finished her thought. Jiang Yiwa and Zheng Liang exchanged glances, thinking of Brother Tai and the others still in the building, and said simultaneously, I have a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of the Little Flower Red building, 3 hours had passed since Su Hua and the others disappeared in the elevator. Due to the sharp reduction in numbers, the remaining 91 people could safely reach the 7th floor, but the group had split into 2 opposing factions, hostile toward each other. Among the remaining 17 players on the 9th floor, Su Hua took 7 with him. When they reached the 8th floor, the remaining 9 players split into 2 factions. One faction was represented by 5 players, Gu Yu, Kong Hong, plus De Ji, Qin Shu, and Xiao Ba. The other faction was represented by 4 players, Brother Tai, Zhang Biao, along with Square-Faced Man and the Bald Player. Behind these 2 groups stood other people. Gu Yu's side consisted mostly of women and elderly people, while Brother Tai's side was predominantly composed of young and middle-aged men. Gu Yu, think carefully, Brother Tai said with a gloomy expression. Going down to the 7th floor isn't a problem now, but what about when we reach the 6th floor? 8 players fell in one elevator. Even if we squeeze all the remaining players into one elevator, it won't help. We must reduce the number of people. If it's not them, it will be others. There's no choice. Gu Yu glanced at the people behind him. If we follow your method, only 13 people will reach the 1st floor. The people standing behind you still won't survive. Brother Tai didn't care about her provocation at all, instead saying indifferently, living as long as possible is what matters. When we reach the lower floors, we'll be close to the game's time limit. Then we can just find a place to hide and wait until the game ends. So that's your plan, Qin Shu said angrily. I think you're dreaming. Do you think the mutated animal's sense of smell hasn't evolved? You're the ones dreaming, Zhang Biao sneered. How many of you are there? Do you think you can protect dozens of people? When it really comes to life and death, do you believe they won't be more ferocious than the players? While we still have enough time, let's properly discuss the rules to avoid trouble when the time comes. The rules you're talking about mean letting the elderly, weak, women, and children die first? Kong Hong also spoke with anger. Then ask them if they're willing to draw lots? Brother Tai pointed at the people behind him. More than 30 young and middle-aged men had their own thoughts, but clearly none were willing to draw lots to decide who would stay behind in the next round. Seeing this, Gu Yu was furious, but helpless. The reason Brother Tai was standing here negotiating with them instead of taking direct action was because both sides had similar numbers of players. But if he incited those young and middle-aged men to attack the others, their 5 players would find it difficult to change anything, and they might even put themselves in danger. She turned to look at Kong Hong and the others. Kong Hong paused for a moment before saying to Brother Tai, as long as you can guarantee a smooth arrival at the 1st floor, it makes no difference to you who survives, right? Brother Tai started to laugh, but it aggravated the injury on his face, so he suppressed his laughter. So you want me to help you? This isn't a loss for you either, Kong Hong analyzed calmly. Think about it. After the elderly, weak, women, and children are all dead, What remains are those young and middle-aged men behind you who have strong physical strength and quick reactions. The power people can unleash in life-and-death situations cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Brother Tai's face darkened, but a middle-aged man behind him hurriedly said, "Don't try to drive a wedge between us. Don't think we can't see that you just want us to be the sacrificial lambs first so those women can live." After speaking, he moved closer to Brother Tai. "Big brother, we just want to hitch a ride downstairs. How could we possibly be a match for players? And we don't know if there's danger downstairs yet. We still need to rely on players to protect us." "You're right," Brother Tai said, then kicked him flying. He said sinisterly, "There are still mutated animals downstairs. I don't want to get stabbed in the back by you bastards." The 8th floor was an exhibition room. The middle-aged man crashed through cabinets all the way to the window, spat out blood, and could no longer get up. Brother Tai casually picked up a pen, turned to Guyu and said, "The remaining people stand separately. Whoever it points to stays on the 7th floor. And the extra people." Guyu frowned, but before she could finish speaking, he interrupted her again. "Stand randomly. We can only have more, not less." Besides the 9 players and the middle-aged man, there were 81 people remaining. Even with 13 people per batch, there would still be 3 extra people. "No," Guyu said decisively. "The numbers work out. There's no need to sacrifice additional people." Brother Tai spun the pen. "I advise you not to make trouble for no reason. With about 80 people, no matter which ones you pick, the others won't agree." Guyu's expression stiffened, then she looked at the people around her and gave up on arguing. Kong Hong and Qinshu also didn't speak anymore. Daji stood beside them, looking around left and right, then suddenly said, "Shouldn't we wait for Suhua? Even though they disappeared, they're not necessarily dead. Isn't it too early for us to be selecting people now? And the way you're discussing how to make people die is too terrifying." Guyu and the others were all shocked, but Zhang Biao from Brother Tai's side said, "What do you, a foreigner, know? This is called preparing for rain before it comes. As for that Su guy and Dai Wenqian's group, they've probably already entered the Hall of Reincarnation. Do you even know what the Hall of Reincarnation is? They brought death upon themselves with their cleverness. They're already done for unless you have another method. Does your companion's death make you so happy?" Daji was puzzled by his attitude, then added, "We can go through the windows. Prepare tools in advance. After the others go downstairs, the people left on the upper floors can descend through the windows. Doing that will attract mutated animals," Kang Hong said. "The people stranded on the upper floor would basically be dead. And the outside isn't necessarily safe. The mutated animals also use the elevators to move around. There must be something in the fog that even they fear. Actually, to be completely safe, killing the extra people before going downstairs was the safest option. It would both reduce the excess numbers and prevent them from desperately trying anything or the possibility of someone accidentally falling." However, he didn't say this out loud. The others clearly had the same concerns, but Daji said, "So you plan to kill all the extra people before going downstairs?" The people who had almost accepted reality showed terrified expressions. But when they saw the players all had the same expression, they immediately shouted, "Don't even think about it. Rather than being killed like this, we might as well fight to the death. Anyway, we'll take someone down with us, everyone counts." Brother Tai glared viciously at Daji, but then saw him grab a table lamp from a nearby low cabinet and throw it toward the window. "What are you doing?" Not only Brother Tai's group, but Guyu's group also rushed forward to intercept the table lamp. Unfortunately, the 2 groups collided with each other, and they could only watch helplessly as the object flew out. After a brief moment, a bang sound came from downstairs. For a moment, everyone on the 8th floor held their breath. But after a few seconds passed, there was no movement from downstairs. "Go take a look," Brother Tai ordered a man beside him. The man, afraid of becoming the next middle-aged man, forced down his fear and walked to the window to peer down. Then he said, trembling, "There's nothing down there." The players looked at each other. After waiting a while longer and confirming it was safe for people to stand by the window, they walked over. "Really, it's fine." Zhang Biao glanced over and laughed with a ha, his anger toward Daji completely vanishing. "I think Dai Wenqian and that Su guy were just exaggerating. It's nowhere near as dangerous as they claimed." Guyu and Kang Hong exchanged looks, both feeling somewhat incredulous. "Maybe we were too tense," Guyu said. There might be some chance of being attacked from outside the window, but it's not a guaranteed death scenario. We can only hope for the best, Kang Hong said, glancing back. At least those who stayed behind still have a chance to survive. 3 hours passed quickly, and everyone brought the unconscious, middle-aged man with them as they took the elevators down to the 7th floor. As for the potted plants that Brother Tai's group had brought down from the 13th floor, aside from the few players with him, no one else received any. The extras were all thrown down to the lower floors by them. However, Su Hua's cart was taken along by Kang Hong and Qin Shu together. Wouldn't having potted plants be safer? Square-faced man said. It wouldn't hurt to give them some. If everyone had potted plants, we'd be in danger, Brother Tai said. Whether these things work or not is another matter, but we can increase our own risks. As they spoke, the elevator reached the 7th floor. When the doors opened, the first thing they heard was a bone-chilling chewing sound. The players went on high alert, but upon closer inspection found no immediate danger. Aside from some mutilated corpses that had been gnawed on, it wasn't much different from the upper floors. Qin Shu found the source of the sound, a potted plant in the corner. This is what's making the noise. Guy went over to look and recalled carefully. There was one like this on the 13th floor, I think. I can't remember the name, but it can record sounds with a maximum memory of 1 week. There really are all kinds of strange plants, Qin Shu marveled. What's so interesting about a stupid flower? Zhang Biao snorted disdainfully, then suddenly noticed something under a corpse nearby. He went over, flipped the body, and retrieved the item beneath it, immediately exclaiming excitedly, "It's an item." Brother Tai and the others quickly approached, but Zhang Biao immediately stored the item in his item slot, then said, "This corpse must have been a player. Let's search around, there might be other items." Several players immediately began searching the 7th floor and indeed found 2 more unclaimed items. When a player is killed, their belongings including items, potions, and train tickets can be inherited. But if a player dies accidentally or by non-player hands, their items are reclaimed by the game. Only items that were actively being used when the player died become unclaimed items that remain on the spot. Brother Tai picked up a knife and stored it, saying, "Pretty ordinary." "Be grateful, brother," Zhang Biao said. "The best players who can enter this dungeon are D-level players. Many E-grade players don't even have a single item. How wealthy can D-level players really be?" Brother Tai looked at the box in Qin Shu's hand and reached out, "Yours, let me see it." Qin Shu put away the wooden box item. "Whoever finds it gets to keep it." Beside her, Kang Hong, Gu Yu, and the others looked over. Brother Tai sneered and shifted his gaze away, pulling out a pen. "Stop idling around. Let's draw lots." Meanwhile, in the small cabin within the glass greenhouse, the man-eating flower just got agitated, Jiang Yihua said, looking toward the distant flower crowns. Its energy value suddenly spiked. "Did something happen outside?" Zhang Liang asked nervously. "Gu Yu and the others are all out there." "Nothing major could happen," Sua said. With Kang Hong's 3 people plus her, they're basically evenly matched with the remaining players. Unless all 82 others join forces against the players. Jiang Yihua suddenly understood. "So that's why you had to Ji and the others stay behind. But this probably won't be very effective," Sua said. "They've already reached the 7th floor. Reducing numbers is inevitable. Then will Ji and the others be in danger?" Jiang Yihua asked urgently. "Even a cornered rabbit will bite. No one would willingly go to their death. Those guys like Zhang Biao might look stupid, but they're actually quite cunning," Dai Wenqian said indifferently. "They won't let non-players kill players. 1 against 10 gives them good odds. Rather than worrying about others, we should worry about ourselves," Wei Bin couldn't help saying. "These lights can only last 12 hours, and more than half that time has already passed. How do we escape?" Su Hua had already tested with piano wire. The roof and floor of the glass greenhouse exceeded 70 meters, making the lights unreachable. Besides a single switch button, no other operations were possible in the small cabin, so using the high-intensity lights to create a path wasn't feasible. "Target the man-eating flower," Dai Wenqian said succinctly. "When the man-eating flower becomes active, it drives away other mutated animals. It's not far to the building. If we move quickly, we can make it." Jiang Yihua was astonished. "What about the remaining 2 people?" Dai Wenqian shrugged without responding. The young girl who had been crouching in the corner, daring neither to get too close nor too far from them, started crying again upon hearing this, sobbing, "Don't abandon me. My family is very rich. I can give you money. Who wants your measly money? Zheng Liang interrupted impatiently, then paused and added, we won't abandon you unless it's absolutely necessary. Su Hua estimated the man-eating flower's approximate position within the entire glass greenhouse and carefully recalled the electrical wiring layout he'd glimpsed in haste, frowning slightly. The main circuits were too far from both the cabin and the man-eating flower, and the wiring was too scattered. Even if they started a fire, it wouldn't be effective. Unless there were large amounts of flammable material here, recklessly crossing through the dense foliage would be too dangerous without knowing how many mutants were hiding there. Plus, that giant man-eating flower didn't seem very obedient either. They might end up caught between two threats. If only they could divert the attention of both the mutants and the man-eating flower right now. Just as this thought occurred to him, the dense foliage suddenly rustled. He looked up sharply and saw the giant man-eating flower beginning to tremble. It unfurled its broad leaves while the flower crown sprayed out dense clusters of smaller man-eating flowers that surged toward the building like living snakes, avoiding the areas illuminated by the high-intensity lights. Perfect opportunity. Dai Wenqian was the first to leap out of the small cabin. Let's go too. Su Hua quickly rushed to the rest area, tied the injured woman and the young girl together, then used piano wire to carry them down via a bedsheet while he himself ran toward the building along the direction the small man-eating flowers were surging. Something from the building side seemed to be attracting the giant man-eating flower. It didn't attack Su Hua's group or the surrounding mutated animals, but the fleeing mutated animals gave them a perfect escape opportunity. In the blink of an eye, they reached the base of the building. Ahead appeared two doors, one red and one green. Dai Wenqian in front and Su Hua catching up from behind almost simultaneously opened the doors before them, except one chose the green door while the other chose the red door. Before entering, Su Hua saw surprise on Dai Wenqian's face. But as their gazes crossed, he found himself already inside the building. Jiang Yiwa and Zheng Liang, who had followed behind, caught the two people delivered by the piano wire. Seeing that Wei Bin had entered the adjacent door, they immediately closed their door. Behind the doors actually don't connect. After closing the door, Zheng Liang glanced at a wall to the side and said instinctively, but immediately realized after speaking that if the space behind the doors was the same room, there would be no need for two doors. This is the first floor, right? Jiang Yiwa looked toward the left side, such a long corridor. That's right, what lay behind the door wasn't a room. To the right was a wall, and to the left was a horizontal passageway. Only one light remained in the corridor, casting dim illumination that stretched all the way to the opposite wall's end before turning at a corner. Should we regroup with Dai Wenqian and the others? She asked Su Hua. No need, let's go directly. Su Hua was already running, with Jiang Yiwa following close behind. Seeing they had both left, Zheng Liang had no choice but to hoist the injured woman onto his back and hurry after them. Just after rounding the corner, the people ahead suddenly slammed to a halt, forcing him to stop abruptly. Why aren't we moving? We can't go forward. A sword and shield materialized in Su Hua's hands as he stared at a gaunt, emaciated wolf that had risen to its feet several meters away. It was true that the front of the first floor was the main hall, but this area had already been overrun by mutated animals. A starving wolf happened to be blocking the elevator door closest to them. The moment they locked eyes, the starving wolf and Su Hua simultaneously lunged at each other. The starving wolf leaped through the air while Su Hua dropped low, swinging the crimson sword in a wide arc. As man and wolf crossed paths, the wolf was cleanly sliced in two, and Su Hua arrived at the first elevator door. He shoved the metal door open, raised his shield to block the rapid hammering strikes of small man-eating flowers, and as he retreated, he swung his sword repeatedly, instantly reducing the man-eating flowers inside the elevator to scattered pieces. Freed from the man-eating flowers' interference, he strode directly into the elevator shaft, grabbed one of the man-eating flower vines, and used the piano wire to ascend. Midway, he drove the crimson sword into the shaft wall for leverage, then smoothly reached the 13th floor. Opening the elevator door, he tied the man-eating flower vine to the metal frame of the glass room, then lowered the piano wire to rescue the others under siege. The piano wire could only lift two people at a time, so when Jiang Yiwa picked up the little girl, Su Hua controlled the wire to ascend. Zheng Liang, who was carrying an injured person while facing several mutated animals, showed hesitation upon seeing this, his grip on the woman behind him loosening slightly. But at that very moment, countless small man-eating flowers suddenly flooded into the building's front area. Two mutated animals that were farther away were immediately entangled in the flower vines and subsequently devoured by several flower crowns. Watching as the small man-eating flowers were about to submerge the entire hall, Zheng Liang squeezed into the elevator shaft along with several mutated animals, but it was too late to close the door. With one hand securing the woman on his back and the other gripping a pipe, he began climbing toward the second-floor elevator door. Zheng Liang. Su's voice echoed from above. Zheng Liang looked up and saw a U-shaped thin wire right in front of him, quickly reaching out to grab it. However, the danger hadn't passed. The small man-eating flowers that had surged into the elevator shaft crushed those few mutated animals and then actually began climbing up the shaft walls, spreading and growing like blood vessels. Can these damn things really be flowers? Zheng Liang wailed like a ghost howling and a wolf crying, Su Hua, hurry the hell up. Grab the flower vine. The piano wire was nearing its distance limit as Su Hua shouted downward. Zheng Liang reacted fairly quickly. As he switched hands to grab the flower vine, he clamped his feet around the sword blade and pulled the sword out, then moved upward with the contracting vine. Upstairs, the three of them pulled the two up as fast as possible. The moment Zheng Liang's feet touched the ground, the 13th floor elevator door was also shut, blocking all the pursuing man-eating flowers inside the elevator shaft. But before anyone could catch their breath, Su Hua picked up the crimson sword again. Stay alert for other elevator doors. Jiang Yiwa and Zheng Liang quickly snapped to attention and stood guard. Fortunately, the other elevator doors remained unopened. Outside the building, man-eating flowers could be heard frantically smashing against the exterior walls, along with faint sounds of tearing and biting. However, since the 13th floor windows were all sealed, the small man-eating flowers couldn't squeeze inside. Zheng Liang stared at the flower vines that nearly completely blocked the windows, swallowed hard, and said, "It seems the man-eating flowers have entered other floors. What about the people left behind?" Given the scene they had just witnessed, anyone remaining on those floors would either be eaten alive or crushed to death. Jiang Yiwa also felt lingering fear, but said, "Not necessarily. The man-eating flowers attack indiscriminately, so the mutated animals in the building will definitely suffer too. As long as they hide in the elevator shaft, they should be safe. Then once the man-eating flower tide recedes, let's search the elevator shafts," Zheng Liang said. But right after he spoke, an elevator door not far away slowly pushed open. The three turned to look and saw Guyu, covered in blood. When Guyu saw them, she froze momentarily, then her eyes lit up. "You're still alive." Su Hua and Zheng Liang went over to pull her up, only to discover that many people were dangling in the elevator shaft behind her. Besides De Ji and Chen Shu, there were over 10 non-players. De Ji. Jiang Yiwa rushed over to grab her companion, her eyes reddening. De Ji patted her shoulder. "I only sustained minor injuries. What about the others?" Zheng Liang asked Guyu. "Didn't Zhang Biao and Brother Tai stay with you?" A cold glint flashed in Guyu's eyes. "Don't mention those bastards. If it weren't for them, things wouldn't have turned out like this." It turned out that after they reached the 7th floor, Brother Tai and the others forced ordinary people to climb out the windows to check the situation on the 6th floor. Because De Ji's earlier act of smashing the table lamp had given them hope, instead of fearing for their lives floor by floor, they preferred to use people as scouts. Alternatively, they wanted to confirm whether the area outside the walls was safe, then exploit this perceived game loophole to wait safely until the dungeon ended. A loophole? Zheng Liang's tone was mocking. With faces like theirs, they couldn't possibly be smart enough to find a game loophole? Su Hua signaled him not to interrupt and said to Guyu, "Continue." "They're not stupid either, of course they wouldn't go down first, that's why they sent others," Guyu said with hatred in her expression. Naturally, a few of us disagreed. Xiao Ba and Kong Hong fought with them. In the chaos, someone accidentally fell out and died. Unexpectedly, after people started dying, man-eating flowers suddenly burst through the windows and dragged away 7 or 8 people in one go. And the number of man-eating flowers was increasing dramatically. We had no choice but to hide in the elevator shaft. Luckily, there were fire hoses on the 7th floor, Otherwise, we couldn't have saved so many people. After we jumped down, we didn't encounter any mutated animals, but 2 people were bitten to death by man-eating flowers at the bottom of the shaft. The others probably also entered elevator shafts, but whether they had that kind of luck is hard to say. Despicable. Jiang Yihua exclaimed, righteously indignant. They've only been players for a few days, and they've already lost their humanity. Guyu and Zhang Liang fell silent. A moment later, the elevator door sounded again. This time, it was Dai Wenqian and Wei Bin who climbed up. Both were seriously injured, especially Wei Bin, who had a large chunk of flesh missing from his calf, exposing the bone. However, the first thing Dai Wenqian said upon arriving was, "Why did you choose the red door?" Professor Hao is colorblind. He probably can't distinguish between red and green. Based on his cultivation diary, he seems more sensitive to the color green. This has nothing to do with color blindness. Suwa looked at him and said, those 2 doors weren't traps. When he and Dai Wenqian separated at the doors, he had already guessed this person was overthinking things. Dai Wenqian believed the building was full of traps everywhere, so naturally the red and green doors could also be traps, but this actually made no sense at all. Professor Hao named the small cabin Holiday Cabin. It was his place for relaxation and observing the man-eating flowers, more free and relaxed than an ordinary workspace. There was simply no need to tamper with the doors leading back to the building. The 2 doors likely just led to different places. So whether Professor Hao was colorblind or not wasn't important. The green door leads to the 2nd floor bedroom, and the red door goes to the hall? Dai Wenqian immediately guessed. Suwa nodded. Dai Wenqian didn't say anything more. He had outsmarted himself, unlucky enough to choose the green door, encountered a mutated animal in the bedroom, got caught by man-eating flowers during the struggle. Wei Bin was seriously injured, and he himself lost an item in the process. Guyu had already bandaged Wei Bin's wounds and briefed both of them on the current situation. So it was because of them. Dai Wenqian adjusted his glasses, stood up with an unfriendly tone, and went to knock on the elevator doors. When he reached the 5th elevator, knocking sounds of the same frequency came from inside. Dai Wenqian opened the elevator door. Brother Tai, who had already climbed up, immediately forced a smile when he saw him. "It's great that you're okay." Before he could finish speaking, Dai Wenqian grabbed him, knocked him to the ground with 1 punch, then pressed his head and slammed it hard against the floor. People don't have to be smart, and they don't have to be good people, but they should at least understand human language. I told you long ago not to mess with the exterior walls. Even if your brain is full of water, you should know whether this statement is right or wrong. Brother Tai's face was covered in blood from having his head smashed against the floor. After several hits, he reacted, swinging his knife backward at Dai Wenqian. Forcing him back, he shouted, "Dai Wenqian, have I been giving you too much face?" Dai Wenqian sneered coldly, throwing a glass bottle from his hand. Taking advantage of Brother Tai's dodge, he intercepted him from the front, delivering a knee strike to his chest and abdomen, disarming him and pressing the knife against his neck. "No brains and not my match. What use is trash like you alive?" Brother Tai, humiliated and enraged, said, "Dai Wenqian, don't forget we're from the same player organization." Brother Qiao said, "No internal fighting." As he spoke, he looked toward the elevator. "Guyu, say something." Neither Guyu nor Zhang Liang reacted. Zhang Biao, who had come up later, quickly said, "Dai Wenqian, even if you kill Brother Tai, it's useless." Crunch! Dai Wenqian snapped Brother Tai's neck. No one expected him to kill without even discussing it. Guyu and the others immediately stiffened their expressions. Dai Wenqian tossed aside the corpse, clapped his hands, and said in a cold tone, "Anyone who wants to avenge him is welcome to try." The others remained silent. After a few seconds, Guyu and Zhang Liang went to check the other elevators, while Zhang Biao and the bald player silently moved to a corner. They gradually found some people in the other elevators. Including Xiaoba and Kang Hong, fewer than 50 people had survived. After finding Xiaoba, Guyu asked Jiang Yihua about what happened after they disappeared from the elevator. Jiang Yihua briefly explained the events. After listening, Guyu said, "So these man-eating flowers grew from that giant one?" "Most likely. The roots, stems, and flower vines of the man-eating flowers have covered the entire building exterior." Jiang Yihua nodded. "Fortunately, the 13th floor windows are all sealed, otherwise we'd have nowhere to hide." Indeed, The giant man-eating flower wasn't just attacking a single floor, it had directly enveloped the entire building. But the 13th floor isn't safe either. Gu frowned. The mutated plants in the glass room are poisonous. It's safe for now. Suhua had already retrieved his phone and quickly finished watching the recorded video. Except between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. the next day, the 13th floor should be safe during other times. Gu instinctively looked up. What did the phone record? The source of the poisonous powder. Suhua handed her the phone. As he had guessed, the ventilation ducts were likely blocked by the man-eating flower's roots and stems. Now that the little flower red building was occupied by man-eating flowers, the mutated animals from other floors had been cleared out, making the building safer than before. But it couldn't be ruled out that there were still mutated animals. After all, with so many people fleeing into the elevator shaft, it wouldn't be strange if there were other enclosed spaces. So staying on the 13th floor was best. After watching the video of Brother Tai and the others being driven out of the 13th floor by poisonous powder sprayed from the ventilation ducts, Dai Wenqian asked, "How do you plan to deal with the ventilation ducts?" "The best method is to shut down the ventilation system," Suhua said. "The window gaps can provide air exchange, and for now we don't need to worry about mutated animals coming up from other floors. After 10 p.m., we'll first go to the 6th floor, then return to the 13th floor." As he spoke, he glanced at Zhang Biao and the other two. Of the four-person faction, the square-faced man was missing, Brother Tai was killed, leaving only the two of them now. As for whether the 6th floor is safe or not, we can send people down first to check. Zhang Biao and the bald player widened their eyes in anger, but facing the cold stares of the other players and non-players, they had no choice but to lower their heads and back down. If there are no other unexpected incidents, we should be able to hold out until the dungeon ends. Suhua added. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Gu walked over to him and quietly said, "Thank you." Suhua glanced at her. "Whether you're here or not, we still have to clear the dungeon." "No need for thanks." But Gu shook her head. "Clearing it alone wouldn't actually be difficult for you, would it? If the floors had electronic sensors, with the items he possessed, clearing the dungeon alone wouldn't require taking big risks. In comparison, the players on their side were too disappointing." Gu couldn't help but feel her convictions wavering. When she first established the player organization, every player wanted to both survive by sticking together and do something for their fellow humans. Compared to ordinary people, players had more self-protection ability. But one random dungeon made her realize that reality couldn't be changed by beliefs alone. "You're right. For players like us, being able to protect ourselves is already quite an achievement," she said self-mockingly. "How could we have the ability to protect others? When players from other regions invaded, we also survived by hiding in places others couldn't find." Suhua handed her a cigarette and lit one for himself. "How many people do you think one person can protect in a dangerous situation?" he asked. Gu took a drag, thought for a moment, and said, "At most, maybe one person." "What about 10 people? Gu paused, curled her lips, let out a long exhale, and suddenly changed the subject. "Do you smoke cigars?" "I have a box of premium cigars a friend gave me. I'll bring them for you later." Suhua waved his hand to indicate he didn't need them. Gu looked somewhat surprised. Zhang Liang, standing nearby, said, "He doesn't even like smoking. If you want a curry favor, you'd be better off gambling a couple rounds with him." Suhua narrowed his eyes and looked over. "Zhang Liang, you're going to get beaten up sooner or later." Zhang Liang had a momentary surge of fury, but quickly suppressed his emotions and wisely shut his mouth. Suhua didn't look at him again, instead gazing into the distance and settling his eyes on Dai Wenqian nearby, watching the numbers above his head jump from 5 to 7, then to 8, before dropping back to 6. This repeated twice before finally stabilizing at 5. "Eat something." Kong Hong brought over half a bag of compressed biscuits and half a bottle of water. "It's already the 3rd day. Has everyone else run out of food?" Suhua took them. The man-eating flowers came so suddenly, who had time to grab supplies? Kang Hong said, "But fortunately the dungeon ends tomorrow." Suhua glanced at the man-eating flowers blocking the outer wall. "When the man-eating flowers retreat, we can go back to the 7th floor to look for food." Kong Hong quickly waved his hands. "I'd rather go hungry than face those man-eating flowers again. I want to go check." Jiang Iwa walked over. If you're going down, call me. Suhua saw Daji slumped weakly against the wall, then handed the food and water to her instead. Your capsules aren't working? He already took them. Jiang Iwa only took the biscuits. Thank you. Nearby, Gyu saw Suhua give his food to someone else, then took the chocolate from her own pocket and gave it to him. Suhua broke off a piece and tossed it into his mouth, then found a spot to catch up on sleep. By 6 p.m., he finally stood up again. The windows were still blocked by man-eating flowers outside. The foggy weather combined with the limited light sources being occupied made the 13th floor dimly lit. People in the building, weakened by hunger and fatigue, were all drowsy. Detecting a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance in the air, he patted Jiang Iwa and the others awake. What's wrong? Gyu instantly became alert, cautiously observing their surroundings. Nothing, you were sleeping too deeply, Suhua said. Hearing the noise, Zheng Liang and the others opened their eyes. Dai Wenqian frowned. The mutated plants on the 13th floor are a bit strange. Just has a sedative effect. Wei Bin said, taking a deep breath as the pain made it difficult for him to rest. Not too harmful to humans. Kong Hong rubbed his face. It's getting dark. If we keep sleeping like this, we won't even know when we get poisoned to death. Let's just wake everyone up, Jiang Iwa said. The group woke those nearby, who then woke others. Why haven't these man-eating flowers shrunk back? Zheng Liang walked near the windows and said, that thing sticks its tongue out but doesn't retract it? Suhua picked up a piece of glass and poked at the man-eating flower vines. Zheng Liang rushed over to stop him, but Suhua simply blocked him with one hand while continuing to prod the vines with the glass shard. The vines outside showed no reaction. They've calmed down, Dai Wenqian said from several meters away. In this state, the 7th floor should be fine, as long as we don't deliberately provoke the vines. You guys really have nerves of steel. Zheng Liang gritted his teeth. What if you wake the man-eating flowers and they spray poisonous powder? Don't worry, nothing happened before, so the chance of them spraying poisonous powder now is very small, Suhua said calmly before turning and walking toward the elevator. Dai Wenqian followed a step behind. You're really going? Zheng Liang followed both of them. There's no need to take this risk at a time like this. Even if we can't stay on the 13th floor after 10 p.m., we can hide in the elevator shaft. However, the two ignored him and directly opened the elevator door. Below was completely calm. Suhua first descended using a vine rope, tentatively opened the 7th floor elevator door, and peered through the gap. The man-eating flowers weren't crammed throughout the entire 7th floor as he had expected. Large numbers of flowers connected by vines drooped in the middle of the building, seemingly already fallen asleep. He entered first, followed by Dai Wenqian, Jiang Iwa, and Gyu in sequence. Jiang Iwa came looking for food. Although the bottled water had all been crushed, the broken biscuits and snacks were still edible. After quickly gathering them, she noticed the overturned cart nearby and turned back to Suhua. Most of the flowers you took out have died. Most had been crushed, and several pots had been corroded away. Suhua walked over, dug out the small purple flower buried in the soil from the mud. While the other flowers had mostly broken, only this one remained relatively intact, buried in the dirt. After cleaning off the flower and gathering a handful of soil, he found a plastic bag and planted the flower in it. Watching his actions, Jiang Iwa couldn't help saying, "This flower is really strange. Its roots are actually red." Suhua looked up at her. "Take the food upstairs first, and bring the flower with you." Jiang Iwa nodded and left with the items. Suhua walked toward Gyu. She and Dai Wenqian were examining the vines. Different from the vines seen outside the 13th floor, the vines on the 7th floor had swollen pus-filled sacs the size of human heads. Doesn't look like they're digesting corpses. Dai Wenqian crouched low and pulled out a knife, but before he could touch the vine, the white pus sac suddenly split open, and something sprayed out from inside. Dai Wenqian immediately swung his knife, but cut only air, while his other hand quickly shielded his face. As excruciating pain shot through his palm, he grabbed the thing and threw it away. Only when it fell to the ground did they see it was a gray flesh worm, as thick as an adult's forearm and palm length, continuously writhing. Suhua sliced it in half. Instead of dying after being cut, the two halves of the worm quickly crawled in different directions. Gyu was startled and swung the metal table leg in her hand, smashing the worm crawling toward her into pulp. However, looking up, she saw the two men beside her watching expressionlessly as the other half of the worm crawled toward the elevator. Where is it going? Dai Wenqian saw the worm wiggling the tentacles on its head, seemingly trying to determine direction. You don't actually think a worm has thoughts, do you? Gyu looked at him in shock, but then noticed the pus sacs on the vines starting to squirm one after another. She quickly said, "Let's go." The three quickly left the 7th floor, but upon reaching the 13th floor, Su Hua stopped Gyu from hastily closing the door and looked down into the elevator shaft. They hadn't closed the 7th floor door when they came up. Large numbers of worms crawled out from inside, moving downward along the elevator shaft. All the way to the bottom of the shaft, the worms burrowed beneath the dead man-eating flowers and gradually disappeared. There's a passage under the elevator shaft, Su Hua and Dai Wenqian said almost simultaneously. The two exchanged glances. Su Hua controlled his piano wire to intercept one of the worms below, while Dai Wenqian returned to the floor level, climbed onto the glass room, and began dismantling the ventilation fan. Dai Wenqian pulled out a small fan unit from inside, looking left and right before saying, "Independent wiring, there should be a main interface inside. Just that the wire length isn't enough." Dai Wenqian added, "We need to pull a few wires down from the office floors." Su Hua brought up the worm, covered it with a flower pot, and casually said, "As long as it can conduct electricity when connected." Kong Hong probably understood what they wanted to do, so he said, "I'll go to other floors to find electrical wires." "Be careful, other floors might have mutated animals hiding," Su Hua said. Kong Hong then called Qin Shu to join him, and Xiaoba and Zheng Liang also went up to help. "What are you all planning to do?" Jiang Yiwa walked over, looking at them with confusion. "Preparing a big gift for that man-eating flower," Su Hua said. Jiang Yiwa hesitated for a moment before saying, "Are you planning to electrocute that man-eating flower? That man-eating flower has very high energy values. I don't think electricity can kill it." "Whether it can kill it or not is secondary," Dai Wenqian interjected. "If the man-eating flower occupies this building, then the mutated animals inside will eventually be eaten clean. If it blocks the elevator shaft, even better. This dungeon will be finished sooner or later." Jiang Yiwa suddenly understood. If the dungeon's inherent rules no longer apply, then this place can't continue swallowing people anymore. This could be considered benefiting others too. Guy walked over and picked up the dismantled small fan, then took out a whetstone and rubbed it against the blades. The originally dull blades immediately became sharp as knives. "Since that's the case, let's do the good deed thoroughly." She smiled at Su Hua as she spoke. "Learned from you. Even the most inconspicuous methods are still methods. They might unexpectedly come in handy." Su Hua moved aside to give her space. "I'll help too," Jiang Yiwa said as she helped dismantle other small fans, smiling as she added, "Since becoming a player, this is the first time I felt such a sense of accomplishment." Gyu glanced up at her, then looked back at the two men who had gone to the circuit breaker, her gaze first landing on Su Hua before shifting to Dai Wenqian. She let out a soft sigh. "Sister Gyu, is there anything we can help with?" Zhang Biao and the bald player approached. Gyu looked at them coldly. "Get lost." "Sister Gyu, we're on the same side. You need to testify to Brother Qiao about Dai Wenqian killing Brother Tai when we get back," Zhang Biao said. Even though Brother Qiao might not do anything to him, but who would feel safe following someone who casually kills their own companions? "Anyway, if I can find train tickets for the same dungeon next time, I definitely won't go with him." Gyu mocked. "Do you think Dai Wenqian really wants to bring deadweight like you along? Wanting to enter the same dungeon again? Unless you cooperate with the government, where would you find two identical train tickets? You're looking down on others while having quite the inflated ego yourself." Zhang Biao and the bald player got nothing but rejection and, facing hostility from other non-players, exchanged glances before running off to find Zheng Liang and Xiaoba. Su Hua connected wires to the circuit breaker while Kong Hong and the others brought up the dismantled wires. They had also found some useful modification tools on other floors and similarly connected several more lines. Deciding to go all the way, they planned to dismantle the elevator completely before leaving the dungeon. But Zhang Biao and the other guy went outside, Kong Hong said. "I saw them find something." From upstairs, it was completely impossible to see the situation outside the building. Su Hua said meaningfully, "They're quite bold." Nearby, Zheng Liang was also discussing this matter with Guyu, though he knew what Zhang Biao had picked up, It seemed to be leftover items from previous players. Zhang Biao had also called him to go outside, saying the man-eating flower vines outside seemed to have stopped moving. Hearing Su Hua's words, his eyelids twitched, and he changed his sentence mid-speech. Forget it. Going outside still isn't safe. It's not worth risking my life for a few items that might not even be useful. Kong Hong and Qin Shi were actually somewhat tempted too, but before going out, they tacitly came back to ask Su Hua's opinion. Hearing him say this, they didn't say anything more. Time quickly reached evening. According to the correct floor, they should go to the 5th floor. Although they hadn't seen any mutated animals appear since the man-eating flower invaded the building, to avoid unnecessary trouble, the group went down to the 5th floor via the elevator shaft ahead of time. The elevator soon came down from upstairs, opened on the 5th floor, then returned upstairs. For Su Hua, night wasn't much different from daytime, so while everyone rested on the 5th floor, he went to the 4th floor alone. Aside from several mutated animals that had been crushed to death, the 4th floor was filled with crowded man-eating flower vines. His gaze lingered on the emaciated animal corpses for a few seconds before he turned back to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor seemed to be a leisure area, with sofas, bookshelves, and some leftover old magazines. Su Hua picked one up and discovered these magazines weren't from the same place, or even from the same wormhole point. His eyes paused slightly. The Little Flower Red Building and Decibel Town appeared to be fixed-location random dungeons. They were placed in specific positions, only needing to attract players inside. This was different from the Skinner's dungeon. The Skinner was the master of his dungeon, and the dungeon could move between different zones, so it was normal for things from different places to appear in his dungeon. Then there was the Fairy Tale City, which had been completely assimilated into the game, with external zone forces stationed there, so they could bring in things from other zones. Meanwhile, the background of the Little Flower Red Building mentioned that Professor Hao had wanted to contact the Stellar Pharmaceutical Research Group, along with these entertainment magazines from different places, which might represent another type of existence, the complete fusion of the game world with the real world. External zone players arriving in Zone 014 all came with train tickets, so they might face two restrictions. First, the train tickets, and second, the game world and real world not completely overlapping. But if Zone 014 completely merged into the game world, then Harbor City might become a station city, like Fairy Tale City, that players could freely enter and exit. This way, there would inevitably be power differences between old zones and new zones, making it easier for players from old zones to accomplish whatever they wanted. To some extent, train tickets instead became the most crucial gate. Without train tickets, one couldn't travel between different station cities. Thinking of this, Su Hua couldn't help but recall the temporary pass that the Skinner had once mentioned. It seemed that with that thing, traveling between stations would become much easier. Maybe the external zone players invading Zone 014 relied on so-called temporary passes, though there were also people who could move freely between stations without needing train tickets. After casually flipping through the magazines and putting them back, he got up and headed to the 2nd floor. Dai Wenqian had been to the 2nd floor before. It was Professor Hao's bedroom, with signs of struggle and fresh bloodstains, plus another emaciated mutated animal corpse. Picking up a fountain pen stuck in the flower vines in the corner, he turned and threw it toward the doorway. "This is yours, right?" Dai Wenqian, standing in the darkness, reached out and caught his own item, saying in a deep voice, "What are you looking for?" "Useful things," Su Hua said. There was a 5-meter distance between him and Dai Wenqian. From this distance, he could clearly see the subtle expressions on Dai Wenqian's face. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Want to fight me?" Dai Wenqian smiled, turning on his phone flashlight to illuminate the ground. "I considered it before, but decided against it. We're all players from Zone 014. Why should we fight each other and let outsiders benefit? Besides, truly intelligent people are rare. Most are fools like Lu Tai who only have a bit of petty cleverness. Perhaps someday in the future, we players will reach another level altogether. If that day really comes and we don't even have worthy opponents, wouldn't that be a pity?" Su Hua couldn't help but laugh at this. "You do realize Zone 014 is just a tiny corner of the game world, right?" "Of course I know that," Dai Wenqian said. "But Zone 014 hasn't fully integrated into the game world yet, has it? In other words, Our zone is still in the newbie protection phase. We just had bad luck almost getting wiped out by a super item. Fortunately, the government reacted quickly enough. With fresh blood being injected, the situation is bound to change significantly. You seem quite optimistic about official players, Su Hua remarked. Without anyone having become a high-level player yet, joining the national team is the wisest choice, Dai Wenqian said with considerable enthusiasm. Only when you're strong enough can you negotiate terms, but currently no single player or player organization has reached that level. The government is recruiting players right now. This is the perfect time to join, and the conditions are quite good. Su Hua paused. So why are you hanging around with Zhang Liang and his group? Dai Wenqian chuckled. You and Zhang Liang have quite the history. He grits his teeth every time he mentions you. Just some friction from our youth, Su Hua said calmly. It's not a life or death matter. His biggest wish is probably just to beat me up badly. How pitiful, he might not even fulfill that wish before you die. Dai Wenqian dropped that topic and returned to the original one. From what I know, your family members are under government protection. You're not planning to join the official player organization, are you? Trying to negotiate terms? Su Hua's gaze fixed on his face, holding for 2 seconds before saying, possibly. A subtle mockery appeared in Dai Wenqian's expression. Every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost, you don't even dare say that out loud? And here I thought you were an educated man, Su Hua said lightly. Some things become meaningless when stated too bluntly. A single word, a single matter, what matters isn't the thing itself, but whether it benefits me. If calling a deer a horse benefits me, then treating deer as horses is fine too. Dai Wenqian said this, as if it were perfectly natural. Su Hua nodded understandingly, patting his shoulder as he walked past him. Don't worry, I won't say anything inappropriate in front of government personnel. You can feel free to negotiate terms with them boldly. He left after saying this, while Dai Wenqian turned around, half his face immersed in darkness as he faced Su Hua's retreating back. Su Hua didn't look back. Dai Wenqian did want to kill him. His reason for not acting wasn't as noble as he claimed, but rather that he wasn't confident he could succeed. He was probably trying hard to secure favorable conditions before joining the official player organization, using Guyu and the others as stepping stones, and maybe even planning to take a few players with him. Rashly fighting Su Hua clearly didn't serve his interests. You're back. Guyu had been waiting for them and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw them return safely one after the other. After Su Hua left, Dai Wenqian had followed him, and she'd worried they might start fighting. Su Hua scanned the area and suddenly said, "We're missing 10 people." Zhang Biao and the others took 7 or 8 people with them, Guyu said. They went voluntarily. Su Hua frowned slightly but didn't comment further. Night passed quickly and dawn arrived. This was the final day in the game. Though exhausted, everyone's spirits were relatively high. After returning to the 13th floor, Su Hua had Kong Hong connect the main electrical switch to supply power to the 15th floor as well. Then they went to various floors to find containers for water, carrying them to both the 13th and 15th floors. Why are we doing all this? Even Kong Hong didn't understand this time. Just in case, Su Hua said. There are still quite a few mutated animals in the greenhouse area behind us. I'm worried the man-eating flowers might create passages for them when they emerge. That's something we should prepare for, Kong Hong immediately agreed. We should also call back those people outside. What if they rummage around carelessly and attract the mutated animals over? What are you talking about? Zhang Biao and the bald player returned with the others, carrying some old bags. Zhang Biao's face darkened. We're not idiots. Why would we go near the greenhouse area knowing there are mutated animals back there? Then what were you doing out there? Jiang Yiwa demanded. You haven't stopped moving since last night until now. Looking for good stuff, of course. Zhang Biao opened his bag and turned it over, dumping out the contents, which turned out to be snacks like biscuits. He swept a triumphant glance over Guyu and the others. We found these outside the building. Apparently, the man-eating flowers vomit these things to a specific spot. Besides other people's backpacks, there was an automatic vending machine too. Some of the food and drinks haven't expired yet, so I brought them all back. Weren't you all hungry? Hearing about food, the other non-players gathered around. Someone picked up an item to examine it. It really hasn't expired. This drink has a 10-year shelf life. 10 years? Can you still drink something after that long? Maybe the animals in the game world are different from ours. The The person holding the drink couldn't resist unscrewing the cap and taking a sip, then said delightedly, "It tastes really good." A few more people took food items. When opened, rich food aromas wafted out, completely unspoiled. If we could take this technology out, imagine how much money we could make. Still thinking about making money? Just eat quickly, there isn't much anyway. The remaining people swarmed forward, dividing up all the food and drinks. Zhang Biao and his group had clearly eaten their fill before returning. He used a packaging edge to pick his teeth, smiling as he looked at Dai Wenqian and Su Hua. "You're all skilled players. You probably don't need to eat." "Pass," Su Hua said with a smile that carried tolerance for those soon to die. Dai Wenqian showed no reaction, but his mood had clearly soured, his eyes gloomy. Zhang Biao felt awkward under their gazes, muttering "psychos" before turning away. Gu came over with food and water, looking troubled. "You should still eat something. We have one more day. It's good to replenish your strength." Su Hua politely declined her offer, instead taking one of the energy capsules Jiang Yiwa had given him. The effect was quite good. Seeing this, Gu stopped persuading him. She set some food down for Dai Wenqian before opening a snack bag for herself. Nearby, Jiang Yiwa watched Su Hua not eating and, though swallowing hard, refused to eat as well. Seeing her eyes practically turning green with hunger, Su Hua said, "Eat if you want to. The food is fine." Jiang Yiwa reluctantly turned her face away. "Do I look like I'm worried about poison? I'm standing firm on my principles." Su Hua pointed at the tall but extremely weak De Ji. "He needs to eat, doesn't he?" After using several cards, he had remained in a weakened state, probably due to some defect in his characteristics.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.